As Donghuang Diyuan stepped out, Ji Wudao moved forward on the sky stairwell and looked at Princess Donghuang. All the cultivators had their eyes on them and eagerly awaited the battle, especially those ranked at the emperor level. They knew Donghuang Diyuan would want to come here to fight with Ji Wudao for the possession of the old Heaven Court relics. I don't wish to battle you, Princess Donghuang, but the old Heaven Court relics belong only to me, Ji Wudao said to Donghuang Diyuan. His demeanor was calm, but when it came to the old Heaven Court relics, he definitely was not going to give in. Here was the Heaven Court and it rightfully belonged to them. Donghuang Diyuan made no reply. An impressive aura emanated from within her. It surrounded Donghuang Diyuan and gave rise to a dazzling picture. Behind her, right and left, was an impressive dragon and a fiery red divine phoenix. The dragon and divine phoenix both looked aged, as if they had been living for countless years and, as a result, contained the essence of life within them. They were the real deal. A venerable aura suffused from within Donghuang Diyuan, the dragon, and the phoenix, causing the place to feel suffocating. Many of the cultivators' hearts raced wildly as they stared at the figures of the dragon and phoenix behind Donghuang Diyuan. Ancestral dragon. This dragon contained the will of the dragon god and was the emperor of Naga, the lord of all dragons. Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture got possession of the Naga relics, and with it, Donghuang Diyuan inherited the will of the ancestral dragon. The cultivators thought to themselves, that dragon god was the dragon lord that ruled over Naga during ancient times. The ancestral dragon, the scales covering the body of the ancestral dragon shimmered in 7 colors of divine light. Its venerable and terrifying aura spoke of it as a victorious king. As for the phoenix on the other side of Donghuang Diyuan, it was the ancestral phoenix. Before entering the relics, Donghuang Diyuan had already inherited the will of the ancestral phoenix. In Donghuang the Great's desire to train up his only daughter, he had bathed his daughter in the ancestral phoenix's blood before. There was a divine seal carved inside her body. She was one with the ancestral phoenix. Now, she had gone to the Naga relics and received the will of the ancestral dragon also, thereby inheriting the soul of the ancestral dragon. With both the dragon and phoenix combining with her, the aura she emitted was enough to scare people. With the ancestral dragon and phoenix circling her, ordinary cultivators most likely would not have the courage to battle against her. In contrast, cultivators at the same level would feel suffocated just by her intimidating presence. Despite that, there was not a shred of demonic aura within Donghuang Diyuan. On the contrary, a saintly divine light glowed instead, and lotus flowers bloomed from beneath her feet. In the glow of the divine light, Donghuang Diyuan looked ethereal and stunning. It is the Buddhist power. Donghuang Diyuan and Donghuang the Great cultivated a wide range of skills and seemed to be jacks of all trades. Despite receiving the ancestral dragon and phoenix, the divine light coming from her was the light of Buddha. Behind her was a shining ring. It was as if she was the goddess Guanyin. Different kinds of powers actually came together as one in her. They assimilated perfectly into her body and became hers. Donghuang Diyuan is approaching the demigod level. Supreme Sword level muttered. It has already taken shape. Just a bit more, and she will become near deity. Her talent is amazing. I guess it's expected of the daughter of Donghuang the Great. Yifutian looked at Donghuang Diyuan on the other side. Unbelievable. Was she already approaching the demigod level? If Donghuang Diyuan attained the demigod level, she probably would not be inferior to the seniors currently at the level. Of course, being able to rank on the demigod level in the first place showed that the senior cultivators were not idlers. They were already pursuing a higher plane, and there were practically no weaklings. They were all forging their paths and ways. Throughout all these happenings, however, Ji Wudao only watched quietly. He still had not emanated any aura and did not seem at all surprised by the events nor showed a shred of fear. Many cultivators looked toward Ji Wudao, looking forward to finding out how strong this mysterious heir of the heaven realm was. Crash! Donghuang Diyuan moved her will. At once, the shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix appeared in the skies. They were humongous and covered the entirety of the sky. Within this phenomenon, countless divine swords appeared, and every sword contained the power of divine punishment. Tianqing Divine Sword. Everyone knew that this was the mighty Tianqing Divine Sword, alluding to punishment from heaven and its domineering nature. What was more, this Tianqing Divine Sword presently contained the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. Accordingly, the sword transformed into two different swords, one in the shape of a dragon and the other in the shape of a phoenix. They possessed terrifying powers and gave off scorching hot divine flames. Bang! A terrifying sound preceded the opening of the heavens, and through that opening, immeasurable beams of divine light descended into divine swords. How come both of their powers are the same? The people felt surprised upon sensing the aura that was released. The sword that Ji Wudao was using seemed to be the Tianqing Divine Sword. Very few people knew that both Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diuan were well-versed with the Tianqing Divine Sword. An even more terrifying aura was in the making, and two colors of divine light, a black and white one, as if symbolizing opposite types of powers, appeared above the sky. Black and white almighty. The cultivators' hearts raced when they saw this scene. That was the way of the Almighty, the amalgamation of black and white Almighty's divine swords and the Tianqing Divine Sword. The Tianqing Divine Sword, above the sky, turned black and white. White Almighty represented creation, and the divine swords above the sky were multiplying by the minute until they fully covered the entirety of the sky. Black Almighty Divine Sword represented destruction, and both of these extreme powers combined in an individual gave rise to an aura that sent tremors into the cultivators' hearts. Donghuang Diuan fused the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix into her Tianqing Divine Sword, while Ji Wudao fused the way of the Almighty into his Tianqing Divine Sword. The Black Almighty Divine Sword belonging to Great Skylord Black Almighty was already frightening enough. If both he and Ji Wudao were on the same level, Ji Wudao's Divine Sword might be even more frightening. Both divine swords were taken out at the same time. The swords infused with the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, and the way of the Almighty clashed against each other, releasing a terrifying destructive storm that destroyed everything within its area. Yet both stood immovable at their spot, as if such a destructive blow was just a warm-up to them. Crash! Another divine sword appeared. It was the fusion of the dragon and the phoenix, and it directly broke open the void and cut through the storm toward the opposite side, exerting its dominance. A black and white divine sword met it head-on, and the two swords' destructive divine light broke out as they clashed. The attacking power of the dragon phoenix divine sword is greater, but the infusion of the way of the black and white Almighty allows the divine sword to wield both destructive and creative powers, resulting in it having continuous powers. Even though it is only one sword, it contains the wills of many swords, allowing it to counter the attacks from the dragon phoenix sword. Supreme Sword Lord stared intently at the upper skies. Although the two currently in battle were his juniors, their attainments were unparalleled. What was even scarier was that these were only one of the powers they had. Both of them were already knocking on the door of the demigod level and could enter at any time. Just then, Donghuang Diuan took a few steps to the front toward the sky stairwell. Lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet as she walked, and behind her, an image of the goddess Guanyin appeared. It was enormous and reached the dome of the sky. Energy radiated from it. At the back of the goddess Guanyin were numerous arms. The thousand arms Guanyin, the cultivators thought to themselves. Donghuang Diuan seemed to be one with the thousand arms Guanyin. Her body was suspended in midair, and divine lotuses appeared at her feet. She stretched out a palm and aimed an attack at Ji Wudao. All at once, thousands of hands came out from the goddess Guanyin and blasted out the seal of thousand arms. A loud and violent blast sounded out, and many dragon shadows appeared as the seal moved toward its target, as if it were the seal of a dragon, and was domineering to the extreme. Many people were amazed. Donghuang Diuan was a peerless beauty and had the appearance of a saint in battle, yet she was also extremely domineering. Not to mention her being a girl, how many people on Earth could compare? Tens of millions of dragon seals attacked in full force as if tens of millions of divine dragons were whistling by. It broke through the storm of swords of destruction and headed toward the figure standing on the sky stairwell. Presently, Ji Wudao moved forward out of the sky stairwell and into the heavens. A beam of divine light descended, and immediately, a domain appeared around him. Within the domain appeared a strange vision of many ancient gods. They were the divine generals and heavenly army of the heaven court during ancient times. At the same time, a supreme divine shadow appeared behind Ji Wudao. It was utterly dazzling and as if the heavenly emperor had descended onto earth. Ji Wudao raised his hand and blasted out a divine seal, which rapidly grew large enough to cover the sky and the area in front of him. Within this divine seal were numerous moving lines. They were stunning to look at and came together one by one to form an ancient character, the word for emperor. The seal of the heavenly emperor. Many cultivators at the emperor level were unsettled. Ji Wudao had cultivated the seal of the heavenly emperor. Many years ago, the heavenly emperor had released the seal of the heavenly emperor to suppress all the divine powers in the world, and was the most powerful out of all the divine seals. Currently, Ji Wudao was using it, and although it probably would not reach the level of the heavenly emperor, one could still see it taking shape. The emperor character on the divine seal unleashed a dazzling brilliance that blinded everything else. Bang! 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 Numerous seals of the ancestral dragon attacked the seal of the heavenly emperor, only to break into pieces upon contact. The character of emperor remained in place, and the seal was as good as ever. Within the void, Ji Wudao looked toward Donghuang Duan and said, "Princess Duan, I said before that I do not want to defeat you in battle. Please withdraw." Madness! The cultivators looked up at Ji Wudao. What did it mean when he said he did not want to defeat Donghuang Duan? It was as if he was saying that he would defeat Donghuang Duan in battle as long as he was willing. Did the heir of the heavenly emperor of the heaven realm possess such heaven-defying abilities? Donghuang Duan's expression did not change. She would not be swayed by his words. The seal of thousand arms continued its ferocious onslaught on the seal of the heavenly emperor until tens of millions of arms descended simultaneously. Immediately, a crack appeared on the emperor character on the seal, as well as on the giant scroll of the word emperor. Suddenly, the void shook violently, and with a loud bang, both the seal of the heavenly emperor and seal of thousand arms broke into pieces. The two looked at each other. Both these heirs of emperor figures had remarkable dispositions. Donghuang Duan had the ancestral dragon and phoenix on both sides, guarding her, while Ji Wudao was like the reincarnation of the heavenly emperor. Just then, a saintly light of Buddha surrounded Donghuang Duan. The light was soft and gentle and held no murderous intent. It headed toward Ji Wudao, who showed surprise upon receiving it. A faint mark that glowed with divine lines seemed to appear between his eyebrows. The Buddhist 6 superpowers, Ji Wudao remarked to himself. He then looked at Donghuang Duan and said, "Whatever Princess Duan desires to see, please go ahead." Within the light of the Buddha, countless scenes appeared in front of Donghuang Duan. The scenes were showing the life story of Ji Wudao. She stared ahead of her, and countless images appeared within her eyes. She learned about Ji Wudao's cultivation journey, where he had started as an ordinary person without any extraordinary talent in the heaven realm and made his way up from the bottom. He had been through numerous life-threatening crises and close fights. The images were brutal and violent, as if he had walked out from a battlefield with skeletons all around his feet. He underwent exceptionally harsh trials during selections in the heaven realm. He killed all his opponents and became the heir of the heaven realm. At that time, he had already developed unparalleled talent then and was a new being. Through scene after scene, Donghuang Duan watched Ji Wudao train in the divine prefecture, in the forbidden places in the demon realm, in the Buddhist realm anonymously, and even in the empty divine realm, the human realm, dark world, and original realm. It was as if he had left his footprints on every single place on earth. "Has Princess Duan found it yet?" Ji Wudao asked while looking at Donghuang Duan. His pupils were bright, and divine light flowed around his body. He was one with heaven and earth and seemed to be a perfect and flawless person without any weak points. Yet, in the experiences he had gone through, Ji Wudao most certainly could not be said to be a perfect person. One might even say he was cruel and bloodthirsty. He went through many life and death situations and made it out safely each time. He was exceptionally clever and knew when to endure things to survive. Although he had been to all the fantastic realms, no one from those realms had ever heard of his name, and very few remembered him. Furthermore, he seemed to have guessed what Dong Huang Diuan wanted to find from him. Dong Huang Diuan stared fixedly at Ji Wudao. The things she had seen seemed to be only what Ji Wudao allowed her to see. It was missing the most important item that she was looking for. How did Ji Wudao achieve his metamorphosis and become who he was today? Looking at the experiences he had gone through, although they were fraught with danger, it was not enough to cause a metamorphosis. There was still something crucial missing, for example, the most acceptable inheritance or something else. Dong Huang Diuan was not able to find these things or any weak points. It was as if he was impeccable. Boom! Dong Huang Diuan moved her will, and suddenly, the ancestral dragon and phoenix that were above the sky started to move as if they had been resurrected as the actual ancestral dragon and phoenix. An otherworldly divine power descended and enveloped the entire space. Right then, all who were present felt an overwhelming sense of pressure coming upon and looked up to see the two divine beasts in the upper skies circling over the heads of Dong Huang Diuan and Ji Wudao. At the same time, a great rush of power was released from Dong Huang Diuan. Dong Huang Diuan soared up to stand in between the ancestral dragon and phoenix. At that moment, she looked like a goddess, high and mighty. She is drawing on the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix. The cultivators' hearts raced again. Dong Huang Diuan had always been blessed by the ancestral phoenix, and was even regarded as a representation of the divine phoenix. After inheriting the Naga relics, she was also blessed by the ancestral dragon and inherited the dragon spirit. With the powers of the dragon and the phoenix regenerating in her body, Dong Huang Diuan had surpassed her original level. If Ji Wudao did not have some other tricks up his sleeve, he would indeed be defeated. The current Dong Huang Diuan was at the demigod level. "Why must you be so persistent, Your Highness?" Ji Wudao asked Dong Huang Diuan. "I'm agreeable if you insist on having the heaven relics. Come and cultivate with me in the heavenly imperial palace, and in the future, you and I will be the rulers of the heaven court." His words shocked the cultivators in the lower skies. How could Ji Wudao make this kind of request? Dong Huang Diuan scanned the lower skies but did not say a thing. The ancestral dragon roared, and all at once, the sky trembled. The dragon's roar caused shocks to pass through many of the cultivators in the lower skies, and they felt as if they were going to disintegrate. Quite a few cultivators groaned and spat out blood. There was some blood in the corners of their mouths. Their faces were ghastly pale. This roar was not even directed at them but Ji Wudao. Even so, they could not handle the blow. As for Ji Wudao, a dazzling divine splendor lit up his body, and he floated up to the upper skies on the sky stairwell. A supremely powerful force descended upon the old heaven court, and divine light shrouded Ji Wudao's body. A saintly light appeared above the sky. Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light. It was as if the ruler of the old heaven court had descended upon earth himself. The old heaven court. Numerous people raised their heads to look at the sky, where above the sky stairwell, a court had appeared. It was possibly the old heaven court relics. Countless years ago, the leader of Deva, which was the first of the 8 legions, had ruled over the old heaven court. Was he given the title of heavenly emperor as well? The ruler of the old heaven court could be the leader of the 8 legions and the first of the heavenly path. Had Ji Wudao inherited the will of the old heaven court? The ancestral dragon and phoenix glided down, and in a flash, shadowy figures of the ancestral dragon and phoenix dashed toward Ji Wudao. Unimaginable power was contained in the ancestral dragon, while the ancestral phoenix was bathed in a divine flame that set fire to the void and burned everything to ashes as it charged at Ji Wudao. At the sight of such a terrifying strike, even the demigods could not stop their hearts racing. "The power of this strike is on my level already," remarked Supreme Swordlord as he arched his head to see the battle taking place above the skies. The attack of Dong Huang Diuan, boosted by the powers drawn from the ancestral dragon and phoenix, had already reached the demigod level. She was already just outside the perimeter, with just one more step needed to become a demigod. With the addition of the powers of the ancestral dragon and phoenix, one could only imagine how terrifying that strike was. Would Ji Wudao be able to withstand it? Ji Wudao was bathed in the divine light from the old heaven court, and an impressive power permeated from within his body. At his back, the figure of the heavenly emperor seemed to have solidified. Standing in front of the heavenly emperor, he raised his arms, and suddenly, a divine light sprinkled down from above the skies. A divine sword appeared in Ji Wudao's hands, and the figure behind him also held a divine sword with both hands. With the appearance of the divine sword, many of the cultivators' swords started to clatter loudly, desiring to bow their heads. The sword of Supreme Swordlord also showed the same reaction, and he was stunned as he realized his swordsmanship was inferior. The sword of the heavenly emperor. Supreme Swordlord looked up at the sky. The divine sword was more than just a sword. It contained the will of heaven and was the sword of the heavenly emperor. Its high status meant that everything in the world had to listen to its commands. Sure enough, on the divine sword was written the word emperor. It glistened with divine light and exuded such a mighty power that made all beings grovel. Donghuang Diuan had inherited the will of the ancestral dragon, but Ji Wudao had inherited the will of the old heaven court. People could not help but be amazed. Before this, no one had heard of the heir of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao, before. Who knew that he would be so impressive and remarkable? This place is under the old heaven court, and Ji Wudao directly drawing power from the old heaven court puts him at an advantage. I think Donghuang Diuan is going to lose, Supreme Swordlord said with his eyes on the battle. The divine sword in Ji Wudao's hand clashed with the ancestral dragon and divine phoenix, causing the sky to be on the verge of collapse. As divine light shone down, many of the cultivators in the lower skies simultaneously released a shield of defense. The humongous ancestral dragon and divine phoenix were still clashing with the heavenly emperor's sword, with divine light bursting out at every contact. However, they both subsequently got split open. They were no match for the power of the heavenly emperor's sword. Right then, an intimidating aura burst out from behind Donghuang Diuan. A top warrior from the divine prefecture had stepped out, and he was bursting with incredible might and power. At the same time, White Almighty on the sky stairwell grunted and also stepped out. He landed on the battlefield beside Ji Wudao. They both were keen to protect their young masters. Donghuang Diuan was the only daughter of Donghuang the Great. Her background alone ensured that she would be of a high status. With her talents, her high status in Donghuang Imperial Palace went without saying. Ji Wudao, on the other hand, earned the support of those in the heavenly Imperial Palace through his efforts. All the strong men in the heaven realm willingly listened to and assisted him, including the great Skylords Black and White Almighty. It was obvious that Wu Jidao was alluring. The terrifying sounds of the clashes caused the sky to crumble and the ground to shatter, causing the cultivators' hearts to beat furiously. They had hardly made sense of what was happening when strong men started stepping out from different quarters in the direction of the sky stairwell. Many of their pupils were constricted as they stared at the sight of the battle. It turned out that those who stepped out were all Emperor-level cultivators. These Emperor-level cultivators had been patiently watching the battle but were now not able to control themselves any longer. They marched toward the sky stairwell. Evidently, they, too, strongly desired the old heaven court relics. The sudden turn of events stunned many cultivators. This was originally a battle between the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture and the Heaven Court of the Heaven Realm. However, now the situation had evolved so that all the top figures from all the principalities were making their moves simultaneously. They meant to shake those from the Heaven Realm and take over the old Heaven Court. The strength of the Heaven Court from Heaven Realm consisted of powerful players. Great Skylords Black and White Almighty, for Heavenly Kings 9-star lords, with all of their cultivators trailing behind them. And this was in addition to Ji Wudao, who was able to leverage the will of the old Heaven Court. This was a team whose strength was considered frightening. However, the Heaven Court was powerful in strength but weaker in their size. Among the 7 realms, the Heaven Realm was the smallest, but it occupied the relics of Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions. Therefore, it was no wonder that the cultivators from all sides had decided to attack them. There were principalities from the divine prefecture and cultivators from the human realm, the empty divine realm, and even the dark world and the devil world. However, for these last two significant realms, their topmost figures were not present. Of these two realms, one was in control of the Karura ruins, which had unlocked the inheritance of the demonic lord. The other was in charge of the ruins of Ashura, which was the most complementary to them according to their nature. In this context, they would focus more on their cultivations. As long as they could be in complete control of the wills of the demonic lord and the Ashura, they could care less about the old heaven court. Just as the cultivators of heaven realm had stated before, the old heaven court was indeed the most compatible with them. Even if the Deva was the head of the 8 legions, and its strength may be the strongest, the fit was the most crucial consideration above all. Ji Wudao was suitable for inheriting the will of the old heaven court, but it may not be the case for the cultivators from the dark court. In addition, even though the cultivators from the Buddhist realm had arrived, they did not choose to interfere. Many Buddhist cultivators were watching in the crowd, witnessing everything happening in front of them. Even so, it was terrifying enough with all the cultivators from every side joining the fight. For a moment, that horrific aura enveloped this corner of the sky and slammed towards the sky stairwell. Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, and the others looked at the battlefield above the sky, and they paid particular attention to the place where Ji Wudao was. In the battle, Donghuang Diyuan was as good as defeated. This proud daughter of Donghuang Imperial Palace, and the future of the Divine Prefecture, had lost to Ji Wudao. However, since this was Ji Wudao's territory, and he could leverage the will of the Heavenly Emperor within the Old Heaven Court, it was not surprising that he was able to defeat Donghuang Diyuan. But even if these factors were discounted, and just based on the combat effectiveness of these two people alone, Ji Wudao was not any weaker than Donghuang Diyuan. From the previous collisions between the two, it was obvious that Ji Wudao was very strong, and perhaps he had not yet completely released all of his strength. I didn't expect that the heir of the heaven realm would have such a shocking capability that he overpowered the princess of the divine prefecture. Moreover, I heard that he did not have an extraordinary background behind him. I wonder what kind of opportunity he had received. In the future, this man will be at the forefront of the road to becoming a great emperor, said the Supreme Sword Lord in a low voice. Today, this battle was enough to make Ji Wudao's name known to the world. Before, he had loathed to show himself off to the outside world. But this battle with Donghuang Diyuan was enough for his name to resound throughout all the realms. In this generation, how many of them in this world could fight like this with Donghuang Diyuan? Yi Futian nodded in agreement. Ji Wudao's strength was stronger than he had expected. To become a great emperor, he would be a most powerful competitor. More importantly, both he and Donghuang Diyuan must have already been pursuing the path of the great emperor by now. Both of them had already stepped into the near-deity state. Here was the starting point of the road to becoming a great emperor. But in the end, it was still an unknown which one of them could prove the way of the great emperor in this world. In addition to Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan, there was also Di Hao from the human realm, Yu Shang from the devil world, Yan Gi, Yi Qingyao from the dark court, as well as the top cultivators from Buddhism and Dugu Wuxia of the empty divine realm. These were all the people who had an equal likelihood to embark on that envious path. Of course, then there was also Yi Futian himself. Aside from that, no one knew how the ancient god clans from the divine prefecture would react, or for that matter, the principalities ruled by the other great emperors in the other worlds. Currently, the will of the great emperor of the ancient god clan in the divine prefecture had already entered this site along with its cultivators. Would it be revived in the same manner as Tianyan the Great? Significant changes were occurring between heaven and earth, and everything was possible. Yi Futian's eyes were still fixed on the sky above. Previously, Ji Wudao had asked all these cultivators whether they wished to come up one by one or all together. Now, these cultivators from all sides had taken action just as he wanted. How was he planning to counter their attacks? Above the sky, Ji Wudao's figure soared upward and appeared atop the sky stairwell. Just below the old heaven court, a most radiant divine light descended from the old heaven court downward. In an instant, An incomparable will of horror descended and shrouded this infinite space. Suddenly, this vast and endless domain was inundated by that terrifying will. Those top cultivators also raised their heads to follow his figure. Their eyes betrayed the slight hint of the disturbance they felt. Had Ji Wudao completely inherited the will of the old heaven court? What did he receive inside the old heaven court? Could it be that he had already inherited from the master of the old heaven court? Come back! Ji Wudao commanded loudly. Suddenly, all the cultivators from the heaven realm began to float towards the top of the sky stairwell, including the great Skylords Black and White Almighty, who were also extricating themselves from the battle. In short, everyone was retreating in the direction of the old heaven court above the sky stairwell. The other cultivators wanted to give chase, but they could sense a powerful force appearing above them. Instantly, they had a solemn look on their faces, and none of them dared to make a rash move. Above the sky, the incomparably sacred divine figure of the heavenly emperor appeared, with the divine sword in hand. He followed along with Ji Wudao's every movement, and an even more powerful sword came slashing down. Immediately, heaven and earth seemed to be split open by the sword. As the sword descended from the sky, everything in its path seemed to be immolated. Those cultivators who took action were releasing their most terrifying power to resist, surrounding themselves with the divine light of the great path. There were natural visions that forged an absolute domain, from which an attack was launched directly at the heavenly sword that was slashing towards them. The extremely terrifying divine light of destruction exploded in the void, and the sword chopped down with an apocalyptic divine light that was blinding and stinging to the eyes. The hearts of the cultivators below palpitated, and some even quickly dodged and retreated to the rear, wanting to vacate this area as quickly as possible. The same was true with cultivators who were even watching from very far away. This heavenly sword could cover a massive area when it came down, and most of them regretted being too close to the actual battle. The Supreme Sword Lord waved both of his hands, and a divine sword appeared to point to the sky above as the Taishang swordsmanship erupted with all its might. When the heavenly sword came smashing down, it was unable to shake the defense built by the Supreme Sword Lord. However, that was because they were not at the center of the battle, and they were barely touched by the aftershocks of the attack on the periphery. The sword light illuminated a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles as it swept down. When the divine sword fell, the space was left in a total mess. Tons of ditches appeared on the ground as if the earth itself had cracked open, and all of them filled with the terrifying sword will of the emperor. Cultivators from all sides were broken up as they retreated to different locations. Those whose cultivations were not strong enough and had no one to protect them were wiped out under the sword. They were pretty unfortunate to perish like this while watching the battle on the sideline. Of course, those who came here to watch the fight might have harbored some malintentions of their own. The cultivators from the heaven realm stood at the top of the sky stairwell. Ji Wudao stood in the middle of them, showering in divine light. As he looked down at the cultivators below, he declared loudly, "If any one of you insist on robbing the relics controlled by the heaven realm, I won't be merciful next time." When they saw his godlike figure, the cultivators below trembled in their hearts. In their eyes, Ji Wudao looked like someone invincible. However, in the void, neither Donghuang Diuan nor anyone else retreated. The aura of the great path from them remained as dominant as ever. At the same time, brilliant divine light gleamed and bloomed, and immediately, wisps of imperial will pervaded between heaven and earth. Those top cultivators had resorted to the imperial arms, and none of them was of the mind to withdraw. Ji Wudao might be powerful, but he must have not completely integrated with the old heaven court, which meant that it was possible for him to be overpowered. The old heaven court was determined to win. When Yi Futian saw what was being played out before him, he immediately realized that as powerful as Ji Wudao's attack was, it did not exert an absolute advantage that deterred everyone who was present. His challengers felt that they would have a definite advantage with the imperial arms in hand. These people were extremely keen to the perception of strength. If no one chose to give up, it would be difficult for Heaven Realm to defend their claim of the old Heaven Court. It would be similar to the time when Yifutian leveraged the will of the Maharaja and was still unable to deter the invasions from every side, if it were not for Yushang and Qingyao who lent him a helping hand just when he needed them the most. Consider how fierce the struggle was for the relic of the Maharaja. The extent of the confrontation over the old Heaven Court was not surprising. It will be difficult for the people of Heaven Realm to defend their claim, Yifutian said. Before, Ji Wudao wanted to put a stop to all the cultivators who were here, but his strength fell short. After all, he was not yet in the realm of near deity, but he was facing several superior cultivators who were on the demigod list, and they have the aid of imperial arms. With such an advantage, why would they voluntarily back down? If the Heaven Realm can't be defended, what should we do? Next to him, Supreme Swordlord asked Yifutian, wondering what his thought was on the situation. Ji Wudao had once gone to cultivate in the territory controlled by Ziwei Segmentum, and he said then that as long as he could, he would want go to the old Heaven Court and take a look there. Yifutian replied casually. There was no rules or regulations to speak of in today's world of cultivation. Strength was always the first factor. No one would give up the opportunity to cultivate in any relics. If they could have broken into Maharaja where he was located, no one would hold themselves back to show him any courtesy on this ancient continent. Above the firmament, everyone slaughtered their way upward into the sky, and the cultivators from the Heaven Realm were retreating, as they have already reached the top of the stairwell, as if they were standing directly under the Heaven Court. At this time, other cultivators in the sky also moved their way upwards, which included all the principalities of each world. Someone cleared the way and drove in. Naturally, they didn't mind adding fuel to the fire. Which one of them didn't want to have a chance at the relic of the old Heaven Court? Ha! At this moment, many people were stunned. They discovered that those cultivators from the Heaven Realm had actually stepped into the Heavenly Palace. That group of cultivators above the firmament had disappeared directly from where they were. As cultivators from other sides revealed a look of surprise, they moved higher into the sky as well, one after another. First among them was the cultivators from the imperial-level forces, including Donghuang Diuan. When they came to the top of the sky stairwell, they saw many magnificent and impressive structures. All that dilapidated palaces and shrines, or the broken pillars that they had seen before, were nothing more than places occupied by the guardians of the old Heaven Court. Here was just an entrance with a door in front. This was the entrance to the old Heaven Court, the gate to the Heavenly Palace. The sight in front of them was so spectacular that the cultivators who went up behind them couldn't help but have their hearts beating wildly. Here was the gate to the old Heaven Court, the site of the first of the 8 legions, the Deva. Princess Duan, please, Di Hao said to Donghuang Duan, making a gesture inviting her to enter. Immediately, Donghuang Duan stepped through and entered inside the old Heaven Court. Yifutian and his party appeared in front of the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Their attention was focused on those cultivators who continued to walk into it. Yifutian noted to himself that cultivators everywhere were equally fervent for the powerful relics that might elevate their cultivations. However, with all the great Emperor-level forces present, would any of these cultivators have any chance of getting anything? For them, a crisis was far more promising than an opportunity. Even so, these cultivators were still coming, if only for a remote possibility that they might obtain the relics. The reality was that only those near-deity existences had some chance of achieving that. Even those cultivators in the second tribulation plane had a slight chance without the help of imperial arms. Even if there were relics, they were unable to compete with any of these major powers. Even if, by chance, they obtained something, it was very possible that they would be hunted down and robbed of it later. Of course, Yifutian himself was still planning on going in. Without thinking too much about it, Yifutian stepped over the gate to the Heavenly Palace and walked into the land that the Deva once ruled in ancient days. As soon as Yifutian and the others passed through the gate to the Heavenly Palace and entered inside, they were shocked by the sight in front of them. This place was like a small world, and so far it was the most well-preserved site among all the relics on this ancient continent. In this small world, although the buildings everywhere had collapsed, the magnificent ruins of the Heavenly Court were vaguely visible. The small world was actually quite expansive. At a glance, there were clusters of buildings everywhere, all of which were ancient relics. Each cluster of buildings was majestic, located in different locations, and each had its own characteristics. Those might be the places of cultivation for the divine generals in the heavenly court. After countless years, they became relics, but they were still permeated with an extremely terrifying aura. The master of the old heaven court's strength must have been one of the strongest in the ancient times, which accounted for his control over the Deva. Such figures must have many great emperors under his command. After all, that was the age of the emperors. Deva was the leader of the 8 legions under the heavenly path, dominated over the entire world. In the distance, many cultivators were moving in one direction. When Yifutian and the others raised their heads to look where they were going, they saw that there was a heavenly palace at the edge of the sky, elusive and ethereal. That ought to be the real heavenly palace, where the Lord of Deva, the heavenly emperor, had once resided in ancient times. Yifutian continued moving forward. After entering this place, all the cultivators flickered their way in different directions. In many other places, they had sensed the existence of the relics from the great emperors. The relics here should be even more than that of the Maharaga tribe, Supreme Sword Lord said softly. As the head of the 8th Legion, this is to be expected at the site where the Deva resided, Yifutian responded, agreeing with the assessment of the Supreme Sword Lord. They could already feel that there were several sites of the relics that contained the will of the great emperor. No wonder these various forces have to fight for it, Supreme Sword Lord said. After having cultivated in their respective relics for several years, they now saw new opportunities ushered in by the attacks of the Divine Prefecture led by Donghuang Diyuan. Together, they stood a better chance of invading inside the Old Heaven Court. They didn't want to let go of the relics at the Old Heaven Court. In the eyes of several great emperor-level forces, the relics of the Maharaga that Yifutian controlled were nothing compared to the relics at the Old Heaven Court. Now, just as they wished, they had made their way here. At this moment, wisps of terrific aura fell on Yifutian and the others, making Yifutian and his group of people frown. Then, from different directions, many other cultivators came to surround them. Their murderous intent was sky-high. Those pesky suckers, the Supreme Sword Lord said with his brows knitted. It was those people again, the cultivators of the ancient god clans from the Divine Prefecture. They were not in a hurry to plunder the relics here. On the contrary, they wanted to take this opportunity to confront Yifutian. Obviously, they had been keeping tabs on Yifutian, tracking his every movement. The Vajra region lord stood at the forefront, surrounded by golden divine light, which covered the boundless space. On the Maharaga's relic site, the Vajra divine child was killed by Feng Siyuan. With a new blood feud added onto old grudges, the Vajra region hated the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace with a passion, and they couldn't wait to slaughter all of them immediately. How dare you come out of the Maharaga tribe? The Vajra region lord said with a horrific murderous intent upon him. Before, by the time they got to the Maharaga tribe, they couldn't do anything because Yifutian was naturally compatible with the will of the Maharaga. Then, when Yushang and Yiqingyao showed up, they had no choice but to retreat, having sustained considerable loss. In the end, they could not cause any damages to Yifutian and the others. But now, Yifutian had walked out of the relics of the Maharaga and came here. Without the will of the Maharaga, how would he contend against them? There would only be death for him. Several ancient god clans had possessed the wills of the great emperors. Therefore, even if their opponent had the support of someone like Supreme Sword Lord and Shi Qiao, it was not enough to deter them. I am not interested in playing with you people just now. You guys should focus on cultivating some more and improving your strength. That way, maybe you get to live for a few more years. Yifutian looked at them and said. His words caused these cultivators to frown. How dare he be so arrogant? What did Yifutian have to use to contend with them? After we killed you, the relics of the Maharaga will be unguarded. At that time, we can slaughter all the cultivators inside and control the relics of the Maharaga, which will be just as good as the relics from this old heaven court, the Vajra region lord said. Above the firmament, a terrifying Vajra dominion appeared, covering the sky and obstructing the sun, sealed off this corner of the sky. The unparalleled divine power of the Vajra region fell, and bathed the Vajra region lord under the divine power of the Vajra region, as if the ancient god of the Vajra region had descended. After a few years of not seeing him, it seemed that the strength of the Vajra region lord had magnified again. Likewise, other cultivators from the ancient god clans were releasing a terrifying aura, which enveloped this area to prevent Yifutian from escaping. Everyone knew that Yifutian was good at Buddha's celerity, which allowed him to evade capture easily. To deal with Yifutian, the first thing they had to do was to seal off the space they were in. Swordlord, make sure everyone is safe, Yifutian said to Supreme Swordlord. No problem. Supreme Swordlord held the imperial arms, the divine sword, and forged a sword domain to protect all their cultivators within it. Yifutian walked a few steps forward, glanced at the Vajra region lord, then raised his head to focus on the dominion above the sky. Above this dominion, the divine power of the Vajra region was circulating endlessly. The golden divine light was shining with a radiance that seemed indestructible. This was the true divine power of the Vajra region, containing the divine power of the great emperor's will, stronger than anything and utterly indestructible. Everyone was looking at Yifutian with a strange look. What did he want to do by stepping out alone at a time like this? Did he want to tempt death? Everyone thought that it would be Supreme Swordlord who would act first. But at this moment, they could feel that there were rays of the great path divine light that flowed about on Yifutian. At the same time, he stretched out his hand. When the great path divine light poured into his palm, suddenly a ruler appeared in the palm of Yifutian's hand. What is that? The cultivators stared at the divine ruler in Yifutian's hand. This was not an imperial arms but a peculiar power of the great path. However, the aura contained in it made them feel a little apprehensive. Would Yifutian deal out some other amazing feat again? Buzz. Just as they were pondering on the matter, Yifutian's body moved as he soared upward and appeared in a place upon high in just an instant. With his arm facing up, the ruler in his hand unleashed at the dominion forged by the divine power of the Vajra region and fell on that sealed area. You are nothing but an ant trying to shake the tree. The Vajra region lord gave a great yell, and there was strong sarcasm in the words he spoke as if he was dismissive of what Yifutian was doing. How could he be so arrogant as to imagine that he could break down the Vajra dominion cast by the divine power of the Vajra region by using a ruler? PSSST. A crystalline sound was heard at this moment as the ruler stabbed directly in the middle of the Vajra dominion. The divine power of the Vajra region was flowing endlessly. Still, at this moment, when the divine power of the Vajra region encountered that ruler, it was avoiding it madly and retreated whichever way it could. It seemed that the divine power of the Vajra region had been suppressed completely. Break! Yifutian spat. Suddenly a light rule exploded from the divine ruler. In an instant, a glow swept across the void, as the Vajra dominion shattered and collapsed in an instant, completely and utterly destroyed. The great path domain that had been forged by the divine power of the Vajra region was broken in an instant. When the Vajra region lord saw what was happening in front of him, his heart was greatly horrified and he was unable to move his eyes. How could this be possible? And how did Yifutian manage to do it? The eyes of the other cultivators were frozen in that direction as well. They stared at the ruler that was in Yifutian's hand and wondered what kind of divine item was that? This ruler was actually able to penetrate it and split through the Vajra dominion. Aside from this ruler, they also discovered that a streamer of the Great Path was flowing freely about Yifutian, as if the will of the Great Path upon him was self-contained and complemented with the divine ruler perfectly. What they saw before them was so similar to the divine light that circulated around Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao before. Yifutian, too, was 1 foot in the realm of near deity. What kind of power is this? The cultivators from the ancient god clans wondered as they stared at Yifutian. The force exerted from that mere ruler was so great that the divine power of the Vajra region was unquestionably suppressed, and its dominion was forcibly breached. Did Yifutian inherit from yet another great emperor? Obviously, this was a power begotten from some other relics again, as Yifutian did not previously have this ability. After a few years, he too had become stronger. Yifutian ignored everyone's speculation. He appeared above the cultivators from the Vajra region. With a thought, he opened the gate of heaven. Above the firmament, the will of terrifying great path rules circulated as if this whole world had turned into the same path commanded by Yifutian. Yifutian was in charge of the great path rules in this space. The sky opened up with extreme radiance. The great path rules descended from the sky and attracted the attention of all the cultivators who were in the distance. Their hearts palpitated when they witnessed this magnificent and strange sight before them. That's Yifutian. Many cultivators recognized Yifutian, and they couldn't help but trembled when they saw what was happening right now. Not too long ago, they had witnessed an awe-inspiring battle between some peak cultivators. The battle between Donghuang Diuan and Ji Wudao, especially, was a battle of great significance. It was a battle between the heir of the Heaven Realm and the heir of the Divine Prefecture. They were the top existences who had a chance to step onto the road to become a great emperor in the future. After the battle, the world finally realized that the heir of the Heaven Realm was terrifying to such a degree that many of them forgot that for a long time before this, whether it was in the Divine Prefecture or the land of the original realm, there was another striking figure named Yifutian. Compared to Di Hao and Donghuang Diuan, it seemed that Yifutian, who was a genius talent that almost defied nature, had been eclipsed by both. It appeared that he had lost his luster in front of these two and could only stand below to watch them battle. However, at this moment in time, they saw Yifutian taking action again. This proud son who had led the Ziwei Imperial Palace to seize the relics of the Moharaga, one of the sites of the 8 legions, had increased in strength after several more years spent in cultivation. It seemed that he had already touched the realm of near deity. This also meant that Yifutian would be officially embarking on the road to becoming a great emperor himself. But he, like the others, was only at the starting point of this long journey. As the sky opened, an ultimate divine ruler appeared above it. Yifutian was bathing in divine light, akin to a god from heaven. That divine ruler suspended in front of him, and the divine glory emitted from it seemed capable of destroying everything. The cultivators of several ancient god clans had sensed the horror that came from this divine ruler. They did not feel any aura of the great path with specific attributes, but that divine ruler itself seemed to represent the great path rules and could incarnate into any kind of great path power it wished. The expression in the eyes of the Vajra region lord was somber as he stared at the sky above. He did not expect Yifutian to become stronger after not seeing him for all these years. Yifutian had cultivated to such a degree that with the descendants of the divine ruler, the Vajra region lord felt a great sense of danger. Clang! A loud sound was heard, and the Vajra region lord clasped his hands together. In an instant, golden light shrouded the boundless space with a radius of thousands of miles. Even those cultivators in the distance could detect a golden light that was illuminating in all directions. Moreover, there was the divine power of the Vajra realm in this golden divine light. Behind the Vajra region lord, there was a massive and gigantic figure. It was as if the ancient god of the Vajra region was surrounded by miles of golden light. This ancient god of the Vajra region was brilliant throughout, cast by gold. When the divine power circulated upon it, it seemed to be an immortal body that was indestructible. On the torso of this ancient god of the Vajra realm, everyone could faintly sense a wisp of the great emperor's aura that was contained within that flowing divine power. Yifutian stretched out his hands. Suddenly a dazzling divine light flowed out of his body and poured into the divine ruler. Above the sky, the great path fell down upon them, and a terrifying storm of the great path began blowing. Kill! Yifutian's eyes were sharper than ever as he scanned the area below. He raised his hand and pointed at the Vajra region lord. Suddenly, an unparalleled beam of light broke through the void and fell straight down. The divine light tore through everything in its path. Clang! Another mighty sound was heard, and the divine light of the great path circulating on the Vajra ancient god was horrific beyond words. A massive and incomparably gigantic Vajra divine seal slammed at the divine ruler that was blasting down. For a time, it seemed that everything had gone topsy-turvy, and everything had been smashed. The divine ruler and the boundless Vajra divine seal collided in the void, and another loud noise came out, bursting in everyone's eardrums. Under the Vajra divine power, the divine seal had runes of the great path running inside of it and erupted with an unparalleled divine brilliance. Even so, under the attack of that terrifying power, golden light spots splashed out, and the divine ruler penetrated through little by little until finally piercing through the massive Vajra divine seal. Between the hands of that gigantic Vajra ancient god, countless phantasmic divine seals flew out, blasting at the divine ruler again and again. Eventually, it was able to stop the momentum of the divine ruler. Such an intense attack made all the bystanders tremble with fear. Even those who were watching the battle from a distance were equally shocked. Had Yifutian's attack become so tyrannical? The Vajra region lord, as the one in charge of the Vajra region, which was part of the ancient god clans, had been suppressed by Yifutian even though he had leveraged the will of the great emperor. The cultivators from other ancient god clans did not jump in. They were wary of the divine ruler from before and were shocked by Yifutian's display of strength. For now, they chose to wait and see. Be careful. The Vajra region lord suddenly cautioned them. Yifutian's figure disappeared from the void without any warning. His Vajra divine power erupted again, covering all the cultivators from the Vajra region behind him, but it was too late. By the time Yifutian returned to where he was, several cultivators from the Vajra region had already fallen. Their bodies were pierced by the light of the ruler, which killed them instantaneously. You seem to have forgotten the lessons in the past. This is a warning to you all, said Yifutian. He stood above the void, bathing in the divine light from above the firmament as he surveyed those below. If I were to kill without restraint, how many of you can stop me? In addition to a few top-level characters, how many from the ancient gold clans could stop his massacre? Moreover, the Vajra Dominion could not contain Yifutian, so who else could restrict his Buddha's celerity? None of them could have done it. Once upon a time, all major ancient god clans had joined forces to challenge Ziwei Segmentum. However, it was precisely because of the Buddha's celerity and the will of Ziwei the Great that they had no choice but to give up. But now, they seemed to have forgotten everything that had happened before. In other words, they thought that as long as they could pose a restriction, they might be able to put an end to Yifutian. Not long ago, they had even threatened to kill Yifutian first, then proceed to the relics of the Maharaja and kill the rest of them. But in a blink of an eye, Yifutian woke them up from their foolish dreams. The auras of several top figures from the ancient god clans were released, and there was imperial glory that flowed about them. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in the mind of the Vajra region lord. Leave. The eyes of the Vajra region lord sharpened. It seemed that the ancestors had some concerns. Could Yifutian really pose a threat to them? Yifutian showed a thoughtful look at this time as he scrutinized the Vajra region lord more closely. Just at that moment, he keenly sensed an aura. But it was not the aura of the Vajra region lord himself. He thought perhaps it was the will of the great emperor. However, these other entities probably had not fully recovered, so there was no way they could use Vajra region lord's full strength. If they were to stage a walk-in like Tianyan the Great, who tried to leverage Wang Zhao's power, it would have been frightening beyond belief. Obviously, these great emperors of the ancient god clans had not yet reached this step. They wanted to be revived by the power of the relics, which meant they did not want to take any risks. Once upon a time, the ancestors of the Haoyan clan had spoken of something like this. The old gods, Yifutian said, his eyes fixed on the Vajra region lord. In the main body of the Vajra region lord, an aura pervaded, and Yifutian felt that someone was looking at him. What kind of power did you use before? The Vajra region lord spat the question out, but Yifutian knew it was not the Vajra region lord who spoke. It was the old gods that were inside of him. They had noticed the special power of the divine ruler. The divine ruler contained the power of the heavenly path, and that was the reason why it was able to suppress the of the Vajra divine power. Fallen old gods who tried to reappear in the world, when your divine power is restored, I will still overpower you, Yifutian said as he looked intently at the Vajra region lord, without responding to his questions. The Vajra region lord merely stared back at Yifutian. Once, Yifutian had said the same thing to the ancestor of the Haoyan clan, But would the fallen old gods be so easily threatened? Now that the great world is open, and the gods reappeared in the world, the day I return will be the day of your death, the Vajra region lord said to Yifutian. His tone was extremely aggressive. Since they had foregone all the niceties, there was no need to pretend. Then, I will wait for that day. Yifutian's eyes swept over the man. Then he walked away and left this place. They both knew that if they were to fight with their lives now, there was no telling who lives or who dies. Therefore, until then, they would continue to cultivate. In the old Heaven Court ruins, the cultivators from all the worlds were going inside to explore. Many had discovered the relics of the great emperors and came here to comprehend and cultivate. Some people had only noticed the battle that involved Yifutian, and they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, they were not here to watch him fight. Look there. Yifutian's eyes moved all the way to the left to an area full of destroyed buildings. Over there was a terrifying divine flame that filled the sky, coloring the sky red. Even though it was so far away, the heat from it could be felt distinctively. It should be the cultivation court of a great emperor, said Taoist monk Mu, who focused on the place, somewhat intrigued. The old heaven court under the rule of the Deva must have many top cultivators, and there would also be some great emperors among them. It may be a place for the great emperors to cultivate. Yifutian concurred. I'm going there to cultivate, Taoist monk Mu said. Since he cultivates in the art of flames, this was perfect for him. The ancient god clans. Before Yifutian had a chance to finish speaking, he heard Taoist monk Mu say, "It's fine since they didn't dare to mess with us in the previous battle. And did the palace lord forget about my special ability?" Yifutian nodded slightly because he did remember. Taoist monk Mu was best at disguising. His ability to conceal was clever and masterful. "Be careful," Yifutian said. "Palace lord, rest assured, if I encounter any danger, I will extricate myself immediately," replied Taoist monk Mu. He separated from the crowd and moved into the distance. The rest of the cultivators continued with Yifutian. This was a small world, and it was very expansive inside. Yifutian moved straight ahead, aiming at that elusive heavenly palace. Before them, the cultivators of the imperial-level forces had already gone there, as did the cultivators of the heaven realm who was in control of the relics of the old heaven court. Over there was the core of the old heaven court, and no one knew what was in it. Buzz! Just as they were making haste, an incomparably divine light swept ahead of them, covering the boundless space. Yifutian and the others looked ahead very carefully and saw that the divine light spilled down above the elusive heavenly palace and covered the entire world. The master of the old heaven court. Yifutian looked there and saw a divine phantom appear between heaven and earth. An unparalleled divine glory was released from the divine phantom above, illuminating this corner of the world. The divine phantom ought to be that of the master of the old heaven court, the one who was once the head of the 8 legions. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the old heaven court. However, he was restricted when he was outside the gate of the heaven court, so he came inside here to draw upon the will from the emperor of the old heaven court and was able to release an exceptional divine might. What was more terrifying was that there were several rays of light that lit up under the divine phantom. Each ray was extremely brilliant. It seemed as if each one represented an ancient deity. Over there, Supreme Sword Lord stared ahead. His heart palpitated. Aside from them, everyone else who entered the old heaven court looked in front with great shock. What were they seeing? The magnificence of the gods? When the relics of the gods appeared, countless cultivators had set foot onto this ancient continent. However, the scene in front of them was still the first time that anyone had seen anything like it, and it was simply too marvelous for words. Even the cultivators of the imperial-level forces had never seen such an exceptional sight. They had never seen something even close to this in any of the other territories in the 8 legions. The gods had appeared together. Finally, as Yifutian and the others approached closer, they could see what was ahead. There was another sky stairwell there, but it was more like a divine stairwell that led to the heavenly palace. There were statues in different positions on the sky stairwell, and all these statues were perfectly preserved. At this time, several of the statues lit up with divine light, which contained the will of the great emperor. The gods from heaven. Below, many cultivators had arrived, including the cultivators of the imperial-level forces. They moved forward in the void, but their speed gradually slowed until they eventually stopped. All they did was stare at the shocking scene ahead of them. Above the sky stairwell were the statues of the gods in heaven. Those statues that lit up with the divine light and released the will of the great emperor were the ones that had resonated with the cultivators. They had been awakened. The gods under the throne of the old heaven court emperor, Yifutian, and the others arrived as well. Their pace slowed, and their eyes fixed on the shocking scene in front of them. All of them felt that strong impact by what they had seen. No one could know or verify how powerful the heavenly emperor of the old heaven court was. However, as the first man of the 8 legions, the heavenly emperor might very well be the first person under the heavenly path. How powerful would such an existence be? Under his command, there were many heavenly deities. More importantly, the characteristics of these gods seemed to be particularly obvious. There were the god of the sun, the god of the moon, the god of thunder, the god of rain. These gods all served under the throne of the heavenly emperor, and they were the gods in charge of the world. Usually, they would not have been here, but in the other realms with their own cultivators. Unless the heavenly emperor summoned them, they would not show up at the heaven court. How terrifying was the battle of the gods in the days of yore. The heavenly emperor had summoned the gods here to join him in war. However, judging from the situation, this was not the battlefield. Although there were some invaders, the place was not completely destroyed. The heavenly emperor should have led all the gods for the attack, but they had left a trace of their will here. Perhaps they had already realized that this might be a war of apocalyptic scale. The heaven realm of the later generations seems to be in harmony with the old heaven court in ancient times. Why is this so, and how are the two connected? Yifutian wondered. Could it be that the heavenly emperor did not completely perish in the battle of yesteryear? But he continued to exist in another form and was revived in later generations. Had he created the heaven realm? And the 9 star lords of today in the heaven realm seem to echo the gods of the old heaven court. Could it be that they were really of the same heritage? There were also the dark court and the Azura, which were said to have some connection with each other as well. Because of this, the cultivators in the heaven realm worked so well with the power inherited from the old heaven court. At this moment, Ji Wudao was standing on the sky stairwell. Behind him, the divine phantom of the heavenly emperor stood between heaven and earth so that Ji Wudao appeared like a son of heaven. It seemed that Ji Wudao had indeed inherited the will of the heavenly emperor, or else he would be unable to leverage the power here when he was outside of the old heaven court. Now that they were here, this power was getting stronger. Furthermore, he was not the only one here. There were also other top figures in the heaven realm, and several of them were able to communicate with the god's will. Dong Huang Diyuan and the others stood in different positions below, letting out a terrifying aura. Some of them had imperial arms in hand that emitted divine might while moving in the direction of the sky stairwell. The god's inheritance. As I said, old heaven court belongs to the heaven realm. Before, I was being generous. If you continue to act so aggressively, don't blame me for being ruthless, Ji Wudao said, and his words caught Yifutian's attention. Was Ji Wudao being generous before? And it wasn't because he didn't dare slaughter the lot of them? In any case, the heaven realm was small in size. Even if all the great emperors had reached an agreement not to intervene in the affairs that occurred at this place, Ji Wudao would not dare to kill the top figures of those imperial-level forces or even their heirs. Not just him, but those imperial-level forces would also restrain themselves in their confrontations with one another. I'm afraid the heaven realm can't claim the inheritance of the gods in the old heaven court as their own, said Wuxia as he was holding the imperial arms and looked up at the figure high above the sky. Likewise, Ji Wudao looked down at Wuxia, who was below, and said, "There are 8 legions under the heavenly path, and the heavenly realm controls but one of them, and each of you also controls a place of your own. Even the Ziwei segmentum controls the relics of the Maharaja. Inside those relics, there are also many inheritances of great emperors. Why don't you guys go rob them instead?" In the distance, Yifutian frowned when he heard this. He raised his head to glance at Ji Wudao. He saw that the other man's gaze also passed over him. Was this a deliberate attempt to use him as a distraction? However, all the cultivators were here for the sake of the old heaven court, and no matter how much Ji Wudao wanted to distract them, it was probably unlikely. These principalities would not let this go quickly, especially now that they had seen the statues of the gods. They would not give up the heaven court. Of course, this was if Ji Wudao could suppress everyone. One after another, divine light emanated from the statues in the void. The will of the great emperor was strong. Each statue represented the existence of a god under the throne of the heavenly emperor. Yifutian looked over there, laughing to himself. Did they think he was so easy to bully? Deva, the head of the 8 legions, and the heavenly emperor of the old heaven court was not something that the Maharaga tribe could hope to compare with. Although I am in control of the will of the Maharaga, I have gained nothing so far. This place is different. The statues of all the gods are perfect and intact, unlike the relics of the Maharaga, which are all broken remains, and many of them have lost their heritage. Yifutian continued, "Look at these statues of the gods. They are all preserved by the ancient gods with their own wills so that they remained intact. Not to mention, there is also the will of the master from the old heaven court. What abilities have you inherited?" Since Ji Wudao wanted to use him as a diversion, there was no reason for him to hold back out of sheer politeness. In the land of the 7 realms, the heaven realm was the smallest, but even the heaven realm considered itself far stronger than the Ziwei segmentum. After all, they were an imperial-level force with a profound history, and their lineup was terrifying. Now, all the cultivators from the heaven realm could fight with the wills from the statues of the gods. Compared to defeating all these cultivators from the heaven realm, it was far simpler to kill the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace who were here and not in their respective relics. As long as Yifutian was killed off, the land of the Maharaga relics would have no master and could then be plundered at will. Ji Wudao's eyes swept to Yifutian again. Before he could speak, a statue beneath Ji Wudao lit up with the divine glory of the great emperor, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. All eyes were now looking towards that direction and saw that the statue was extremely majestic, giving everyone a sense of aggressive dominance. Yifutian recognized the cultivator who was standing in front of the statue. They had even fought one another once upon a time. It was the Pagoda King, one of the 4 heavenly kings, whose cultivation was most powerful. The instant the divine light erupted, the light of the pagoda swept out from the statue and began merging with him. This god complements his abilities. The cultivators stared at the statue as the will of the great emperor surrounded the body of the pagoda king. Suddenly, there was a terrifying will of the gods that enveloped the boundless space. Boom! As a glow illuminated outward, everyone sensed a powerful coercion. They looked up and saw a pagoda had appeared, accompanied by a terrifying storm of a hurricane, which gave rise to the pagoda. The pagoda was becoming larger as it expanded with golden divine light that shrouded the sky and the sun. It was suspended above everyone, pressing down upon them with all its might. Likewise, Yifutian looked up into the firmament and found that he and the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were underneath the pagoda. This was a direct attack meant for him, wanting to make an example of him to deter cultivators from other imperial-level forces so that they would not dare to act prematurely. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace knew the intention behind the action. Behind Yifutian, Blind Tai levitated into the air. He held the imperial arms, the sky tremor, as an unparalleled figure appeared behind him like a god. Wisps of terrifyingly shocking aura swept out from the hammer itself. Boom! Above the sky came a violent roar like thunder from heaven, shaking everyone's spiritual soul. That gigantic pagoda suddenly moved down as the shadow of the pagoda cast down to suppress everything below and move in on Yifutian and the others. The terrifying pagoda seemed to swallow up Yifutian and the others in just an instant. But Blind Tai faced it head-on as the sky tremor in his hand blasted towards the firmament. A destructive divine light penetrated the sky outright and pierced through the divine light that shot out from the pagoda. Below, a devastating storm raged. However, the group of cultivators from Ziwei Segimentum stood there, motionless, unaffected by the storm. Clang! A loud boom came out, and the terrifying imperial arms slammed on the pagoda, blasting the pagoda high into the sky. But it was not broken. A horrific aura poured ceaselessly into the pagoda, fed by those godly statues positioned on the sky stairwell. Buzz! The pagoda was spinning faster and faster, and all 99 levels of the pagoda seemed to have doubled. They slammed down again for the kill. The pagoda turned into a solid entity this time and flew down to imprison Yifuqian and the others. The giant pagoda descended exceptionally rapidly, and the sky above Yifuqian and the others darkened. Blind Tai surged into the sky, waving the sky tremor in his hand. His body merged with the phantom behind him, creating an unbelievable vision. The sky tremor expanded as if it was an imperial arm held by a god from heaven, domineering and threatening. Without any additional frills, the sky tremor slammed at the pagoda above in the sky as golden radiance burst, blocking the downward movement of the pagoda. When the hammer blasted on the pagoda once again, the earth seemed to be split open, and an unparalleled divine light erupted above the firmament. The vast expanse of the small world was violently shaken. However, the cultivators who stood around remained as solidly rooted into the earth as ever. Those who came were top figures so that they could handle the storm created by the battle calmly. Above the sky stairwell, rays of divine light permeated. The pagoda king was unable to run past Blind Tai, even with the will of the gods. Everyone was surprised when they saw the outcome of the clash. Yifuqian had given the imperial arms he obtained from Tianyan City to Blind Tai. So now, what kind of imperial arms would Yifuqian use for himself? Naturally, everyone believed that Yifuqian must have obtained an even better imperial arms among the relics of the Maharaja, and that was the reason he gave the sky tremor to Blind Tai. The cultivators from the heaven realm frowned as they stood upon the sky stairwell. They understood that the original intention for the pagoda king was to intimidate the cultivators from all sides. However, he was blocked by a cultivator from Ziwei Imperial Palace, and his attack couldn't even get close to Yifuqian. Buzz! At this moment, an even more terrifying aura came from the top of the sky stairwell. In an instant, the sky above was split open, as a storm of destruction was born. Even the pagoda was being covered by it. Black Almighty is making his move. Everyone stared at the area above the sky stairwell. How powerful was the Black Almighty? Previously, he had defeated Feng Ru and battled Di Hao. His combat effectiveness was considerably more horrific. At this moment, the statue behind him also lit up. He, who had cultivated to this realm, seemed to be merged with the will inside the statue. His figure was gone in a flash, and he then reappeared high in the sky. He was below the dark brewing storm, looking down at the cultivators. The almighty divine swordsmanship was terrifying already in itself, and it contained the power to destroy everything. Not to mention that there were also the wills of the gods from the old heaven court. Every divine light ray from the almighty divine swordsmanship seemed capable of immolating a top existence. The cultivators from every major force looked solemn, and they dared not take the situation lightly. If the Black Almighty were to deal them a fatal blow suddenly, it would pose a great danger to them, so they had to be vigilant at all times. Behind Yifuqian, someone stepped into the void and came above those from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Above his body, an unparalleled sword will swayed upwards. It was the Taishang swordsmanship. The person who walked out was none other than the Supreme Swordlord himself. A divine sword was suspended in front of the Supreme Swordlord as the sword mudra formed by his hands sailed over the divine sword. Suddenly, the terrifying Supreme Sword will went up against the force, just like the will of the most supreme swordsmanship. Before this, he was just a spectator. When he watched the battle between Black Almighty, Feng Ru, and Di Hao, he wondered what would happen if he were to make a move. If his Taishang swordsmanship fought the almighty divine swordsmanship, what would be the outcome? Now, this seemed to be a chance for him to find out. However, the Black Almighty was resorting to the power of the gods, and he was leveraging the divine power of the imperial arms. However, as far as swordsmanship was concerned, it was still the almighty divine swordsmanship versus the Taishang swordsmanship. Both of them were compelling figures near deity existences, and they were now fighting with the power of the great emperors. It was inconceivable just how frightening this battle would be. If they hadn't controlled the ripples from this battle, the wills of these two terrifying swordsmanship were enough to topple this corner of the world. The almighty divine sword and the supreme divine sword collided in the void, and an unparalleled aura of destruction pervaded. It was as if everything was about to be shattered. Nonetheless, the almighty divine sword was unable to break through the defense and unable to invade inside the place where the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace were located. The two significant cultivators had taken action, but the issue was not solved. Their efforts to make an example out of the Ziwei Imperial Palace seemed to have backfired this time. Boom! A loud bang was heard as a massive figure came down from the sky stairwell. A statue of a deity behind this person lit up now, and suddenly a ponderous will of the great path erupted in an overbearing manner. Gaia Star Lord. This man was the Gaia Star Lord, one of the 9 Star Lords. His strength was incredibly domineering, and he, too, had resonated with a statue of the deity. More importantly, everyone saw that he was not the only one in front of the statue, as there was also another cultivator. Both men were comprehending the same statue at the same time. Clearly, that statue of the deity was fitting for the cultivation of both men. The strength of the Gaia Star Lord was not considered top-notch. He was only one of the 9 Star Lords. Even so, he was a cultivator in the second tribulation plane, and he had the power of the gods attached to him at the moment, which augmented his combat effectiveness to a great degree. Thus, he stepped forward, clearing a path to attack. Buzz! A divine light exploded forth, and Feng Xuan was seen walking forward. The divine arm, the golden halberd, was in his hand, bursting with a dazzling divine glory from the great emperor. The Gaia Star Lord's eyes sharpened at the sight. Although his realm was higher than that of Feng Xuan, who could ignore the might of the divine arms? Bang! With a loud bang, an indescribable heavy pressure swept forward, and Feng Xuan gave a cold huff. A golden divine aurora shot from his eyes as the golden halberd in his hand lanced forward, colliding with the mark of the earth that was blasted down by his opponent. A glow lit up this corner of the sky, and it was obvious that the divine seal contained horrific power. Nonetheless, the seal was penetrated by the imperial arms. Then, the Gaia Star Lord gave a great shout, and many marks of the earth seemed to overlap one on top of the other and multiplied into many divine seals. Feng Xuan's expression remained unchanged, and an even more dazzling divine glory erupted from his person. In front of him, countless golden divine halberds condensed and formed at the same time and slammed forward. The divine glory of the gods cut through the void and split open the souls. "Break for me!" Feng Xuan shouted, and those multiple marks of the earth collapsed and shattered, repelling the Gaia Star Lord back to his original position. Behind him, an invisible force held him steady and gave him support. "Master!" The Gaia Star Lord couldn't help but feel as if he had been beaten. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, he had not just lost but lost to a youngster. That young cultivator seemed to be one of Yi Futian's disciples. As one of the 9 Star Lords from the Heaven Realm, his defeat by one of Yi Futian's disciples would damage his reputation significantly in the Heaven Realm. Even though Feng Xuan had the help of the imperial arms, his realm was lower. On the other hand, the Gaia Star Lord had leveraged the god's will and therefore had no excuses for his defeat. The master of the Gaia Star Lord was the supreme heavenly king, who ranked first among all 4 heavenly kings. His offensive power was incredibly aggressive, and his strength was unparalleled. Even the Pagoda King was no comparison to him when they had a showdown, which demonstrated just how tyrannical was the power wielded by the supreme heavenly king. At this moment, he took a step forward which caused the Gaia Star Lord to step back. Suddenly, all the cultivators felt an irresistible coercion in the boundless void. The moment the might of the supreme heavenly king bloomed, many thought that they could no longer stand steady upon their own legs. The pressure they were experiencing was enough to suffocate them. As the head of the 4 heavenly kings, his status was only second to that of the black and white almighties, as he had already proven the realm of near deity. Although there was a considerable gap between him and the 2 almighty beings, Anyone in the realm of near deity was standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. The minute he walked out, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was under incredible pressure. After all, who could stop the Supreme Heavenly King? The Supreme Sword Lord had already fought. Would Shi Qiao from West Imperial Palace fight him with her imperial arms? The other major forces were in no hurry to intervene in this battle. They were not in a rush. Initially, the gathering of these principalities was to lay siege and suppress the cultivators from the Heaven Realm so that they could fight for the old Heaven Court. But now, it had evolved into a battle between the Heaven Realm and the Ziwei Imperial Palace. All because of something Ji Wudao said that instigated this new storm of contention. Perhaps the cultivators from the Heaven Realm thought that this battle could be won easily, and that they could use the Ziwei Imperial Palace to set an example for the others. However, they were unable to vanquish those from Ziwei Imperial Palace until now. However, the two strongest people in the Heaven Realm had made their moves. If the White Almighty were to step in, there would be no doubts whatsoever about the outcome of this battle. Moreover, there was still Ji Wudao, who had inherited the will of the ancient Heavenly Emperor. If he was to jump in, who could stop him? If that happened, perhaps all the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum would be wiped out. Even the Supreme Sword Lord was hard-pressed to resist that kind of coercion. However, the Heaven Realm was not just facing the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. In their opinion, the Ziwei Imperial Palace was the weakest among all the forces, and other Imperial-level forces were lying in wait. Therefore, the Heaven Realm did not dispatch its most powerful aces just yet. But they didn't expect that they would have so much difficulty taking down the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. They had thought it would not take much time to deal with Ziwei Imperial Palace, which was why they decided to use it as a way to enhance their own reputation. But the whole thing had backfired, and now they were stuck in this deadlock. Could Shi Qiao stop the Supreme Heavenly King? Everyone knew that Shi Qiao of the West Imperial Palace was part of the ancient god clans, and she carried with her the consciousness of the great emperor. In addition, she also had the Raindrop Divine Sword in her possession, which could unleash a powerful force that was no less than those top figures. Yifutian cast a glance her way, saw that next to him, Shi Qiao took a step forward, wanting to go out and fight. Currently, in the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, no one else could counter near-deity existences. In proving the realm of the Supreme Heavenly King, she was the only one who could contend with him, so it was natural for her to want to get into the fray. However, someone's hand reached out and stopped her. Shi Qiao looked and saw that Yifutian still had his eyes on the front, but whispered to her, "I'll go." Since these cultivators wanted to go against him so badly and intended to use Ziwei Imperial Palace to make their own names, he had no choice but to take a stand himself. Yifutian moved forward and came out from the camp of Ziwei Imperial Palace, and Shi Qiao watched Yifutian from behind. She did not doubt Yifutian's strength, but in her estimation, Yifutian should be the last one to step out. That was why she wanted to step out herself and take this fight. However, Yifutian had come out on his own. Above the vast void, the battlefield was filled with an astonishing aura, as the entire small world was shrouded by this horrific atmosphere. Many cultivators from different directions were heading this way. Yifutian, too, had stepped forward. In the outside world, the confrontations between those top figures were simply shocking. The halo above this legendary figure from the Divine Prefecture seemed to have dimmed compared to Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diuan, and all the other notable figures. But now, Yifutian, the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, seemed reluctant to stay on the sidelines any longer. In the face of near-deity existences, he was ballsy enough to step forward. The near-deity aura of Supreme Heavenly King pressed down and shrouded Yifutian. The cultivators in the surrounding area felt a haze hovered above Yifutian. Donghuang Diuan and the others looked at him as well. Yifutian wanted to fight a near-deity? Supreme Heavenly King looked at Yifutian, who was below. Just now, Yifutian's disciple had defeated his disciple. What can you use to fight? The Supreme Heavenly King questioned him as he stood in the sky above. When he spoke, it felt as if the might of heaven had descended and landed upon Yifutian. At this moment, Yifutian seemed to be facing a god. To everyone around them, Yifutian seemed remarkably insignificant. In front of a near deity, one would naturally appear small and inconsequential. Even Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan would not be able to shake an existence of this caliber without resorting to the power of their inheritance. Ji Wudao had inherited the power of the Heavenly Emperor, and Donghuang Diyuan had inherited the power of the ancestral dragon. What about Yi Futian? As Supreme Heavenly King said, what did Yi Futian have to fight with a near-deity existence like him? Raising his head, Yi Futian stared at Supreme Heavenly King, who walked out from the sky stairwell. What would Yi Futian fight him with? You will know once you have a taste of my attacks, Yi Futian replied. Supreme Heavenly King glared at Yi Futian as he took a step forward. At once, a godly might was unleashed from his form, and a bizarre phenomenon took place in the sky. An isolated dimension was formed above the latter's head. A pantheon of gods was looking at the ground condescendingly from a high altitude, releasing the pressure of their might. Every figure of the gods was diffusing an intimidating aura. Echoes of their voices were heard throughout the void as if they were roaring. Many cultivators on the ground felt feeble as they took in the scenery before their eyes. They could feel their hearts pounding frantically in their chests as they thought the might of the gods suppressing them, causing them to feel hopeless and have the urge to prostrate themselves to worship the deities in the sky. The entourage of gods was surrounding the paramount of the 4 heavenly kings in Heaven Realm, Supreme Heavenly King. Yi Futian seemed minuscule within the supreme domain. Although alone, the divine light of the great path flowed around him, with his body as the center. It formed a rule unconstrained by any suppressions of the great paths in the world. Thus, he would not fall on his knees and worship the gods. Raising his head, Yi Futian looked into the void where the overwhelming supreme domain extended its influence. He was rooted to the spot and would not incline his body even if the sky were to fall on him. The cultivators at the scene were staring at Yi Futian, who stood unwaveringly in the face of Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity plane cultivator. A hint of astonishment flashed across their eyes when they noticed the Great Path domain became a separate entity around Yi Futian's body, as if it was the path of his own. Yi Futian was on his way to become a near-deity plane cultivator, and he had arrived before the threshold of the next tier. A deep, rumbling sound came from above Yi Futian's head, whereby a humongous countenance that belonged to a god could be seen in the void. Up there, the phantoms of the gods gathered in a place and directed the god's might at the enormous face. They would then let out a low-pitched roar toward Yi Futian and turn it into the authority of heaven. Within seconds, a storm hit the entire vast atmosphere of the domain. Upon seeing that, countless cultivators unleashed the force of the Great Path to defend themselves from the authority of heaven. Even so, a great many of them could not hold their own against the violent storm. Hence, the kind of pressure Yi Futian, who stood at the center of the storm of the Great Path, was facing was unimaginable. He stood firmly on the same spot. The divine light circulated his entire body without being affected by the surrounding in the slightest. Clash! A loud boom filled the air. One sounded like a thunderclap. It impaired the hearing of numerous cultivators, whose spiritual souls were also shaken tremendously. The next moment, a massive palm could be seen falling from the firmament, directed at where Yi Futian stood. It looked like a giant palm of Xianxia that attempted to annihilate everything on the ground underneath the sky. Before the enormous palm reached the land, a loud rumble could be heard from above everyone's head ceaselessly. Meanwhile, cracks began to appear on the ground as the terrifying noise caused by the repercussion of the falling palm was heard. The force of the fast-approaching palm was terrifyingly immense. Supreme Heavenly King, the paramount of the 4 heavenly kings, was known for his domineering demeanor and peerless strength. One of his disciples was even named Gaia Star-Lord in Heaven Realm. Knowing just this, one could imagine how mighty he was. Could Yi Futian parry such a powerful attack? Yi Futian's form seemed even smaller in the face of the imminent supreme great palm of Xianxia. It wasn't easy to make out his silhouette as he was covered by the palm. The divine light gleaming around his body helped the others to notice he was still standing. Could he escape from the giant palm span with his celerity? Whoosh! At that moment, a magnificent storm of rule power blew around Yi Futian. Immediately, A significant number of cultivators turned to look at him. The onlookers saw a breathtaking divine ruler in the middle of the gale. The divine ruler was launched toward the menacing palm falling from the sky. Before they knew it, everyone caught sight of the giant palm being pierced through, and ruptures formed throughout the visible parts of it. Shortly after, the entire supreme great palm shattered as a loud explosion was heard. The intimidating aura disappeared as the storm slowly dissipated. Many cultivators gaped at Yi Futian in bewilderment. Their hearts were pounding like mad as they took in the sight of his silhouette. The supreme great palm of Tianxin was smashed to smithereens by a ruler. Not only did Yi Futian not flee from the spot with his celerity, but he even launched a counterattack. The divine light everyone saw earlier was emitted from the ruler in his hand. He had successfully crushed an attack by near-deity plane cultivators. The power he exhibited earlier was comparable to that of Donghuang Diuan, who borrowed the power of the ancestral dragon. Is that an imperial arm? Everyone set their eyes on the weapon in Yi Futian's hand. There was a distinct aura around the divine ruler. However, it was not an imperial arm. It's a divine item. Countless cultivators thought to themselves. After scrutinizing, they concluded that it was indeed a divine item, one left behind by a god. Although it was not an imperial arm, it was still reasonably powerful. One of the cultivators, who entered the shrine of the Karura before, furrowed their brows. Back when I went to the ruins of the Karura for cultivation, I had heard of the body of the demonic lord being sealed by the divine ruler. A cultivator announced, staring at the ruler in Yi Futian's hand. Upon hearing that, numerous people's hearts skipped a beat. Still, plenty of cultivators were informed about the fact, especially those at the emperor level. These individuals got to know after exchanging information regarding their respective ruins. To think that the divine ruler that sealed the demonic lord would be in Yi Futian's possession. This was something that happened many years ago. At that time, a group of Devil World's cultivators, who were heading toward brought him to the Maharaga tribe, brought him to the ruin of the demonic lord. After that, the divine ruler was nowhere to be found. The Devil Imperial Palace's cultivators also began their closed-door training. At once, someone turned their eyes to a demonic cultivator, who was also among the crowd. Shouldn't the demonic cultivators be well versed about this? A person asked. Even the emperor-level cultivators were very much interested in this topic, so they were focusing on the crowd as well. How powerful would the divine ruler be if it could seal even the likes of the Devil Emperor? This is good stuff. Supreme Heavenly King peered at Yi Futian and commented. If the divine ruler could seal the demonic lord as rumored, it was indeed worthy of the former's time to take a good look at it. Initially, they only launched the attack at Yi Futian to intimidate him. Its purpose was to shift the other cultivators' focus from them so that the former would head toward the ruins of the Maharaga. Yet, it never crossed their minds that Yi Futian was carrying the divine ruler that once sealed the demonic lord with him. If that were the bona fide divine ruler, things would get interesting. Hand it over! Supreme Heavenly King commanded and lifted his hand. In a flash, the giant palm of Tianxin could be seen descending from the sky toward the location where Yi Futian stood, attempting to seize the divine ruler from him forcefully. After enlarging the divine ruler, Yi Futian turned to look at the sky as he swung the weapon in his hand toward the giant palm that was fast approaching. And as expected, the giant palm was broken into pieces upon impact. It could not handle the attack by the divine ruler at all. Almost none of the forces of the Great Path could be unscathed after being hit by it. What a unique force of the Great Path! Someone commented while staring at the divine ruler that filled with unparalleled energy. Thump! A spine-chilling aura filled the atmosphere of the domain following the booming noise. After lifting their heads, everyone saw Supreme Heavenly King chanting runes to form a spell. Simultaneously, the might of the gods gradually became more overwhelming in the sky. Without delay, the gods could be seen levitating at 36 different locations and remained there. Let's get out of here. Most of the crowds retreated, attempting to flee from this blood-curdling domain. However, they realized that they could not leave the domain the 36 gods had covered with their power. The onlookers could only unleash the forces of the Great Path to defend themselves as they were left without a choice. As Xianxia swung her raindrop divine sword, rain fell in the area where the Ziwei Imperial Palace group stood, covering the entire space like the aftermath of an attack. After creating a resonance, the gods in the sky effused a supreme god's might, turning it into a domain that isolated the entire space within from the outside. On the other hand, Supreme Heavenly King remained high up, lowering his head to gaze at Yi Futian condescendingly. He did not stop incanting the runes. The divine sound he produced was brimmed with God's might, which was unbearable to the ears. Yi Futian tossed the divine ruler in his hand upward, and it hovered above his head. All of a sudden, a terrifying domain manifested with his body as the pivot. It began discharging divine light, and countless silhouettes of the ruler sprung up around him. It looked like the number of rulers increased. Swoosh! The divine ruler emitted a brilliant divine light that beamed straight into the sky. Soon it covered the entire domain within. Upon seeing that, the gods unleashed the supreme great palm that caused the whole atmosphere to tremble and directed it at Yi Futian. Go! As Yi Futian spoke, the divine rulers around him broke the dimension barrier and disappeared into thin air. A radiant divine light beamed across the space, and a violent roar followed it. The light of the divine ruler penetrated through the giant palm released by a god. It was as if an unstoppable blade had cut through the latter like a knife through butter. The giant palm of Xianxia was pierced completely by the divine ruler, with countless cultivators witnessing the happening. When the divine light illuminated, every resistance was futile. Not even the supreme great palm could escape the fate from being shattered. The divine ruler levitated in the sky after the giant palm was disintegrated. It encircled Yi Futian as he was in midair. While the enlarged divine ruler remained at a high altitude, the remaining still in the void resonated with it as the central point. What an unbelievable power! The hearts of the onlookers palpitated like crazy as they gaped at the divine ruler. To think that he could crush an attack by a near-deity cultivator in full force. At that time, the remaining divine rulers in the void were brimmed with sword will. It happened because the power of the divine ruler assumed the form of swordsmanship. Bang! At that moment, the divine ruler above Yi Futian's head pointed at the void. As the result of the resonance, the remaining ones directed themselves at the center of the sky. Lifting his head, Yi Futian looked into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, he leaped upward and shot himself above the clouds. With that, multiple rays of the light of the divine ruler broke the dimension barrier and fired at the domain created by the phantoms of the gods. Boom! 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 Countless divine rulers gleamed with divine light as they penetrated the domain. Shortly after, the enlarged divine ruler also drilled through the domain and showed up there. It went on until all of them successfully infiltrated the domain. Yi Futian hovered beside the divine ruler and reached a high altitude. When he lowered his head to stare at Supreme Heavenly King, he looked like an invincible and almighty divine being. It was a spectacular sight to behold. It was comparable to the fight between Donghuang Diyuan and Ji Wudao. At that moment, the manner of Yi Futian as he fought against a near-deity plane cultivator could hold a candle to Donghuang Diyuan and other similar. If one were to nitpick that the former was using the power of the divine ruler, they had to consider the fact that the latter did borrow the power of the ancestral dragon as well. Besides, the fight was not even over yet. Was Yi Futian planning to bring down Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator? Supreme Heavenly King raised his head to look at Yi Futian. As it stood, the former did not expect the fight to be this difficult. Indeed, it had never crossed his mind that the latter could take his all-out attack, let alone breaking his domain and getting out of it. This fight had gone out of hand. Not only did he not intimidate anyone, but it seemed like he only helped to show the night of Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivators. If they could not wipe the floor with the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch, they would have a hard time securing the ruins of Old Heaven Court for themselves. Suddenly, a beaming divine light brightened up the entire sky. The divine rulers above Yi Futian's head were gleaming with rays that reached every part of the atmosphere. At once, countless divine rulers circled his body and covered the entire firmament, turning into the divine ruler domain. Clang. Endless divine rulers moved toward the head of Supreme Heavenly King. As the divine light shone, he was overshadowed by it. A faint pressure could be felt from it, though it was unlike the overwhelming one that he released earlier. Yet it was enough to make him feel threatened. What kind of will is that? Supreme Heavenly King murmured. His brows knitted together. Apart from him, the other cultivators were wondering in bewilderment as to what sort of power Yi Futian wielded. Attack! After Yi Futian spoke, the light of divine ruler filled the entire atmosphere from the sky and formed an isolated domain. Supreme Heavenly King felt a fast-approaching destructive force that disregarded distance when all the divine rulers fell from the heavens. Pagoda King and Melody King, who were standing on the sky stairwell, frowned with uneasiness when they took in the sight of it. After all, it was not something unfamiliar to them. They had first-hand experience of how powerful the attack of Yi Futian's swordsmanship, Tianju, was. Yet, at the moment, the divine swordsmanship attack was radiating the light of the divine ruler. As expected, the sight before their eyes was the divine swordsmanship attack created by Yi Futian Tianju. They noticed numerous swords within the light of the divine ruler. Both the sword and ruler gradually merged into one without any rejection. Immediately after, all of them fell from the sky at a breakneck speed, disregarding the distance in between. Boom! A domain manifested around Supreme Heavenly King. It had a divine feel to it. The god's might within the domain was terrifying. Soon, many gods appeared inside it and waited for their orders. When the divine light of the great path glinted, a spear came into existence in Supreme Heavenly King's hand. It was overflowing with divine power. Endless divine rulers penetrated his domain from the sky. Upon seeing that, he raised the domineering spear in his hand toward the void. Immediately, the supreme god's might filled the air. The pantheon of gods each held a spear in their hands and charged upward. As they did, many terrifyingly destructive divine lights shot toward the sky and caused a violent bang in the atmosphere. The spears broke the barrier into the void and clashed head-on with the divine ruler. The two different wills dissipated upon collision. Bang! A petrifying sound shook the entire atmosphere. Supreme Heavenly King transfigured into a god and carried the spear to break the barrier of space and time. The violent storm stirred by his action caused a crack in the fabric of space itself, as if the sky would be torn open. The strength of his attack was unimaginable. How powerful would the attack of a near-deity cultivator be after being charged up? Cultivators of his tier would rarely exercise close-quarter combat. However, Supreme Heavenly King was unparalleled in strength and had invincible divine power. Rumble. A line began appearing in the sky as an exceptional divine light of the great path shone and rested on Yi Futian. He instantly stretched his hand out and grabbed an enlarged divine ruler. The brilliant light flowed from his body and merged with the divine ruler, turning it into an accurate imperial arm. Countless light shone on Yi Futian's body, transforming his form into something new. It was no longer a physical vessel made of flesh and blood, but the great path itself. After a light of the divine ruler flashed, his silhouette disappeared from everyone's eyes as he flew downward. Two inimitable lights collided with each other and disintegrated all things surrounding them. The sight of it was comparable to doomsday. Even the force of the great path was utterly destroyed, leaving the two of them covered in the divine light. The aftermath of their collision stirred up a great path superstorm that obliterated everything on its path. Still, the onlookers continued to set their eyes above the sky where the clash occurred, the fight between Yi Futian and a near-deity cultivator. With a near-deity cultivation level, Supreme Heavenly King did not borrow the power of the Great Emperor. But of course he would not do so. After all, his opponent was a junior cultivator whose cultivation level was slightly lower than his. Should he win the fight by using the will of the Great Emperor, he would lose his dignity. Clang! Frightening sound of clashing could be heard in the storm. It was the sound of the divine ruler and supreme overlord spear hitting against each other. The people on the sidelines noticed a crack on the domineering spear after the strike against the divine light of the divine ruler. Simultaneously, they heard a crisp sound from the Overlord's spear. The spear might be breaking. A turquoise beam of light lit up as the divine ruler came down from the sky. As the clicking sound went on, everyone's attention remained on the spot where it originated. The divine ruler did not slow down when the spear Supreme Heavenly King created was split open in half. Eventually, the spear crumbled slowly and was reduced to nothingness. He broke the spear. The onlookers' hearts skipped a beat at the sight of a near-deity cultivator's spear being destroyed. And it belonged to Supreme Heavenly King, who was unrivaled in strength and matchless in his might. To top it all off, as the paramount of Heaven Realm's 4 heavenly kings, he was known for his authoritative divine power. Additionally, he had powerful disciples like Gaia Star-Lord and so on. Yet, no one had expected that Yi Futian could crush Supreme Heavenly King's attack in a head-on battle. Not only did the divine ruler not remain there, but it continued to shoot downward. The divine ruler annihilated everything on its path. Nothing could remain, not even the law power. A silhouette of a sword could be seen within the divine ruler. The sight was created by Yi Futian's heaven-slaying swordsmanship. Supreme Heavenly King pushed his palm upward, which resonated with the gods, creating a divine domain covering a vast space and suppressing the atmosphere. Nevertheless, the divine ruler continued to destroy everything along its way. Even the divine domain suffered the same fate. The intimidating light of the divine ruler traversed the void, pushing Supreme Heavenly King backward. It continued to shoot downward until it hit the ground and formed a massive pit. As a result, the entire area was turned into a complete wasteland. He repelled a near-deity cultivator. Everyone's eyes were set on the fight as they witnessed Supreme Heavenly King being forced back by Yi Futian. Although the former was not defeated, it still did not change that he was driven back. Everyone could hardly believe the sight of Yi Futian warding off a near-deity cultivator in a direct confrontation. In other words, Yi Futian already had the strength to defeat a near-deity cultivator. Needless to say, his combat ability had reached the same tier as well. So, he could finally be compared with Donghuang Diyuan and Ji Wudao. What a splendid fight! The crowd murmured. At the same time, many lamented that the manifestation of the ruins of the gods was the beginning of a new era where great individuals would emerge one after another, making history. Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diyuan, Di Hao, Yi Futian, and the likes would replace the current 6 great emperors as prominent figures in the future. Still, who could become the next great emperor following Donghuang the Great? After hundreds of years, the manifestation of the ruins of the gods undoubtedly kicked off another new era. It would be an era of the emergence of a new emperor. The crowds could see Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diyuan, and Yi Futian becoming the big guns of a brand new era. Furthermore, several big names still did not show up yet. The remnants of Devil World, the Reapers of the Dark Court, and the likes would also be formidable forces. The entire space became dead silent after Supreme Heavenly King was being fended off. Countless onlookers looked into the void where a white-haired figure could be seen. Then, they recalled that Ziwei Imperial Palace had never once suffered defeat up until this point. The battle between the great Skylords Black and White Almighty and Supreme Swordlord ended. The cultivators of Heaven Realm retreated to the sky stairwell and lowered their heads to stare at Yi Futian and the others. Was he trying to display the might of Ziwei Imperial Palace? The onslaught by Heaven Realm's cultivators showed everyone the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Previously, everyone knew Heaven Realm was a powerful force, though small in number. Yet, the onlookers witnessed that apart from Heaven Realm, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was in a class of its own as well. Even though Ziwei Imperial Palace made its name in original realm by beating back the ancient god clan of Divine Prefecture several times, people generally still regarded it as a force of the ancient god clan level or slightly better. No one had ever thought of it as a force comparable to the emperor-level forces. Yi Futian made everyone realize a fact through this battle. Although they did not have a great emperor among their ranks, Ziwei Imperial Palace, under his leadership, could hold a candle to the other emperor-level forces after being transformed and trained in the ruins of the gods. The might of Yi Futian, the affiliation with Supreme Swordlord, the alliance with West Imperial Palace, and the forces Ziwei Imperial Palace cultivated, like Four Corner Village and the former Ziwei Imperial Palace, were the assets that formed a rising superpower. All of them had underestimated Ziwei Imperial Palace. It was not an accident that a force not at emperor level like them could seize the ruins of the Maharaja. They were indeed the strongest out there other than the emperor-level forces. Besides, the Lost Clan, guarding Ziwei Segmentum, still had not shown up. But they would come to this place one day. Thus, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace would only continue to increase. This was the beginning of a great and brand new era. The forces that remained mediocre would be eliminated by natural selection. Still, the rate of Ziwei Imperial Palace's growth was way beyond everyone's expectations. Before they even realized its threat, it had already emerged as a mighty force. The four heavenly kings of Heaven Realm is nothing impressive, Yi Futian uttered as he stared at Supreme Heavenly King. His silver hair was ruffled by the wind while standing in the void. The divine light that shone around his body only further enhanced his greatness. Yi Futian had the right to say that because he had just beaten back Supreme Heavenly King. That was to say, none of the four heavenly kings could rival him. If anyone could take him down, it would only be the great Skylords Black and White Almighty and the successor of Heaven Realm, Ji Wudao. Initially, Yi Futian did not plan to put himself under the spotlight. He was following the crowd and see if they could try their luck in the ruins of the old Heaven Court. Yet, the forces of Heaven Realm started a fight and even set their eyes on his group, attempting to use his people to intimidate others by attacking them. In that case, they would have no choice but to face the challenge. The Heaven Realm cultivators faced a dilemma at this moment. They would defeat Ziwei Imperial Palace's forces. After all, they had the statues of Tianshan behind them, so they could lend the power from the statues. Besides, they did not even send out their strongest forces, White Almighty and Ji Wudao, yet. However, their opponents were not just the Ziwei Imperial Palace bunch. Their objective was to intimidate everyone. But if they could win the battle against Ziwei Imperial Palace by relying on White Mighty and Ji Wudao, things would only get ugly should the other powerful cultivators join in the fight. What could Heaven Realm fight them with if that happened? All the other forces were eyeing these two forces while watching the fight. They were waiting to see how the battle would play out. Naturally, Supreme Heavenly King realized that as well. Dragging the fight would put them at a disadvantage. At that very moment, the assignment was no longer just winning or losing but to safeguard the ruins from the other forces. At once, Supreme Heavenly King returned to the sky stairwell and came to a halt before the statue of Tianshan. Upon his arrival, the statue emitted a divine light and surrounded him. The sight of it caused the onlooker's pupils to shrink in stupefaction. Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tianshan to defeat Yi Futian. He had lost his interest to continue the battle. At this point, he wanted to crush Ziwei Imperial Palace, making it vanish into thin air with absolute power. How powerful would they be if a near-deity cultivator borrowed the power of the statue of Tianshan? Black Almighty Great Skylord drew power from it when he fought with Supreme Swordlord. Even a top-tier cultivator like the latter needed an imperial arm to hold his ground against the former. Now that Supreme Heavenly King wanted to extract the power of the statue of Tianshan to fight Yi Futian, how could he contend? An overpowering pressure filled the entire vast space. The statue of Tianshan was gleaming with divine light. In the next moment, a phantom of an ancient Tianshan, with a height of approximately over 300 meters manifested. It brimmed with overwhelming divine power. That ancient Tianshan was the one Gaia Star Lord had communicated with. Both master and disciple communed with and drew power from the same statue. This being must be a symbol of strength to the gods. An intimidating force suppressed all the cultivators at the scene. Supreme Heavenly King's already frightening might only further intensified after drawing power from the statue of Tianshan. If nothing went south, there would be no suspense for the result of this battle. When the onlookers turned to look at Yi Futian, they noticed that he vanished into thin air out of the blue. Everyone was frowning with discomposure as they searched for his whereabouts. Soon, their pupils shrunk as they set their eyes on a location. Their hearts skipped a beat when they saw where Yi Futian was. Did he have a screw loose? Yi Futian stood upright on the sky stairwell. Not only did he not retreat, but he even climbed up the sky stairwell. He moved closer toward his opponent in the presence of the power of Tianxin. Was he out of his mind? On second thought, Yi Futian seemed to understand that he would have no place to escape if Supreme Heavenly King were to crush him with the power of Tianxin. Should that be the case, he might as well face it like a man. However, the onlookers were proved wrong about Yi Futian when they saw his body glinting with divine light. Several rays of turquoise light covered the whole atmosphere, including the statue of Tianxin. When the light touched the statue, it penetrated the latter. What is he trying to do? Everyone laid their eyes on Yi Futian, who was on the sky stairwell. Even the heaven realm cultivators were staring at him. However, the gods gazed at him in disdain, assuming he was only a worm looking for his death. Are you tired of living? Supreme Heavenly King emanated his god's might as he glared at the approaching Yi Futian. How dare he get so near to me? As he unleashed his might, an authentic divine power was released from the statue of Tianxin at the same time. Yi Futian felt the pressure instantly from where he stood. He knew that escaping from the reach of God's might was impossible. Nevertheless, Yi Futian had never planned to flee from there. In the next moment, he expanded his aura until it reached the statue of Tianxin. Meanwhile, his divine consciousness went into the statue as well. There was no hesitation or fear in his eyes as he looked forward at the scene. Raising his head, Yi Futian peered at the phantom of Tianxin, while the latter lowered its eyes to look at the lower plane. Their gazes were met. Rumble. Everyone was stunned when they heard the eerie noise. Many were baffled when they noticed the statue of Tianxin behind Supreme Heavenly King trembled precariously. Supreme Heavenly King furrowed his brows as he sensed something amiss. Soon, colors slowly drained from his face. What in the world was happening? He felt his connection with the statue was gradually becoming weaker. He realized that Yi Futian was not paying attention to him when he turned to gape at the latter, who did not remove his gaze from the phantom of Tianxin in the void. While everyone was glancing at him in bafflement, Yi Futian, his eyes remaining on the statue of Tianxin, announced, "Ancient Tianxin of Old Heaven Court, prudently consider who should be the one to inherit your divine power." Roar! A spine-chilling divine power emanated from the statue of Tianxin, and the tremor further intensified. The hearts of the crowd were pounding like crazy at the sight of it. Was Yi Futian attempting to seize control of the statue? Still, wasn't Yi Futian one step behind? Before his arrival, Supreme Heavenly King had already communicated with the will of the statue, awakening it to draw the divine power of Tianxin from it. Was Yi Futian going to subjugate it the first thing after he came? Was his aptitude in this area that impressive? Yi Futian discharged a mighty divine power around him, though the overwhelming gods might remained. He stood upright without a single wavering. With his eyes laying on the phantom of Tianxin, the force of great path seeped through the statue from his body. He could commune with the divine ruler with his power. Both the divine ruler and the demonic blade could sense the force within him. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that the statue of Tianxin could do the same. The power of the spirit merged with the light of the divine ruler and flooded into the statue. Immediately, he sensed the will of Tianxin and noticed that the ancient Tianxin had sealed itself within the power of the statue. Upon sensing the will, Yi Futian caught sight of a gigantic Tianxin, who stood tall under the sky, possessing peerless strength while holding a bat-leax. Although the wills remained in the statues, they did not leave any imperial arm. Perhaps the ancient Tianxin had brought the imperial arms to the battlefield then. These were the remains as they might have gone to the war knowing they would never return. Yi Futian's divine power awakened the power within the statue and assimilated it with his. Eventually, Supreme Heavenly King felt like he was expelled from the statue as he slowly lost his connection with it. Boom! The statue of Tianxin stopped quivering after the deep boom was heard. Supreme Heavenly King's hearts palpitated violently. He no longer had his dignified look but stared at Yi Futian in disbelief. How did Yi Futian do it? Yi Futian paid him no heed, but looked at the statue of Tianxin behind him and declared, Ancient Tianxian, I hereby announce that I will inherit your divine power. The statue resonated with Yi Futian right after he spoke. A divine light suddenly covered both of them. Shortly after, the divine power within Yi Futian was stirred up and circulated inside him frantically. A mountainous phantom of Tianxian materialized while the multitude of cultivators looked in astonishment. It appeared to be more massive and gallant than before, as if it was resurrected. Ji Wudao, who remained at the same spot in the sky, could not help but draw in a cold breath. Naturally, he was observing Yi Futian's actions and was greatly confounded. Bang! A deafening sound could be heard when Yi Futian struck his palm forward. Immediately, the enormous phantom of Tianxian released a colossal divine seal and directed it at Supreme Heavenly King. They were only a stone's throw away from one another. Supreme Heavenly King still did not recover from his dazed state. So, he raised his hand to guard himself reflexively, and a violent clash could be heard. Supreme Heavenly King, a near-deity cultivator, was hurled back to a great distance by the overwhelming divine power. The events occurring before the eyes of the crowd were like a dream. The Supreme Heavenly King wanted to use the power of Tianxian to defeat Yi Futian. It appeared as though this battle was reaching its inevitable conclusion, in which the near-deity plane's Supreme Heavenly King would crush Yi Futian. However, the outcome turned out that the Supreme Heavenly King lost to Yi Futian. The power of Tianxian that he relied on was instead stolen by the latter. Right now, Yi Futian stood there, bathed in Tianxian divine halos on the sky stairwell. He was shining with brilliant light. The Supreme Heavenly King coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was pale, but the damage he felt internally was even more intense. The impact of this battle on him was immense. It was not merely as simple as a defeat for him. He had communicated with the ancient will of Tianxian in the golem, and it was compatible with the power he cultivated. However, how did the battle end like this? He did not understand. How did he lose? What went wrong? How did Yi Futian seize the power of Tianxian in the golem? He was not the only one who did not understand. The cultivators present were also baffled. They looked over where Yi Futian stood in astonishment. How did he manage to pull it off? Rumble. A terrifying pressure descended on Yi Futian's figure. In the sky above him, the great Skylord's black and white almighty released intense pressure. It was not just the two of them. At the top of the sky stairwell, Ji Wudao similarly had a gaze as sharp as daggers as he looked down at Yi Futian's silhouette. "How did you do that?" asked Ji Wudao loudly. His voice shook the space like the voice of the Heavenly Emperor. It reverberated throughout the area. The entire independent world trembled due to his voice. Contained truly unparalleled power. This was the Heavenly Emperor Ji Wudao. He controlled the power of the Heavenly Emperor of the Old Heaven Court. He appeared to be the successor of the heavens. Even though Yi Futian now had the power of the ancient Tianxian in the golem, he still felt an overbearing pressure acting on him right now. He raised his head and glanced at the silhouette in the sky. Ji Wudao's cultivation was far more profound than the Supreme Heavenly King's. The might of the Heavenly Emperor was unfathomable. Moreover, Ji Wudao could better utilize this power than the Supreme Heavenly King. "Since you can do it, why can't I?" retorted Yi Futian as he raised his chin. Ji Wudao glared at Yi Futian. He was not satisfied with this answer. The teachings of the Heaven Court were compatible with that of House Deva. The current Heaven Court was the rightful successor of the ancient House Deva, which was the head of the 8 legions that served under the Heavenly Path. In other words, the members of the Heaven Court were the successors of the Heavenly Path. The members of the Heaven Court were supposed to stand head and shoulders above all the other cultivators. They represented the peak of the cultivation world. Ji Wudao did everything to reclaim the glory that belonged to the Heaven Court. Under his leadership, the Heaven Court would once again stand at the peak of the world and rule over all living beings. They would be in charge of maintaining worldly order. Be it Donghuang Diwen, Di Hao, or Yi Futian, they all had to make way for the Heaven Court to regain its reign. Nobody could stop Ji Wudao. He was determined to finish what she had not been able to complete. This was his calling. He was also sure that he could achieve his goal. Ji Wudao looked at the white-haired figure beneath him. Even though he had seen Yi Futian a few times, it seemed like he had always underestimated the latter. Now, this proud son of heaven from the original realm was powerful enough to pose a threat to the heaven court. Buzz. Right now, a divine halo lit up at the end of the sky stairwell. A domineering divine light enveloped the vast space. The divine light propagated and shielded the sun. In an instant, the entire region of the old heaven court was covered by the light. Sensing the overbearing pressure, even the cultivators far away in other places looked up at the sky. A god seemed to have descended upon the region. The phantasm of the old heavenly emperor appeared, and it was blinding. As the divine light rained down, a shocking scene played out in the sky. A scroll painting unfolded in the heavens. The past was reenacted in the scroll. The heavens collapsed, and the ground split open. Endless divine light poured down from the cracks in the sky. The reenactment was a scene from the War of the Gods. In the painting, the heavenly emperor summoned all the Tiantians back to the old heaven court. All of them gathered at the sky stairwell. Awe-inspiring Tiantian passageways were activated, and each passageway led to a different part of the world. The heavenly emperor pointed his sword forward, and all the Tiantians moved under his command. All of them left behind a golem before they embarked on war through the Tiantian passageways. The reenactment was not very clear as it was formed from will. As the scene played out, divine light rained down, and immediately, all the golems on the sky stairwell were illuminated. The golems came to life and transformed into ancient Tiantians. The sky stairwell glowed as the ancient Tiantians returned. Even the golem that Yi Futian had resonated with shone with menacing divine halos. Affected by the will of the heavenly emperor, it struggled to break free from Yi Futian's control. "He's so strong!" exclaimed the crowd as they looked up at the silhouette of Ji Wudao. All these phenomena were triggered by Ji Wudao. Right now, Ji Wudao was like the descendant of the heavenly emperor. He was originally the heir of the heaven realm. If the current heaven realm was considered to have inherited the lineage of the ancient house Deva, then Ji Wudao could indeed be considered the successor of the old heaven court. Ji Wudao looked down at Yi Futian. The sword of the heavenly emperor in his hand radiated with divine halos. The might of Tiantian burst forth simultaneously, attempting to kill Yi Futian right there. Bang! A ferocious power burst forth from Yi Futian's figure as he struggled free from the pressure. At the same time, he unleashed celerity, and his figure disappeared from its original position and appeared in another location. Divine light immediately pierced the spot where he stood moments ago. If the attack had landed, Yi Futian would undoubtedly have perished. "The attack is so powerful," commented the crowd as they looked at Ji Wudao. At this moment, he appeared invincible. Had he completely inherited the will of the heavenly emperor? The divine light covered the vast space as the phantasm of the heavenly emperor appeared in the sky and looked down on everyone. Were the cultivators present here really capable of defeating Ji Wudao? He was unrivaled in this region. Who could stand against him? Right at this moment, a terrifying aura permeated the space. The divine light in the heavens seemed to retract. This scene caused many people to look out into the distance. Then, they saw a demonic cloud churn and roar frenziedly as it headed their way. The demonic cloud appeared to contain powerful demonic might. It was like the will of a demon god and was terrifying. Did someone from Devil Imperial Palace communicate with the will of the demonic lord? Many people secretly thought to themselves. Before this, the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace had been comprehending the will of the demonic lord in the relic of House Karura. The various cultivators all vaguely knew about this. The top figures of Devil Imperial Palace had been in seclusion for several years and had not been seen. However, now demonic might churned and roared as it surged over. What did the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace coming out of seclusion signify? High in the sky, the terrifying demonic cloud roared. It formed a gigantic silhouette as though the demonic lord had come in person. Beneath the demonic figure, a group of cultivators appeared. They were the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. They stood high in the sky, unafraid of the divine might as they stared ahead. Back during the War of the Gods, the forces of the demonic lord were originally one of the most powerful forces that attacked the heavenly path. It was difficult for the people of today to imagine how powerful the ability of the demonic lord was. He actually dared to defy the heavenly path. He killed the king of House Karura and destroyed the shrine of the Karura. His ability was undoubtedly superior to all the cultivators of House Karura. He might even rival the heavenly emperor. Aside from the demonic lord, who else had the most powerful combat ability back then? Some of the figures from back then were not in the relic but instead had perished in the outside world and lost their lives completely. An example was Xianxia, the great emperor. Back then, he had wanted to battle the heavenly path. He proclaimed that there were originally no paths in the world and wished to fight against the heavens. The current cultivation world could not imagine how frightening the war of the gods was back in the day. "Yu Shang!" Yifutian cried out as he saw someone in the churning demonic cloud. Yu Shang was surprisingly standing in the cloud. His temperament seemed to have undergone a considerable change. His entire body was jet black. The demonic aura that circled his body was like demonic armor. His jet-black eyes stirred up fear in the hearts of those who gazed into them. He was extremely domineering. Did Yu Shang inherit the will of the demonic lord? Yifutian secretly thought. There were so many cultivators in Devil Imperial Palace. Aside from Yu Shang, there were the top demon sage Yan Gi and the other cultivators. There were many top-tier demonic cultivators who had cultivated in the relic. Now that they had come out of seclusion, that meant someone had naturally succeeded in inheriting the will and teachings of the demonic lord. The various cultivators also looked at the members of Devil Imperial Palace who had arrived. This relic of Old Heaven Court had become a gathering of prominent figures. The cultivators from various forces had all gathered here. Ji Wudao looked at Yu Shang. He sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Yu Shang's body. Ji Wudao inherited the teachings of the heavenly emperor. From the looks of it, Yu Shang had also inherited the teachings of the demonic lord. Yu Shang glanced at Yifutian and nodded slightly. The latter immediately understood the meaning behind his gesture and revealed a smile. The two of them had been brothers for years. Even though Yu Shang did not say it out loud, Yifutian knew what he was trying to convey. Yifutian looked at Yu Shang because he was curious whether the latter had seized control of the will of the demonic lord. Yu Shang nodded in response, indicating that he had succeeded in doing so. With this achievement, Yu Shang would most likely not face any more opposition in commanding Devil Imperial Palace and even the entire Devil world. The members of the Devil world advocated strength and prioritized one's cultivation over their lineage. With the teachings of the demonic lord and the support from the Devil Emperor, who would dare defy Yu Shang? In terms of his status in Devil Imperial Palace, Yu Shang would be second only to the Devil Emperor. Even though his ability might not be on par with the Devil Emperor yet, he would catch up to him sooner or later. From now on, Yu Shang's status as the heir of the Devil Emperor was set in stone. There would no longer be any changes to it. Yifutian firmly believed that Yu Shang, who had inherited the will of the demonic lord, would become an admirable Devil Emperor in the future. "Everyone, are you still reluctant to leave?" Right at this moment, a voice sounded. Everyone shifted their gazes away from Yu Shang and looked at the person who had spoken. He was none other than Ji Wudao, who stood at the sky stairwell. The cultivators did not respond to his question. Instead, they unleashed even stronger auras. One by one, the top cultivators took to the sky with imperial arms in their hands. They intended to go to war with Ji Wudao directly. They were determined to snatch the teachings of the old heaven court. The current heaven realm was not qualified to make them retreat. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Ji Wudao understood that it was meaningless to say more. Unparalleled divine light shone, and the heavenly emperor's figure unleashed peerless divine might. At the same time, the divine light from the golems of Tianxin grew even brighter as their might covered the space. Ji Wudao raised both his hands, and a divine sword appeared in them. It was the sword of the heavenly emperor. This sword was destined to rule over the fates of all living things. Everything in the world would succumb to it. Terrifying divine halos directly shot up into the clouds and pierced the heavens. The sword's shadow blocked out the sky and covered this part of the world. All of the cultivators had serious expressions. Even the near-deity cultivators were extremely stern. They unleashed the power of the Great Path to the utmost limit. The imperial arms in their hands emitted divine halos that shone for miles as they prepared to withstand the attack from Ji Wudao's sword of the Heavenly Emperor. Just then, the terrifying demonic cloud churned and roared. Silhouettes of demons seemed to appear in the space. Demonic generals stood guard all around them. From Yushang's figure, an unparalleled aura emanated. It was the will of the demonic lord. Right now, it was as though he had become the demonic lord and was domineering. Behind him, a gigantic silhouette of a demon appeared. It was the phantasm formed from the will of the demonic lord. It gazed down at the world and looked straight at the Heavenly Emperor. Demonic might burst forth from the figures of the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. All of it surged towards Yushang. The demonic might on their bodies filled the skies as they merged with the phantasm of the demons, resonating with it as well as Yushang's figure. Divine phenomena appeared in the sky. Tens of thousands of demonic phantasms appeared amongst the phenomena. The demons in the space all rallied to Yushang's call, and their demonic will was his to use. This scene was astonishing. Cultivators as powerful as Yan Gi were now lending their demonic might to Yushang. At this moment, Yushang's figure was merged with the phantasm of the demonic lord. It was as though the latter was reborn into the world while all living beings prostrated before him. The scene was too shocking as the heavens and the earth were thrown into chaos. The awe-inspiring bizarre phenomena caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently. Rumor has it that the demonic lord unified the demons during ancient times. Demons from all around the world pledged allegiance to him. He had unparalleled demonic might that allowed him to command all of them. Some top figures wondered, was the scene they were experiencing now a demonstration of the demonic lord's extraordinary might? The two powers clashed head-on. They were actually on par with each other. Both forces were extremely menacing. The heir of the Heavenly Emperor and the heir of the demonic lord were in confrontation. Countless people focused their attention on the two of them. At the moment, it was as clear as day to everyone that Yushang had inherited the will of the demonic lord. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess such power. In the heavens above, clouds of catastrophe churned. The clouds were charged up with an overbearing, destructive demonic will. The will was akin to the divine power of calamity. It was also similar to the power of the devil abyss. This horrifying power gathered and materialized into a demonic blade. It was the blade used by the demonic lord. The sword of the Heavenly Emperor was facing off with the blade of the demonic lord. The hearts of the cultivators leapt. This was an epic-making duel. The crowd wondered whether the Heavenly Emperor and the demonic lord confronted each other before ancient times. Who won and who lost? Sensing the domineering aura emanating by Yushang, Ji Wudao understood that the former had successfully inherited the power of the demonic lord. Moreover, Yushang was not any weaker than him. From the looks of it, Yushang was also a man with great luck, and he would make a worthy opponent for him. When Ji Wudao thought of this, he struck the sword of the Heavenly Emperor without hesitation. His slash was aimed at Yushang. The slash tore the independent world apart, cleaving it in half. Brilliant light dazzled. Everyone around sensed an irresistible divine might pressing down on them. However, Yushang showed no sign of fear. He made a slash with the blade of the demonic lord, and the sky changed color. His slash similarly split the sky. Demonic clouds churned and roared while the blades shot up into the high heavens. The two weapons glided across space and collided with each other. When the sword and the blade touched, the independent world disintegrated completely. Everything in the heavens and the earth lost its color as catastrophic will swept out and annihilated all existences. "Be careful!" someone shouted. The surrounding cultivators unleashed their strongest power to withstand the storm. Yifutian did so too. Green divine light shone from his body and enveloped the surrounding region. All the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were shielded inside the light sphere. The terrifying storm flooded everything. Many people couldn't even look into the eye of the storm clearly. Their divine consciousnesses could not penetrate through the storm as well. Scary rumbling sounds could be heard. It was as though something had exploded. Everyone, we shall meet again in the future. Amidst the chaos, a calm voice sounded from the eye of the storm. The voice belonged to Ji Wudao, who stood at the top of the sky stairwell. The hearts of many cultivators leapt when they heard his words. Was Ji Wudao retreating? So he decided to give up on the relics of the old heaven court in the end? The storm continued to rampage. The crowd could faintly see a group of people leaving the sky stairwell. At the same time, they witnessed a shocking scene. One by one, the golems collapsed and were destroyed. Rumble. Bang. Bang. Intense rumbling sounds could be heard continuously, causing the crowd's hearts to race. When the storm gradually calmed down, the cultivators of the heaven realm had already traversed high into the sky. Divine light poured down, and they left this place without hesitation. The crowd heard the sounds of golems falling into pieces and rolling down the sky stairwell. All the golems were crushed. None of them survived the storm. Only the sky stairwell remained standing. Nobody knew what it was made out of. All the cultivators were stunned as they stared at the broken pieces of golems tumbling down the sky stairwell. They were at a loss for words. The cultivators of the heaven realm had destroyed all the golems before they left. The wills contained in the golems had certainly been eradicated as well. However, who was capable of wrecking all of them? Only one person was capable of doing so. He was none other than Ji Wudao. As many cultivators raised their heads to glare at the leaving silhouettes, they shared the same thought. Ji Wudao disrespected the Xianxians. Even though the Xianxians were their ancestors from the old heaven court, which was the predecessor of the heaven realm, Ji Wudao had no reverence for them at all. If he had even the slightest respect for them, he would not have committed such an atrocious act by destroying all the golems. In Ji Wudao's eyes, the heaven realm did not have any ancestors at all. Since they could not seize control of this place, they would demolish everything without mercy. "They have all been destroyed," someone exclaimed. The crowd stared at the divine statues tumbling down from the sky stairwell. Their hearts trembled. They felt that it was such a shame. These were the Xianxian golems. They had been destroyed just like that. The wills of the Xianxians also disappeared without a trace. How did Ji Wudao manage to destroy all of the wills of the Xianxians in the golems? Aside from Ji Wudao, the will of the demonic lord that Yusheng obtained was also so powerful. He could go toe-to-toe with Ji Wudao. Borrowing the power of the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace, an unparalleled demonic might burst forth from him. Now, another prominent figure had emerged. However, the crowd did not have time to ponder about this. Their figures flashed as they traversed the sky and frantically rushed towards the sky stairwell. They wanted to see whether the shattered Xianxian golems still contained the wills of the Xianxians. The cultivators from various forces dashed onto the sky stairwell. They flipped over the shattered golems and scanned them with their spiritual wills. They inspected each golem one by one thoroughly. Alas, they discovered that these golems had already returned to being the simplest of statues. Hence, they were shattered, and the wills of the Xianxians no longer resided in them. Yi Futian's group came to the sky stairwell as well. However, he did not inspect the statues. His spiritual will merely swept across them. The various golems on the sky stairwell had all been destroyed by Ji Wudao. As for how he managed to do so, even Yi Futian could not tell. Buzz. Silhouettes dashed up high into the sky towards the peak of the sky stairwell. At the top was a dilapidated heavenly palace. There were originally also Xianxian golems up here. Now they were shattered into pieces as well. A divine statue of the heavenly emperor used to be erected in the center of the palace. However, the statue of the heavenly emperor, the ruler of the old heaven court, was also destroyed. There was not even a trace of rubble left behind. It had been completely wiped off the face of the planet. Ji Wudao sure is decisive, someone commented. The heavenly emperor was the ruler of the old heaven court and the leader of House Deva. He was one of the most powerful figures in the ancient era. The current heaven realm could be considered his descendants. Yet, Ji Wudao destroyed the former statue just as he claimed he would. It might be that Ji Wudao had already inherited the will of the Heavenly Emperor. Even if he had inherited the latter's will and was his heir, Ji Wudao did not hesitate at all when destroying the divine statue. His decisiveness was apparent from the way he did things. Ji Wudao rarely appeared in the world. Based on what he did here, he was not as agreeable as he appeared. The ancient heavenly palace was in ruins and appeared somewhat dilapidated. There was once a divine aura in this place, but now even that gradually dissipated into nothingness. It was saddening to witness, and the crowd felt that it was such a waste. "There is some writing here," someone cried out in astonishment. Many people looked over where that person was. There was a gigantic pillar where he stood. This divine pillar that towered into the sky was originally a stone pillar that supported the heavenly palace. Now, it was broken but was not completely destroyed. On top of the gigantic broken stone pillar, someone discovered some writing. There was a line of casually written words. There was even a hint of grace in the casualness of the writing. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. When they saw the words, their hearts throbbed. "They seem to be left behind by a woman," someone said in a low voice. The calligraphy of the woman bore a sense of elegance in its beauty. The words themselves seemed to be authoritative. Who left behind these writings? Yifutian also came over and looked at the stone pillar and saw the writing on it. "Today, I was blessed to be able to pay homage to the various gods of the old heaven court and bear witness to their splendor. I also inherited the gods' will to spread their teachings around the world. This place will remain for the future generations to look up to for many millennia to come." Yifutian thought to himself, who was she? She had such a great vision. He was actually impressed. He could not help but have respect for such an ambitious person. This person had visited this place and carved some words here. She intended to follow the wills of the Xianxians and pass down their teachings to the world. She reserved this place for future generations to pass down the teachings. Her words also served as a reminder to all the cultivators who visited the place after her. They were free to inherit the wills of the Xianxians, but they should not destroy or occupy the place. Instead, the cultivators should allow future generations to come here to inherit the wills of the Xianxians. How many people were there in the world who possessed such great ambition? "These words are most likely left behind by her," Supreme Swordlord said in a low voice. He was as shocked as the others. As the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor, she had certainly visited this place before. However, she had not pocketed everything for herself. Instead, she had left everything intact so that they could be passed down to the generations to come. The blood of the Emperor flowed in her veins, and she was unrivaled. Without her presence, the world lost most of its colors. Yifutian looked at Supreme Swordlord. He faintly knew who the person the latter mentioned was. These words seemed to be left behind by a woman. In that case, Supreme Swordlord must be referring to the daughter of the Emperor of the Heaven Realm. Admiration welled up inside of Yifutian. He did not know whether such a prominent figure still existed in the world. He wondered whether he would have the opportunity to meet her and witness her glory. Ji Wudao is most likely her descendant. She was so ambitious, and she desired to let this relic be passed down to future generations. However, Ji Wudao eradicated this place. Supreme Swordlord analyzed while frowning. What was Ji Wudao thinking exactly? How much of her tutelage did he receive and preserve? Not far away from Yifutian, Donghuang Diuan stood there and stared at the writing on the stone pillar. Her gaze was fixated on it for a long while. "It seems like her descendant has disobeyed her," Di Hao from the human realm commented from the side. He was similarly guessing the person's identity who left behind these words. Ji Wudao was most likely her successor. However, he did not inherit her will. She had such a great vision for the generations to come, yet Ji Wudao destroyed all the golems of the Xianxians. He ruined everything here completely, committing an act that was the polar opposite of what she had wished. He defied her vision. Or perhaps, she was the one who had changed. Dong Huangduan mumbled. Di Hao was stunned by her words and took a glance at her. Then, He watched as Dong Huang Dian turned around and left the stone pillar. He seemed to be deep in thought as he gazed at her leaving figure. From the looks of it, nothing is left here, Di Hao concluded as he retracted his gaze from Dong Huang Dian. He then looked at Yi Futian and Yu Shang and said, "Congratulations to the both of you." Yi Futian revealed a strange look. He turned around to face Di Hao. The two of them were not close. When Di Hao went to the ruins of Maharaga before this, he was up to no good. Di Hao complimented. "The divine ruler can slay all demons. Now that the divine ruler and the will of the demonic lord have each found their successors, there are two more extraordinary figures in this world." He spoke with a sincere tone, as though he was pleased about their achievements. There was even divine light moving around him. He gave off a righteous vibe, causing the people around him to feel very comfortable. Was this head disciple from the human realm genuine with his compliments? "Many thanks," Yi Futian replied calmly. His voice was emotionless and sounded rather stiff. Di Hao did not seem to mind it either. However, quite a lot of cultivators around them looked in their direction. Yu Shang received the teachings of the demonic lord while Yi Futian inherited the divine ruler. Both of them had extraordinary fateful encounters. They were now at the pinnacle of the cultivation world. Moreover, the two of them were allies. The other forces would not dare to simply target them now. Even though some of them coveted the divine ruler, they needed to reconsider whether it was worth it for them to attack Yi Futian now that they had seen Yu Shang's ability. Just now, everyone witnessed how powerful Yu Shang's strike was. Aside from Ji Wudao, who else in this ancient continent could withstand it? "There are writings here, too," a voice cried out in the distance. This caused the cultivators to reveal surprised looks. They looked in the direction of the ruins of the heavenly palace. The place where the heavenly palace once stood was now a dilapidated ruin. Only broken pillars and crumbled walls remained there. Gigantic rubble was piled up everywhere. The ancient heavenly palace seemed to be forever buried underneath this mess. However, someone turned over a boulder and noticed that there were writings on it. Quite a few people were exploring the ruins over there. They discovered that there were indeed many boulders that had writings on them. However, the writings were not left behind by visitors before them. Instead, they were more like writings that were originally carved on the walls of the heavenly palace. "There are some here, too," a cultivator reported from another direction. A cultivator speculated. Could they be part of the carvings that were originally on the walls of the heavenly palace? Could they be scriptures or martial arts methods? Another person guessed. After all, where they were now was the old heaven court from ancient times. Even though both the buildings and the golems were destroyed, there might still be something left here, right? All the top figures moved towards the boulders and investigated them. They scanned the writings with their divine consciousnesses. However, they did not discover any abnormalities. They merely seemed to be ordinary words. Bang! A loud thud could be heard. Di Hao took a step forward, and immediately, a terrifying power of the Great Path enveloped the entire ruins. Everything in the ruins rose into the sky. The stone fragments and the broken walls floated in midair, taking up all the space. There were way too many fragments around. Now, they were all floating due to the powerful spatial will unleashed by Di Hao. Because of that, everyone could quickly identify all the stones that had writings on them. Beams of divine light of space were shot out by various cultivators. The fragments that did not have writing on them were shot by the divine light and turned to dust. Only the stones that had writings on them were left floating. If there was anything valuable here, they had most likely been pocketed by Ji Wudao and the cultivators from the heaven realm. However, since the cultivators had suspicions about the stones, it was still worth checking them out. They did not have high hopes of making any discoveries. Nevertheless, it was relatively effortless for them to have a closer look at the stones. The crowd looked up at the floating rocks. The runes carved on them were all jumbled up. Many of them were most likely already destroyed. Even if there were anything left behind, it would be incomplete. It would be difficult to find anything. "Everyone, have you discovered anything?" Di Hao asked the cultivators from various forces. His temperament was extraordinary. He appeared not to mind sharing the relic with everyone as they investigated the mystery behind these writings together. The various cultivators stared over here. Someone said, "Even if there were mysterious manuscripts and secret techniques left behind by the old Heaven Court, they most likely have also been lost. It is impossible to reconstruct them." Many people nodded in agreement. They could not find anything either. Even though they had eliminated all the stones without words on them, they still could not find anything out of the ordinary. Responded Di Hao as he nodded his head. However, just then, someone from the crowd suddenly attacked. Countless beams of the divine light of the Great Path immediately shot over towards the floating stones. Loud rumbling could be heard, and many boulders were shattered into dust. Di Hao turned to look at the person and was just about to speak when the scene before him astonished him. It was not just him. Many others also narrowed their gazes as they stared at the many floating rocks in the sky. Many of them were undamaged. The power of the Great Path failed to destroy them. "What is this?" exclaimed the crowd. The various cultivators stared at the remaining rocks floating in the sky. They discovered that the remaining rocks all had one character on them. The characters did not seem to be related, yet the power of the Great Path had not eliminated them. What did this mean? It meant that these stones were not ordinary. Di Hao's will shifted, and beams of divine light immediately shot out again and struck these stones. Yet the same scene appeared. Even though the stones were sent flying outwards, they were not shattered. They were extremely sturdy. Just from their hardness, it was apparent that they were not ordinary stones. Di Hao was at the near-deity level. Even an attack from him could not shatter these stones. That meant that they could withstand the attacks of near-deities. However, why was it that their spiritual wills could not sense any aura coming from these rocks? This resulted in them being overlooked and buried together in the rubble of these ruins. Thus, no one was able to find them. For a moment, everyone was staring at the floating stones. The vast space suddenly fell silent. Many people were floating in the air while many stood at the top of the sky stairwell as they stared ahead. The atmosphere seemed somewhat delicate. "These rocks seem to contain some mystery," Di Hao said in the quiet space. However, his gaze was still directed ahead. He naturally sensed that the atmosphere was off. If these rocks weren't ordinary, they might be treasures left hidden in the old Heaven Court. Although the various cultivators did not know what these rocks were now, they would certainly want to fight over them. Seeing that no one in the crowd spoke up, Di Hao continued saying, "Everyone, we came here together. Since we all came across these rocks, why don't we retrieve the rocks from where we stand to prevent a bloodbath? Whoever manages to get their hands on them gets to keep them. How about it?" The crowd revealed strange expressions. If they all tried retrieving the rocks from where they stood, it was uncertain who would be able to get their hands on them. However, Di Hao's power of the Great Path already enveloped these rocks. All he needed to do was shift his will, and he could directly claim them with his power of the Great Path. The crowd speculated that he had already seized the initiative. Thus he made such a suggestion. "I agree," seconded Dugu Wuxia, who was from the empty divine realm. He had mastered the path of space and was extremely powerful. If they were to snatch the rocks with the spatial power of the Great Path, he was confident that he could seize a lot of them. "Is there any difference?" Donghuang Diuan retorted coldly. Even if they agreed to collect the rocks from where they were standing now, the cultivators would likely still attack each other to get more. It was impossible for them to have peace. At this moment, cultivators from various forces, especially the Emperor-level forces, had all unleashed their wills of the Great Path to envelop some rocks. They would not miss out on such an excellent chance to loot some treasures. At this critical moment, if anyone were to shift their wills first, they would most likely be able to pocket these rocks right away. However, no one dared to hoard all the rocks. They were not capable of doing so. Strands of wills circled the rocks. The wills intensified, and different auras of the Great Path contended with each other in space. As a result, turbulence of the Great Path formed, and the rocks kept vibrating. Rumble. Finally, someone took the first step to loot the rocks. Divine light of space wrapped around the rocks, and they disappeared in an instant. The hunt had begun. Terrifying auras burst forth from various directions. Some cultivators used gigantic palms to grab the rocks from across the space, while some cultivators rushed forward to pick up whatever they could. Brilliant green divine light shone from Yi Futian's body. The light enveloped many rocks. He shifted his will, and immediately, the rocks disappeared from where they were. No power of the Great Path could stop him from absorbing the rocks into his life palace. However, Yi Futian was not greedy. He roughly claimed 1/3 of the rocks, still leaving many for the other cultivators. In the blink of an eye, the divine stones floating in midair had been swept clean. All of them had been pocketed by various cultivators. Some cultivators released the power of the Great Path to stop the others from snatching them, but to no avail. "There are none left," exclaimed someone. Before many cultivators could react to the situation, they discovered that the divine stones had all been taken. All of them had disappeared without a trace. Moreover, most of them could not make out who had looted the most divine stones. They only caught a glimpse of the whole process. The moment the divine lights lit up, the divine stones were carved up by various parties. Whoever had better control over the power of space most likely seized the most significant portion of the divine stones. Dugu Wuxia seized quite a few. It was the same for Di Hao and Donghuang Diuan. However, all this was not surprising. There was another person who managed to snatch many divine stones. It was Yi Futian. The gazes of many of the cultivators landed on Yi Futian. Even the giant-level figures of the top forces were looking at him. In that instant, an emerald-green divine light shone. They saw the divine stones being enveloped by the divine light. They ignored all resistance by the other powers of the Great Path and disappeared from where they were. Without a doubt, they had been seized by Yi Futian. With the power of the divine ruler, it seemed that anything was possible. "Little friend Yi, you have taken quite a few, no?" Di Hao asked Yi Futian as he looked at the latter. Yi Futian raised his head and took a glance at Di Hao. He frowned and said, "You took several stones too. The people who are on the ball get what they deserve. Could it be that you have a problem with that?" Di Hao represented the forces of the human realm on their trip here. Currently, in this vast continent of ruins, Yi Futian led the cultivators of Ziwei Segmentum, while Yushang ruled over the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. They were not inferior to the forces of the human realm at all. If all of them were to go to war, the forces of the human realm would instead be at a disadvantage. On top of that, there was Yi Qingyao, the Reaper of the Dark Court. She already had a clear stance on who she would side with. "Of course, it is as you say, the people who are on the ball get what they deserve. I am merely impressed," Di Hao replied with a smile. He glanced at Yi Futian and Yushang. He was well aware that he couldn't attack Yi Futian on this ancient continent. Putting aside Yi Futian's subordinates and his allies, even he had extraordinary abilities. "Since that's the case, farewell," Yi Futian said. He took a last look at the ruin. This old heaven court had nothing valuable left now. Ji Wudao destroyed most of it while the rest of them snatched whatever remained. The old heaven court had genuinely turned into a ruin. There might still be teachings and treasures left in other relics. However, in this region where the heavenly palace was located, the only things left were wreckage. "Let's go," commanded Yushang. He also left with the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace. In the blink of an eye, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace and Devil Imperial Palace had both disappeared from this region. The surrounding cultivators watched as they left. Some of them were tempted to attack Yi Futian, but none dared to put their thoughts into action. Currently, it was too difficult to want to attack Yi Futian. A minor miscalculation in their actions would put them in a life-and-death crisis. After Yi Futian and Yushang left, the other Emperor-level forces gradually dispersed. Their mission this time could be considered a failure. The old heaven court had been destroyed by Ji Wudao. All the golems of the Tianshins had crumbled into pieces. Their only spoils were the divine stones. However, nobody knew what secrets were hidden in these stones for now. The value of the stones had yet to be determined. Various forces were eager to return to their bases and decipher the mystery of the divine stones. Yi Futian and his allies returned to the relic of Maharaga. Yusheng followed them here too. He then ordered the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace to leave first. His relationship with Yi Futian went without saying. However, Yusheng knew that many cultivators in Devil Imperial Palace had qualms with Yi Futian since he took away the divine ruler. Nevertheless, the current Yusheng could suppress the cultivators of Devil Imperial Palace to prevent his members from getting into a quarrel with Yi Futian. At the core region of the Relic of Maharaga, the cultivators, who did not go to the Old Heaven Court with Yi Futian, were still training hard. They immersed themselves in their meditation and were not perturbed by anything around them. Yi Futian's group came to one spot. He then waved his hand, and many divine stones immediately appeared simultaneously, floating in the space. On these divine stones, there were no traces of the aura of the Great Path. They seemed to be ordinary rocks. No wonder Ji Wudao had not discovered them. Otherwise, he would have certainly claimed them all as his own before he left. He wouldn't have gone any for others. Even near-deity-level cultivators could not break open the divine stones. Yi Futian pondered for a while and then pointed towards a divine stone. Terrifying attacks landed on it, sending it flying outwards. Yet it was still unscathed. Yi Futian did not know what sort of divine item it was. "What secrets do these characters contain?" said Yusheng as he stared at the Ivine stones floating in midair. The similarity between these divine stones was that each had one character carved on it. However, each character was different. Xing Walk. Yusheng read out the character engraved on one of the divine stones as he stared at it. Zong Treasure. Jian Sword. Shou Hand. Kong Space. Each character was different, with no duplicates. Yi Futian also stared at the characters on the divine stones. His divine consciousness enveloped them. An emerald-green aura flowed over the various divine stones. He used his most powerful sensory ability to comprehend the mystery behind them. However, he still could not sense the presence of any aura within them. Could it be that these divine stones were merely very durable? Could it be that they had no other uses? However, if that was the case, why were characters engraved on them? Xing, mumbled Yi Futian as he looked at one of the characters. The power of the Great Path in his body surged towards the divine stone. Emerald-green divine halos wrapped around it. Screech. The emerald-green divine halo became a mighty power of law. It merged into the character Xing, tracing over it. Then, the crowd saw the left side of the character light up and radiate brilliant divine halos. "It responded," exclaimed the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace as they narrowed their eyes. Of course, Yi Futian noticed the changes too. His will controlled his power of the Great Path to continue tracing over the right side of the character. Soon, both sides of the character lit up. Under the emerald-green divine halo, the character Xing suddenly radiated with unparalleled divine light that expanded outwards. There was an extremely astonishing will emanating from the divine stone. This drew the undivided attention of all of the cultivators. What secrets were contained within this character? Yi Futian had directly opened up the character's secrets with brute force. At the instant the character Xing lit up, countless Xing characters flew out from the divine stone. They blocked out the sky, and their light covered the space. The character left the stone and expanded frenziedly. It became gigantic and covered the sky. After it grew many times larger, to their astonishment, the crowd discovered that an illusory figure had appeared at the center of the gigantic Xing. A person seemed to be sitting cross-legged and cultivating. The divine halos emanating from the character Xing widened and flooded Yi Futian. He was immersed in the space encompassed by the character and came face to face with the illusory figure. The illusory figure kept moving, and a miraculous will burst forth. Many other illusory figures were formed in the surrounding space. "This is," exclaimed someone. The surrounding cultivators felt their hearts tremble violently. All of them had their eyes fixed on the shocking scene before them. The divine stone remained floating in the sky. After the character Xing had been activated, the divine stone emitted a divine light which enveloped Yi Futian's body. It was as though a domain was sealed in the stone, and the character was the key to unsealing it. "This looks like a divine technique," someone commented. This might be the way the old heaven court recorded their divine methods. Instead of carving them on the walls, they sealed the methods in the divine stones. One would need to unseal the stones with their power of the great path before they could comprehend the methods, analyzed Supreme Swordlord. In that case, does it mean that each divine stone here represents a unique divine technique of the old heaven court? House Deva was the head of the 8 legions. Under the command of the ancient heavenly emperor, the old heaven court had countless Tiantians. They never lacked divine techniques. Surely they possessed many unusual divine methods. There were innumerable divine stones in the ruins, but it was nothing shocking considering that these were the divine treasures of the old heaven court. We have more than 100 divine stones here, someone stated. This amount might mean nothing to the members of the old heaven court, but was astounding for those who were present here. If all 100 divine stones here contained divine methods in them, it meant that Yi Fuqian's group was now in possession of more than 100 divine techniques from ancient times. This was undoubtedly sensational news. The divine treasures of the old heaven court were hidden in some rubble. Who would have thought of that? If the cultivators from the heaven realm learned of this, they would most likely rue their loss of the golden opportunity. The rubble was right under their noses, yet they didn't even take a look at it. It's a divine technique, announced Yi Fuqian as he turned around to look at the crowd. His eyes gleamed with excitement as well. If 10 divine stones corresponded with 100 divine methods, the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum would never lack divine techniques from now on. Everyone would have access to top-tier methods. They had pills that could aid them in improving their bodies and talents. The relics of the great emperors which they had seized would allow them to continue experiencing transformation. Now, they had divine techniques which they would cultivate. The members of the Ziwei segmentum were indeed blessed to have so many cultivation resources. The resources they had were on par with that of emperor-level forces. The Ziwei segmentum was even better in some aspects. The only difference between the Ziwei segmentum and emperor-level forces was that the former did not have a great emperor who could contend with the 6 great emperors in the world currently. Aside from Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Fuqian intended to slowly build up the other forces in the Ziwei segmentum. Over time, those forces would surely become as powerful as the top forces in other worlds. Of course, due to the recent major changes, everything would be different in the future. More and more extraordinary cultivators would emerge. This divine technique is a remarkable movement method. That's why the divine stone in which it is stored has the character Xing engraved, Yi Fuqian said in a low voice. In that case, the character carved on each divine stone was more than just the key to activate it. It was ALS0, a label. The character symbolized the type of divine technique that was stored in the stone. Jian. Supreme Swordlord looked towards the divine stone with the character Jian carved onto it. If Yi Fuqian's explanation was valid, then the technique sealed inside this character was the swordsmanship created by the Tiantians. A sense of anticipation welled up inside him. Even though he had reached perfection in his Taishang swordsmanship, there were still other top-tier swordsmanships in the world that were worth comprehending. Even if he chose not to cultivate the swordsmanship hidden in the stone, he could still apply its strength in perfecting his technique. Swordlord, please have a try, Yi Fuqian said upon noticing the gaze of Supreme Swordlord. The latter nodded. The next moment, the will of Taishang swordsmanship gushed towards the targeted divine stone. The intense might of Taishang swordsmanship pressed onto the divine stone, causing a faint glow to light upon the character. When the crowd saw this scene, they thought, Supreme Swordlord's cultivation is more vital than that of Palace Lord. Yet he could not unravel the mystery of the divine stone as smoothly as the latter. This was perhaps due to the difference in their wills of the great path. Yi Fuqian had merged the power of the divine ruler in his will. Therefore, he could easily activate a divine stone. Supreme Swordlord continued to push more of his will into the divine stone. The character grew brighter and brighter, and gradually, an unparalleled divine halo of swordsmanship burst forth from it. After that, a domineering divine halo of swordsmanship poured out from the stone. The light emanated a sharp will, causing many cultivators among the crowd to retreat uncontrollably and disperse. Supreme Swordlord was the only one who remained in his original spot. His gaze was fixed on the character as he immersed himself in this extraordinary sword will. "He opened it!" someone exclaimed. "It is true. Each divine stone contains a divine technique," someone else added. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace felt their hearts throbbing. Of course, it was the same for the cultivators of the West Imperial Palace. Before this, their speculation was enough to make them very excited. Now, the scene before them had proven without a doubt that their guesses were correct. The divine stones contained divine techniques. There were more than 100 divine techniques here. Yifutian was also somewhat excited. He said to the others, "All of you, give it a try. See whether you can unlock the divine stones." The crowd nodded their heads and began to try out the divine stones. Yet no one managed to succeed after this. Even 2 Tribulation Plane cultivators could not immediately unlock the divine stones. The divine stone, with the character Xing carved on it, dimmed in Yifutian's hand. It appeared that without him providing his power of the Great Path, the stone would reseal itself. He did not pay it heed as he looked at the others. It was not the time for him to cultivate now anyways. When he saw that no one managed to unravel the mystery behind the divine stones, Yifutian frowned slightly. It seemed that these divine stones would not be figured out so easily. It was just that his power was unique, and the ability of Supreme Swordlord was extraordinary. Their great paths were also compatible with the powers within the divine stones. Hence, they had managed to unlock them. Things weren't as simple for the others. "Goddess Qiao," Yifutian called out to Shi Qiao. Shi Qiao shifted her gaze towards him. Yifutian pointed at a divine stone and said, "Try that one." Shi Qiao looked at it. The character Yu was carved on it. "All right," replied Shi Qiao as she nodded. She understood Yifutian's intention. He must have guessed that to unlock the divine stones, the characters on them needed to be compatible with one's cultivation. The divine power of Raindrop divine sword surged into her fingers as Shi Qiao pointed at the divine stone. Immediately, raindrops shot towards it and traced out the character. Gradually, the character lit up with a faint glow. "That's it," said Shi Qiao as a look of excitement flashed past in her eyes. Not long after, she unraveled the mystery of this divine stone and appeared within its domain. The entire world became a world of rain. She saw the rain god of the past. She felt emotional. This power was very compatible with her cultivation. When Yifutian saw this scene, he understood something. From the looks of it, they needed to fulfill 2 important conditions to unlock the secrets of the divine stones. They needed to have a powerful enough great path, and their great path had to be compatible with the divine stones. Only then could they unlock the divine stones and peer into the divine techniques contained within them. Among those present here, Yifutian, Supreme Swordlord, and Shi Qiao were the only 3 who managed to unlock a divine stone so far. Speaking of which, the majority of the members of the other forces which had seized the divine stones would not be able to activate the stones either. Only very few top figures could decipher the mysteries of the divine stones. Yifutian wondered, "Can my power unlock all the divine stones?" He looked towards another divine stone. Emerald green divine light shone from his body. Divine power surged out from his life palace and rushed into the stone. A moment later, changes occurred to the stone as it radiated divine halos. "I can," Yifutian said to himself. Then, he attempted to open other divine stones. As the characters on the divine stones lit up one by one, the crowd noticed that Yifutian could activate all of them. His power of the Great Path seemed to be compatible with everything. This meant that they had access to all 100 divine stones here. They could cultivate the divine techniques sealed in every stone unhindered. However, they would need to trouble Yifutian in the process. They required his help to unseal the divine stones. Yifutian stopped trying. He sank deep into his thoughts as he stared at the divine stones. It would take him a long time to sort through the contents of all the divine stones before he could match each stone with a suitable cultivator. However, this was not a sustainable solution. The others would still need to depend on themselves to activate the divine stones in order to cultivate the techniques anytime they wanted. Aside from this, Yi Futian thought of another thing. These divine stones were very valuable. Nioibo Studio, the forces under Donghuang Imperial Palace, occupied the ruins of House Naga. Rumor has it that among the 8 legions, House Naga, which the ancestral dragon ruled, was also mighty. The ancestral dragon was crowned the king of all the demon clans. It was similarly a giant-level figure in ancient times. It used to stand at the peak of the cultivation world. The ruins of House Naga were vast and were surrounded by ancient mountains. The palaces of House Naga could be found among the mountains. Even though they were in a state of dilapidation now, one could still faintly make out how majestic they were in ancient times. Countless skeletons of dragons were left on this land. The skeletons were gigantic and were of different races. House Naga, ruled by the ancestral dragon, consisted of cultivators from all the dragon clans. The house was made up of various dragons, such as purple gold dragons, crimson dragons, and fiery dragons. Every type of dragon was a leading force on its own. One could imagine how prosperous House Naga used to be. At that moment, a figure appeared before a mountain in the territory of the ruins of House Naga. The figure, with white hair and white robes, was none other than Yi Futian. Many cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace stared at Yi Futian. They revealed bewildered looks as they wondered what business Yi Futian had here. Right now, Yi Futian was no longer the small fry he used to be. People would pay attention to him wherever he went. No one dared to look down on him. In the past, he could unleash extraordinary power in the Ziwei segmentum with the help of the will of great Emperor Ziwei. However, he couldn't do much and was a nobody once he left the segmentum. His cultivation level back then was even lower than that of Lord Qin. But now, very few cultivators in the 7 realms would claim to be stronger than Yi Futian. A group of cultivators approached him. The group leader was actually Duyu, one of the direct disciples of Donghuang the Great. Duyu first came in contact with Yi Futian when the former was still at the peak of the Renhuang Plain. Yi Futian was but a slightly talented cultivator from the lower worlds. Duyu didn't even take a serious look at him. They had met a few times after that. Duyu could sense Yi Futian's improvement every time they met. Now the latter had surpassed him. This caused Duyu to have mixed feelings and feel awkward around Yi Futian. However, such was the way of the cultivation world. As the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great, Duyu used to be the one who led the race. However, Yi Futian had surpassed him now, and their difference would only grow bigger in the future. "What business do you have here?" Duyu asked coldly. His voice bore a hint of animosity. Even though Yi Futian was more powerful than him now, it did not mean that he had to be courteous with the former. Both of them were on opposing sides. If it weren't because of Donghuang the Great's extraordinary temperament, Yi Futian would have perished long ago. Of course, there was another reason why Duyu could not stand Yi Futian. The latter's identity as the heir of Emperor Yi Qing had surpassed his own as the direct disciple of Donghuang the Great. Duyu felt humiliated inside. "Lamb looking for Donghuang Duyuan," replied Yi Futian. He naturally knew that Duyu could not stand him. However, he did not pay the latter heed. There were few people from Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture whom he bothered about. Yi Futian had come to find Donghuang Duyuan. Duyu was already unqualified to talk to him directly. "What business do you have with her?" Duyu continued asking, ignoring Yi Futian's statement. His tone was blunt and indifferent. Yi Futian glanced at him and said, "You can't call the shots." When Duyu saw the look Yi Futian gave him, his expression became ugly. A cold light was released from his pupils. They seemed to contain spear will. Was Yi Futian ridiculing him? With his status, there were very few instances when he could not call the shots. However, Yi Futian had come looking for Donghuang Duyuan. The matter might indeed be something that he could not make the decision. With Yi Futian's current status, he would naturally not come over for ordinary matters. It might be related to the relics or the teachings of the great emperors. Duyu still stared at Yi Futian, not intending to send word of the latter's arrival. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and ignored him. He shouted out loud, "Donghuang Duyuan." His voice reverberated throughout the relic, shaking the space. Duyu's facial expression immediately turned cold. His spear will become ferocious. Yifutian did not look at him. Instead, he said in a cold and indifferent tone, "You are no match for me." This humiliating statement caused Du Yu's face to turn very ugly. However, he had no comeback for what Yifutian said. There were only a handful of people in Donghuang Imperial Palace who were a match for Yifutian. At the very least, Du Yu was not one of them. In the distance, a brilliant divine light shone. Then, a group of figures appeared in the sky. Donghuang Diyuan stood at the very front. Her beauty was unparalleled. She stared at Yifutian with her beautiful eyes. Her expression was emotionless, and she did not speak. "Princess Donghuang, why don't we make a deal?" suggested Yifutian. "What sort of deal?" asked Donghuang Diyuan. "Believe that you managed to get your hands on several divine stones. I also believe that you have managed to comprehend the mystery behind them," said Yifutian. Donghuang Diyuan remained silent and did not respond. It was the same as acknowledging his words. Donghuang Imperial Palace had indeed comprehended the mystery of the divine stones. However, they had not unlocked many of them so far. Each divine stone contains a divine technique of the old heaven court. They are priceless and can be passed down for generations for cultivation, Yifutian said as he looked at Donghuang Diu. "I do not need to elaborate on how valuable a divine stone is. You also understand this, Princess Donghuang. I came here today to make a deal with you. I wish to trade the divine stones for something." Donghuang Diyuan still did not respond. She merely looked down at Yifutian. Seeing that she did not respond, Yifutian thought to himself that she was truly an ice queen. He then continued, "I want the skeleton of a dragon god with its will intact." "You are greedy," Donghuang Diyuan said as she glanced at Yifutian. "The corpse of a dragon god is the body of a demon monarch from ancient times. On top of that, you want its will intact. How many divine stones are you offering in exchange?" "How about 3? offered Yifutian. "That is not enough," replied Donghuang Diyuan in a cold tone. "How many do you want?" bargained Yifutian. He wanted the corpse of a dragon god and its will primarily to aid the demons of Demon God Mountain in their cultivation. The divine dragons especially needed it. Before this, he had obtained the skeleton of Demon Monarch Karura to help the cultivators of Sky Demon Court in their cultivation. Now, if he could get his hands on another dragon god skeleton, it would be even better. Even the other cultivators would benefit if they successfully comprehended the will of a dragon god. He had checked through the divine stones he possessed before. Some of them with similar divine techniques could be used as bargaining chips. 30 divine stones, Donghuang Diyuan said as she stared at Yifutian. Hadn't Yifutian obtained quite a number of them? "Donghuang Diyuan, what you ask for is practically daylight robbery. Where is your sincerity?" Yifutian mocked with a smile. Behind Donghuang Diyuan were many top figures. Formless pressure emanated from them. However, they could not affect the current Yifutian. Even the might of the near-deity level cultivators did not affect him. 30 divine stones meant 30 types of divine techniques. This was equivalent to the heritage possessed by an emperor-level force. Even if Donghuang Diyuan could not unlock the divine stones, Donghuang the Great would undoubtedly be able to do so. This woman was truly greedy. "Offer you 1 purple gold dragon god corpse plus dragon blood from a crimson dragon god that serves to baptize and train one's body," said Donghuang Diyuan as she continued to lay out her bargaining chips. This actually drew Yifutian's attention. The corpse of a purple gold dragon god and dragon blood. From the looks of it, Donghuang Imperial Palace had reaped considerable benefits in the relic of House Naga. 10 divine stones, said Yifutian as he stared at Donghuang Diyuan. The two fated enemies were now bargaining. Donghuang Diyuan continued, "Dragon blood can be used to baptize and train the body. The strength of the flesh of the members of House Naga in ancient times is unimaginable by current-day standards. This is the blood of a dragon god and a crimson dragon. Its blood can be reused over and over again. You'd better think carefully. The divine techniques in the divine stones can also be passed down for generations," Yifutian retorted. 20 divine stones is the most I can stomach. If Princess Donghuang does not agree, then just pretend that I was never here. Be on your way then, said Donghuang Diwen indifferently. She then immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Yifutian was stunned. Did this woman need to act so cold and arrogant? Deal, said Yifutian, accepting Donghuang Diwen's offer. Currently, in terms of value, the 30 divine stones were worth more. However, if he could use the corpse of the dragon god and the dragon blood to concoct elixirs and baptize generations to come, Yifutian believed that this deal was still worth it. These 30 divine stones could be replaced. They were not that important. Most importantly, what she offered was what he needed most. Hence, Yifutian agreed. It was certainly the same for Donghuang Diwen. She had a greater need for the divine stones. Hence, she had offered the corpse of the purple gold dragon god as well as the dragon blood. She wanted to establish a higher price so that Yifutian would need to exchange even more divine stones. Donghuang Imperial Palace needed more divine stones. Donghuang Diwen turned around and gave Yifutian a look. They had reached an agreement. This deal was sealed very smoothly. Both sides were top figures of the cultivation world. They did not need to cheat to get what they wanted. Yifutian left, taking with him the dragon corpse and the dragon blood. He still had a lot to do after this. After Yifutian returned to the ruins of the Maharaja, he called a meeting of all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace. They gathered together and looked toward Yifutian. Yifutian had become the leader of this group of people. Those from Ziwei Imperial Palace naturally followed his orders, while the head of the West Imperial Palace, Xianxia, was also willing to work with him. The alliance decided on Yifutian as their leader. Yifutian looked at the gathered crowd and announced, "My purpose for calling all of you is to discuss a matter. The gods' continent has appeared, and divine relics have been excavated one after another. This continent has also been expanding, and its antiquated essence has spread to all corners of the original realm. Hence, in the future, this place will no longer be just historical remains, but the first and greatest continent in the original realm." The people nodded upon hearing Yifutian's words. These few years, they had all been busy fighting over possession of the relics and with cultivation. They had not thought much in detail about other things, but clearly, Yifutian had already taken all these things into consideration. The land of the original realm, the former 3,000 realms of the Great Path, was no longer regarded as significant. Later on, the original realm changed, and many ancient lost continents appeared. They were then occupied by different forces, with the strongest among them being Ziwei Segmentum. But now, with the appearance of this divine continent from the past, from now on, this continent would become the main piece of land of the original realm. Not only from the original realm, but also cultivators from the divine prefecture, the demon realm, and all the other 7 realms would also gather here on this continent, which would make it the continent that had the most significant number of relics, the strongest cultivators, and the most powerful. Looking at its current state, it was just historical remains, but in the future, with all the powerful forces making their bases here, this ancient lost continent would no longer be barren. It would be the center of the entire world. Currently, we are the occupants of this historical land, so of course, we will turn this area into our fortress. Yifutian continued. I intend to build a place here similar to Ziwei Imperial Palace and then create a linkway between here and Ziwei Segmentum. What do you think? We are agreeable, and not only us, but all the great forces will also naturally want to be part of this. Xianxia was the first to respond. This was a divine continent from ancient times they were talking about, and there should be no doubts that it should become the center of the original realm. The other cultivators, too, nodded their heads one by one in approval. The remaining cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace have not been here to enjoy the resources yet, and they ought to be brought over in the future. Since everyone agrees, we shall start work immediately, Yifutian announced. We will also construct the space teleportation grand matrix at the same time and link here and Ziwei Segmentum together. However, West Imperial Palace is in Divine Prefecture, so we will need to think of another method. As West Imperial Palace was in Divine Prefecture, unlike with Ziwei Segmentum, it was not possible to link up with it through the space teleportation grand matrix. In that case, What should this place be called in the future? Supreme Swordlord asked. Smiling, it would be developed with the combined forces of Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace and would be considered an alliance. People from both sides would all relocate here to cultivate. Besides that, regarding Ziwei Imperial Palace, the cultivators from the Lost Clan also had to be here, and by then it would be the alliance of three great powers instead. How about Futian Palace? Shi Qiao laughingly suggested. Yi Futian shook his head in disagreement. This name certainly did not sound nice. Ziwei Imperial Palace, West Imperial Palace, Lost Clan, Old Continent, Maharaga Tribe. Yi Futian thought to himself. He was also thinking but likewise could not come up with anything good at that moment. Let's have it built first before deciding on a name. Yi Futian grinned. Who do you think is suitable to take charge of this project? Can do it. Shi Qiao readily volunteered herself. All right. Yi Futian nodded at Shi Qiao. Thanks for taking up the responsibility, Goddess Qiao. It's what I should do as part of my duty. Moreover, you still have so many other matters to attend to. Shi Qiao replied with a smile. Yi Futian nodded and looked toward the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Everyone from Ziwei Imperial Palace also needs to follow Goddess Qiao's instructions. This place will become the most significant cultivation training base in the future, and we will need to consider its defense capabilities. We might need help from Matrix Palace. Within the Divine Stones exists a matrix spell and contains a divine matrix. As it's a sword matrix, I would also like to invite Swordlord to study it with me. Yes, Your Highness. The cultivators all nodded in obedience. They naturally would not go against Yi Futian's wishes, being from Ziwei Imperial Palace. No problem. Supreme Swordlord nodded as well. His cultivation here had brought him much gain. While the Imperial arms were already a great treasure that increased his powers, he could also learn from the relics of the great emperor, and now he could even learn new swordsmanship and divine technique. Even without these, studying the swordsmanship divine matrix alone also had its benefits. Wuchen, Yaya, Swordmaster, you guys also come with me, Yi Futian said to the three swordsmen. The trio nodded in agreement, and after that, both sides parted ways to commence their respective work. Yi Futian's side started studying the sword matrix, while Shi Qiao's side started constructing the cultivation training base. Those who had no duties assigned continued cultivating. Everybody got busy with their own matters. Outside the realm, the cultivators from other worlds worked hard on their cultivations. Currently, rumors were going around that a few of the Emperor-level cultivators had acquired many divine stones when they were previously at the Old Heaven Court. These divine stones contained divine techniques from the Old Heaven Court, and all the big shots were now trying to study and decipher them. It was also rumored that Yi Futian had acquired the most stones. Furthermore, he had also acquired the divine ruler that had suppressed the demonic lord. These rumors led to many people keeping their eyes on the ruins of the Maharaga, where the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were presently at. However, unlike in the past, no one dared to enter the ruins of the Maharaga casually and risk going up against Yi Futian. As time passed little by little, the divine light released from the divine continents had spread to cover the entire boundless space, including even Ziwei Segmentum. It was as if Ziwei Segmentum was also part of the upper skies over the divine continents. The other lost continents discovered in the original realm were also shrouded within the divine light. All these greatly influenced the original realm and everyone knew it. This piece of land had become something completely different. At present, all the cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum were working hard on their cultivations. They had sensed the changes in the world. As more and more powerful cultivators appeared in the world, so it was too at Ziwei Imperial Palace. Within the Imperial Palace, many people were cultivating. They would look up at the continent within the skies occasionally. It was as if it was the Milky Way, running through the whole original realm from top to bottom. Buzz! Just then, a beam of divine light suddenly appeared within Ziwei Imperial Palace. It had come from the skies, landing within the palace, and it was dazzling. Following that, a group of cultivators stepped out from within the divine light, and at their head was Yi Futian. His Highness has returned. The cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace all lifted their heads simultaneously and looked toward the side. The message echoed through the palace, and all the strongmen came out. The cultivators stopped their cultivations and fixed their eyes upon the figure of Yi Futian. "Greetings, Your Highness," a voice cried out, and more followed in unison until the whole palace was filled with them. Yi Futian had long been the totem of Ziwei Imperial Palace, especially more so because he was from Heavenly Mandate Academy. To them, Yi Futian was a legend. "You all have waited long," Yi Futian started speaking. The divine light around him was shining ever so brightly, causing everyone to guess that Yi Futian had undergone a metamorphosis. They wondered exactly how high was the current cultivation level of their palace lord. "The space teleportation grand matrix has been built, and now I can bring all of you over to the divine relics to cultivate. Those who wish to go, please get ready, and we will set off soon after." All at once, everyone became excited after hearing what Yi Futian said. Would they soon be getting the opportunity to go to the divine relics to cultivate? What was it like over there? All these years, they had been full of imagination, but as Yi Futian had not returned, they did not dare to act recklessly but remained to guard the palace. Although one needed to have the luck to go to the divine relics, they were also fraught with danger, and preparations had to be made before they could go over. They had absolute trust in Yi Futian. "Yes, Your Highness," the cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace answered in unison. Yi Futian's body flashed, and he vanished from where he was standing. He visited the Lost Clan and then the elders in the Imperial Palace. Yi Futian arrived at the area where Emperor Xia was cultivating. Emperor Xia was currently engaged in a game of chess with the former imperial advisor of Dali, Qi Xiangang. They were once rivals, with Qi Xiangang being the subordinate of Emperor Li, but now they had become good friends. They had already seen Yi Futian's arriving much earlier on but did not display any signs of noticing. Even when Yi Futian approached them, Emperor Xia continued to ignore him. "Master, Mr. Xia," Yi Futian resorted to shouting. "You're back." Qi Xiangang smiled in reply. "Yep." Yi Futian nodded. "Everything is in place, and I would like to take you there to have a look. Many divine relics have appeared in the God's continent, and one can faintly imagine how things would have been like in the Yuangu era." "Sure, I would like to go." Qi Xiangang nodded approvingly. Naturally, Emperor Xia desired to go, although he did not say a word. For a cultivator, going to the God's continent was a dream they all had. "Qing Yuan." Yi Futian saw Xia Qingyuan walking towards them. He took out a lotus flower and handed it to her. He explained, "This lotus contains the will of the great emperor, suitable for you to cultivate with. You can communicate with the will of the elders in the lotus." As he finished talking, a brilliant divine light flew towards Xia Qingyuan. She stretched out her hand and caught the lotus flower that landed on her palm. "Thank you," Xia Qingyuan uttered in a low voice. "Master, Mr. Xia, you two get ready as well, and we will depart in a bit. I will go visit the other elders." Yi Futian did not stay long and soon left to notify the others. Even though everyone already knew about this matter, it was still basic courtesy to inform the elders about it in person. There was now a palace complex constructed within the vast expanses of the mountainous ruins of the Maharaga, and the palaces acted as a link between the mountains. In the core region of the ruins was a divine door, while the imperial palace above it was even more magnificent. Looking at how spectacular and grand it was akin to a divine palace. After all, it had been built for the important people. Ziwei Imperial Palace had 5 grand palaces, while West Imperial Palace and the Lost Clan also had core powers, so they needed a large territory. Therefore, Shi Qiao made full use of every bit of land available in the bid to turn the region into a palace complex. She had certainly done a great job, as it was well planned. The original lord of West Imperial Palace brought many cultivators from the palace over to help out. Shi Qiao had even neglected her own cultivation in those days, as she spent most of her time working to turn the ruins into something grand enough to be compared to the imperial palaces. Shi Qiao viewed the areas containing the relics of the great emperor as core areas and had them fenced. When Yi Futian brought cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to the area, It was not yet fully completed, but they were still stunned by the scale of the construction. Of course, they were aware that this place was newly constructed, and the continent was once a barren land. However, Yi Futian had plans to turn this area into the second Ziwei Imperial Palace. Furthermore, the fact that Yi Futian had already constructed an imperial palace here and brought them over meant that they had already taken a firm hold of this continent. Just how strong Yi Futian was now. "Come, I'll bring you guys to see the relics of the great emperor," Yi Futian offered. This group of people who came with him consisted of those of importance in Ziwei Imperial Palace and those who were close to him. There would be more coming subsequently. There was no rush as the linkway was already up and running. "Sure." Everyone nodded their heads in anticipation. Even Emperor Xia, who had always given the cold shoulder to Yi Futian, also moved his legs forward obediently, although he still could not be bothered to interact with Yi Futian. No one did not desire to see and study the relics of the great emperor for themselves. Moreover, there were relics of the great emperor, but there was also the gods' continent, the former battlefield of the gods in the past. And according to Yi Futian's bragging, this place also formerly belonged to the Maharaga tribe, which was one of the Heavenly Path's 8 legions. "I never thought that I would be able to see the relics of the gods' continent during this lifetime." Lord Taishan was immensely moved. Previously at the 9 Realms, he had also been an impressive character, but later on, as things kept changing in the original realm, eventually he was no longer able to keep up with the pace. Although he was still mighty, he was no longer considered significant when judged against the standards of the present original realm. Of course, if he were among normal humans in the world, he would still be regarded as exceptionally strong. Now though, he was with Yi Futian, and Yi Futian's friends and foes were all exceptional characters. Lord Taishan, along with his companions, all felt themselves to be old guards and unable to compete with the leading cultivators from the newer generations any longer. It had been previously impossible for them to have a chance to come to the gods' continent and see the relics for themselves. So Yi Futian bringing them here now was like looking at a changing of the guards. The other cultivators from the former 9 realms all gently nodded their heads. They too felt the same way as Lord Taishan. They had been cultivating Taichu's power at Ziwei Imperial Palace and underwent a metamorphosis that gave them extraordinary prowess. Now being here, perhaps they would have the chance to improve even further and be of some use in the future despite their old age. Above that palace, high in the skies, was a divine sword that controlled all the other swords. Buzz! Just then, the lights went out, and the dangling swords suddenly vanished into thin air. The divine sword, too, disappeared into the darkness, leaving no traces behind. A few shadowy figures appeared in that area. They consisted of Yi Futian, Supreme Sword Lord, Yi Wuchen, and others. They went down to the crowd of people. The formation of swords had been completed and would form the defense of the palace complex. As such, even if Yi Futian were not around if and when anyone wanted to break in, they would not be able to get past the sword formation. It could even kill the person who tried to break in. "Eyes done," Yi Futian announced as he landed on the sky stairwell. Everyone smiled. Xianxia grinned. "Using the divine sword as part of the formation, where we are, we should be the first to finish building the palace." "Yup," Yi Futian nodded while looking at Xianxia. "It's all thanks to you. Everyone helped." Xianxia smiled. "It's time to name this place." "Name, huh?" Yi Futian's head ached a little. Looking at the 3 highest-placed palaces, he knew that the highest one was for him and the important people in Ziwei Imperial Palace, while the lower 2 at the right and left sides were for West Imperial Palace and the Lost Clan. "Want to name this palace as Yi Imperial Palace, but it might not be the right time to do so yet." Xianxia had this dream. The cultivators were stunned. "Yi Imperial Palace. How about we temporarily name it such for now and only announce it to the world in the future?" Supreme Sword Lord suggested. "That's fine." Everyone nodded their heads and looked at the handsome face of Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there and looked one by one at the faces staring at him. He could see the anticipation in each person's eyes. They hoped that he would become the emperor of Yi Imperial Palace one day. Thus, it would be appropriate to name this palace Yi Imperial Palace. It was the hopes of everyone there. Seeing what they hoped for, Yi Futian answered, "Okay, Let's name it this way for now, but we'll not announce it to the outside world. If I don't manage to become an emperor, it would be too embarrassing." Everyone laughed at Yi Futian's words. Within the laughter, there seemed to lay their hopes for the future. 10 years had passed since the gods' continent first appeared, and the once barren land had been completely transformed. The passageway that linked other realms to this continent had also been opened for the same length of time, and cultivators from each realm had made their way over in troves. The enlargement of the continent also made it possible for countless more cultivators to be there. At that time, Emperor-level cultivators had occupied the ruins where the Heavenly Path 8 legions had been previously and divided their respective territories using the ruins as the center. For example, the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture used the Naga ruins as the center point of their cultivation, while those from Devil World used the ruins of the Karura. Not only that, but the cultivators had also built imperial palaces within their respective regions. Many tall, imposing palaces stood on this ancient continent. In addition, when the strongest forces from every realm occupied any ruins, they also started to construct their bases, resulting in the once barren continent turning into a flourishing and vibrant area now. In particular, where the 8 legions were situated, one could see numerous city walls and moats. They were impressive in appearance and a stark contrast to how the place had been before. The cultivators who came to the gods' continent were all pioneers, just that. This time around, the pioneers were all-powerful cultivators from every realm, and they could transform this piece of land in the fastest time possible. The cultivators in the land were also undergoing continual transformations. It was not rare to see clouds of tribulation rolling above the skies in recent years. Previously, it was extremely rare to see cultivators passing through tribulations, but on this continent, it happened frequently. Some passed the first tribulation, others the second, but no one gave the third. The divine tribulations came in threes, and passing all 3 would make one a god on the emperor level. Yet even with all the changes taking place in the world today, it was still difficult to pass all 3. Of course, with cultivators from every realm training together on the same land, fights over the relics would still occur, and there would be clashes. Especially when cultivators from different realms clashed, a chain reaction would often occur, causing massive disturbances. Fights and battles were happening all the time on this ancient continent. Conflicts of all kinds were never-ending, and some ended up victorious while others were thoroughly defeated. The survival of the fittest was constantly showcased. In addition, even till now, there were still highly mysterious relics on this land that had yet had their mysteries cracked, attracting many cultivators to head there to probe. Alas, many extremely powerful cultivators ended up dying in those relics. The especially dangerous relics were even termed Forbidden Zone of the Gods by the cultivators of the land. No one knew what events had occurred before in those forbidden areas, but it was inevitable that there had to be beings on the emperor level there in other forms. Otherwise, there was no reason they would be so dangerous as to cause many top-level cultivators to lose their lives there. Yi Imperial Palace, which was previously the ruins of the Maharaja, had evolved into an impressive palace complex. Meanwhile, cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace came over continuously to train in this palace complex that encircled mountains, and many also went outside to explore. What's more, Yi Futian and company had also opened another linkway that linked to Ziwei Segmentum, allowing those from Ziwei Segmentum to come to this land to cultivate also. However, as they were not part of Ziwei Imperial Palace, they were not allowed to use the cultivation resources from Yi Imperial Palace. Yi Futian only allowed them to visit the ancient continent like other cultivators from the other realms. As for how far they could progress or how they would turn out, Yi Futian was not responsible for that. It was up to that person's destiny. At the summit of Yi Imperial Palace, which was at the top of the sky stairwell at the edge of the palace complex, there was a will of the solemn. If you stood on the sky stairwell and lifted your head to look, you would involuntarily feel awed as if it was an actual imperial palace. The divine sword and sword formation hidden within the sky also gave people a sense of pressure, looking majestic and divine. Following the steps of the sky stairwell to the top, one would find the magnificent and imposing imperial palace there, while behind the palace there was a massive training ground. In there sat a white-haired cultivator. Around his body, A jade-green divine light spun round and round. His whole figure shone brightly and seemed as if the light and physical body were adjoined as one. The surrounding earthly will seemed to have been affected by him and fluctuated according to the divine light's movements. Just by sitting there motionless, it felt as if he was the ruler of the world. Yifutian opened his eyes at that moment, and a jade-green divine light glinted and penetrated the vast area. He looked up above the skies. He was still unable to get past this stage. It seemed as if he had encountered a bottleneck. He felt that the current him had cultivated until the highest level of a certain plane and was now at the doorstep of the demigod level. Yet he was unable to take the step into the door. Perhaps he still lacked understanding. Besides, Yifutian knew that his journey of cultivation had been different from the others in some ways. Ever since he had achieved the pinnacle in the Renhuang plane, he had started to walk along a different path. How the third and final tribulation would be, he did not either. His current cultivation level was still at the pinnacle in the Renhuang place. It differed from the powerful cultivators who had passed through tribulations, yet he had also passed through too. How can I take the step in? Yifutian murmured to himself. He was able to be at the doorstep of the demigod level with the powers of the divine ruler and was also able to spar with near deities. He vaguely felt that, if he were able to take that step, he would be able to be at the pinnacle of the demigod level. Once there, save those at the emperor level, there probably would not be anyone left who could compete against him anymore. Probably only Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diuan, and those others at the demigod level or those comparable to the great Skylords Black and White Almighty would qualify to go up against him. He stood up and turned his head, only to see Hua Jieyu sitting against the wall, cultivating. A large beam of divine light surrounded her, and it was as if that place had become something special. Her aura was also out of the ordinary. There was a divine stone floating in front of Hua Jieyu. It was among the 100 over stones that Yifutian had gotten, and it was one of the more special ones. Due to its uniqueness, a lot of time was spent activating this stone. On seeing Hu Jieyu engrossed in her cultivation, Yifutian decided not to disturb her but turned around. With a move of his will, his body vanished from where he had been and appeared again outside the heavenly palace. Yifutian looked down at the lower skies. Divine consciousness enveloped the entire palace complex, and the activities of the cultivators all appeared in his sight. These days, he practiced alchemy, activated the divine stones to aid other cultivators in learning divine techniques, was cleansed by the dragon's blood, and let others bathe in the dragon's blood. This was paired with an elixir, and they would perform closed-door cultivation afterward. It did not matter whether they were from Ziwei Imperial Palace, West Imperial Palace, or the Lost Clan. All the cultivators underwent a complete transformation. The important people in Ziwei Imperial Palace improved especially quickly. In recent years, that had been quite a few that had passed through tribulations and became powerful cultivators. Just then, there was a flash at the sky stairwell below. It was old Ma. He moved toward Yifutian and bowed. Your Highness. Although they once had a close relationship, in the current Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone highly respected Yifutian. Despite being a junior, he had done so much for everyone that no one took his age into account anymore. You don't have to stand on ceremony, Uncle Ma, Yifutian replied. Old Ma was still the protector of Ziwei Imperial Palace. How are things like in the outside world? Yifutian asked. Ever since the chaos that had taken place then, he had not gone outside to court any more trouble after he had obtained the divine stones. They had already gotten plenty and were not greedy. What's more, the best inheritances had all been snatched up by those at the emperor level, and there was no way he would incite a fight against them. It's a changing situation. Every day is different, Old Ma answered. But the divine relics on the gods' continent have been more or less completely plundered. They have either been taken control of or inherited, except a few secret places known as the Forbidden Zone of the Gods. As they likely contain extraordinary inheritances, many people desire to decipher them. Ah, I see. Yifutian nodded and looked toward the distance. After not being able to get past the cultivation bottleneck these few years, perhaps it was time to go out and have a look around. TM going outside to have a look? Yi Futian remarked to Old Ma. Old Ma nodded, and Yi Futian's figure disappeared immediately from the sky stairwell. Old Ma looked toward where Yi Futian had disappeared and was overcome with emotion. He still remembered the day Yi Futian first came into the village. At that time, he was just a genius junior. Now, however, he had become one of the top cultivators globally and was the leader of an extremely strong force. Aside from those at the emperor level, there was likely no one that could compete with him any longer. Even those of the ancient god clan were powerless against him now. Moreover, Yi Futian's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. It was completely different from his past. He could just about visualize the current Yi Futian becoming an emperor. He already had the airs of one. Yi Futian reappeared on the outskirts of the palace complex. The former ruins of the Maharaja had now been transformed into Yi Imperial Palace, and the outskirts were also the property of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Many cultivators had arrived here from Ziwei Segmentum and constructed many buildings, which made the area look like an outer city when viewed from afar. This was probably also the current portrayal of the entire God's continent. Here was only tiny corner. Yi Futian disappeared again in a flash. He traversed in the high skies, gazing down upon the land. The many constructions in sight showed that this ancient continent was no longer barren. He looked up at the upper skies. His sharp eyes pierced through the boundless space, beyond the clouds, and into the outer regions. He could see that the void had been filled with the essence originating from this old continent, and continents were floating in the midst. Yi Futian knew what that meant. Following the expansion of the God's continent, the divine light had also been spreading out to cover the other continents in the original realm. As such, those continents that were part of the original realm had become the outer sections of the God's continent. This was also the case for Ziwei Segmentum and the former 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the future, the original realm would likely become similar in structure to the divine prefecture, having countless continents all within the same dimension, with the God's continent as its hub. The divine prefecture was also an amalgamation of many continents, but unlike the original realm, it did not have a continent like the God's continent as its hub. Yi Futian quickly passed through the skies above the God's continent and switched from looking at the upper skies to the land below. You behave sneakily despite being a Buddhist cultivator and are a disgrace to Buddhism. Just then, Yi Futian spat out words that shook the void. His voice rang out throughout the boundless space, causing tremors within the void. Below, numerous cultivators lifted their heads to see a white-haired figure. It's Yi Futian. Somebody recognized him. Even those who had never met him in person had all heard of him. With such a special aura, outstanding appearance, and an iconic head of long silver hair, the figure above could only be Yi Futian. Who was he talking to? Who were the Buddhist cultivators? At the top of the skies was a golden Buddhist light, and in the distance, a pair of frightening eyes appeared within the void. They pierced through the void, looking toward Yi Futian. The cultivators below could see nothing of the newcomer but those eyes. It made their hearts race. That was an unnerving pair of eyes. Did they belong to Shinyen Buddha Lord? But had his eyes not been stabbed and blinded by Yi Futian when he had trespassed into the ruins of the Maharaja? Yi Futian sensed the other party and frowned. It seemed like Shinyen Buddha Lord had made tremendous progress, turning misfortune into a blessing after being stabbed blind. His eyes had become even more astonishing and powerful. Just then, those eyes in the void released a terrifying golden light that pierced directly through the void like a razor-sharp blade and headed for Yi Futian. Yi Futian turned and disappeared from the area. Two beams of divine light cut through where he had been standing before, causing a hole to appear, but Yi Futian was somewhere else. Buzz! Many eyes lit up simultaneously and headed toward Yi Futian. All at once, 10 million beams of golden divine light pierced through the void and moved to attack Yi Futian. The area was flooded with innumerable divine lights. Oh my! The cultivators were unnerved as they witnessed this scene. They had not thought that just an eye spell alone could be that terrifying. Those beams of divine light coming out from the eyes were enough to kill even the strongest cultivators. Yi Futian kept vanishing from the spot, but the eye spell lights seemed to be bent on sealing up the void. They came at Yi Futian furiously, and a gigantic divine eye appeared above him at once. It resembled the eyes of Tianxin, and the cultivators below were all taken aback when they saw it. "Hurry up and leave," Yi Futian shouted to the cultivators, and it was only then that they reacted and fled the area in a hurry. Just as Yi Futian finished speaking, the eyes in the skies again released countless beams of divine light that covered the sky. They were akin to sharp blades and headed straight for Yi Futian. At the same time, Xinyan Buddha Lord's figure also appeared in the upper skies, revealing himself. He now possessed a strong aura, and his powers had become more stable than when he had first passed through the second tribulation. He had sought Medicine Buddha Lord for help with his injured eyes. Although they did not fully recover, the divine eye technique he had been practicing developed further. It replaced his physical eyes, and he became much more powerful, and now, he did not need his physical eyes anymore as his divine eyes were everywhere. Yi Futian saw the deadly lights coming at him but did not dodge this time. A Buddhist light blazed around him, and he transformed into an indestructible golden body. A jade-green divine light encircled the golden body, blending with it in harmony. Bang! 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 Horrifying attacks continued raining down. The divine lights coming out from the divine eye were like razor-sharp blades that could cut through anything. They struck the golden body, creating loud noises in the process. A crack appeared on the body, but it remained in one piece, shielding Yi Futian's body. However, some people below were not as lucky. Although the battle had taken place in the high skies and were far from the ground, the divine light was so terrifying that it pierced straight through the void and into the lower skies. Those hit by the light immediately disintegrated into pieces, leaving not a single bone behind. They did not even have time to cry out. Yi Futian lowered his head and looked below and then looked toward Xinyan Buddha Lord again. A golden dazzling light encircled his body, and he coldly stated, "Buddha Lord indeed? Lance cultivated at Western Heaven and could be considered a semi-disciple of Buddha. I will eradicate this Buddhist scum on behalf of the other Buddhists today," Yi Futian said aloud, his voice shaking the void. As he finished speaking, two beams of divine light that contained the will of the great emperor shot out of Xinyan Buddha Lord's eyes and unto Yi Futian's golden body. In an instant, the golden body broke into pieces, but Yi Futian also vanished at the same time. The two beams of divine light continued to strike and raze everything within the area to the ground. Yet more people died, and those who were fortunate to escape were terrified. They used their divine wills to look into the battle in the high skies as they fled, and they felt their hearts go cold. Xinyan Buddha Lord was already a demigod and incredibly powerful. He also seemed to have the help of imperial arms. Would Yi Futian be able to cope? The cultivators were hoping Yi Futian would be the victor and get rid of Xinyan Buddha Lord. This Buddha Lord had no qualms about taking innocent lives in his bid to kill Yi Futian and had incurred the wrath and enmity of the people. Yi Futian reappeared at another place and looked at Xinyan Buddha Lord. When he had been stabbed blind, even the Buddha of Destiny had urged him to let go of his obsession. Yet it seemed that his obsession had only grown deeper, and he was now too bent on having his revenge for letting go. There is only a thin line between being a Buddha and being a demon, and Xinyan Buddha Lord had turned into a half-demon. His eyes were still blind, but a pair of divine eyes had replaced them. They were intimidating, and in there was a Buddhist divine sword. It was an imperial arm taken away by Xinyan Buddha Lord when he invaded the ruins of the Maharaga. The jade-green divine light glowed, and divine light kept gushing out of Yi Futian. They converged in front of Yi Futian and wrapped his entire body in them. Yi Futian morphed into a silhouette of a god. He held the divine ruler in his hands and looked up at Xinyan Buddha Lord in the void. Judging by his expression, it was obvious he meant business. Yes, of the war god Xinyan Buddha Lord looked down upon Yi Futian's silhouette. The eyes above the skies glared with murderous intent. A divine light glowed, and divine eyes began to envelop the area. The area subsequently converted into a domain, and within the domain appeared countless Buddhas that saturated the entire domain. The light of Buddha emerged from between the Buddhas, bearing down on the cultivators below. The cultivators looking up at the domain all felt the need to bow down on the ground and convey their reverence. Yi Futian, today I will let you see what a real Buddhist technique is, Shinyan Buddha Lord exclaimed, and his voice shook the void. He lowered his eyes, and at once, the light of Buddha emerged simultaneously from the bodies of the Buddhas. Inside the domain, Buddhist divine swords shot out from the countless Buddha's pupils. They shuttled across the void, undeterred by the spatial distance. They destroyed everything in their path. The eyes were like swords that penetrated heaven and the earth with the Emperor's will. Buzz! Yi Futian's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was standing. The divine swords also vanished instantaneously. They were quick as could be and were not deterred at all by the spatial distance. This was a Buddhist sword method, the sword of Kasyapa. The sword resembled a beam of light, and its prowess was unparalleled. It seemed that Yi Futian had vanished into thin air to the watching crowd, but in actuality, he was using teletransportation to move about. However, the divine eyes above the skies was also one of the Buddhist 6 superpowers like teletransportation and could track Yi Futian's every movement. The swords formed a matrix that could lock everything under surveillance, working together with the Buddhist divine sword technique. The cultivators below saw the skies turn into a domain of swords of light that engulfed the entire area such that no matter where you moved, you were in danger of being stabbed by the swords with the potential to die. Just then, from a certain corner, a light shone brightly from the divine ruler, and a jade-green divine light came sweeping out. The cultivators looked over to that corner and were surprised to see Yi Futian appearing in the high skies. He was heading straight for Shinyan Buddha Lord, undeterred by the onslaught of the Buddhist divine swords. The divine ruler headed straight up into the skies, and Yi Futian appeared to have fused with the divine ruler. A divine light surrounded him as he aimed straight at Shinyan Buddha Lord. The heaven-slaying divine sword was contained within the divine ruler, and numerous divine swords materialized to take on the swords of Kasyapa. Humph! Shinyan Buddha Lord let out a snort, exerting his dominance. The Buddhist divine swords continued their assault and were met by the heaven-slaying divine swords. The swords clashed, and a brilliant divine light lit up in the skies. A resultant storm came sweeping out and turned everything it touched into dust, including the wills of the swords. The jade-green divine light was repelled, and Yi Futian returned to his original form. The divine ruler in his hands remained the same and was still battling the imperial arm. It was shocking that it did not break. Shinyan Buddha Lord stared at Yi Futian below and was equally shocked. The divine ruler that Yi Futian had obtained from the ruins of the Karura was indeed an extraordinary divine object. It remained sturdy despite going up against the Buddhist divine swords. He also felt that this divine ruler was no ordinary divine arm if it could withstand the hits from both the Buddhist divine swords and the sword of Kasyapa without breaking apart. Yi Futian likely could sense the current level of Shinyan Buddha Lord's prowess after that hit. As a demigod, he was undoubtedly remarkably strong, but if it were just this, Yi Futian would have no problems finishing him off using the divine ruler. However, the addition of the imperial arm made killing him much harder. One wondered just how oppressive the combat power of a demigod with an imperial arm would be. You fake Buddhist disciple, today will be the day you die. The divine eyes above the skies were still staring down at Yi Futian, and Shinyan Buddha Lord's words resonated within the void. The divine swords beneath the divine eyes let out a brilliant glow that inundated the entire area, encapsulating the domain within. His previous attacks had all just been to sound Yi Futian out. Even though he hated Yi Futian to the core, he also knew that Yi Futian was mighty. He had waited a long time for Yi Futian to emerge and was not letting this chance to kill him go. Yi Futian had to die today. Yi Futian looked up toward the high skies and stretched out his palms. At once, a jade-green divine light emanated from his body and rushed straight to the clouds, engulfing all parts of the sky in its glow. What's this? The cultivators stared at the place where Yi Futian was at. The jade-green divine light had obscured the skies and was glowing intensely. The divine ruler was also continually expanding and had now grown into a giant ruler that touched the sky. It appeared that Yi Futian had only been using the tip of the iceberg of the divine ruler's powers up till then and was now releasing it in full. Yi Futian's expression was solemn, and his entire being was shrouded in divine light as if he had assimilated into the force of the great path and become one with it. Many people could sense his prowess and were stunned that he was still on the Runhuang Plain. Yi Futian's Runhuang Plain was completely different from the others. His level was created purely by Mother Nature. With the coming together of the great paths of heaven and earth and their fusion, he became the path itself. The divine ruler was not an imperial arm but was created through the heavenly rule. After it had suppressed the demonic lord, it had been swallowed by Yi Futian's life spirit and incorporated into his life spirit. The amount of power that Yi Futian had used was indeed only a small portion of the divine ruler's power. Now, however, he was facing a demigod who possessed an imperial arm. His current level would not be good enough to defeat Shenyan Buddha Lord. Alongside the glow from the divine ruler, it encompassed the entire vast region and became Yi Futian's domain of the great path. This here was his path. Above his head, the jade-green divine light emanating from the divine ruler whirled around frantically and toured into an enormous vortex. It obscured the skies and also Yi Futian in the upper skies. The disk vortex devoured every bit of its surroundings, even the force of the path and the worldly spiritual chi. Only that humongous divine ruler could stand firmly within the spinning disk. Is that a divine matrix? The cultivators below were blown away as they witnessed the dazzling scene above. It was formidable and daunting. Yi Futian raised his hand to summon the divine ruler and the disk. A menacing, devouring power and divine light were springing out from within them. Above the skies, the Buddhist divine swords broke through the void and tore it into pieces along with the sword of the Kasayapa that was released by the divine arms. They sliced everything in their bid to get to Yi Futian, but upon reaching him, they were shockingly devoured right away into the vortex above Yi Futian. Within the vortex, there seemed to be unlimited space that made everything devoured by it vanish without a trace. What kind of divine technique is this? The cultivators were astonished. The divine swords had all been devoured into nothingness. It rejected nothing, and as long as the divine matrix was present, nothing could overcome the vortex. This technique had been learned by Yi Futian when he activated one of the divine stones and incorporated his powers into it. The word nothingness was inscribed on the stone, and it had contained an extremely formidable divine technique. After Yi Futian had finished his cultivation, he could comprehend and master it thoroughly. He then used the divine ruler's powers to enhance it, resulting in what everybody was looking at now. A horrific murderous storm appeared above the skies, and the swords of the Kasayapa attacked savagely. However, they were swallowed up. Then Yi Futian raised his hands toward the void and pushed the air forward. The storm immediately moved toward the upper skies and devoured the attacking power of the sword techniques. Nothing could escape it. The divine eyes stared at the lower skies below. He was surprised that the divine ruler could be so powerful. His divine sword's attack power was tremendously strong, and even they got devoured up, unable to break the storm apart. This meant that their attacking power was not yet good enough. The divine eye showed its true form. The Buddhas in the domain started reciting the sound of Buddha together, and the light of Buddha swamped the heavens. The halo of Mahavarakana appeared behind the Buddhas and fused into the divine swords. At once, the halo of Mahavarakana appeared above the Buddhist divine swords, ready to bum everything in the world. Kill! Shenyan Buddha Lord commanded. Immediately, the Buddhist divine swords started raining down. With the halo of Mahavarakana above, it looked like the sun was falling down. The scene of the sun falling together with the divine swords was terrifying, to say the least. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and the divine swords dove into the vortex. The halo of Mahavarakana burst, and the vortex started to implode. The divine lights of destruction flooded the dome of the sky, but the enormous divine ruler and the divine swords clashed together with a loud bang, as if the heavens and earth had shattered. If here was not the god's continent but any other place in the original realm, it was likely that the whole area would be smashed into pieces already. Even so, the divine lights of destruction still shrouded the entire area, causing even the heavens to light up. This time, Yi Futian did not retreat. The divine ruler met the Buddhist divine sword's head-on. It did not seem to be losing out in the slightest, and even forced the Buddhist divine swords back into the high skies, while it continued standing where it was. What power! Though this divine ruler isn't an imperial arm, it isn't in any way inferior to them and is a supremely divine item. It's even more valuable than the imperial arms, just that its powers have yet to be fully discovered. Someone in the lower skies uttered in admiration. The divine ruler was able to suppress the demonic lord after all. Of course, it isn't some ordinary thing. But how much of the divine ruler's power would Yi Futian actually be able to unleash? As they were speaking, Yi Futian's body was magnifying until it became the same size as the divine ruler. He had transformed into an unrivaled god. As Yi Futian's figure expanded, that emerald green divine light soared upward and shrouded the sky. The divine light sheltered the sky and covered this entire area. Yi Futian's body was now hundreds of feet tall, which complemented the massive size of the divine ruler. Like a god descending into the world, he appeared invincible. The divine light circled him and turned into stars. When the stars began to move, they revolved around his body and formed an absolute defense. This was the ability of Ziwei the Great. In the past, Yi Futian had been using this defensive ability very effectively. Now, Yi Futian had nearly transformed into the path itself. When the emerald green divine light shrouded this area, those flowing stars seemed to be one with him, turning into an absolute defense. Shinyan Buddha Lord fixed his eyes at the area below, but he seemed less confident now. His realm was indeed higher than Yi Futian's, and he was already in the realm of near deity. He had already comprehended the power of the great path that belonged only to him, which was one of a kind. Those whose cultivation was below this realm were simply no comparison, as they would be destroyed and immolated. However, Yi Futian seemed to be an exception. His realm was far inferior to his, yet the will of the great path formed by that green divine light integrated so perfectly with Yi Futian that it was almost as powerful as his near-deity realm. Above the sky, an unparalleled divine light bloomed out of the divine eyes. The divine sword that held his hand suddenly chimed loudly as countless phantoms of the divine sword manifested. This Buddhist divine sword seemed to transcend all kinds of powers. Shinyan Buddha Lord was not an expert in swordsmanship, but the imperial arms he obtained were a Buddhist divine sword, so it was natural for him to launch an attack with this to unleash its most potent power. If he had tried to kill Yi Futian by using other Buddhist methods without the might of the imperial arms, it would be pretty impossible, as he was no competition to Yi Futian in swordsmanship. He thought that, aided by the imperial arms and with his realm, even if the two didn't fit with him so well, it was more than enough to kill Yi Futian. However, he could have never expected it to be such a difficult task. Yi Futian was far more powerful than he had imagined, especially the power of that divine ruler, which was second to none. His divine eyes could not detect any weaknesses. Kill! Under the divine eyes in the sky, the divine sword slashed down again, ignoring the distance in space, and arrived instantly. Every strike seemed to hit the weakest point in the starry defense. This was the true power of the divine eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The violent sounds continued to be heard, enough to shatter heaven and earth. Cracks began to appear on the starry defense light screen. As each new crack appeared, another sword strike struck, not wasting the slightest chance to expand these cracks as rapidly as possible. It seemed that any subtle changes could not escape the scrutiny of the divine eyes. Buzz! Just as the cracks continued to expand, Yi Futian moved. The towering godlike figure held the divine ruler in hand and attacked the sky above. Suddenly, the phantom of a gigantic divine sword manifested from the divine ruler. The divine sword slew the heavens as the exalted ruler turned into swordsmanship. The sword that could slay the heavens could slay everything. Terrifying sounds of rumble came out, and the starry defense collapsed and pulverized. The heaven-slaying divine sword sailed through the void, aiming directly at Shinyan Buddha Lord, who was above the firmament. The attack covered the boundless space, and a more terrifying collision than before erupted. The heaven-slaying divine sword and Shinyan Buddha Lord's imperial arms slammed into each other, and the firmament shuddered violently. Countless sword wills surged madly in the direction of Shinyen Buddha Lord. Shinyen Buddha Lord opened his divine eyes and captured the trace of every sword. A massive Buddha appeared behind him with countless arms that blasted terrifying gigantic handprints into the area below. At the same time, that unparalleled power continued to shatter the shadows that surrounded Shinyen Buddha Lord. The two of them climbed higher and higher into the firmament. Yi Futian stared at the other like a god as the sound of Buddha continued to pour out of his mouth. Suddenly, many Buddhas filled the sky above, and their bodies lit up with the extremely radiant light of Buddha. The ancient words of mantra appeared on the bodies of the Buddhas as they raised their hands simultaneously, blasting at Shinyen Buddha Lord, who was above. It was the all-heaven Buddha's seal. The expression on Shinyen Buddha Lord's face changed suddenly. In like manner, images of Buddhas also appeared around him, with the sound of Buddha lingering and resounding throughout the void. Suddenly, giant handprints of Buddhism slammed out to collide with the all-heaven Buddha's seal. Above the firmament, an unparalleled ancient Buddha manifested. His presence covered the entire sky above as if it was the Lord of all Buddhas. Countless green divine lights flowed into the Buddha, and in the next moment, a boundless and massive Buddhist seal overwhelmed heaven and the earth. It struck at Shinyen Buddha Lord so that Shinyen Buddha Lord was pinned between two powerful attacks with nowhere to turn. Buzz! At this moment, a Xianxia flew out from the body of Shinyen Buddha Lord. The Xianxia expanded madly until it covered the sky and sheltered the sun. The Xianxia surrounded him as countless light of Buddha lit up above it, like ancient Buddhist seals. Thousands of runes floated in front of him, flying around the body of Shinyen Buddha Lord as if they were some precious Buddhist treasures. Shinyen Buddha Lord recited the sound of Buddha, which resonated with the Xianxia. Immediately, the supreme Buddhist runes upon the Xianxia turned into a divine seal and flew out, colliding with the gigantic handprint that blasted down from the sky. Yi Futian watched everything calmly. For Shinyen Buddha Lord to become one of the Buddha Lords in the Western world of Buddhism, his strength was unquestionable. However, as long as he could restrict the power from his opponent's imperial arms, the outcome of this battle was quite predictable. In the past few years, Yi Futian had not been idle. Golden runes continued to fly out of his mouth as they were branded onto the heaven-slaying divine sword. The green divine light surrounded the divine sword with a horrific might. Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed at the divine sword. Suddenly, the divine sword continued forward, colliding with the imperial arms wielded by the other man, as if burning up the last bit of power from the heaven-slaying divine sword. At the same time, Yi Futian's body disappeared from where he was and reappeared next to Shinyen Buddha Lord and moved up along with him. The green divine light dazzled as that massive and gigantic divine ruler converged in front of him. Shinyen at the moment was not looking so great. The divine ruler was not an imperial arms but a power that ruled the great path, which could be used in different places. Currently, Yi Futian seemed to have integrated with the power of the divine ruler perfectly. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound was heard. Above the sky, massive and boundless divine rulers flew over, and every divine ruler seemed to contain supreme power, the power of the rules from the heavenly path. Shinyen Buddha Lord sensed something was amiss. He wanted to strike with the divine sword but found that the power of the heaven-slaying divine sword was still there, suppressing his imperial arms with the last bit of its strength. Shinyen, today, I will send you to the afterlife on behalf of the Buddhist sect. As soon as Yi Futian finished speaking, an unparalleled power suddenly exploded. Many unstoppable divine rulers came down on top of Shinyen Buddha Lord. Every divine ruler contained the power of absolute suppression as if to suppress everything in this world. Shinyen Buddha Lord let out a roar as he was attacked front and back. He was stretched to his absolute limit. Boom, boom, boom. Humongous divine rulers rained down one after another, suppressing even those brilliant runes on the Buddhist Xianxia. Shinyen Buddha Lord let out a muffled groan as his face paled. Some divine rulers had breached his defense, shattering the Buddha phantoms that had surrounded him. Bang! With a loud bang, a divine ruler smacked right on the body of Shinyen Buddha Lord, as a mouthful of blood came out of him. He was white as a sheet. He clasped both hands as the boundless light of Buddha bloomed, so that the divine ruler was unable to penetrate his body or break through the physical defenses of his body. He incarnated as a golden Buddha, immortal and indestructible. Bang! 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 The divine rulers slammed down repeatedly so that the runes on the golden body began to crack. Until finally, the golden body itself was split open, and blood came pouring out of his mouth. "It's time for you to get on your way," Yifutian said as he moved forward, carrying the divine ruler with him. The divine ruler brought the utmost supreme divine light to smash through all defenses, as it blasted on Shinyen Buddha Lord. Then, like a sharp sword, it penetrated through his body, which ran through the golden form. This sight was somewhat similar to when the divine ruler was used to suppress the demonic lord. The golden body was now completely pulverized, and Shinyen Buddha Lord turned back to his own physical form. He looked down at the divine ruler that had gone into his body, and there was a look of shock and fear in his eyes. Could he be killed just like this? Today he came here to slay Yifutian. After waiting for such a long time, the day finally came when Yifutian was out of the ruins so he could be killed. However, Shinyen wondered, did his action end up burying himself instead? "Get on your way." Yifutian repeated what he said before. The divine light upon the divine ruler erupted, and the golden body shattered instantly. Shinyen Buddha Lord's body exploded into tiny pieces, which then turned to dust, disappeared entirely without a trace. Shinyen Buddha Lord had fallen. Everyone who was watching the battle above the sky was in total shock. Although a great distance separated them, the battle was far too brilliant to be ignored. They all saw with their own eyes how Shinyen Buddha Lord was killed, and their hearts were beating wildly. Yifutian had slain the Shinyen Buddha Lord. How brutal was this kind of strength? A near-deity existence with imperial arms was killed by Yifutian just like this. One could only imagine the impact this had on the other cultivators. Yifutian retracted his aura and glanced at that Buddhist divine sword. Then, he looked into the distance and said, "Shinyen had demons in his heart and acted aggressively. He had tried to take my life several times before and left me no choice but to kill him. This sword belongs to Buddhism and ought to be returned to its rightful owner." With a wave of his hand, the divine sword instantly flew into the distance. In that direction, a Buddhist divine light lit up like a beacon, putting away the Buddhist divine sword. Obviously, Buddhist cultivators were there. Before, when he was battling with Shinyen Buddha Lord, there were cultivators from the Buddhist sect who were observing the battle. However, they didn't show themselves but merely let the two fight. Clearly, the Buddhist sect was also of the opinion that this was a personal grievance between the two. "Amitba." A voice was heard but didn't say much more than that. Yifutian bowed slightly and replied, "I will take my leave now." Immediately after that, Yifutian disappeared and left this place. Watching his disappearing figure, the people below were left in turmoil for a very long time. Yifutian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, had not been seen in public for several years. It was said that the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace had built a city on top of the ruins of the Maharaja. Because of all the cultivation resources that Yifutian had obtained before, they concentrated on cultivation ever since. It had been quite a few years since Yifutian made his presence known in the involvement of a glorious battle. He had immolated a cultivator in the near-deity realm, the Shinyen Buddha Lord, from the Western world of Buddhism, who was aided by imperial arms that were at his disposal. Although Shinyen Buddha Lord had not been in the near-deity realm for too long, and the imperial arms he had were not as compatible with his abilities, there was no doubt that the combat effectiveness exploded by such combination ought to be considered frightening. Yifutian did not win by trickery. However, he killed Shinyen Buddha Lord fair and square by engaging him head-on. This number one genius talent from the original realm was still one of the most dazzling characters in this era of significant changes. He was no less than the heirs of those imperial-level forces. The news spread out, but it didn't cause much fanfare. It was not because the battle was not brilliant enough, but because more people focused on their cultivation. The gods' continent had not quite settled down after the significant changes that took place, and its cultivational environment was different from that of the other realms. Any major events that happened in any realm would instantly spread to the rest of the continents, but here, none of the cultivators spent much time noticing anyone else. More importantly, on the gods' continent of today, some shocking happenstances would occur from time to time. When Yi Futian walked upon this continent, he visited many places. When he came upon a canyon, he saw that there were many people above the canyon who were cultivating there. They had even built clusters of buildings, and many people were coming every day to cultivate here. At this time, Yi Futian had also arrived in this place. As he walked, he found himself among an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, but most were heading in the same direction. Yi Futian was heading there as well. He came to a cliff where many cultivators were standing on it. Even the boulders upon the cliff were occupied by various cultivators. He stood on the edge of the cliff as his eyes surveyed the canyon below. He saw that the environment below seemed very picturesque, with flowing springs and green shades provided by trees. An intense spiritual atmosphere pervaded from below, as if it was a place of cultivation for the immortals. However, this was the forbidden zone of the gods on the gods' continent. According to legend, there was the presence of the gods in the small world in the canyon. However, most cultivators would only dare to walk around on the periphery. For those who had gone in, no one had returned, hence the name of the forbidden zone. Who knows who would obtain the divine treasures in this forbidden zone? Someone commented. Nowadays, there are fewer and fewer gods' relics on the gods' continent, and many are already taken. The remaining forbidden zones are hard to come by, and the chances are getting slimmer by the day. The cultivators next to him commented. Although they were here, most people did not dare to go in. All they dared to do was stand outside and watch. Heard that a mysterious cultivator appeared on the continent and took over a lot of the ruins. He was ruthless, and his strength was mighty powerful. He was able to directly swallow the inheritance of the ruins, and many top figures had fallen into his hands. Heard that as well. This person's cultivation has reached the top, and the ones he targeted were also from the top principalities of all the worlds. This demonstrated just how powerful his strength is. Who knows if he isn't some old monster who had been alive for many years. Everyone was talking about it, and all of them had their own opinions on the matter. The appearance of this god's continent was the talk of all the worlds back then. The changes that occurred were why all the worlds had opened up their passages to come here. Everyone imagined that they would profit from these changes between heaven and earth, thus ushering in some transformations. However, today, 10 years later, they found that everything was but a dream. They didn't get anything, and everything they had imagined was just an illusion. On the other hand, the gap between them and those top figures became a great chasm. The strong would only get stronger. The changes between heaven and earth had created a group of genius talents who were destined to dominate this world, but they were not part of it. Of course, they may feel a sense of loss, but the changes were beneficial to them in reality. This continent now traversed the land of the original realm and was ideal for cultivation. Many people may not even plan to go back to where they were. This place may become the center of all the worlds. Donghuang Duan has been inside for a few days now. Who knows if she can get to the divine treasure or not? At this time, another person piped up, and what he said surprised Yi Futian. Donghuang Duan had gone inside the forbidden zone of the gods? Donghuang Duan is indeed the daughter of Donghuang the Great. With such a noble status as hers, she dared to enter the forbidden zone of the gods by herself. Few men can match this kind of courage. She is daring because of her incredible ability. But it is true that Donghuang Duan's noble status does set her aside from all the others. As a princess, there was no need for her to undertake such a great risk. After all, she has plenty of relics at her disposal. Even if the Naga relics were not so suitable for Donghuang Duan's cultivation, she had obtained the power of the ancestral dragon nonetheless. The people next to him chatted amongst themselves, which surprised Yi Futian a little. Not only did Donghuang Duan enter into God's relic, but she did so alone. However, he had been cultivating on his own for all these years to reach the realm he was today. Conceivably, Donghuang Duan must have also continued progressing with her cultivation. Today, with her strength and various resources, she must have already climbed to the top of the cultivation world. Even in Donghuang Imperial Palace, there were probably not many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Indeed, she was powerful enough to no longer need anyone to protect her. Perhaps Donghuang Diuan thinks that this forbidden zone is possible for her to break into. After all, besides her, there was another group of people who had ventured into it as well. In the past few years, they must have gotten some information about the forbidden zone. Someone continued. Knowing Donghuang Diuan, she probably wouldn't act recklessly without having some idea that she would prevail. Even if it was the forbidden zone of the gods, everyone still believed that Donghuang Diuan could emerge victorious, having the opportunity to inherit the divine treasure. After all, Donghuang Diuan's talent, strength, and background made her the most likely candidate to succeed. At this moment, everyone saw another figure walking towards the canyon, heading directly into the depths of the canyon. All of a sudden, everyone's attention focused there with great interest. Someone else wanted to trespass into the forbidden zone? Who was this man? Yi Futian. Someone recognized him and watched the white-haired man heading towards the area below. Yi Futian is here as well. The hearts of many palpitated. Yi Futian's reputation nowadays was known throughout the gods' continent. Even if these people had never seen him before, there was almost no one who had never heard of Yi Futian's name. It was said that years ago, in the battle at the Old Heaven Court, Yi Futian shocked the world with his performance, as he led the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace to face off with the cultivators from the Heaven Realm. Not only did he not yield, but he got on the sky stairwell under his power and snatched the energy from the statues of the gods, defeating the Supreme Heavenly King, the head of the 4 Heavenly Kings. In this generation, Yi Futian's name was more than qualified to be put next to Ji Wudao, Donghuang Diuan, and others. Under the gazes of everyone, Yi Futian came to the bottom of the canyon. The environment was excellent. A river flowed through the rocks, and ancient trees on both sides were also lush and thriving. In front of him, there was a small pathway. Inside, Yi Futian could faintly perceive a mysterious atmosphere. There was a tributary of the river next to the path. As he proceeded further, the rocks on both sides became more significant. When he went further inside, Yi Futian found that the boulders which formed the mountain cliff seemed to be of one entirety. Yi Futian pointed his finger at the cliff, but nothing happened. Not even a trace had appeared. Just as I thought, Yi Futian marveled. If this boulder could be split open, perhaps those top figures had already done so from the outside to get to this relic. None of them were able to do it. If someone like him could not even leave a trace on this cliff, then it was a testament to just how impenetrable this cliff was. Perhaps only the gods of ancient times could have accomplished something like this. Is this the cave residence for a deity? Yi Futian wondered to himself as he continued to walk along the path. Gradually, the path was cut off by the river and could only be continued through the waterway. Yi Futian did not want to get through by supernatural means. This was the cultivation place of a deity, and he dared not to be too disrespectful. A small boat formed in front of him, and Yi Futian stepped onto the boat, moving along with the river. As he continued to venture deep within, he could feel that mysterious atmosphere was intensifying. He looked up at the mountain wall on top and the two sides around him and felt an invisible force permeated all around him. Although it was not strong, he could feel a faint resistance. There was some kind of a light in front of him, as if somewhere deep inside, someone could sense anyone who ventured into this place. Finally, Yi Futian saw an arched doorway blocked off by a curtain of a waterfall. Yi Futian's small boat passed through the archway and the curtain of a waterfall. Yi Futian felt as if he had passed through the gate of time and space, and suddenly he had entered into another space and time. Everything suddenly opened up. When Yi Futian saw the landscape before him, he knew that he had come to a small world. This forbidden zone of the gods was a deity's small world of cultivation. Yi Futian looked behind him and saw the archway had disappeared. There was no way out. He frowned slightly and took a deep breath. No wonder this place was known as the Forbidden Zone of the Gods. Concentrating and refocusing his thoughts, Yi Futian looked at this small world and found it was quite beautiful. like a place where immortals' hermits cultivated. He was probably correct in assuming that this was a cultivation place for deities. A mysterious atmosphere permeated the entire small world, which could not be fully construed. He looked at the road ahead and could vaguely make out several dead bodies. As he moved forward, Yifutian walked to a corpse and saw the corpse was well preserved. There was a terrifying aura of the great path on the body, something like a fighting will. This was, in fact, not the dead man's aura but the aura of what killed him. This cultivator may have been killed by a will, so his body was not damaged, as he was obliterated without a fight. Yifutian heightened his alertness as he surrounded himself with wisps of great path aura, preparing to continue forward. However, at this moment he suddenly felt an aura of extreme danger. Buzz! He disappeared immediately from the spot, using the Buddha's celerity. A most powerful will descended instantly, ignoring his evasive movements and locked onto him. The Buddha's celerity seemed to have lost its effect. Yifutian continued to evade and dodge with Buddha's celerity. At the same time, the divine light of the great path flowed upon his body, protecting him, and a strong will erupted. Bang! A loud boom was heard, and Yifutian felt a terrifying will rushed into his body regardless of everything he was trying to do. His body fell from the void as he was blasted to the ground. His spiritual soul was shaken, and he was in a semi-unconscious state as if he was on the verge of blacking out. What happened? A thought appeared in Yifutian's mind as the aura of the great path shrouded him. In an instant, a terrifying will descended. Instantly, Yifutian retracted the will of the great path upon him, and the will dissipated immediately. Nothing appeared, nor were there any more attacks. Yifutian's heart was beating wildly as he remained lying on the ground, staring at the sky above the ruins in a daze. That horrid will was coming from above as if it had integrated into this small world. TT can track auras. A voice sounded in Yifutian's head. If he had reacted any slower just now, the second attack would have fallen right on top of him. This small world did not allow the existence of other auras. As soon as any other wills of the great path were detected, it would attract powerful attacks. Fortunately, he realized it just in time, or else he would have been bombarded to death by this will. Was this how those other cultivators died? Probably some people hadn't even had time to react before they were killed. They didn't even know what came over them. With his cultivation realm and willpower, a single blow that could render him powerless like this was enough to demonstrate how terrifying the attack was. If another cultivator in the second tribulation plane were hit by this blow, he would lose half of his life even if he managed to survive. It was more likely for someone to be killed by a blow like that. More importantly, some people couldn't react at all after being attacked the first time, so even if they didn't die from the first blow, they would instinctively release the power of the great path to resist. Then what awaited them would be the second round of attack. Forbidden Zone. Yifutian laid there and didn't get up. He had been taught a lesson as soon as he came in. It seemed that the forbidden zone of the gods was not so easy to get through. Here, the existence of other great paths was forbidden. Any other auras would be immolated summarily. The will of the great path flowed inside Yifutian's body and did not disperse outside of him. He was repairing his own injury, and after a while he finally stood up and looked in front of him. After taking another deep breath, Yifutian walked forward without any fluctuation in the aura of his great path. The crisis that occurred moments ago made him realize that all other paths from the outside were forbidden in this small world. Were the heavenly gods so aggressive and unforgiving? Yifutian walked forward, and he was doing so very slowly. He did not dare to be careless, and he was in no hurry. As he moved forward, he found that the scenery in this small world was stunning, refined, and peaceful, and it was an excellent place for cultivation in solitude. With no one to disturb, this was a most suitable place to cultivate in retreat. Moreover, as Yifutian kept moving forward, he did not encounter other dangers. His journey had been very smooth. It seemed that as long as he did not release the aura of the great path, there would be no danger for him. Yifutian's pace quickened as he continued forward in this small world. Along the way there were more corpses. If these people were able to make it this far, it was possible that they may have seen the mystery of this space. Their deaths, most likely, were the results of them trying to seize the items they found in this small world. As battles between cultivators ensued, things might have gotten out of hand. There are many things in here that were unusual and contained a wisp of the will of the great emperor, filled with extraordinary auras. Yifutian had sensed it when he was moving forward, but he did not try to take any of them. Right now, everything was unknown, so he had to be highly cautious. He wanted to see what secrets were held in this small world. More bodies. At this moment, the will in front of him was getting more robust, and there were more and more bodies strewn about on the ground. So much so that Yifutian had to slow down again. He could sense the danger all around him. Someone's there. Yifutian looked at a place and saw an old man who looked extremely dirty behind a giant boulder, who had retracted his aura. He remained motionless like a non-presence. If Yifutian hadn't seen the man, he would not have even sensed his presence. As if he had detected Yifutian's presence, the old man opened his eyes, and a cold light came through those eyes as he said via voice transmission, "Leave." Yifutian didn't quite understand. He frowned as he looked at the old man and responded by voice transmission as well. "Sir, what was up ahead?" This old man was deliberately using voice transmission to communicate with him. It seemed that he was trying to avoid something. "Go away." The old man seemed a little exasperated as he stared at Yifutian with eyes that seemed to want to swallow him. Yifutian frowned, still puzzled by his reaction. Then, a strong sense of danger descended upon them. His eyes sharpened as he looked ahead and saw that a highly terrifying aura was approaching them. In an instant, Yifutian became a little nervous, and his expression was extremely grave. In this small world, he realized, auras could not be released. Otherwise, the attack from the will of the great emperor would descend and slay anyone who released the atmosphere. However, why was there such a powerful aura ahead of them? The old man hiding there also felt it, and he didn't look pleased. He got up quickly and moved away at an incredible speed, trying to flee here as soon as possible. He did not release his aura, but the method he employed was still excellent. Buzz! An afterimage chased after him rapidly. It was a figure in white. Yifutian didn't even have a chance to discern what that white shadow was before he heard a violent booming sound coming from ahead of him. Bang! With a loud sound, the white afterimage collided with the old man. Immediately, the old man's body was knocked into flying, slamming into the stone wall next to him. A massive amount of blood was coming out of his mouth, and that white afterimage stopped and came into Yifutian's field of vision. The ancients! Yifutian's eyes sharpened. This was a woman clad in nothing but white, and she was immaculate. She had a fantastic will upon her, the same as the will that was attacking him before. This woman's visage was beautiful beyond words, as if it was perfectly carved. She did not appear to belong to the human world, but an immortal goddess who walked out of a painting. Although her eyes seemed to be that of a normal person, they seemed to be missing something, like a spark of life. From her, Yifutian could not feel any signs of life. The living dead! Yifutian's eyes sharpened at this realization. Obviously, the woman who appeared in front of him was an ancient who belonged in this small world, not someone who entered it. The woman in white glanced at Yifutian, then looked away, turning her attention back to the old man. Her body turned into a phantom and disappeared directly. "Bastard!" The old man cursed angrily. He turned his body into many afterimages. Spatial divine light circulated as he attempted to escape with the light. His method was exceptional. However, the woman in white also tuned into a phantom. By the time Yifutian looked over on that side, he could see that many afterimages had populated the space. A powerful aura of the great path erupted from the old man, as if he could no longer afford to care much about anything. But the moment his aura was released outwardly, a terrifying will surged between heaven and earth, blasting upon him directly from nowhere. At the same time, the woman in white was already in front of him, and her two hands slammed into the body of the old man. Bang! The old man's body gave a violent shudder. This terrifying will directly impacted his spiritual soul, shattering it instantly into pieces. His lifeless body fell from the sky. He was already a corpse by then. Yifutian witnessed all this and saw how the old man was killed, feeling a little guilty inside. He may not have been the one who attracted the woman. It seemed that she was already chasing after the old man. But still, it had something to do with him being on the scene. Of course, this kind of guilt was nothing more than a passing thought. After all, his situation at the moment was not much better. The woman in white slowly turned around, and those dead eyes fell on Yifutian. An invisible will fluctuated, covering this entire space as if it had also locked onto Yifutian. This woman was a member of the living dead, so her eyes could not possibly see anyone or anything. Since she was not living, perhaps her actions were just the result of instinctual perception. Buzz! The woman in white turned into an afterimage once again and disappeared. That terrifying will came at Yifutian, and it was a mighty fighting will. Yifutian tensed up. With a thought, he disappeared right from where he was. Boom! A terrifying blow slammed somewhere in the void, and the space shuddered violently, but it failed to make contact with Yifutian as he appeared somewhere else. This was the advantage of the Buddha's celerity. He could move at will with a single turning of his mind without resorting to the power of the Great Path, so it could not be locked down by the terrifying will that pervaded this world. Not a heavenly god. Yifutian sensed that the woman in white was likely not a heavenly god when she was alive. If she had been one of the ancient deities, she would be much stronger than this, and he would have no chance of escaping her attacks. Even so, the woman in white seemed to be transformed by the fighting will itself. Yifutian didn't have time to think too much about it, as the next wave of attack was upon him again. His figure flickered and was gone in an instant, disappearing from this space and reappearing someplace very distant. However, Yifutian discovered, to his dismay, that he did not throw off his opponent or her attacks. The terrifying fighting will become a divine battle seal and blasted at him. He moved and flickered continuously, but the attacks were not deterred by the spatial distance between them, as if it would not cease until it had eliminated its target. Yifutian knew that he couldn't evade it, so he gathered all the power within him to one of his arms. Suddenly the arm became brilliant, glowing with the divine light inside. Then it blasted forward at the divine battle seal. Boom! This terrifying attack flattened everything. At the moment of the attack, Yifutian used Buddha's celerity to change his position. Even then, a terrifying fighting will still swept over him, which caused him to groan. His face paled as all of his internal organs were trembling from the impact of the aftershock, and his spiritual soul was shaking. Although she was not a deity, the fighting will contained in the attacks was the will left by the heavenly gods. Unlike the will, they had inherited or comprehended the world outside. This opponent, for example, seemed to be a manifestation of this supreme will. That's why the attacks were so overpowering, enough to hurt him with just a single blow, even when he had evaded using Buddha's celerity. If he had sustained the full impact of this blow, he would be in much worse shape. Yifutian retracted his aura and continued to evade the woman using Buddha's celerity. Eventually, the woman in white lost track of him. Clearly, just by sensing his existence with her will had its own limitations. After all, she was not an actual cultivator but just a zombie. Otherwise, he would really be dead meat in here. However, there seemed to be no danger in this small world other than the woman. Yifutian wondered what kind of existence that woman in white was. He changed his position and continued moving forward without seeing any signs of other cultivators. With his previous experience, Yifutian knew very well that anyone who had entered here was either killed, or, if they were still alive, they would keep an extremely low profile to keep themselves hidden. Ultimately, no other cultivators had the ability of Buddha's celerity. If they encountered the woman in white, chances were that they would die in her hands. Yifutian's divine consciousness expanded in the hopes of finding some other cultivator to inquire about the situation at hand. However, he dared not spread his divine consciousness too widely, fearing that the woman in white would perceive it somehow. Ha! At this moment, Yifutian had a strange look on his face. He looked ahead and saw that there was a stone forest next to a river. The stone forest was very expansive, and inside, Yifutian sensed a familiar presence. In the stone forest, a woman was sitting cross-legged. At this moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, and she raised one eyebrow. Coldness flashed across her eyes. This woman was wonderful, clad in a phoenix robe, trailing behind her on the ground. Her long black hair fell behind her freely. She raised her head slightly and saw the figure in white that appeared on a boulder in the stone forest. Do you know that it is extremely dangerous to release divine consciousness in this place? The woman's voice was cold as she stared at Yifutian, walking towards her. Yifutian didn't answer but kept looking at her instead, so much so that the woman's brows knit tightly together. A sharp look came out of those beautiful eyes of hers. However, she kept her aura of the great path under control as not to let it seep outside. Clearly, she was well aware of the rules that govern this small world. Is Princess Donghuang injured? Yifutian asked. The woman in front of him was none other than Donghuang Diuan, who ventured into this forbidden zone of the gods by herself. She seemed to be in hiding here to recover from her wounds. Perhaps she had a previous encounter with that woman in white. Donghuang Diuan made no response, so Yifutian continued. Princess Donghuang has been in this forbidden zone of the gods for a while. Do you know what place is this, and what is the deal with that woman in white? He did not know if Donghuang Diuan had any information. Do I know you? Donghuang Diuan replied. Yifutian gave Donghuang Diuan a look, then smiled. Indeed, we don't know each other well, but on the other hand, we have a long history of grievances. As he was speaking, he jumped in front of Donghuang Diuan, and there was a look of mischief in his eyes. This princess of the divine prefecture was truly cold and arrogant to the core. So, do you want to settle our old scores here? Donghuang Diuan raised her head and looked at Yifutian, who was in front of her. There was not the slightest sign of panic as she asked, Do you think you can? Yifutian stared at her in disbelief when he heard those fighting words from Donghuang Diuan. Was she trying to pick a fight with him? Yifutian walked towards Donghuang Diuan with a sense of playfulness in his eyes. He said, half-jokingly, We won't know whether I can or not until we try it, right? Donghuang Diuan didn't look pleased as she regarded him coldly. She stood up with the most extraordinary manner, with her phoenix robe fluttered behind her with unparalleled elegance. If we start a fight here, both of us will surely die, Donghuang Diuan said as she looked at him intently. If the two of them were to battle, they would release enough of their powers of the Great Pat, which would then attract the Great Emperor's will in this world to attack them. If that happened, neither one of them could escape it. Why would I be willingly moving against a precious beauty such as Princess Donghuang? Yifutian walked forward, getting closer and closer to Donghuang Diuan. Donghuang Diuan focused on him as a force began circulating within her body. Soon after, Yifutian raised his hand to grab directly at her. But it was only using his physical power without resorting to the power of the Great Path. Yifutian knew very well that under the rules of this world, releasing the power of the Great Path was equivalent to seeking his death. Donghuang Diuan raised her hand, and a terrifying force surged from her palm. But she, too, was controlling the aura of the Great Path to avoid it from leaking out. The hands of the two collided, which resulted in a violent boom. This shock caused cracks to appear on the giant boulders that surrounded the stone forest. What terrifying prowess! Yifutian thought as he stared at Donghuang Diuan. He had experienced the physical prowess of Donghuang Diuan when they battled at the Devil Imperial Palace. She had inherited from the Divine Phoenix and had been bathed by the blood of the Divine Phoenix, thus inheriting its power. Later, in the ruins of the Naga, she received the power of the ancestral dragon. When her hands slammed out, although there was no explosion from the Great Path, a faint chime of the dragon could be heard. It was an extremely dominant attack. Of course, Yifutian's physical body was equally tyrannical, quite comparable with that of Donghuang Diuan. Yifutian's hands kept moving, and whenever he pulled back one hand, another punch was dealt out. Donghuang Diuan may be a woman, but she did not shy away from colliding with him head-on. Again and again, the violent booms stirred up a great commotion within this stone forest. Although no aura leaked out, Every strike made contact and formed a terrifying aura around the area, as dust and rocks were flying. Yifutian sped up his attacks. The blood in his body was roiling, as if the aura of the great path roared inside, struggling to break through the limit of his physical body. In the eyes of Donghuang Diyuan, there seemed to be the burning shadows of the ancestral dragon and the divine phoenix. They were also desperately trying to suppress the power of the great path from erupting. Accompanied by the strikes exchanged between the two, an invisible storm formed around them. Yifutian's white clothing fluttered as Donghuang Diyuan's phoenix robe, and long hair danced in the wind. Even if there was no powerful explosion of the great paths, the scope of this storm was expanding continuously as they battled. Bang! A great explosion was heard, and the two figures separated. The surrounding stone forest had been turned into dust, and everything was destroyed. The two stood opposite one another. The blood inside their bodies tumbled and roiled. Donghuang Diyuan's face appeared quite rosy. It looked like it had been dipped in blood. The princess's face is so gorgeous and alluring. It is really quite fascinating, Yifutian commented as he looked at Donghuang Diyuan. He was being sincere. Donghuang Diyuan was a rare beauty of the world, and an icy beauty at that, cold, beautiful, and extremely dignified. At the moment, her face was colored with a lovely blush, quite unlike how she appeared in the past. Her current state was utterly captivating. Of course, he was not bold enough to have any serious thoughts about her. Their grievances aside, Donghuang Diyuan's position and strength alone were not something he was taking lightly. However, having been insulted by Donghuang Diyuan and horsing around with her was not something to which he was adverse. Donghuang Diyuan stared at Yifutian as if she could eat him. No one had ever spoken so disrespectfully to her like this insolent bastard in front of her. Who was she? The only princess in all of Divine Prefecture, the daughter of Donghuang the Great. Never mind joking with her. Normally, who would be so bold as to stare at her unscrupulously like this? But today, Yifutian's eyes were scrutinizing her heedlessly. Boom! An even stronger aura exploded from Donghuang Diyuan, and her face became even redder. In her body, the power of the dragon was gradually awakening, and the blood of the divine phoenix was roaring. It was a mighty powerful combination. Even if no aura of the great path had been released, Yifutian could feel a fantastic momentum. The peerless beauty in front of him was more like a war beast in human form, pouncing upon him fiercely. Yifutian was not afraid at all, however. He stepped forward without hesitation, and a violent sound was heard from the ground. The physical body he had created was extremely terrifying, and he was not afraid of anyone, even if the opponent he was facing was Donghuang Diyuan. The two slammed into each other again without fancy frills, and every strike made contact and collided at increasing speed. In the end, only countless shadows of fists could be seen intersecting and colliding. Accompanied by the violent confrontations between the two, horrific noises were heard in the surrounding space, caused by the commotions they stirred up. At the same time, the blood inside their bodies was also boiling and howling, bearing extremely horrific pressure. However, neither one of them intended to stop. Or rather, neither of them could stop at this juncture, so they did not bother to try. Yifutian felt his arms were bearing a great deal of force as if they were burning up. The force rushed inside his body and wreaked havoc amongst his internal organs, maybe trying to smash them. However, Yifutian's ability to regenerate was remarkable as the life source inside his life palace extended into his 4 limbs and penetrated his skeleton. As soon as he was injured, his body began to self-repair immediately, and this cycle was repeated over and over again. Therefore, Yifutian's aura was long and sustained, continuing without end. Not only did his offensives not weaken as time went by, but they were also getting more intense. Donghuang Diyuan's face was getting ruddier as if blood could drip from her cheeks. Similarly, the blood and breath inside of her were also tumbling and roaring without ceasing. Although she was like a war beast in human form with domineering combat effectiveness, her ability to regenerate was not as superior as Yifutian's. The continuous head-on collisions had taken a lot out of her, and she was beginning to feel that her arms were getting sore and weak as time went on. In addition, she had been injured already before their confrontations. However, even though her body was burning up, she had no intention of stopping. She continued her mad collisions with Yi Futian. Under such violent confrontations, blood began oozing from the corners of Dong Huang Diyuan's mouth. She had not yet fully recovered from her previous injuries, and now her face was turning from red to pale. Her beauty was now mixed in with a little desperation, and it was hard for her opponent to deal her any more forceful blows. Bang! Another explosion was heard as Yi Futian repelled Dong Huang Diyuan further back. He stood there with the breath in his body roaring and tumbling. He took a deep breath to steady himself, but his eyes never drifted from Dong Huang Diyuan. Likewise, Dong Huang Diyuan stared back at him. She raised her hand to wipe away the blood from the corners of her mouth. That cold arrogance, however, did not diminish in the slightest. "Princess Dong Huang, can you continue?" Yi Futian asked as he looked at Dong Huang Diyuan, using her words on her. As he was speaking, he continued moving forward, getting closer to Dong Huang Diyuan. "If you take one step further, I will release the aura of the Great Path, and you and I will both die." Dong Huang Diyuan threatened as she looked at Yi Futian intently. Yi Futian stopped in his track. He looked at her and asked, "What is this place? What is here? Who is that woman in white? Can't you tell it's the small world of the great emperor in ancient times?" Dong Huang Diyuan said coldly, "This small world is full of the great emperor's will. That woman in white may not have been an ancient great emperor, but her identity must be a little special. I guess she might be a descendant of the great emperor who perished in the battle of the gods. Perhaps the great emperor was reluctant to let her go completely and sealed this small world here with his immortal will. The woman was thus reborn along with this will and turned into an immortal existence. Maybe one day she could develop a consciousness again because of this will. She didn't hide anything. The two fought against each other, and no matter what happened to her before, she had been defeated in the end. In this case, she must face her defeat honorably. Does the princess know which ancient great emperor it was? If that woman was born out of the great emperor's will, does this mean she has been nurtured by the great emperor's will in this sealed small world until she can become self-aware?" Yi Futian asked. This was all a setup by an ancient great emperor to enable the woman in white to be reborn. "I don't know about that." Dong Huang Diyuan shook her head. In ancient times it was the era of the emperors, and there were many great emperors. However, there is not much information left after the battle of the gods, and there are no records in this small world about anything. But what is certain is that the woman in white is very close to becoming self-aware. As far as I know, she had been in a deep slumber before we came here to disturb her. Still, every day, she continues to sleep for some time to absorb the will of this small world. So, can we move while she is sleeping to find the secrets of how to crack open this world? Yi Futian asked. There are no secrets. Dong Huang Diyuan glanced at Yi Futian with some contempt. This is a sealed forbidden zone of the gods. If Princess Dong Huang was to encounter a life-or-death situation, I am sure Dong Huang the Great would come here to intervene in person, said Yi Futian. What was the forbidden zone of gods to someone like Dong Huang the Great? Dong Huang the Great was a god himself in the world they knew. If his only daughter were to encounter a life-or-death situation, how could he possibly not intervene? This was also why Yi Futian could never attack Dong Huang Diyuan without reservation. He did not dare overstep his boundary. Just as they were speaking, Yi Futian frowned, and his expression changed drastically. Oh! He turned around and focused intently on a direction in the distance and saw a figure in white appear. Like a ghost, it floated in the air without sound and approached with an invisible will locked onto both Yi Futian and Dong Huang Diyuan. Dong Huang Diyuan glanced at Yi Futian and thought that if it weren't for their previous battle, perhaps they would not have attracted the other party's attention. Buzz! The woman's figure disappeared immediately, and terrifying fighting will swept over Yi Futian like a tsunami. The woman who seemed to have walked out of a painting had erupted a horrific aura upon her. Yi Futian's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the terrifying fighting will turn into a boundless and domineering fist aurora. At the same time, despite the distance between them, that fighting will was upon Yi Futian again, blasting him. As before, Yi Futian's only choice was to confront the onslaught head-on and used Buddha's celerity to evade at the moment of collision. With a loud boom, Yi Futian's figure had already disappeared from this space and reappeared somewhere very far away. His breath was unsteady. Yi Futian glanced into the distance. He could escape the opponent's attack with Buddha's celerity, but what would happen to Donghuang Diuan? The injury that she sustained before must result from being attacked by the woman in white. At this time, the woman in white saw that Yi Futian had disappeared, so she floated towards Donghuang Diuan's position again. A terrifying fighting will now shrouded Donghuang Diuan's whole. Buzz! Another phantom appeared, approaching with incredible speed. That terrifying attack smashed directly at Donghuang Diuan, but she avoided it by turning slightly to the side with exceptional precision. She evaded that blow, but that violent fighting will still swept over her. All she could do was to raise her arms and blast out an attack of her own. Bang! A violent crash came down, and Donghuang Diuan's body flew back. The monstrous fighting will rushed into her body, impacting her internal organs. Blood came out of the corners of her mouth, as she had not yet recovered from her previous injuries. Even in her desperate state, she used the momentum of that force to retreat like a flash of lightning. Her movement was supremely intricate, and her speed was fast. However, if she wanted to move even faster, she would need to release the aura of the Great Path, and there was no way for her to do the same as Yi Futian. She could not move in space at will without releasing the aura of the Great Path as he did with Buddha's celerity. However, in that instant, she seemed to have predicted the opponent's next move and avoided the frontal attack with precision and accuracy. Otherwise, it would have been much worse than that. The woman in white approached her like a ghost, raising her slender hands once again, slamming them towards Donghuang Diuan. Donghuang Diuan dodged again, but this time, the range of her opponent's attack covered the entire domain, and the great handprint of God shrouded the entire void. Just as Donghuang Diuan had said before, this woman of the living dead was very close to becoming self-aware, and she was learning at a rapid rate. Bang! Another horrific loud noise was heard. This time, Donghuang Diuan was attacked in the front, and her body was knocked back again. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face became ashen. She stared at the woman in white in front of her with those beautiful eyes of hers. There was no panic or fear on her face, but just that icy arrogance. A loud boom came out, but it was the dragons chiming, and it was earth-shattering. As the Great Path erupted, a terrifying aura surged upward from Donghuang Diuan. It was no longer held back but was ultimately released. The ancestral dragon and the divine phoenix appeared, guarding her flanks. Inside of Donghuang Diuan, the soul of the ancestral dragon seemed to have awakened. A boundless and massive sacred ancestral dragon shrouded her body, releasing an unparalleled aura. It was the aura of a demon god. The ancestral dragon was the Lord of Naga, the most powerful demon god of the dragon clan, and was considered one of the most powerful demon monarchs in ancient times. One could only imagine how terrifying this aura was from such a terrifying existence. The will that erupted was the will of the ancestral dragon. At this moment, a suffocating coercion came down from the sky above, blasting down on Donghuang Diuan. But that ancestral dragon roared up into the sky unyieldingly, fighting against that terrifying will. The entire small world seemed to light up as an unparalleled monstrous will moved towards Donghuang Diuan below. This was the will of the gods. In this world, no other powers of the Great Path were permitted. When Yi Futian felt this terrifying will, he looked up into the sky. He knew that Donghuang Diuan had released her power, but facing the woman in white, she might not be able to escape if she did not release her power. Rather than just using her physical strength to fight, it might be better to wager everything for a shot. On the battlefield, a terrifying storm overwhelmed heaven and earth as the will of the small world descended, suppressing the will of the ancestral dragon directly. It was not that the ancestral dragon was not as mighty as the great emperor who ruled this world, but Dong Huang Diyuan had merely inherited the will of the ancestral dragon. The great emperor left the will of this space in this world to deal specifically with outsiders. Boom! A horrific will pressed down as Dong Huang Diyuan continued to fall. It seemed as if she was on the verge of being overpowered. Even so, her eyes were fixed in front of her as the massive wings of the divine phoenix spread out behind her. Terrifying divine flames flowed across the void, zooming in on the woman in white for the kill. The woman in white faced Dong Huang Diyuan, and her empty eyes reflected the reverse image of Dong Huang Diyuan. She slowly extended one hand, and suddenly, the fighting will between heaven and earth gathered into her palm, and a terrifying long spear emerged. Her body turned into a streamer of light and charged towards Dong Huang Diyuan. Whether it was the person or the spear, both seemed to be transformed by the god of war's will and morphed into one. The dragon god's sharp claws smashed down and collided with the spear dealt by the god of war. The space trembled violently, but the spear penetrated the dragon god's sharp claws, pulverizing them. Instantly, it slammed into Dong Huang Diyuan and her defense of the Great Path. With a loud bang, the defense collapsed and shattered. Dong Huang Diyuan's body was repelled back as the will of terror fell upon her as well. Her body flew out in a flash of light directly from the sky. She landed hard on the ground. Boom! 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 The terrifying will continued incessantly, slaughtering madly and indiscriminately. Even the shadow of the dragon upon Dong Huang Diyuan was about to collapse. If the power of that will were allowed to keep attacking in this small world, Dong Huang Diyuan would no doubt perish here. After returning, Yi Futian turned to look at Dong Huang Diyuan, who looked miserable. Then he thought, this place is truly terrifying. Even someone like Dong Huang Diyuan was put in such a pathetic state. Should I not have celerity, I would have ended up like her. Still, Dong Huang the Great would certainly come to her rescue if Dong Huang Diyuan was in mortal danger. How long do you plan to keep emanating your aura? Yi Futian piped at Dong Huang Diyuan, standing close to her. Since he had blocked the woman in white's sight, she shifted her attention to him. Upon seeing that, Dong Huang Diyuan withdrew the will of the Great Path. At once, the overwhelming will within the small world dissipated completely. Lifting her head slowly, she stared at Yi Futian with a complicated look, but he did not know what she was thinking. Suddenly, the woman in white materialized the intimidating spear forged by a fighting will. She pointed it at Yi Futian, whose blood immediately ran cold at the sight of it. This woman of the living dead could mimic the cultivators who entered this place. Whoosh! The woman in white disappeared from the spot, following the manifestation of a phantasm. Instantly, Yi Futian felt a powerful and overbearing fighting will charging at him. In the blink of an eye, Yi Futian vanished from where he stood after activating celerity. Apart from him, Dong Huang Diyuan was nowhere to be found as well. Soon, Dong Huang Diyuan could be seen at a faraway location. She had been thrown there. Seeing that she was unprepared, she landed on the ground in a rather ungraceful manner. Yi Futian unleashed a powerful aura of the Great Path at another place within the small world. Grabbing the divine ruler in his hand, he hurled it at the fast-approaching spear will. Bam! Yi Futian was sent flying by the impact after a loud bang. Meanwhile, the ghastly fighting will collided with him in the sky, causing him to fall. Even so, he still retained control of his body. Right when the aura of the Great Path dispersed, his body hit the ground and created a deep pit. But within a split second, he vanished from the spot. Not even his shadow could be seen. Swoosh! The woman in white appeared out of nowhere and lowered her head to stare at the massive pit, only to realize that Yi Futian was no longer there. Needless to say, she continued to learn and improve herself to the point of being capable of tracking him. His celerity could traverse a great distance, yet she could still follow him. Could only mean that she was a fast learner. The living dead was growing incredibly quickly. The silhouette of Yi Futian could be seen at where Dong Huang Diyuan stood. At that moment, he felt a quiver inside his body as blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. "Let's go," Yi Futian uttered, slowly approaching Dong Huang Diyuan, who glared at him coldly. Yi Futian was stunned by the sight of her ungratefulness. He did not expect her to scowl at him after getting her away from danger by making himself a decoy. That was unbelievable. The living dead might have become sentient. It will catch up to us soon. You will be stuck here if you don't leave now, Yi Futian stated impassively, intending to threaten her. After speaking, he moved forward to carry Donghuang Diyuan's body and vanished from the scene speedily. As expected, the woman in white arrived there shortly after they left. She was still holding the spear that exuded a tremendous fighting will in her hand. A while later, she turned her hollow eyes toward where Donghuang Diyuan had been. It seemed as if she could see. Yi Futian had already left that area and arrived at a place behind a hill in the small world at that moment. Donghuang Diyuan lowered her head and saw his arm wrapped around her waist. At once, she turned to stare at him. To her surprise, Yi Futian was looking at her as well. They were within a hair's width of touching each other. "How long do you plan to keep holding me?" Donghuang Diyuan asked in an icy tone. "Well, Princess Donghuang has a nice figure," Yi Futian replied flippantly with a smile on his face. He let go of her reluctantly. Not only was she ungrateful, but she even behaved in such a contemptuous manner. Boom! An intangible aura emanated from Donghuang Diyuan. She could hardly contain it. "What? You want to fight me?" Yi Futian stared at Donghuang Diyuan and went on. "If you sustain more injuries, you will not have the strength to resist." Donghuang Diyuan shot him a cold look and responded, "Just how much do you like to play me for a fool? Even if I could not move at all, you would not dare to touch me." Her speech remained aloof and arrogant. Yi Futian furrowed his brows, set his eyes on her, and questioned, "What makes you think I wouldn't dare?" After speaking, he drew nearer to Donghuang Diyuan, who peered at him indifferently without retreating. "I dare you," Donghuang Diyuan declared. "Would gladly do that since your highness is so proactive about it." Yi Futian moved closer to Donghuang Diyuan and wrapped his arms around her. The latter was dumbfounded for a while before unleashing a terrifying power from within. A disembodied hum of a dragon could be heard. Simultaneously, Yi Futian released a power comparable to hers. Pushing her against the cliff, he stared at her and moved his head closer. "Don't you dare!" Donghuang Diyuan piped. "Are you going to complain to Donghuang the Great later that I toyed with you today?" Yi Futian insinuated sarcastically. Right then, he slowly moved his head closer to Donghuang Diyuan, who turned her face away from him. Next, he put his lips close to her ear and whispered, "Well, your personality really turns me off." With that, Yi Futian released her and shot her a frosty look. She had always been a supercilious woman who treated others condescendingly. She was the same as she had been in the Devil Imperial Palace. Therefore, Yi Futian revealed to her that he was unafraid. He did not do so because he couldn't be bothered. This was a humiliation to her. Although Donghuang Diyuan had always been set free, she did not remove her gaze from Yi Futian. She was staring at him with a complicated look. As the daughter of Donghuang the Great, she was constantly surrounded by the reverence and admiration of others. No one had ever dishonored her. However, she did not harbor any hatred toward him this time. Instead, a hint of sorrow could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Yi Futian felt that something was out of place when he looked at her. He could barely understand what was up with her. When they were fighting each other in the Devil Imperial Palace, sadness was written all over Donghuang Diyuan's face right after Divine Requiem was played. He found an opening because of that. What kind of emotion could a princess of gentle birth like her be hiding? Everyone thought that she was born with a silver spoon. The person that she was currently was ascribed to her family background and innate gifts. Yi Futian sauntered forward, preparing to leave. "Hold on." A voice was heard from behind him, so he came to a halt but did not turn around. Then, he asked while facing his back to her, "What's the matter, Your Highness? We are trapped in this small world now. If we don't look for a way to break out of this place, we will never leave here. Furthermore, the living dead is becoming sentient now. Hence, it will only continue to become stronger," Donghuang Diyuan explained. Yi Futian turned around to look at Donghuang Diyuan. only to find her regaining her composure. Her eyes were calm as they stared at him. Even her arrogance earlier had dissipated completely. "So?" Yifutian asked. Donghuang Diyuan's words sounded fishy to him. "Let's form a coalition," Donghuang Diyuan uttered. Yifutian could not help but frown at Donghuang Diyuan's words. He could not believe that she proposed to work with him. The snobbish Princess Donghuang had always been acting dismissively toward him. She had been treating him in a condescending manner. Donghuang Diyuan was all high and mighty before him, even after he became a powerful cultivator. Yet someone like her offered to ally with him. Did he somehow subdue the haughty Donghuang Diyuan earlier? Yifutian knitted his brows in confusion while looking at Donghuang Diyuan as the thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the high-born princess, who no one dared to defy, had a bizarre fetish? Otherwise, there was no better way to explain what just happened. Or perhaps, she would acknowledge someone who could overpower her. Yifutian had a complicated look on his face as the thought came to mind. Donghuang Diyuan noticed his expression as well. Although she was confused, she did not know what he was thinking about. Or else, she might unleash the aura of the Great Path to fight Yifutian with all her strength if she came to know about it. Tvi told you that the woman in white would fall into a deep sleep to absorb the will of this world. Now, she has become stronger after all the absorption. Moreover, the duration of her sleep is becoming shorter. "We don't have much time left," Donghuang Diyuan stated without giving much thought as to what Yifutian had in his mind. She only wanted to focus on dealing with the woman in white. It was as if they were no longer enemies. There was no tension in the atmosphere like before. "Do you have a way to get us out of here?" Yifutian questioned. "Ito, we can try it out," Donghuang Diyuan responded. "What should we do?" Yifutian peered at Donghuang Diyuan, who came earlier than him. He reckoned that she should know more about the woman in white and this realm since she had witnessed the living dead's sleep and awakening. The place where she slept has a powerful divine-level matrix. That divine matrix is the reason she could assimilate the inexhaustible will in this realm with her. She would draw in the will of this small world whenever she slept. "It would help if you took its place," Donghuang Diyuan answered while looking at Yifutian. "Me? You want me to take its place?" Yifutian gazed at Donghuang Diyuan in bafflement. "That's right." Donghuang Diyuan nodded and continued. "The matrix will be activated when she sleeps. At that time, I will show up to interrupt her and lure her away. Then you will enter the divine matrix to assimilate the will of this realm." Yifutian frowned in suspicion and shot Donghuang Diyuan a dubious look upon hearing that. "Why would Princess Donghuang give up such a good thing? Why don't you let me be the one to keep her busy while you enter the matrix to assimilate the will of this realm instead?" Yifutian suggested. This small world was left behind by an ancient great emperor. Besides, the divine matrix had assimilated the will of this realm with the woman in white. So why would she let him take the living dead's place? If anything went wrong, he would lose his life there. If the will of this realm had even a bit of consciousness left, he would die horribly. "You've inherited several wills of the ancient great emperors, so I believe that you must be gifted in this area. The linchpin of this small world is the will left behind by a great emperor. The divine matrix is the core of this realm. I have faith that you can do it again," Donghuang Diyuan said while staring at Yifutian as if she thought highly of him. Yifutian glanced at Donghuang Diyuan skeptically and taunted. "Since when did Princess Donghuang start to have a high opinion of me? You know the strength of the woman in white. Unleashing the force of the Great Path to lure it out is extremely dangerous as well. You're not the only one risking their lives. Besides, you would gain a great benefit if you succeeded," Donghuang Diyuan added. "Who knows if you can actually inherit yet another will of the great emperor? Furthermore, the will of this realm is pretty complete and powerful. So, what do you say?" "It never crossed my mind that Princess Donghuang could be so talkative," Yifutian remarked. "It was something unusual after all. Well then, let's continue to linger in this small world." Donghuang Diyuan responded and closed her eyes to continue her cultivation. Yifutian turned to look at Donghuang Diyuan and replied, "I agree to work with you." He had no choice since there was no better option. Donghuang Diwen could rely on Donghuang the Great to escape. Although he could use celerity to avoid being trailed by the enemy, there was no telling how long this method would work. What if Donghuang the Great showed up and brought Donghuang Diwen out of here safely and left him behind? No one could tell what might happen afterward. Besides, what Donghuang Diwen said earlier actually made sense. Even though it was dangerous, he could gain a lot from it if he succeeded. He had no qualms about living up to the name of Relic Reaper once more. At that moment, Yi Futian could not help but wonder if Donghuang Diwen had been putting up an act all this while. You've sustained a lot of injuries. It'd be risky for you to fight in this state. So why don't you allow me to heal you first? Yi Futian said while moving forward. How do you plan to do it without releasing the will of the Great Path? Donghuang Diwen asked. Yi Futian put on a smile as he looked at Donghuang Diwen. Naturally, she understood what he was playing at after seeing his expression. So she immediately declined. I don't need it. I can recover by myself. Okay, Yi Futian said and remained taciturn. Then he found himself a tranquil corner to sit and rest while waiting for Donghuang Diwen to recover. Despite not having any powerful force of the Great Path of Life, Donghuang Diwen had the inheritance of Ancestral Dragon and Divine Phoenix. Hence, her toughness and recovery speed was exceptional. Yi Futian did not interrupt her but sat at the spot while enjoying the serenity of that place. A few moments later, Yi Futian turned to glance at Donghuang Diwen. Although she did not emanate the aura of the Great Path, a layer of divine light covered her entire body, further intensified her sanctitude. The light that reflected on her impeccable countenance had only added to her beauty. Yi Futian did not keep his gaze on her but lifted his head to look into the sky. He was met with the sight of a spine-chilling will that flowed in a certain direction. At once, the entire atmosphere was filled with overwhelming pressure. It has begun, Yi Futian murmured. He surmised that the woman in white must have fallen into a deep sleep again. At that time, Donghuang Diwen opened her eyes and looked at Yi Futian. She declared, Let's go. Deep within the ground of the ruins was a mountain that remained intact. This small world was built with superlative craftsmanship. There was a divine matrix on top of the mountain. At that time, divine light was radiating from it, manifesting light runes all over the place. At once, the overwhelming will of this realm flowed into the divine matrix. The woman in white closed her eyes in deep slumber in the middle of it. She remained still on the spot like a sculpture. The woman in white must be the descendant of the great emperor, who passed away during the Great War. The great emperor must have wished to resurrect their daughter. Therefore, they nourished her with their will, hoping that she would become sentient one day. Although she might become a totally different person after her resurrection, it could not change the fact that she was resurrected. So that might very well be the wish of the great emperor. Yi Futian peered at the center of the divine matrix, where an overbearing will gathered. The woman in white was sleeping in there quietly while letting it seep into her body. She was not a living cultivator, so she had been revitalized by the will of the great emperor for countless years. Unlike Yi Futian, she would not devour it forcefully. However, she would be unrivaled in strength after being born this way. After all, she was already more than just a cultivator in a way. When the day she finally became sentient arrived, no one could hold a candle to her apart from great emperors. Let's begin, Donghuang Diwen uttered. Next, she moved toward the void and walked in the woman in white's direction, which was the divine matrix. Boom! Donghuang Diwen raised her hand and hurled a punch that contained fist will with pure strength. She did not unleash the force of the great path. Her attack was launched toward the woman in white inside the divine matrix. Yet, the fist will was blocked by the fighting will around the divine matrix upon impact. It did not reach the woman in white, who was still in her slumber. It's not strong enough. After furrowing her brows, Donghuang Diwen released the will of the great path without hesitation. At that moment, the power of Ancestral Dragon and Divine Phoenix exploded from within her. The cry of the dragon and phoenix caused the void to tremble. Pure-blooded dragon and Divine Phoenix flew toward the sky and surrounded her. After lifting her hand, Tianqing Divine's sword blasted off and turned into a gust. In that instant, the silhouette of the Divine Phoenix carried the Divine Sword and launched toward its target. Covering in the flame of Divine Phoenix, Tianqing Divine's sword launched toward the Divine Matrix, penetrated the light screen of the will, and aimed at its target in the center. Suddenly, a sonorous could be heard when a massive phantom of Phoenix manifested. It flew toward the middle where the woman in white had been. At that moment, the woman in white opened her eyes. Her soulless eyes had become vibrant. Lifting her hand, she launched an attack with a tremendous power that traversed space itself. Immediately, the divine sword shattered as the phantom of Divine Phoenix broke into pieces. After that, the will of this realm charged toward Donghuang Diuan, who unleashed her strongest defense to fend off the attack while setting her eyes forward. With that, the woman in white strode toward Donghuang Diuan and stretched her palm forward. Instantly, she formed a divine sword with the fighting will, attempting to imitate the latter. Whoosh! Donghuang Diuan retreated backward. Although the woman in white had become sentient, she hoped the latter would not be too intelligent. A powerful fighting will locked onto Donghuang Diuan's form. In the next moment, the woman in white moved forward, getting closer to the direction the former fled. After that, Yi Futian looked at the divine matrix and noticed the divine light around it remained illuminated. A while later, it gradually came to a halt. So, he saw the opportunity to move. In a flash, his silhouette could be seen in the middle of the divine matrix. Swoosh! Yi Futian felt a terrifying will flood into his body, one that the gods left behind. He was instantly drowned by it as it tried to invade his will frantically, trying to devour him. Bang! At that time, the will of the world tree emanated from Yi Futian's body, consuming the power of the will in this realm. The will of the world tree and the will of Tianxin intertwined with one another, creating an invisible force that filled the atmosphere. He began to experience what happened during the power struggle with the will of the Maharaja. He could feel an unparalleled power in the form of a powerful will engulfing him after he drew the power of the world tree into this small world. The former inundated him with its powerful will, attempting to swallow his will. The intense will assaulted Yi Futian because he was not the woman in white. Hence, he could not yoke together with this will. The woman in white was born in this small world. Thus, she could match up with it perfectly. However, he used the power of the world tree to merge his will with this small world, just like what he did before. At once, he could see the entire landscape within the small world through the divine matrix. The first person he saw was Donghuang Diuan, who was in imminent danger since the woman in white had been launching deadly attacks at her. Yi Futian squeezed his brows together all of a sudden when he noticed another cultivator within the realms. It was Ji Wudao. Yi Futian could not believe his eyes. The successor of the Heavenly Emperor was inside the small world as well. On top of that, Ji Wudao was heading toward him. Swoosh! A silhouette could be seen rushing toward him. It was Ji Wudao who infiltrated the divine matrix and dashed in his direction at high speed. Without a doubt, Ji Wudao has arrived earlier and had been lying in wait to ambush him. After Ji Wudao raised his hand, an enormous palm appeared inside the divine matrix from nowhere. It immediately toured into a frightening vortex that engulfed the force of nature. Yi Futian felt a tremendous suction force pulling his body, causing the power inside his body to leak out involuntarily. It felt as if that suction force could consume everything in its path. It was a terrifying sight to behold. In fact, Yi Futian felt as though the power of the will that assimilated with his was about to be swallowed up by the vortex. With a thought, Yi Futian summoned a divine sword. Then he hurled it at Ji Wudao with a force so tremendous that it broke through the barrier of space. Still, the latter did not retract his palm. Instead, the powerful vortex sucked the entire divine sword into it like a bottomless abyss. Yi Futian's heart skipped a beat at the sight of it. With a thought, he unleashed a great palm and launched it toward Ji Wudao violently. It was so colossal that it covered a vast area. Boom! A deafening bang sounded when the great palm smashed to smithereens. Ji Wudao could be seen entering the divine matrix as a blood-curdling power flowed around his body. Right away, the forces of nature flooded into his body, as if it were a black hole capable of engulfing everything within its vicinity. At that moment, Yi Futian suddenly recounted something he heard before entering God's relic. Rumor had it that a mysterious and powerful cultivator emerged out of the blue and plundered many ruins. He was ruthless yet highly formidable. He could consume the inheritance of the ruins forcefully and caused numerous strong individuals to lose their lives in his hand. This person had reached the highest possible cultivation level. Therefore, the people he targeted were powerful cultivators from all the known realms. The fact only added to his great power. Many had surmised that he might be an old monstrous cultivator who had been living a long life. After putting two and two together, Yi Futian had an epiphany about who that mysterious figure might be. Ji Wudao, heir of the Heaven Realm, successor of the old Heaven Court, with peerless magnificence. He had inherited the will of the Heavenly Emperor and was second to none in the world. In the fight against Donghuang Diuan, he had suppressed her without question and garnered the attention of everyone with his excellent talent. But Yi Futian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Ji Wudao to have this other side as a top predator who could devour the power of relics. He vaguely understood now how those statues of the gods were destroyed in the old Heaven Court. Ji Wudao may be stronger than he imagined. No wonder he had gone to the center of the earth to devour the power of Yin. He had been in deep hiding. In the past, although everyone knew that he was strong, they had no idea just how strong he was. Boom! Ji Wudao's power exploded, and the phantom of a divine beast appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was a divine beast born out of chaos. It was rumored that in ancient times, this divine beast from the chaos could devour an entire corner of the world. It was a truly terrifying supreme divine beast. Two separate wills erupted. In the void of this small world, the phantom of the chaotic divine beast appeared, which was manifested by Ji Wudao's will. It was madly devouring the will of this world. This chaotic divine beast wanted to devour even Yi Futian's will, which was extremely frightening. In that nothingness, a boundless and massive divine shadow appeared upon the body of the chaotic divine beast. It was the phantom of a demon god. It was formed in the shape of Ji Wudao, but it had a powerful demonic aura, like the true incarnation of a demon god. At another place in the void, the will of terror gathered and vaguely transformed into a gigantic and boundless divine ruler. The ruler was permeated with the will of the supreme rules of the Great Path, as if it was transformed by the will of the heavenly path. Boom! The chaotic demon god that had devoured all the power of the world wanted to engulf everything else next. He even wanted to swallow the divine ruler that had appeared along with everything else. He was extremely overbearing, and he feared nothing. The divine ruler increased in size, and a terrifying will pervaded from the divine ruler. It then turned into a light, slaughtering at the chaotic demonic beast. A horrific tornado engulfed the divine ruler within its vortex. The chaotic divine beast's mouth was wide open. When that great mouth opened up, it was bigger than the divine beast itself, swallowing a side of the sky in an instant, and the boundless divine ruler disappeared into that gigantic mouth as well. After the divine ruler rushed into his mouth, the chaotic divine beast closed its mouth, but then his massive body began vibrating violently. Bang! He spat out something vehemently and unexpectedly, and the divine ruler emerged again, causing his massive body to shake vigorously. He was not able to completely swallow the divine ruler, which had nearly pulverized his innards. He stared at the divine ruler. His gigantic mouth was still open, swallowing up the terrifying fighting will between heaven and earth. The phantom of the demon god stared at the divine ruler, looking a little stunned. At this moment on the outside, Ji Wudao also regarded Yi Futian with surprise. The two were colliding fiercely, engaging in close-quarter combat. As their physical bodies brutally collided, the space where the divine matrix occupied was convulsing furiously. What kind of divine ruler was that? Ji Wudao asked Yi Futian when the two were blasting at each other. This was the first time he encountered a situation where he could not do what he wanted, like devouring the will of the divine ruler. He had never failed before. Even the will of the ancient great emperor had been swallowed up and being used by him. When he fought Donghuang Diyuan, he had just revealed part of his ability. In this world, in the land of the 7 realms, no one had more expertise than him. He kept quiet for many years, improving himself silently and constantly getting stronger. It wasn't until now, when the world had undergone such major changes, and with the emergence of the heaven realm, that he had no choice but to appear in front of the world, demonstrating his unparalleled talent. The world had significantly changed, and the path to emperorship had appeared. When he became a great emperor, he would send the rest of the 6 great emperors to their deaths. Whether it was the human ancestor who had dominated the past and the present, the devil emperor who had ruled the world, or Donghuang the Great who was 1 in a million, they all had to die. Everyone in this world had failed her. Ji Wudao was getting stronger as he fought, and a monstrous will came rolling off of his body, as if he had transformed into the heavenly emperor himself. His eyes seemed boundless and dominant. It was as if he was the Lord of heaven and earth, looking over all that was in the world. His attacks were equally domineering. Every strike he dealt was one with heaven and earth. They may seem like ordinary attacks, but the power within was incredible. What? At this moment, Ji Wudao frowned. He sensed that Donghuang Diyuan was in dire danger on a battlefield somewhere else. Under the frantic attacks by the woman in white, Donghuang Diyuan, who was already injured, could not hold on much longer. Buzz! Ji Wudao's figure was gone in a flash as he disappeared directly from where he was. Then, the terrifying aura of the great path roared out from him without any pretense. An imperial might emerged first. Then a frightening shadow of a deity appeared behind him, as if a great emperor had descended into this world. A most mighty sword swung out to silence the world. The sword of the heavenly emperor unleashed as if to break open the sky. The woman in white, who was about to attack Donghuang Diyuan, suddenly turned around. The divine sword that was forming from the will in her palm collided with the sword of the heavenly emperor. When the 2 mighty swords made contact in the void, both of them pulverized and shattered into pieces. Naturally, Yi Fuqian saw everything. The surprised look on his face clearly showed that he was caught off guard because of his astonishment. During his fight with Yi Fuqian, Ji Wudao shifted his focus and diverted his attention to saving Donghuang Diyuan. What kind of person was Ji Wudao? Based on Yi Fuqian's limited understanding of Ji Wudao, he knew this man was definitely a top character of the world, standing at the peak of all existences. Furthermore, judging from everything he had done before, he could be considered a kingpin. Such a person would not be easily bewitched by the beauty of Donghuang Diyuan. To a person of this caliber, beautiful women were no more than mortal flesh and would not sway him much, if at all. However, he took the initiative to save Donghuang Diyuan in her hours of desperation, even if that meant giving up the fight with Yi Fuqian here. This meant that Ji Wudao and Donghuang Diyuan had some kind of an existing relationship with one another. Considering that they were both experts of Tianqing Divine Sword, perhaps there was some kind of connection between them. At this time, the woman in white was floating in the void, and the brilliance in her eyes was intensified even more. She looked up at the sky and stretched out her hands. Suddenly, the will of this world flowed towards her madly as she bathed in that will. The woman in white was now more terrifying than ever. When she took a step forward, it was not to entangle herself with Donghuang Diyuan or Ji Wudao. Instead, like a bolt of lightning, she descended amid the divine matrix where Yi Fuqian was. The woman in white, bathed in the will of the gods, had an aura that was terrifying to the extreme at the moment. It was far stronger than what it was before. She raised her hands and slammed them into Yi Fuqian. Likewise, a supremely powerful aura of the great path erupted from Yi Fuqian as he directly took on the blow. With a loud boom, Yi Fuqian disappeared from the spot and reappeared somewhere else, his blood tumbling and roiling within his body. Then, he saw the woman in white walking directly into the divine matrix. She closed her eyes. The next moment, the divine light of the divine matrix shrouded the entire small world, and the will of the gods in this small world instantly flowed into and merged with her body. Even though Yi Fuqian and the others had released their powers of the Great Path, they were not being attacked again. This small world was trembling violently now. It was as if it was on the verge of total collapse. They knew that the woman in white was about to complete the final step. Yi Futian and Ji Wudao didn't make another move, and Donghuang Diyuan stood there as well. No Will continued to attack them. They raised their heads to look at this small world. Infinite Will madly poured into the body of the woman in white, becoming a part of her. This small world was trembling severely, accompanied by roaring, booming sounds. The small world was beginning to fall apart. Countless cracks appeared on the stone walls around the small world, as lights were coming out from the cracks, causing the cracks to enlarge continuously. Booming, the small world began to disintegrate, and pieces of the boulders pulverized and shattered, being destroyed in utter madness. The bodies of Yi Futian and the others were shuddering as the small world was falling apart. Everything seemed to be on the verge of total destruction, without any exception. However, the woman in white remained motionless, quietly suspended amid the divine matrix. She bathed in the divine glory of the gods, looking peerlessly splendid. Failed, said Donghuang Diyuan. Yi Futian was not able to capture the god's will in the other's stead. She did not know if he was interrupted by Ji Wudao. If Ji Wudao had not appeared, would Yi Futian have been successful? However, although they failed, this side of the world was disintegrating, which meant that they should be able to get out now. But what would this woman in white do? Would she continue to attack them? The collapse of the small world continued. Yi Futian stared at the woman in white, and no one knew what he was thinking at the moment. At this time, outside the forbidden zone of the gods, they saw that the mountains opposite the canyon were caving in and shattering. A violent earthquake was erupting below. The area they were in was shaking furiously, and they couldn't help the shocked looks on their faces. What was happening? Voices questioned one another, and everyone guessed what was to take place. It's inside the forbidden zone of the gods, someone said. Could it be that someone succeeded? Countless conjectures surfaced in everyone's mind, and everyone was watching. The princess of the divine prefecture, Donghuang Diyuan, had entered inside. Yi Futian, the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, went in as well. They were the most outstanding genius talents of this world. Perhaps there was a real chance for them to successfully crack the secrets of the Forbidden Zone and obtain the inheritance of the gods. Just as they were guessing, the space on that side exploded and pulverized with madness. Afterward, they saw several figures soaring into the sky and appearing high above the firmament. Everyone's eyes sharpened when they saw who these people were. All of them had released an incomparably overwhelming aura of the Great Path. Donghuang Diyuan, Yi Futian, Ji Wudao as well. When did he enter the Forbidden Zone? Someone remarked as they looked at the other figure, which was Ji Wudao, the heir of the Heaven Realm. He was also a peerless figure in his own right, a genius talent who ruled at the top of the world. He was there as well, and the cultivators on the outside didn't seem to know when he had gotten inside. That is, everyone was looking in a specific direction, and a figure in white was standing opposite the three top genius talents. She was like a fairy that had walked out of a painting. She was not of this world. Her temperament was second to none. Who is she? The hearts of all the cultivators palpitated and sensed that the aura on her body was terrifying beyond words. Donghuang Diyuan and the other two stared at her with extreme vigilance. These three top-level enchanting geniuses were wary of the woman in white. Could she be one of the ancients? An ancient god from inside the Forbidden Zone? The powerful will that permeated from her was akin to the will of the gods themselves, which instigated the changes in their surroundings. That pressure of might fell upon these cultivators and made them feel as if extreme coercion were forcing them into worship. "Princess, take care," Ji Wudao said to Donghuang Diyuan before he was gone in a flash. After he felt that terrifying will exude from the woman in white, he knew that it was impossible to achieve what he came to do. He could only look for other opportunities in the future. Yi Futian glanced at Ji Wudao, who was leaving, and thought that this was a decisive man, someone who could indeed achieve incredible feats in the world. He might become Yi Futian's most powerful opponent in the future, a contender on the road to emperorship. What's the relationship between the princess and the heaven realm? Yifutian asked Donghuang Diyuan. He was a little curious, and he was almost certain that there must be some kind of relationship between the heaven realm and Donghuang Diyuan. Otherwise, Ji Wudao would not treat Donghuang Diyuan the way he did. Donghuang Diyuan didn't respond. She didn't even look at him. It seemed like she had reverted to her previous cold and arrogant attitude. At this time, the woman in white opened her beautiful eyes as she looked at the two of them. The fighting will upon her was monstrous, shrouding the boundless space. Its force of oppression was so great that those cultivators who were around felt nearly suffocated. Her eyes were clearer and brighter, revealing an evident brilliance. Clearly, the plan of the ancient gods was coming to pass and proven to be successful. The woman in white was showing signs of intelligence. And today, after countless years, she had been reborn. Her eyes fixed on Donghuang Diyuan, and a hint of coldness flashed through her eyes. At this moment, Donghuang Diyuan felt a coldness all over her body as she sensed the murderous intent from the woman in white. However, at this moment, Yifutian took a step forward and appeared in front of the woman in white, blocking Donghuang Diyuan. Many were stunned when they saw this. Yifutian and Donghuang Diyuan were known to be sworn enemies. So why did he help her to block this attack? Go away, Donghuang Diyuan said coldly as the phantoms of the ancestral dragon. And the divine phoenix rose upward until a terrifying aura erupted from her. Princess is truly cold to the core, without any regard for our previous history. Have you forgotten everything that happened before in the ruins? Yifutian asked her. These words surprised those who heard them in the distance. Did something happen between Yifutian and Donghuang Diyuan in the Forbidden Zone? These two were the descendants of Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yiqing, respectively. Did they have some kind of forbidden romance? That shouldn't be the case, however. Cultivators like them were usually determined and unwavering, unlikely to be affected by simple emotions, such as love. This was likely Yifutian's deliberate effort to taunt Princess Donghuang. He was very bold. Sure enough, a wisp of murderous intent emerged from Donghuang Diyuan, and it was tyrannical to the extreme. She raised her hand as the true dragon pounced from it and slammed down upon Yifutian. Yifutian turned his back to Donghuang Diyuan, and the divine light was flowing upon him. A divine sword appeared behind him. Its sharp edge directly pierced through the palm of the true dragon. Yifutian said, "Indeed, women have been the more ruthless species since the beginning of times. How dare he?" When others heard Yifutian's taunting, they couldn't help but fear for him. This was the princess of the divine prefecture, and he dared speak to her in such a flippant manner. However, it was obvious that Yifutian's strength was powerful to the point for him to stand shoulder to shoulder with Donghuang Diyuan. At this time, an even stronger aura pervaded, attracting the attention of all the cultivators. They saw the woman in white move, and Donghuang Diyuan and Yifutian did not want to continue the fighting. The woman in white took a step forward and appeared in front of Yifutian in an instant, but Yifutian didn't dodge or evade. He stood where he was as a fierce will of the great emperor swept over him, which made his white hair dance madly in the air and his clothing flutter. It was as if he was about to be swallowed up by that horrific will. But under the shocking gazes of all the bystanders, Yifutian remained standing there motionlessly, his eye fixed intently on the woman in white. Even Donghuang Diyuan, who was standing behind Yifutian, couldn't help but shudder in her heart. She stared straight in front of her and wondered, this Yifutian, was he crazy? If the woman in white were to deal a fatal blow suddenly, wouldn't Yifutian be seeking his own death? However, she was stunned to find that the woman in white did not attack but merely stood in front of Yifutian. That violent will was still being released fiercely, but she did not attack Yifutian. There was a hint of uncertainties in the woman's beautiful eyes. Right now, her consciousness was a little confused, and she was struggling. The white-haired man in front of her felt so familiar. It was as if they had known each other for many years. That familiarity was coming from her soul, imprinted in her consciousness. She even had a feeling that this white-haired man was part of her and existed in her mind. "Who are you?" For the first time, the woman in white spoke. Her tone was a little unnatural, even a little stiff. Her beautiful eyes were fastened on Yi Futian. "Tam you," Yi Futian said to the woman in white. What he said caused Donghuang Diyuan's eyes to sharpen. "Yi Futian didn't fail? I am you?" A strange look flashed through Donghuang Diyuan's beautiful eyes when she heard Yi Futian's words. She now remembered one of Yi Futian's other monikers, the Relic Reaper. Inside the relics of the Maharaga at the ruins of the gods, Yi Futian had gained control over the will of the Maharaga and merged as one with it so that Yi Futian could incarnate as the Maharaga while in the relic. This suggested that Yi Futian could integrate with the wills of the great emperors. Therefore, previously, they had planned for Yi Futian to take the place of the woman in white in the divine matrix and inherit the will of the great emperor. Still, the appearance of Ji Wudao interrupted their plan. Even so, Yi Futian did not seem to have failed. Was it during that process that Yi Futian was able to fuse his own will with the will of the great emperor? Because Yi Futian had done it before, Donghuang Diyuan had no reason to doubt that he was capable of such means. However, did this mean that, in the will inherited by the woman, there was also the will from Yi Futian within? But even Yi Futian did not fully integrate with the will of the great emperor. All he managed to do was achieve part of it. Hence the situation in front of them and why the woman in white sensed a kinship with Yi Futian. There was basically nothing wrong with Donghuang Diyuan's estimation. The woman in white was initially conceived from the will of the great emperor. At this point, she who had appeared in the outside world was different from all the rest of the cultivators. She was a special existence. When she heard what Yi Futian said, she did not feel them strange but looked rather thoughtful instead. Her intelligence had just been formed, and everything was unknown to her. In her previous battle with Donghuang Diyuan, she was learning from it. Now that Yi Futian told the woman that he was her, it did not really shock Donghuang Diyuan too much. However, everyone other than Donghuang Diyuan looked at this with stunned expressions. In this quiet space, everything seemed a little creepy. Exactly what had happened? What happened in the forbidden zone of the gods between the woman in white, Donghuang Diyuan, Yi Futian, and Ji Wudao? What did Yi Futian mean by what he said? Obviously, Yi Futian and the woman in white were not the same people. She could not possibly be another incarnation of Yi Futian himself. If that were the case, she would have been a man and not a woman. But no one knew that even Yi Futian himself did not have absolute certainty at this point. He had only attempted by merging part of his will into the will of the great emperor. He had no idea how much impact he was able to achieve. But now, it seemed that he was indeed able to affect the woman in white considerably. "You and I are one. In the future, you follow me. Wherever I am, you will be there also," Yi Futian said to her. The woman in white did not seem to understand that concept very well, so she did not respond immediately. She regarded Yi Futian with those beautiful eyes. Only after a while did she nod lightly in agreement. "Success," Yi Futian exclaimed in his heart. If he could control the woman in white, she would be another powerful weapon in his arsenal. She was born from the will of the great emperor, and her combat effectiveness would far surpass his own. Donghuang Diyuan's expression was even more surprised. She didn't expect that Yi Futian would succeed in some other way. He did not seize the inheritance of the great emperor's will by taking the other's place, but he controlled the woman in white. Yi Futian turned around to look at Donghuang Diyuan and said, "Thank you, princess, for everything on this trip." He did not mean it as a sarcastic comment. He was truly grateful to Donghuang Diyuan. No matter her motivation, the final outcome was in his favor and allowed him to control the woman in white. He had reaped a lot on this trip. Donghuang Diyuan cast a glance at Yi Futian before she turned around and walked away without making any response. She then walked into the void and left. Watching her departing figure, Yi Futian had a feeling that he was more and more unable to see through Donghuang Diyuan. Before, Yi Futian did not have a favorable impression of Donghuang Diyuan. But this time in the ruins, he seemed to have seen another side to Donghuang Diyuan. Perhaps the person she presented to the outside was not her real self. The cultivators in the distance could not help but wonder about many things when they saw Donghuang Diyuan's departure. What happened in the ruins? And why did Yi Futian thank Donghuang Diyuan, his sworn enemy? And why was there not the slightest bit of tension between them? Everything aside, if they were talking about combat effectiveness between Yi Futian and Donghuang Diyuan today, who was stronger and who was weaker? Yi Futian glanced at the woman in white next to him. Although he was able to control her temporarily, it was no guarantee of her stability. He would still need to observe her for some time to be sure. If there was an unforeseeable event, he may not be able to keep her under control. In today's Yi Imperial Palace, there was the divine matrix. If something were to happen, she could be subdued by the matrix. It seemed that he had to get back there first. "Let's go," said Yi Futian. Then he flickered away as the woman in white followed close behind, traveling with him. Everyone watched the two of them leave. By the time they looked at the area below, the forbidden zone of the gods had disappeared and turned into nothing but dust. Third, that Yi Futian had a reputation as the Relic Reaper many years ago in the original realm. I just didn't expect that even the forbidden zone of the gods could not stop him. Judging from the situation, he must have discovered the secrets of the relics, someone said. Yi Futian of the original realm was known for cracking open the codes of any ruins. Whenever the inheritance of the great emperor befell him, he had never had any trouble inheriting it. "Who knows who the woman in white is?" someone commented, watching the figures disappearing into the distance. Yi Futian accelerated his speed as he moved forward, and the woman in white followed suit in order to catch up with him. Later on, even when Yi Futian was traveling with Buddha's celerity, the woman in white had no trouble keeping up with him, and her speed did not lag at all, demonstrating her prowess. Moreover, the two were different now. They could sense each other's existence and location. Yi Futian returned to Yi Imperial Palace with the woman in white as they made their way back. Inside Yi Imperial Palace, Yi Futian walked in the front, the woman in white followed behind. "Palace Lord! Palace Lord!" Seeing Yi Futian's return, many people bowed and paid their respect when they saw them. They looked at the woman behind Yi Futian with some curiosity. The Palace Lord went out and brought back such an exceptional woman. Her appearance and temperament were simply extraordinary. Yi Futian nodded to acknowledge everyone. As he continued to walk forward, he was moving all the way towards the higher parts of the heavenly imperial palace. When he got to the sky stairwell, many familiar figures began to emerge one after another. They all had different expressions when they saw that Yi Futian had returned with the woman in white. "Palace Lord, who is this?" Lord Chun asked with curiosity. Yi Futian turned his head, but it was not easy for him to make the introduction. He looked at the woman in white and said, "How about I give you a name?" The woman in white looked at Yi Futian, then nodded her head lightly. She was like a newborn baby who had no understanding of anything. The people around them displayed a strange look. The palace lord was unbelievable. After he took a trip to the outside, not only did he kidnap such an extraordinary woman to bring back, but he was going to give her a name? Everyone looked at Yi Futian with some envy. The palace lord was the palace lord for a reason. This woman was unusual, and her appearance was second to none. It seemed that the palace lord might be having a new addition in his household. Yi Futian would not know anything these guys were thinking. He looked at the woman in white, thought for a moment and said, "You descended from the great emperor and were born from the small world. Let's call you Ling Long." "Ling Long," the woman in white muttered, then nodded slightly to acknowledge it. She did not have any opposing opinion, feeling that the name Yi Futian gave her was very comforting. Yi Futian's words explained the origin of the woman in white, which greatly startled everyone around him. She was descended from the great emperor and was nurtured and born in the small world? If so, this woman indeed had an extraordinary origin. "Don't gather around here. Go cultivate," Yi Futian said to everyone, then walked forward and towards the palace that was at the highest point. Yi Futian came to the cultivation area behind the palace, where Hua Jieyu was cultivating. When she saw that Yi Futian was back, she stood up as Yi Futian came to her side. He touched her long hair and asked, "How do you feel?" Feel that my cultivation has reached a bottleneck," Hua Jieyu said with a smile. The bottleneck she spoke of was the realm of near deity, which she could not advance for a long time. "There is no hurry. Rest for a while and get yourself balanced," Yi Futian said. Hua Jieyu nodded, and at this moment, She toward her attention toward the woman in white, who was behind Yifutian. She saw Ling Long standing quietly behind Yifutian, whose beautiful eyes fell on Hua Jieyu as if to assess her. Seeing this, Hua Jieyu had a strange look on her face, but then she looked at Yifutian with a smile. Yifutian also felt a little awkward. This image was accurate. Beautiful. Ling Long, the name I just gave her, is someone I met in the Relic of the Gods. She's a descendant of the great emperor, born out of the supreme will and have merged with my will to a certain degree. So I brought her back here, Yifutian explained. When Hua Jieyu heard Yifutian's words, she looked at Ling Long with great interest. She was born out of the great emperor's will? Who is she? Ling Long looked at Hua Jieyu as well and asked Yifutian. Yifutian didn't know quite how to answer her, but Hua Jieyu couldn't help but smile and reply, "My name is Hua Jieyu, and I am his wife." Wife? Ling Long didn't seem to have a good grasp on this concept. Yifutian explained, "That means we are together." Yifutian felt a headache coming on. It seemed that he had to do some brainwashing on Ling Long. "Don't resist," Yifutian said. Then the divine light dazzled upon his body, as strands of golden divine light surrounded Ling Long's body and entered through her brow chakra. Suddenly, countless information began to pour into Ling Long's mind. So Ling Long closed her eyes and began receiving them quietly. After a long while, Yifutian stopped and saw that Ling Long's eyes were still closed. He took Hua Jieyu's hand and led her towards the sleeping quarters. As soon as the door to the backyard was opened, Yifutian felt something behind him. He turned around and saw Ling Long was following behind him. Yifutian looked at her and blinked, asking her, "What are you doing here?" "TM following you. I'll be wherever you'll be." Ling Long repeated what Yifutian said earlier. Yifutian rubbed between his brows and said, "Just go sit there and digest the memories I gave you earlier, and don't disturb me without my order." There was some puzzlement in Ling Long's eyes. Why did he change what he said? But still, she obeyed Yifutian's command and sat down quietly, acting obediently. Next to him, Hua Jieyu watched all this with a brilliant smile. The woman that Yifutian brought back was behaving much like a child. The imperial palace was extremely quiet, and everyone was busy cultivating to improve their strengths. Yifutian had been guarding Ling Long ever since he brought her back. After all, Ling Long's strength was too powerful. If there were an accident, her destructive power would be equally terrifying. Over the past few days, he had been transmitting all kinds of memories to Ling Long and helping her to acclimate to this world. He had passed the situation of the entire cultivation world into her memory, and Ling Long was digesting them quickly. Her mind had been opened, and she was now an actual living being in all sense of the words. Her cultivation was powerful, and her ability to lean was astounding. She was getting to know the world at an extremely rapid speed. In addition, Yifutian would also practice sparring with Ling Long. At this time, in the cultivation court located at the very top of Yi Imperial Palace, a terrifying divine matrix lit up. There were terrifying and violent sounds that could be made out vaguely. Even a monstrous fighting will press down and broke through the defense of the divine matrix, shrouding the entire Yi Imperial Palace. What was more astonishing to those around it was that this will neither belong to Yifutian nor Hua Jieyu. Then, it could only be from the woman in white who was brought back by Yifutian. Was she fighting the palace lord? Was it a real fight or just a sparring session? In the cultivation court, the dull and muffled banging sounds rang out continuously, like thunderous explosions. Hua Jieyu stood on one side as her beautiful eyes looked at the two figures in front of her. Yifutian and Ling Long were in a head-to-head confrontation, and neither evaded the other in the slightest. They directly attacked each other, and their exchanges were extreme. Yifutian was overwhelmed and submerged by a supremely horrific fighting will. He felt as if he was facing a god from heaven who was invincible. The oppression of his spiritual will was incredibly frightening. Bang! With a loud boom, Yifutian was knocked out into flying. After he landed, he slid backward and only managed to stop himself after a few moments. He stared straight ahead and let out a long breath. He said with a smile, "Awesome. Haven't used my full power yet, Ling Long said as she looked at Yi Futian without even a little bit of courtesy. Yi Futian was taken aback by surprise and said to her, "Did no one tell you the virtue of humility during your studies these days?" Ling Long nodded and replied, "But for you it was not necessary." "That's harsh," Yi Futian said. "Shall we continue?" Ling Long said lightly, her eyes falling on Yi Futian. "Rest?" Yi Futian said, then stepped forward as he came to Ling Long's side. "You must have already digested everything that was passed on to you and learned from it. You must understand the world a little better now." Ling Long nodded. "Next, I want to tell you where you come from and why you are following me," Yi Futian said. Hearing his words, Ling Long had a strange look on her face as she said, "You can choose not to tell me." After learning quite a bit on her own, she guessed that she might have been under the control of Yi Futian, hence her being here. Therefore, she didn't feel the pressing need to know the truth. "No, you have already developed your unique personality, and you have the right to know everything," Yi Futian said. "Don't resist." As he spoke, the light between his brow chakra began to shine, and suddenly images of many memories converged and entered between Ling Long's eyebrows. These were precisely the memories of what he had gone through in the forbidden zone of the gods, except for some of the things that happened between him and Donghuang Diuan. Everything about Ling Long was in those memories. Ling Long closed her eyes, and it didn't take long for her to open her eyes again. Her beautiful eyes fastened on Yi Futian. "Did you see everything?" Yi Futian asked. Ling Long nodded. "I didn't have any choice before, or else you might have killed me in the forbidden zone. In any case, it is indeed my will that was integrated into the will of the great emperor so that you have a part of my will, and you were affected by me. But now that you have an independent self-awareness, I will not hide it from you," Yi Futian said. "Now, you will have to choose your path and give yourself a name." Ling Long looked at Yi Futian, then looked up at the divine matrix in the void, and said, "If what I want to do is not in line with your will you use the divine matrix to get rid of me? If had that kind of thoughts, I wouldn't have allowed you to lear any of this. I brought you here to prevent you from being out of control. After all, your strength is far too strong, and the threat is too great. Even now, if you want to do something to me here, I will have no choice but to activate the divine matrix to deal with you," Yi Futian continued. "But you can leave, and whatever you want to do in the future is your choice." "Hypocrite," Ling Long said as she stared at Yi Futian. "Ha!" Yi Futian was stunned. Who was she calling a hypocrite? He thought he was being honest. At first, he did want to control Ling Long, but then he discovered that Ling Long was not a puppet but a real individual. She would lean by herself, and sooner or later, she would understand everything. "You know my being contains part of your will, which means that I, standing here now, have part of your personality. And yet you pretended to ask me to leave. What is that, if not hypocrisy?" Ling Long looked at Yi Futian and questioned him pointedly. Yi Futian was stupefied for a moment. He looked at the woman and thought her learning ability was just a little too astounding. Ling Long looked at Yi Futian calmly and continued, "Ling Long sounds like a good name. I think I'll use it for now." Ling Long decided to stay. Just as she said, she had retained part of Yi Futian's personality, and this connection was not something that could be separated. After familiarizing herself with the world of cultivation, Yi Futian began introducing divine methods into her cultivation. Previously, whenever Ling Long attacked, she was limited to using only the will itself. After cultivating the divine methods, she could only be stronger than ever before. Many times, Hua Jieyu would accompany Ling Long in cultivating together, so that Yi Futian had some time to take care of his own cultivation and training. Yi Futian didn't expect to return so soon this time, so he concentrated on his cultivation. He and Hua Jieyu had both encountered a bottleneck and could not overcome it. However, Yi Futian did not waste time. If he couldn't make any breakthrough in the realm, he would focus on comprehending divine methods and practice sparring with Ling Long. He was constantly improving in strength. Before anyone knew it, several years had passed. In the past few years, many people in Yi Imperial Palace managed to break through their realm of cultivation and advance one step further. The same was true of the outside world. This continent of relics seemed to bring something brand new every day, and changes were happening all the time. After a few years, who knew how many cultivators had appeared in this place? At the same time, some subtle changes had been gradually taking place on this continent of the gods. Over the years, cultivators everywhere had been stationed in the ruins occupied by the imperial palace and began settling down on this continent of ruins. However, as this continent of gods was a new world, people from each world began to covet the areas already occupied by the other worlds as more ruins were being excavated. There were endless battles of pillaging that started to occur regularly. Moreover, this kind of battle was originally small-scale battles scattered among various forces. But with time, there had been collisions between the forces from different realms. After all, before this continent of ruins appeared, there had already been a large-scale war in the Divine Prefecture. Opposing attitudes had, in fact, already been established. But the appearance of the relics of the gods attracted the attention of all the worlds, and everyone focused on exploring the gods' relics and the excavation of the ruins instead. However, more than a decade had passed, and most of the ruins had been occupied by top principalities. The entire continent of the ruins had morphed from a state of chaos to a state of relative peace. But now, another kind of chaos was beginning to emerge again. On this day, Yi Futian did not cultivate. He came to the territory occupied by the devil world. He traveled through the void and looked at the demonic halls built below. The architectural style of their severity and color were similar to those in the capital of the devil world. Even the sky in this region was obscured, as the demonic will had colored the sky. This vast and endless area had become another devil world. Some demonic cultivators seemed to sense something as they raised their heads to look in Yi Futian's direction. Some even released their demonic thoughts to scan the area, but they were all repelled by Yi Futian's aura. Some people recognized him and wondered what Yi Futian was doing here. Yi Futian walked forward and came to the former city of the Karura ruins. The place had changed a lot now. It was completely different from before. The former city of the Karura ruins had turned into a demonic city. Even the shrine of the Karura in the distance had toured into a majestic demonic palace, towering into the sky. The pitch-black demonic clouds tossed and turned above the firmament as if being nurtured by the terrifying light of tribulation, utterly frightening. An even stronger demonic thought swept over him. But once it detected that it was Yi Futian, no one stopped him. After all, no one didn't know the relationship between Yi Futian and Yushang. The cultivators of the devil world had no likes or dislikes to speak of regarding this first man of the original realm. But the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace were polarized on Yi Futian. Some people approved of him and Yushang, but then some thought that as Yi Futian was not a demonic cultivator, Yushang was getting too close to him for comfort. They were worried that Yushang might even be willing to sacrifice the interests of the devil world for Yi Futian's sake. That nature-defying divine ruler was taken away by Yi Futian, for instance. Although it was taken by Yi Futian, in their opinion, it should have belonged to the devil world all the same. Yi Futian saw a familiar face at this time, the guardian of the devil world, Blood Raiment. When she saw Yi Futian, Blood Raiment immediately zoomed in on him. "TM looking for Yushang," Yi Futian said with a smile. "Wait a minute." Blood Raiment glanced at Yi Futian, then walked in the direction of the demonic hall. After a while, Yi Futian felt a demonic thought directing his movement. With a sudden flicker of his figure, he appeared instantly in front of a demonic hall. Yi Futian looked at Yushang, assessing the aura exuded from him, and said, "Still no breakthrough, like me?" "Almost," Yushang said, "but I encountered a bottleneck." Yi Futian nodded. "It is quite a hurdle to step into the near-deity realm, and certainly it is not easy. Here are some elixirs. Take them." In Yi Futian's current state, the elixirs he produced were even more excellent, and their grade had surpassed any ordinary elixirs in the second tribulation realm. They were somewhere between the second divine tribulation and near-deity realm, with even purer quality. He gave them to Yushang, hoping that it would benefit Yushang's cultivation. Naturally, Yushang would not feign politeness with Yi Futian, so he reached out and took them. He knew how just outstanding these elixirs refined by Yi Futian were, and that they would help him greatly in his cultivation. I didn't think that 100 years would have gone by so quickly. The dreams that had when we were boys are getting closer now, and the truth is only a step away from being fully revealed. So why hasn't he appeared yet? Yifutian raised his head to look into the distance and said, "Why did he choose to take us into hiding in the lower worlds and cultivate there? He was the younger brother of the Devil Emperor by blood. Who am I? Most of the world would just treat him as the son of Emperor Yi Qing. Except, was it really as everyone else thought? Then there was also the excellence of the spirit to consider. Everything gave him a feeling that his adoptive father and some other people behind the scenes were setting something up, using him as the center of it all. It will not be much longer now," Yusheng said. They had cultivated to this point. They could already see the great emperorship from where they were. Then the truth must not be too far away either. As for he who had been hidden for so long, he must be getting closer to reveal himself. Yifutian nodded slightly. What was waiting for them down the road? The two of them stood together without speaking. Only time would tell where these two would end up in the future. At this time, Yifutian frowned. A voice appeared in his mind. The little condor was sending him a message. Yusheng turned to look at Yifutian, apparently realizing a change had taken place within him. Something happened over there. There was a conflict between the cultivators of the dark world, Fang Xiyuan, and the others, Yifutian said. I need to go back. After that, Yifutian's figure disappeared from where he was. He was using Buddha's celerity to make his way back as quickly as possible. Obviously, the matter at hand was more urgent. Seeing this, Yusheng's eyes sharpened. Then he took a great step outside. In the dark world, Yi Qingyao the Reaper held a very lofty position. Yusheng knew very well the relationship between Yifutian and Yi Qingyao. So now, why was there a conflict between the dark world and the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace? Prior to this, in the land of the Divine Prefecture, the dark world, the devil world, and the empty divine realm had fought with Yifutian. Although Yusheng was not present at the time, he had heard of it. At this time, somewhere else in the God's Relic, many cultivators appeared in this area, and a mighty group of cultivators gathered around the outer periphery, looking at a specific place. There, an amazing aura of the Great Path had erupted, and a horrific battle took place there not too long ago. Furthermore, the battle had a very tragic outcome. A very important person had fallen there. Fang Xiyuan, Duo Yu, and Tai Tu stood together with Little Condor and the others. They were all staring in the opposite direction. Over there, the cultivators from the dark world, with a terrifying aura of the Great Path surrounding this entire region, had locked down this area. Both Fang Xiyuan and Duo Yu held imperial arms, which puffed out terrifying divine light. On the side where the cultivators from the dark court were, there was a corpse lying on the ground. The body was pierced through and through. Several others had fallen and were lying next to that body. All of them had been slain by Fang Xiyuan and Duo Yu's imperial arms. In front of the corpse in the middle, there were several cultivators from the dark court who were standing there, looking down at the corpse. They looked extremely unhappy. The person who died was an important figure in the dark court, a direct disciple of the dark sovereign, who Fang Xiyuan and Duo Yu killed. Hence, the dire situation at hand. This space seemed particularly oppressive. The dark court and many of the cultivators from the dark world had Fang Xiyuan and his group surrounded. Among them, there were some powerful beings. Infernal King, one of the 7 kings of darkness from the dark court, was also present. He was a peak existence of the second tribulation plane, and his cultivation was undeniably strong. There were also other peak figures on his side, but these cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were tough to deal with. Their strengths were considerable. Otherwise, they would have been taken down already. What happened? At this time, a voice came from the void in the midst of a terrible atmosphere. It was another person from the dark world, a giant figure in the dark world no less, the clan leader of the infernal divine clan. He had already survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path many years ago. After the ruins opened up, he came to this side of the world and cultivated in the ruins with the rest of the dark court. Now he had stepped into the realm of near deity. Senior brother, the infernal king called out. The infernal king of the dark court came from the infernal divine clan, and he was the younger brother of a pillar in the dark world, the clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan. The Infernal Divine Clan was said to originate from the Infernal Sovereign. The Infernal Divine Clan leader looked down and knew what had happened immediately. Those pitch-black eyes of his glanced at the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, and a horrific aura erupted in an instant. The entire space turned into a world of pure inferno as a destructive storm raged between heaven and earth. In the sky above the clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan, a dark infernal storm appeared. From the void downward, endless destructive light of catastrophe bloomed from this infernal storm, which shrouded all the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Feng Xiuan's golden eyes swept up higher into the sky, and they were cold as ice. His body was suspended in midair as he held the imperial arms, the golden halberd, in his hand. Frightening light was coming out of the imperial arms as divine glory erupted from him. The light of catastrophe in the storm was unable to get any close to him and was destroyed in the end. Humph! A cold snort was heard. The fight of cultivators in the near-deity realm was horrific. The vast space dimmed as darkness descended. The divine light of destruction enveloped the boundless space as if it had turned into a world of an inferno. The dark infernal spear emerged from that dark storm and carried the power of utmost destruction. It sliced through the void, instantly slammed into Feng Xiuan's imperial arm. With a loud boom, the surrounding space seemed on the verge of destruction as infinite light of catastrophe appeared. Bang! The imperial arms in Feng Xiuan's hand nearly got blown away. His body was blasted directly into the ground as his body sank deep into the earth. The ground beneath his feet was raised, and the light surrounding his body was being pulverized like mad. Even with the imperial arms, it was impossible to contend against true existence in the near-deity realm. With a muffled groan, blood spurted out of Feng Xiuan's mouth just as he was about to be killed on the spot. However, a massive divine bird appeared at this moment, spreading both its wings and entering into the storm, blocking the destruction that fell from the void. It was none other than the Karura divine bird. Divine body of the demon monarch. Everyone stared over there with a look of surprise, and they saw that it was being controlled by the black condor. Greed flashed through the eyes of the cultivators from the dark court. They thought that these cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace were indeed full of treasures. However, they figured that these people were probably at the core of Ziwei Imperial Palace. The treasures at the dark court, on the other hand, were not plentiful enough that everyone could have gotten some. "You guys get back," the Infernal Divine clan leader said to the cultivators from the dark world. Suddenly, everyone retreated as they were told. An even more terrifying storm was gathering and turning into a domain of inferno. In this domain, there was only destruction. "You asked for it." The Infernal Divine clan leader surveyed the cultivators of the Ziwei Imperial Palace in the area below. A terrifying phantom appeared above the sky, like the master who ruled the inferno. The infernal spear in his hand came down with a mighty force, and suddenly, a storm of destruction in the surrounding region pierced the void. In that destructive storm, infernal spears came out from everywhere, as if everything was about to be destroyed under this attack. Buzz! The will of the little condor took control over the Karura's divine body and spread its wings, covering this expanse of the space and protecting everyone below. In an instant, horrific attacks fell in a frenzy. Every one of them slammed into the gigantic body of the Karura. Below, the little condor spat out a mouthful of blood as his will were being impacted severely. There were even some faint signs of disintegration. Little condor! Feng Xiuan and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces as they looked at the little condor and told him, "Get out of the way. It's all right. I can hold it." Blood continued oozing from the corners of little condor's mouth, but he replied rather stubbornly. Feng Xiuan and the others were disciples of the boss, which meant that they were his subordinates. As their elder, how could he not protect them from harm? How was he going to explain that to the boss? The clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan surveyed the ground below. His eyes couldn't be more cold or indifferent. A murderous intent was blazing within him. Behind him, there were many cultivators from the Infernal Divine Clan. A young man among them looked on coldly. Once upon a time, he had slaughtered heedlessly in the land of the 9 realms, and Yi Futian had threatened him. "Kill!" the clan leader of the infernal divine clan commanded. Still, almost simultaneously, a terrifying divine light suddenly came towards this direction from a distance, with extreme brilliance. A mighty and superior will shrouded the space, which significantly threatened the cultivators from the dark world. Its sword chi. Everyone who felt that terrifying aura trembled immensely in their hearts. In the next moment, the divine sword descended from the sky and slammed directly into the infernal space. The violent booming sounds were constant. The impacts inflicted cracks upon the space, which then shattered and pulverized. The divine sword of destruction now aimed to kill the clan leader of the infernal divine clan. A terrifying dark spear appeared in his hand as he lanced it out straight away, collided with the divine sword. Suddenly, that shocking sword will dissipated into nothingness, but an even more terrifying aura swooped down from the air on its heel. Far into the distance, an unparalleled sword light arrived instantly with bad intention. It seemed a top cultivator had turned into a sword. It turned out to be the Supreme Sword Lord. He traveled by turning into a sword as he unleashed the divine sword in his hand. Instantly, Taishang's swordsmanship erupted. The divine light illuminated from it was blinding. The infernal spear, as wielded by the clan leader of infernal divine clan, stabbed out and collided with the divine sword. Suddenly, the sword will and the destructive spear flowed wildly in this space. Everything around them seemed on the verge of total collapse. "Get back!" Many cultivators retreated frantically. Other cultivators were penetrated by the raging storm and were killed instantly. Bang! The attack repelled the clan leader of the infernal divine clan. The infernal spear in his hand was exuding an astonishing aura as it turned out to be an imperial arm as well. As the clan leader of the infernal divine clan, aren't you ashamed of bullying your juniors? The Supreme Sword Lord's clothing fluttered in the wind with force, and his eyes swept towards the other like sharp swords. The two were giants in the divine prefecture and the dark world, but Supreme Sword Lord was already a near deity and had long been a cultivator ranked on the demigod list. The clan leader of the infernal divine clan had break through his realm while he was in this ruins, so the realm of the Supreme Sword Lord was deeper and higher. Behind Supreme Sword Lord, the cultivators from Yi Imperial Palace had rushed here one after the other. Once they learned that Fang Xiuan and the others were in trouble, many cultivators in Yi Imperial Palace came to give them support as they descended successively. Divine body of the Karura disappeared, and the little condor was left looking a little tired. He stared at the cultivators from the dark world and said coldly, "Today, I will get rid of the trash." "What's happening?" Old Ma asked Fang Xiuan and the others when he came around. They all knew about the relationship between Yi Futian and Yi Qingyao. Now was not a good time for Yi Imperial Palace to make enemies, which meant they should not have a conflict like this with the Dark World. They wanted to rob our imperial arms and attacked us. Duo Yu and I killed a few people in the process, Fang Xiuan replied, which caused Old Ma to frown. The cultivators from the Dark World were the ones to initiate the attack, and it was no less than to capture the imperial arms from them. The nature of this attack was malicious and the equivalent of declaring war on Ziwei Imperial Palace. Fang Xiuan's reaction was entirely expected, and it was not surprising that he killed those instigators. "Do you know who was the person you killed?" the Infernal King said coldly. Then he glanced at Supreme Sword Lord and the others, pointing to Fang Xiuan and the others, saying, "These people must die." In the distance, terrifying auras continued to drift towards them, and the cultivators from the Dark Court had also arrived in the area. Surprisingly, even Hua Yunting, the Dark Saint, was among them. "Saint." Many people bowed and saluted him. Hua Yunting's position in the Dark Court was very prestigious, ranking above the 7 kings, and equivalent to the demon sage of the Devil Imperial Palace. Hua Yunting glanced below to look at the corpse on the ground, and he did not look pleased. He had heard the conversation between them just now. He recognized that Ziwei Imperial Palace was no ordinary principality. Even as an imperial-level force, The Dark World was not afraid of Ziwei Imperial Palace. However, there was no need to make enemies out of them either, especially not when Yifutian and the Divine Prefecture were sort of on opposite sides, and they could use Ziwei Imperial Palace as their allies. Yifutian's talent was outstanding, and he had the best chance to prove his way to the Imperial realm. In the future, it might even be possible for him to pose a threat to Donghuang the Great, so there was no need to make a break with him. More importantly, Yi Qingyao and Yi Futian enjoyed an excellent relationship. So, in his opinion, Yi Futian could embark on the road of emperorship, and there was no need to hinder him. But now, such a violent conflict had occurred. Glancing at the corpse, he thought that this matter would not end well. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in this space without anyone being aware of it, as he just appeared out of the ether. Yi Futian. Many people's eyes sharpened instantly, as they focused on the white-haired young man who appeared. It seemed that he already knew what happened here, and he arrived here with all due speed using Buddha's celerity. Yi Futian sensed everything that had happened here from the little condor. The cultivators from the Dark Court took action against Fang Xiyuan and the others, intending to rob them of the imperial arms, which was why Fang Xiyuan raised his hand against the offenders. Although it was a little impulsive of him, the other party was responsible for instigating the attack, therefore, they were in the right to defend themselves by striking back. Yi Futian, the dark sage said to him, "What do you want to do about it? This matter was getting to be a little thorny. Since you have chosen to take action, strength will determine the outcome. What else can be done?" Yi Futian swept his eyes over the group, headed by the clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan, and said, "Are you the one who took action?" As he was speaking, he glanced at the cultivators from the Infernal Divine Clan. When he saw that young man, he remembered some of the things that happened in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Back then, the Infernal Divine Clan had wreaked havoc in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. But because of his background, Yi Futian was unable to do anything about the young man. Yi Futian once promised that he would kill the other man if given the chance. But because of the subsequent changes in the world, he never got around to do it. Now, unexpectedly, the Infernal Divine Clan had once again provoked him. Infernal Divine Clan leader was an incredible figure and a giant of the Dark World. Even Infernal King of the Dark Court was his junior. He was now at the near-deity plane and had obtained a dark divine arm. His abilities were powerful. Yet Yi Futian, a junior, dared to talk to him in such a manner. Although he knew that Yi Futian was very powerful, for the latter to act so presumptuously before him, wasn't he being overconfident? "Sword Lord, I will leave this to you," Yi Futian said to Supreme Sword Lord. "All right," replied the latter as he nodded his head. He admired Yi Futian's attitude. If they did not show their might, others would take them to be pushovers. No matter which force it was, if they had made a move to snatch another person's imperial arm, it was considered a declaration of war. What more needed to be said to those who attempted to kill someone and steal their imperial arm? There was naturally nothing that needed to be discussed. They would speak with their fists. Yi Futian extended his hand, and the divine ruler immediately appeared. His entire body shone with brilliant divine light. He was a sight to behold. Buzz. Sword will burst forth from the figure of Supreme Sword Lord and enveloped the region below. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were enveloped inside his sword will. The cultivators in the distance also wisely retreated. They would be in grave danger if they were near a battle of this level. Dark Saint Hua Yunting frowned. Matters seemed to have escalated out of control and had become very bad. If the Dark Court began fighting with Yi Futian, it was clearly a lose-lose situation. Neither side would benefit from this. However, Yi Futian was fully prepared to attack. The situation was already beyond their control. In the heavens above, increasingly terrifying destructive will burst forth. The world seemed to become purgatory. In this space, flowing dark currents contained frightening destructive will. They were capable of killing anyone who touched them. Countless dark currents circled around the body of Infernal Divine Clan leader. This caused the region where he stood to turn hideous and terrifying. The currents were like countless tentacles. They then immediately grabbed out at Yi Futian down below. Behind Yi Futian, there suddenly appeared a dazzling yin-yang diagram. This diagram instantly expanded. Emerald green divine light circulated within it. The diagram released the terrifying power of yin and yang that shone on the dark currents. In an instant, the constant currents sweeping towards Yifutian were reduced to dust. Tumble. A dull thud could be heard. Destructive dark spears traversed across the sky and charged towards Yifutian. They plummeted straight towards their target like countless beams of destructive light. It was as though doomsday had befallen this region. Yifutian extended his arm, and an enormous wheel of space appeared. It radiated unparalleled divine halos and engulfed all the incoming spears. Infernal Divine Clan leader revealed an astonished look when he saw this. The wheel of space, which could swallow everything, was gigantic. It was akin to a black hole, sucking his attacks into another space and causing them to dissipate without a trace. Buzz. Suddenly, Infernal Divine Clan leader detected a strong sense of danger. He thrust his spear downwards, and it collided with the Divine Ruler that was charging towards him. The Divine Ruler was as sharp as a sword. T's terrifying power sent the clan leader flying upwards uncontrollably. Sword will overwhelmed the space and flooded his body. The clan leader snorted. His body emanated dark divine light to negate the power of the sword will. However, now Yifutian's body disappeared from his sight. This is bad. The facial expression of the clan leader changed drastically as he immediately ordered, "Retreat!" Rumble. There was a dull thud as the domain that enveloped the region was penetrated. Yifutian's figure immediately pierced through it. Infernal Divine Clan leader looked towards Yifutian, and his expression was extremely ugly. The next moment, he saw Yifutian stabbing out at the various cultivators of the Infernal Divine Clan. The cultivators of the Infernal Divine Clan revealed shocked expressions. Yifutian had broken through the domain of a near-deity cultivator. They released their most powerful auras of the Great Path. Even the youth, who had massacred people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, had a look of terror in his eyes. This sword directly pierced across the space. Everywhere the sword will passed over, figures fell out of the sky. They perished on the spot. When the cultivators in the distance saw the cultivators of the Infernal Divine Clan perish one by one, they were astonished. Yifutian was exterminating the Infernal Divine Clan. The youth was not dead. Yifutian had spared him, but he was still standing before the youth and staring at him. "Save me," the youth pleaded as he looked towards Infernal Divine Clan leader. "Yifutian, you attacked the members of my clan?" said Infernal Divine Clan leader in a voice as cold as ice. Yifutian ignored him. He extended his palm and placed it on the other party's head. The youth showed no signs of resistance. "I said that you would pay with your life," said Yifutian as he stared into the youth's eyes. A terrifying divine fire burst forth from his palm. In an instant, the youth was consumed by the divine flames. They seared through his body and burnt his spiritual soul into a crisp. The youth let out agonizing screams. His body was slowly disintegrated by the divine flames and was reduced to nothingness. Everyone was shocked at Yifutian's methods. He had killed off the young clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan so brutally. His methods were ruthless and decisive, showing no signs of mercy. Infernal Divine Clan leader's facial expression was extremely ugly. Murderous intent filled the sky as terrifying destructive will encapsulated the vast space, turning it into purgatory. Yifutian's gaze was serene. He did not seem concerned at all. He turned towards Infernal Divine Clan leader calmly and said, "Did you not consider that I would do this when you attacked my disciple?" Before Yifutian's arrival, Infernal Divine Clan leader attacked Feng Xiyuan and Duo Yu to kill them. If it weren't because Little Condor protected them with the help of the divine body of Karura, they would most likely have perished. Since the clan leader showed Feng Xiyuan and Duo Yu no mercy, Yifutian would not hesitate to do the same. Moreover, there were old grudges between Yifutian and Infernal Divine Clan. He had no reason to spare them. With a strike, Yifutian directly eradicated all the cultivators from the Infernal Divine Clan. The members of other top forces from the Dark World felt their hearts tremble violently as they witnessed the scene. Yi Futian showed no sign of fear when facing the Dark Court and the Infernal Divine Clan, one of the Dark World's top forces. He had no scruples about massacring the members of the Infernal Divine Clan. This caused the crowd to be fearful of him. They had to consider the consequences carefully before they decided to attack Yi Futian. If they couldn't kill him on the spot, he would certainly take his revenge on them in the future. Yi Futian pointed the divine ruler at Infernal Divine Clan leader. A few years ago, Yi Futian was targeted by Xinyan Buddha Lord when he was about to leave Yi Imperial Palace. He then slaughtered the latter in their fight. Now, he had no reason to fear Infernal Divine Clan leader. The latter wielded an imperial arm, but so had Xinyan Buddha Lord back then. He wielded a Buddhist divine sword, yet he still perished. Right at this moment, the sky in the distance dimmed. An even more menacing aura permeated the space. Many people looked in that direction. Their hearts palpitated frenziedly. The cultivators, who stood at the peak of the Dark Court, had arrived. Dark Saint's heart also throbbed as he looked in the direction where the aura came from. He had an uneasy feeling. He vaguely sensed something. The incoming person was crowned the next divine saint before Yi Qingyao had joined the Dark Court. At the same time, in a different location, Yu Sheng also reached this place. There was also a peerless beauty dressed in white. It was unknown when she had also arrived in this region. Yi Futian sized up the people who had arrived. The leading cultivator had an unfathomable aura on him. He stood there, his vibe similar to that of the Dark Lord. An ethereal aura emanated from his figure, giving off a very powerful, threatening will. Yi Futian had never met this person before. The other party had not participated in the battle in the Old Heaven Court. Back when the Devil World was at war with the Divine Prefecture, the Dark World had merely assisted. They did not send their strongest members. Yi Qingyao later joined the battlefield, but this person had not appeared before. Although Yi Futian had never met him before, he could guess the status of this person in the Dark Court just by looking at his imposing manner as well as the large group of cultivators behind him. Yi Futian had come in contact with the top cultivators from the various worlds. Ji Wudao had great Skylords Black and White Almighty as guardians. Donghuang Diyuan was also accompanied by top-tier cultivators. The Empty Divine Realm had Dugu Wuxia, and the Devil World had Yen Gi and so on. Before this, he had encountered Dark Saint Hua Yunting from the Dark Court. However, Hua Yunting was not their strongest figure. He was still far lacking. Rumor has it that the most powerful figure aside from the Dark Lord in the Dark Court was Lord Shaman. He was the great shaman and the leader of the three Dark Sages. Legend has it that Lord Shaman was the second disciple of the Dark Lord. He had been a disciple of the Dark Lord for a very long time. Back then, the head disciple was similarly outstanding with extraordinary talent. He was peerless, and his status in the Dark Court was exceptional. His personality was kind and compassionate. He guided his younger brothers in their cultivation. However, it was precisely this that cost him his life. In the Dark World, kindness was taboo. It went against the path of darkness. In the end, this head disciple was killed by his younger brother, Lord Shaman. The latter took everything he owned and inherited his position. The Dark Lord had silently acknowledged all that had transpired. Since then, Lord Shaman became the heir of the Dark Court and the leader of the three Dark Sages. The disciples after him neither dared to contend with him nor attack him. Someone had tried to do so before, and the consequences were tragic. Currently, Lord Shaman was already a giant-level figure. He was the mightiest person in the Dark Court aside from the Dark Lord. Even Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint posed no threat to his position. This was the status quo until Yi Qingyao appeared in the Dark World. She was known as the Dark Maiden and was later given the title the Reaper. The Dark Lord treated her as though she was one of his own disciples. He even forbade everyone in the Dark Court from harming her. Because of this, Yi Qingyao managed to survive in the Dark World and could keep on growing. If she did not have the special protection of the Dark Lord, she wouldn't have been able to survive at all. Lord Shaman greeted the cultivators of the Dark Court. When they saw Lord Shaman arriving, they all frantically bowed to him and acted very polite. They were very respectful towards him as they all feared him. Even his younger brothers felt the same. Lord Shaman was extremely ruthless in his ways. Back then, even his elder brother, who had taken extra good care of him and trained him, had been killed by him. One could imagine what sort of cultivator he was. The world did not doubt that he would even kill the Dark Lord and take his place if he was powerful enough. The Dark Lord himself was well aware of this fact. Nevertheless, this was originally the law of survival in the Dark World that he had established. Lord Shaman greeted Infernal Divine Clan leader. Aight then, even an extraordinary cultivator like Infernal Divine Clan leader was bowing towards Lord Shaman. The Dark World was different from the Divine Prefecture. The Dark Court's authority was absolute. For the Dark World forces, they usually did not need to worry about the Dark Court on a day-to-day basis. However, no one dared to disobey orders when the latter sent down orders. No one could bear the consequences of doing so. Hence, the cultivators of the various forces of the Dark World had profound respect towards the Dark Court. Lord Shaman was accustomed to receiving such reverence from the crowd. He swept a glance at the corpse, and it slowly floated upwards. "Bring younger brother's body back to the Dark Court and bury him in the graveyard of the Divine Mountain," Lord Shaman commanded. "Yes, sir," responded one of the cultivators who stood behind him as he stepped forward to retrieve the body. Lord Shaman fixed his gaze on one of the cultivators from the Dark Court. His eyes glistened with terrifying crimson light. His presence was undoubtedly scary. "Lord Shaman," the cultivator cried out. He was a Renhuang, but he revealed a look of intense fear when his eyes met with Lord Shaman's. "You followed younger brother. He has perished in battle, yet you are unscathed. Why are you still alive?" As soon as Lord Shaman said this, his menacing crimson gaze penetrated space and pierced the eyes of the Renhuang. The Renhuang let out a blood-curdling shriek as blood oozed out from his eyes. 2 beams of crimson light shot into his pupils and punctured his brain. It was a frightening scene to behold. "Arg!" The Renhuang covered his eyes with his hands. Blood tainted his fingers red. He looked miserable. His body was shaking uncontrollably, as though he was experiencing the cruelest torture in the world. He felt as though his spiritual soul was being torn apart from his body. He could see many gruesome scenes flashing before his eyes as he was drowned in the crimson eyes of Lord Shaman. His past experiences replayed in his mind. Splat! The crimson lights seared 2 holes through the Renhuang's brain. The dreadful torture had finally ended for the cultivator from the Dark Court. He collapsed to the ground, and his blood flushed the ground red. The surrounding space turned exceptionally quiet. Even though the person Lord Shaman killed was just a Renhuang, it still impacted everyone around greatly. The way the Dark Court cultivators handled things was indeed ruthless. Lord Shaman acted so cruelly when punishing his own underlings. One could imagine how much more savage he would be when he faced his opponents. From the looks of it, things were sure to turn ugly today. The first thing this great shaman from the Dark Court did upon arrival was torture a member of his court to death. How would he possibly let the cultivators who killed his younger brother leave here alive? When Dark Saint Hua Yunting saw this scene, he knew things had taken a turn for the worse. Lord Shaman was putting on a show of force. "Capture everyone who was involved in the murder of younger brother," ordered Lord Shaman in an indifferent tone. He said this with a commanding voice, leaving no room for misinterpretation. "Yes, Lord Shaman," responded several cultivators of the Dark Court behind him as they stepped forward. They were all cultivators who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. They had come forward to arrest those involved. He was going to capture all those involved in the death of his younger brother. That included Fang Xiyuan, Duo Yu, and the others. Fang Xiyuan raised the golden halberd in his hand and pointed it at Lord Shaman. The golden halberd unleashed astonishing murderous intent. Fighting will circled his figure. Fang Xiyuan was originally an extremely unruly person. He would not surrender just like that. Duo Yu's gaze was similarly as cold as ice. He raised the long spear in his hands. His eyes became bizarre and frightening. They were the eyes of samsara. "Kill anyone who attacks us without mercy," Yifutian ordered as he looked at Feng Xuan and the others. Yes, master, replied Feng Xuan. Supreme Sword Lord was also beside him. Sword will circled his figure and enveloped the space. His aura was extremely astonishing. When the cultivators of the Dark Court saw this scene, all of them took a few steps forward. A terrifying dark aura was released. It covered the sky, and in an instant, the sky was dyed black, plunging the world into darkness. The sky turned dark. Many cultivators were retreating away from the suppressive and terrifying space. They sensed that the battle was about to begin. It was not safe for a battle of this magnitude to be within a range of 1,000 miles, let alone the surrounding regions. No one knew how far the aftershocks would reach if these two cultivators unleashed their powers without holding back. However, most top cultivators would hold themselves back slightly when fighting. As the crowd retreated, their gazes were still fixed on the battlefield. They were very concerned about this storm. This was a battle between the Dark World and the Ziwei Segmentum. Now, Ziwei Imperial Palace had become one of the top forces aside from the Emperor-level forces. It was a superpower that had surpassed the ancient god clans. It could even be considered the number one force aside from those Emperor-level forces. Several years ago, this point had been proven in the Old Heaven Court. The members of Ziwei Imperial Palace had fought against the various cultivators of the Heaven Realm. After that battle, the world knew that Ziwei Imperial Palace's power was only second to that of the Emperor-level forces. Even if the Dark Court wanted to take them down, it wouldn't be an easy feat to pull off. Moreover, Yifutian's group had the backing of the heir of the Devil Emperor Yusheng. He had received the teachings of the demonic lord. Several years ago, he had a short exchange with Ji Wudao in the Old Heaven Court. His ability was astonishing. With such a background, the Dark Court did not necessarily have the advantage, unless Yusheng did not participate in the battle and did not use the will of the demonic lord. Most likely, no one from Ziwei Imperial Palace could stand against Lord Shaman. The great shaman of the Dark Court was the strongest figure of the Dark Court aside from the Dark Lord. He was the leader of the three Dark Sages. No one knew how powerful his abilities were now. However, without a doubt, he would be among the strongest aside from the great emperors. "Show no mercy," said Lord Shaman as he slowly swept a glance at Yifutian when he heard the latter speaking. There was a condescending look in his crimson pupils. He then looked at Supreme Sword Lord. "Supreme Sword Lord, you are a cultivator from the Divine Prefecture. This does not concern you. You have cultivated for so many years. Why get swept into this mess now? I will give you the chance to leave," said Lord Shaman nonchalantly. His words contained a cold and sinister aura that caused the surrounding people to feel uncomfortable. Although Supreme Sword Lord had gained fame in the Divine Prefecture many years ago and was a powerful cultivator on the near-deity list, he did not have confidence that he could defeat the great shaman if pitted against the latter. "Then I should be thanking you," Supreme Sword Lord replied as he glanced back at Lord Shaman with a faint smile. Who did Lord Shaman think Supreme Sword Lord was? Even though Supreme Sword Lord was not an heir of an Emperor-level force, he was a near-deity-level existence who had been renowned for many years. In terms of seniority, he was above Lord Shaman. Now, the other party was speaking to him in such a manner and giving him the chance to leave. Supreme Sword Lord was old, but his sword was still sharp. Lord Shaman naturally understood Supreme Sword Lord's meaning. He did not say any more. His figure gradually floated up into the sky. His black robes danced in the wind. He extended both his hands, and immediately, the dark will in the sky ran amok. It was as though the end of the world had truly come. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, there were countless streaks of crimson light of catastrophe flashing amidst the dark storm. The appearance of the lights of catastrophe was unpredictable. It was as though the lights were a natural part of the storm. Many cultivators felt their spiritual souls trembling even though they were merely standing beneath the aura. Run! They lost interest in witnessing the battle as they swiftly took to their heels. Other cultivators might still consider onlookers while they were engaged in battle. However, this was Lord Shaman from the Dark Court. Would he care? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Terrifying collisions reverberated in space. Many crimson stone pillars suddenly plummeted onto the ground, sealing this vast region off. At the same time, a blood-red altar appeared in the sky. The entire domain turned into an altar of sacrifice. The place was enveloped by darkness. Lord Shaman stood on the altar like an almighty god as he looked down on Yi Futian. There was contempt in his gaze. He roared, "Vermin, you are but a chess piece of the various forces. Yet you dream of defying the gods and changing your fate. You do not know your place." His voice could be heard far and wide, and it reverberated in everyone's eardrums. He was absolutely domineering. Many cultivators were astonished. In the eyes of Lord Shaman, Yi Futian was merely an ant? The latter was just a chess piece? Yi Futian also looked up at the other party. Lord Shaman's ability was already at the peak of the near-deity plane. He was similar to first demon sage Yengi and Dugu Wuxia. He was among the strongest figures aside from the great emperors. Once this crimson altar appeared, the other party controlled this domain. Was Yi Futian an ant? Of course not. Was he a chess piece? In a sense, Yi Futian was indeed a chess piece. The dark world, the devil world, and the empty divine realm all treated him like one. They used him to check and balance the divine prefecture. They didn't even mind letting him grow stronger to the point that he could threaten Donghuang the Great. Back when the original realm was being thrown into chaos, these emperor-level forces from the other worlds had spared Ziwei Imperial Palace. If they had chosen to eradicate Ziwei Imperial Palace at that time, the latter would most likely not have been able to withstand their attacks and would have perished. Therefore, it was not wrong for Lord Shaman to say that Yi Futian was a chess piece. However, if that was the case, who was the mastermind behind the scenes? Was it the Dark Court and the empty divine realm? The real mastermind most likely would not be so easily identified. "If I wanted to take your life, I could do so any time I want," continued Lord Shaman. Even though Yi Futian's ability now was already exceptional, the latter still made such a statement. As he said this, bolts of crimson lightning descended within the dark domain like lights of catastrophe. They were like the power of judgment from heaven that could destroy everything in the world. Buzz. Powerful sword will burst forth from the divine sword in Supreme Swordlord's hand. A sword realm immediately enveloped the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace around him. If this power came crashing down on them, ordinary cultivators would not be able to withstand it. They would perish to the crimson lightning. "Is that so?" Yi Futian raised his head and glanced at Lord Shaman. Then he said, "Today, I shall see for myself how you plan to take my life." Just when everyone thought Yi Futian would dive into battle with Lord Shaman, the former turned around to look at the white-robed lady, who was standing behind him. This caused many people to raise their eyebrows in puzzlement. "Do you want to test out the results of your recent training?" Yi Futian asked Ling Long. Yi Futian believed that she would surely sharpen her skills with Lord Shaman, the most advanced cultivator in the Dark Court, as her opponent. After all, in Yi Imperial Palace, Ling Long was unrivaled. Now, Yi Futian had found her an opponent that didn't seem too shabby. "All right," replied Ling Long as she nodded her head. Then, she stepped forward and walked towards where Lord Shaman stood. This caused the various cultivators to reveal strange expressions. Not only was Yi Futian not fighting himself, he actually sent out a woman to fight on his behalf. This woman dressed in white had an extraordinary temperament. Her appearance was outstanding. No one recognized her, and they had never seen her before. However, even if she was extraordinary, Yi Futian asked her to deal with Lord Shaman. Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? Lord Shaman saw a woman in white charging towards him. His eyes emitted terrifying crimson divine lights. With a wave of his hand, endless crimson divine lights of judgment appeared in the sky and descended towards Ling Long. She would be killed on the spot if she touched any of the divine light. Rumble. A shocking fighting will burst forth from Ling Long's body. The will shot up high into the sky and covered the entire region instantly. At this moment, the white-robed figure before Lord Shaman transformed from a maiden to a war god. "This aura," thought Lord Shaman. His eyes narrowed as his facial expression changed slightly. Endless crimson divine lights of judgment rained down on Linglong. The fighting will circled around her body. It was as though she was garbed in the armor of a war god. The crimson divine lights actually could not penetrate through her fighting will. Linglong continued to pounce towards Lord Shaman, who was standing on the altar in the sky. This scene caused the spectating cultivators to narrow their eyes in astonishment. What was going on? How could this maiden be so dominant and powerful? As far as they were concerned, Lord Shaman's cultivation plane was already at the peak of the near-deity level. The divine power of the great path that he controlled was uniquely his. If a two-tribulation cultivator were hit by his crimson divine light, even they would likely perish on the spot. However, Lord Shaman's crimson divine light actually had not managed to break through the defense of the maiden. One could imagine the might of her fighting will. Who was this woman dressed in white? Linglong flew higher into the sky, and soon, she approached the altar. She extended her fist and sent out an attack. Her punch appeared ordinary, yet it contained frightening Tianxian fist will. Bang, bang, bang. The blood-red altar was smashed into pieces in the blink of an eye. It crumbled right away after coming in contact with the aggressive fist will. It was as fragile as glass when faced with the woman's overwhelming fighting will. The fist will even continued charging upwards. Crashed into the crimson domain. A dull rumbling could be heard. The entire domain nearly collapsed instantly. Lord Shaman's figure appeared high in the sky. He had dodged the previous attack. A fighting will enveloped his figure as he stared at his opponent. The fighting will, which circled around the woman dressed in white, seemed to be a great emperor. Lord Shaman's will shifted, and an even more terrifying aura immediately burst forth. In the menacing blood-red space, destructive divine lights of judgment flowed all around. In his hand, a crimson scepter appeared. It was a highly mighty imperial arm that emanated powerful will. The cultivators below felt their hearts thump non-stop. With one attack, the woman in white forced Lord Shaman to take out his imperial arm. Clearly, Lord Shaman brought out his imperial arm because he suspected that he might not be able to withstand the other party's attacks with his ability alone. This woman in white was actually formidable to such an extent. "It is the scepter of dark judgment," someone commented. The hearts of the various cultivators trembled violently when they saw the scepter that Lord Shaman was wielding. This imperial arm was a precious treasure of the Dark Court. It had always been the weapon used by the great shaman of the Dark Court and was passed down from generation to generation. Since Lord Shaman was the current great shaman and the head of the three dark sages, this scepter of dark judgment was naturally under his control. He extended his arm and pointed the scepter to the heavens. The color of the sky changed instantaneously. An even more frightening blood-red storm stirred up in the space. When the crowd raised their heads, they could see a menacing vortex swirling above them. This vortex seemed capable of eradicating all living beings. Nothing could survive once they were sucked into it. Many people could feel that even their spiritual souls were quivering in fear. Their hearts beat frenziedly. They continued to retreat backward. They wanted to stay as far away from the storm as possible. No one could predict how terrifying Lord Shaman's next attack would be. Bang! With a crisp crack, the domain was shattered. It was as though the entire sky had transformed into the dark domain. The sky split open, and the crimson divine light that radiated from the scepter of dark judgment shot up into the high heavens. The power it emanated seemed to be summoning an apocalypse. The scene was too shocking to behold. Rumble. The sounds of thunder reverberated throughout the space. The next moment, myriads of crimson divine light rained down from the sky, with the momentum to smash the entire world into pieces. A beam of extraordinarily bright crimson divine light stood out amidst the densely packed lights. It coalesced into the shape of a sword as it charged towards Linglong. Linglong acutely sensed the power exerted by the divine light. Fighting will burst forth frenziedly from her body. She extended her palm, and immediately, countless divine swords surged towards the incoming attack. This technique that she was demonstrating was taught to her by Yi Futian. He guided her to better utilize her power in her attacks. Bang! The crimson lights and the divine swords collided in the sky. The sky ruptured as the entire space shook violently. Destructive divine lights rampaged. However, even after making such a ruckus, Lord Shaman's attack failed to touch Ling Long. After she sent out her palm strike, she leaped into the sky and flew towards Lord Shaman. It seemed like she wanted to engage in close combat with the other party. Many cultivators below were not so lucky. Some of them did not manage to escape in time and were crushed by the destructive blow. Some less competent cultivators were incinerated when the crimson divine lights rained down. Their spiritual souls were reduced to dust, perishing on the spot. They had no means to defend themselves. Any cultivators who had yet to reach the tribulation plane did not stand a chance once such a high-level attack hit them. Yifutian took a glance at the battle happening in the sky. He was well aware of how capable Ling Long was. Even with the help of an imperial arm, Lord Shaman might not be a match for her. Over the past few years, Yifutian had verified her ability countless times. Therefore, Yifutian was not worried about the outcome of their battle. He shifted his gaze towards where Infernal Divine Clan leader stood. A moment ago, Yifutian had slaughtered everyone from his clan. Aside from this clan leader, everyone else was dead. Yifutian would finish what he started. He had no reason to let the clan leader escape. Divine light circled Yifutian as his aura locked onto Infernal Divine Clan leader. The latter also sensed this. He retracted his gaze from the battlefield in the sky. He looked towards Yifutian as murderous intent circled him. He also had not imagined that Yifutian had such a terrifying existence like the woman dressed in white on his side. She could fight Lord Shaman, who was wielding an imperial arm, unarmed. Her combat ability would rank among the strongest beneath the great emperors. Such an individual was taking orders from Yifutian. In that case, the situation today would be disadvantageous to them. The direct disciple of the Dark Lord has been killed. Why aren't all of you attacking? Infernal Divine Clan leader said as he looked at the cultivators from the Dark Court as well as the various forces of the Dark World. Dark Saint Hua Yunting was also very powerful, and the Dark Court still had many cultivators who could join the battle. Dark Saint frowned when he saw that matters had spiraled out of control. As he had predicted, things had indeed gotten out of hand. No one knew how this battle would end. But just as Infernal Divine Clan leader said this, a sense of danger suddenly loomed over him. Yifutian's figure instantly charged forward. Divine light circled around the jade-green divine ruler. He charged directly at the clan leader. It was as though Yifutian had become a divine sword that could pierce through all powers of the Great Path and destroy all spiritual souls. The power of the Great Path furiously burst forth from his figure. Everywhere the divine light passed over, everything was reduced to dust. From Yifutian's figure, Infernal Divine Clan leader sensed certain death. Yifutian's figure disappeared from where he stood. When he appeared once again, he instantly descended upon Infernal Divine Clan leader. The divine ruler stabbed out like a sharp sword and was extremely domineering. The clan leader never imagined that Yifutian would actually attempt to kill him in close combat. The long spear imperial arm in the former's hands similarly stabbed forward. The two terrifying powers clashed, and an astonishing storm was swept up. Buzz. Yifutian's figure disappeared again. Around Infernal Divine Clan leader, there suddenly appeared many exterior incarnations of Yifutian. Dazzling jade-green divine light circled each of them. All of them seemed to possess the power of the divine ruler. These incarnations also seemed to never stop moving. More and more of them appeared, filling up the space around the clan leader. "This is a movement technique," said someone down below as they looked up at the battlefield in the sky. Yifutian not only possessed the Buddhist technique celerity, but he also cultivated movement techniques. He seemed to have millions of incarnations. No one could tell which was the original. The top forces knew that back in the relic of the old heaven court, Yifutian had obtained many divine stones that contained divine techniques. Had Yifutian cultivated this technique from them? Unbeknownst to them, this movement technique was not anything special. However, when used in conjunction with celerity, it became very powerful. No one could pinpoint where Yifutian's true body was at all. Nevertheless, against top cultivators, it was meaningless to merely be proficient in movement techniques. Behind Infernal Divine Clan leader, a frightening gray silhouette of a god appeared. A dark domain enveloped the surrounding area. Dark infernal fire appeared in the entire domain. Fire engulfed the entire sky. Black lotuses blossomed from the flames and consumed the power in the surroundings. Terrifying infernal fire attempted to consume the incarnations of Yifutian. However, the incarnations seemed to surround the area and made the space an absolute domain. The sky was filled with jade-green divine light that blocked out the sun. Yifutian's phantasms were everywhere. Suddenly, the blinding light of Buddha pierced through the darkness. His incarnations became ancient golden Buddhas. All of them possessed indestructible golden bodies. The sound of Buddha reverberated across the sky. The power of the 6 syllables of truth circulated in the area. When the infernal fire descended on the figures of the ancient Buddhas, the fire was actually purified and extinguished. The infernal lotuses in this domain of space similarly withered. They seemed to be sealed by this domain. "It is a domain!" exclaimed various cultivators as they looked up at the region. Up until moments ago, the incarnations took the form of Yifutian. Suddenly, they became various Buddhas who filled the skies. Even more frighteningly, their figures were slanted and formed a ring above Yifutian and Infernal Divine Clan leader. The light of Buddha shone brightly, and a gigantic Buddha Lord silhouette appeared. Bang! Menacing sounds reverberated as all the Buddhas unleashed all Heaven Buddha's seal at the same time. Their palm strikes coalesced into a single Buddha's seal and headed straight towards Infernal Divine Clan leader. Palace Lord has grown stronger, Lord Chen thought as he observed the battle from the ground below. After a few years of cultivation, Yifutian's ability had further improved. Even though he had yet to break through the shackles of the plane, he had a more profound understanding of his techniques. Rumble. The clan leader raised his imperial arm. Immediately, infernal storms were whipped up in space. Destructive spears materialized from the eyes of the storms and shot out towards different directions. Each of them targeted a different part of the incoming Buddha's seal. A loud collision echoed in space. The spear hit the Buddha's seal. The latter covered the entire sky and countless symbols of Wan were carved on it. It radiated with the dazzling light of Buddha. Its momentum pushed Infernal Divine Clan leader slightly downwards. However, countless cracks appeared on the Buddha's seal when the power stored in the imperial arm exploded upon collision. Then, the seal disintegrated. The very next second, an intense killing intent permeated the space around the clan leader. A divine sword charged directly towards him from the heavens above. It was the heaven-slaying divine sword. The awe-inspiring sword slashed its way downwards. Infernal Divine Clan leader retaliated head-on with his spear. This time, the momentum of the enormous divine sword pressed down on the clan leader, causing him to slide down uncontrollably. "Get lost!" barked Infernal Divine Clan leader as power frenziedly burst forth from his body. He was enveloped by a dark infernal storm. Endless dark currents twirled around the divine sword. The clan leader had activated his imperial arm to its utmost limit. "Presumptuous!" a voice rebuked loudly. The thunderous voice echoed in the mind of the clan leader. This sonic wave attack blasted his spiritual soul directly as it was laced with the spell power. The clan leader stared blankly at the heavens above. Then he saw a pair of terrifying eyes. The pupils were jade green in color. The power of the divine ruler, which Yifutian devoured a few years ago, seemed to have perfectly merged with his own great path. It was now flowing in every single part of his body. Even his eyes contained its power. The clan leader activated his eye sorcery, and his eyes emitted divine lights. Terrifying will burst forth from his jet-black eyes. The infernal god appeared in the eye sorcery zone forged by the clan leader, and it swooped towards Yifutian along with the dark divine power. Yifutian gathered the power of the divine ruler in this very eye sorcery zone of his opponent. The infernal god then entered into a complete world. Yifutian was the god of this world, and his face formed the sky. He transformed into a Xianxia and appeared directly in the zone. As his divine ruler slashed down, its power was akin to the heavenly rule power. It was capable of eradicating all the paths in the world. This is bad. Infernal Divine Clan leader noticed that things had taken a turn for the worse. He frantically swung his imperial arm and destroyed the heaven-slaying divine sword. Clearly, he realized that Yi Futian had transferred the power of the divine ruler into countering his eye sorcery. However, the clan leader did not have an imperial arm in his own eye sorcery zone. How did Yi Futian manage to pull this off? In the eye sorcery zone of the clan leader, the divine ruler overcame all resistance and slayed its way downwards. Infernal Divine Clan leader unleashed a majestic might to withstand against it, but his effort was in vain as the divine ruler still penetrated through all things and stabbed into his body. He let out a dull groan. His will was severely injured. His eyes were shut tight as his body tumbled backwards. Buzz! A beam of dazzling divine light immediately pierced through the sky. Under the watch of countless astonished gazes, Infernal Divine Clan leader's body trembled violently in the domain. The phantasm of a divine ruler penetrated his figure. His will as well as his flesh had been struck and penetrated by the divine ruler. Yi Futian did not stop there. The crowd saw beams of jade-green divine light constantly flashing as they pierced his opponent's figure again and again. Finally, a divine ruler materialized and stabbed through Infernal Divine Clan leader, pinning him to the domain. A near deity had perished in such a manner. He had been brutally murdered in battle. He killed a demigod. The cultivators stared in shock at the scene in front of them. If not many people had been aware when Yi Futian killed Xinyan Buddha Lord, the killing of the clan leader of the Infernal Divine Clan this time around had been witnessed by many powerful parties. The battle between the Dark Court and Ziwei Imperial Palace previously had already attracted many interested parties. Yi Futian had effortlessly killed a giant of the Dark Court, the Infernal Divine Clan leader, even when he had the help of Imperial arms. The Dark Court's Infernal King was also stunned by what he had just seen and stared dumbfoundedly at the corpse that had been pierced to death by the divine ruler. His senior had been a powerful, dominating figure in the dark world and had ruled over the Infernal Divine Clan. He was regarded as a giant in the dark world, akin to the clan leader of the ancient god clan from the Divine Prefecture. After the god's continent had surfaced, he had achieved demigod status, obtained imperial arms, and was on his way to greater glory. Yet now he had been killed by Yi Futian, and Yi Futian had stolen his thunder. Some had watched Yi Futian kill Xinyan Buddha Lord previously. In comparison to that occasion, Yi Futian had had a much easier time killing the Infernal Divine Clan's leader today. The difference in abilities between the both of them was substantial. Yi Futian seemed to have perfectly harmonized the power of the divine ruler, and his current battle prowess ranked him as one of the strongest cultivators in the world. One probably had to be in the ranks of the strongest demigods to defeat Yi Futian, examples being Lord Shaman, Yengi, Dihao, and more. After Yi Futian had killed Infernal Divine Clan's leader, he had taken the other's infernal spear. He put it away after glancing at it. He had returned Xinyan Buddha Lord's Buddhist divine sword to the Buddhist sect after killing him, but he naturally would not return the weapon to the Dark Court this time around. This was to be a spoil of the battle. Dark Saint looked at the white-haired figure. Even for the Dark Court, the number of people who could go up against Yi Futian could be counted on one hand, while probably only Lord Shaman could be confident of getting the upper hand against him. Dark Flame Sage, and he might not even be able to do either. After all, Infernal Divine Clan's leader had been a demigod and was more or less on the same level as them. However, Lord Shaman, the strongest warrior in the Dark Court after the Great Emperor, did not seem to even have the advantage in his current battle. You could even say he was the underdog. He had been on the losing side ever since the battle started. That woman in white had firmly subdued the great shaman of Dark Court. The battle of the duo moved from the ground to the high skies. Lord Shaman was constantly on the retreat and battered. An extremely terrifying scene appeared above the sky. Lord Shaman held the scepter of dark judgment in his hands and aimed it straight up at the sky. A spine-chilling black divine light immediately pierced through the sky and penetrated the area. Ever since the appearance of the god's continent, the essence of the relics had spread to and enveloped the original realm, causing the sky over the original realm to fortify and become hard to break through by even the strongest cultivators. Yet, at this moment, the scepter of dark judgment had just broken the sky, resulting in a horrifying black hole. Black divine light gushed in from the opposite side, causing the entire upper sky to turn dark. The sky was pitch black against the shocking blood-red light of the scepter. An enormous figure emerged from within the darkness. He looked like a divine being and was Lord Shaman transformed. He's borrowing the powers of the gods. The cultivators of the dark court felt their hearts race. Looking toward the darkness, several altars had appeared there, and the transformed Lord Shaman was in the center of them. These altars seemed to have come from the dark world. Above the sky, what sounded like ancient ritual chanting emerged from the darkness. Nervous, the cultivators of the dark court were nervous as they witnessed all these happenings. To think that Lord Shaman had been forced by the woman in white to the extent that he had to summon the dark deity through ancient sacrificial rituals. This was even the first time they had seen Lord Shaman resort to such means. He had never done so a single time before. "Be careful," many people on the ground muttered. They were all on high alert at the frightening vibes they felt from the sky. Although the battle had relocated higher up, those on the ground still trembled in fear. Darkness shrouded the entire area, and the people on the ground were becoming anxious. The aura that seeped out was too terrifying, as if the dark deity himself had come to destroy the whole world. "Kill!" From above the sky, the chanting voices called out this chilling command, and hundreds of millions of blood-red divine lights descended into the darkness as if the powers of dark judgment were hanging from the sky. "Be careful!" someone shouted from below. They had all felt an intense, threatening sensation. Yifutian appeared in the sky above the cultivators. He stretched out his hands, and the intimidating wheel of space formed over him. The blood-red divine lights rained down in a flash, and Yifutian felt that it seemed like even the wheel of space was not able to devour the force of their attacks and would be penetrated. The lights had already made a hole in the wheel of space and now aimed for him. Boom! The jade-green divine light in Yifutian's body glowed brightly, and energy from the great path continued gushing rapidly into the wheel to intercept the black lights of judgment. Other areas, however, were not as fortunate. Except for where the strongest cultivators were, many cultivators had been stabbed by the blood-red judgment lights and died on the spot. They had no chance to retaliate at all. Even the cultivators from the Dark Court had to defend themselves against the force of the attacks. They were startled by what was happening. No one knew if it was a good thing that the Dark Court got embroiled in this battle. Things had quite gotten out of hand. They looked toward where the attacks of the judgment lights were concentrated and saw the woman in white release a monstrous fighting spirit. She was girded with a war god's armor, and though the judgment lights fell upon her, they could not get past her defense and were shut out. However, the attack had shown itself a threat. "What are you doing?" Just then, a few figures emerged from within the darkness and came over to the area. Many people looked over to where the voice came from. Beneath the blood-red divine lights, one could vaguely make out yet more arrivals from the Dark Court, with their leader shockingly being the Reaper. As usual, she was cloaked from head to toe and gave off an intense air of mystery as nobody knew her real appearance. "You arrived just in time. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace have killed our younger brother and the leader of the infernal divine clan. Go and avenge them," Lord Shaman commanded Xianxia and the others who were there as he looked down to the ground. Calm death will emanated from and surrounded Xianxia's body. It was immensely threatening, but it did not head toward Yifutian and the rest. Instead, it went to where Lord Shaman was. "Stop!" Xianxia's words caused Lord Shaman to frown. He replied, "You intend to betray the Dark Court for old friends?" Lord Shaman was the great shaman of the Dark Court, second in place only to Dark Lord, and was held in high esteem within the Dark Court. Everyone considered him the heir of Dark Lord. However, he had never become complacent. He was keenly aware that he had slowly but surely arrived at his current position. Even if he had conspired to assassinate his big brother in the past, Dark Lord had not punished him harshly despite being furious. After killing his big brother, he had become the first in line behind Dark Lord. He knew Dark Lord's ambitions and held him in high regard as his master. Dark Lord desired to see darkness encapsulate the land and fall on the entire world. He wanted every corner of the world to be living in darkness, without rules and without order. Therefore, the Dark Court itself was also anarchy, not constrained by rules and order. It advocated the survival of the fittest. The cultivators in the Dark Court all had unique personalities, and Lord Shaman knew that he and his master were similar types of people. He had been practicing the dark arts all along and had always strived to do his best to obtain his master's approval. This was probably the only dream that he had been passionate about since he was young. Yet, he had never achieved it even once. He thought the Dark Lord had no favorites. He desired a world of darkness with no standards and order. Then Xianxia showed up. Xianxia was destined to be in the darkness from birth. She was called the new child of darkness and belonged here. Master Dark Lord had high hopes for her, and Lord Shaman understood why. The Dark Lord knew that Xianxia was a person capable of bringing darkness into the world. However, what Lord Shaman could not accept was how differently Master Dark Lord treated Xianxia compared to the others. His master had never been concerned about anyone. Still, he would take excellent care of Xianxia, granting her many privileges, to the extent that no one in Dark Court dared to lay a finger on Xianxia. Someone once did and faced tragic consequences. Due to this apparent preferential treatment, many in the Dark Court felt that Xianxia was the appointed heir of the Dark Lord and the true child of darkness. Even if she had been snatched from Yifutian, the master had not minded in the least, as if he firmly believed that she would eventually bring about darkness to the world. Thus, Xianxia's position was unshakable in the Dark Court. Her status was equal to the 3 Dark Sages and superior to the possessor of the Dark Throne and many other top cultivators. Of course, Xianxia did not let Dark Lord down. She was definitely born of the dark. In contrast to the other cultivators, she could already endanger the lives of those on the level of the Renhuang Plain without a need to train. Some people said that she was the reincarnation of the Reaper. There were many rumors about Xianxia in the dark world. The majority did not even know that she was female, but only knew that the cloaked, mysterious child of darkness would bring darkness and death into the world. Xianxia was given the title of Reaper. Lord Shaman was jealous of Xianxia. No one would guess that the leader of the 3 sages, the great shaman of the Dark Court, would ever be jealous of anyone as he was so highly ranked. Yet all that had happened today was due to his jealousy. This was not a coincidence, but orders he had sent out led to the conflict breaking out between the Dark World and Ziwei Imperial Palace. He wanted the people of Dark World to find out where Xianxia's heart really lay, especially his master. She did not belong to the darkness. Xianxia exposed a pair of jet-black eyes from under her cloak. She looked up at Lord Shaman. She was known as the Child of Darkness, and she did indeed have an extremely dark side to her. However, for her, Yifutian was the only light. If the Dark Court wanted to take down Yifutian, she would stand on the side of her only light and not belong to the darkness anymore. You can continue. Xianxia's voice was cold. She actually asked Lord Shaman to continue. She then looked at the surrounding cultivators and stated, "All those from the Dark World are not allowed to lift a finger." Lord Shaman stared at Xianxia upon hearing her words. Her raspy voice hid an unmistakable command, and the cultivators were perturbed by it. "As the great shaman of the Dark Court, I command all of you, show no mercy to anyone of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Kill them all," Lord Shaman said coldly. His voice rang through the area, and he continued, "Xianxia, you too have to obey the will of darkness." As he was speaking, he held out the scepter of dark judgment. The blood-red divine light shone down as if he represented the will of darkness. The cultivators of the Dark World were caught in a dilemma. They never expected such a situation to happen. The great shaman of the Dark Court, Lord Shaman, had pitted himself against the Reaper. If they went by ranking, the great shaman would take precedence. Only the Dark Lord ranked above him, and he placed first in the Dark Court. As for their skill levels, the same applied. Even Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint, the remaining 2 of the 3 Dark Sages, were no match for him. However, His opponent was Xianxia, who everyone in the Dark Court knew was the current favorite of the Dark Lord, and who would possibly become his future heir. Not too long ago, Xianxia inherited the will of Azura. Even if they left out the possibility that she would become the future Dark Lord one day, she was still a challenging opponent that not many would be able to handle. How could they pay the price of angering Xianxia? Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint were also present and felt somewhat awkward. It seemed like Lord Shaman held a rather large grudge against Xianxia. Rifts were inevitable given how both of them were heirs of the Dark Court, and it was up to anyone's guess how things would turn out in the future. Seeing no one move to carry out his order, Lord Shaman felt embarrassed. Numerous blood-red beams of light rained down, and he coldly commanded again, "Did no one hear what I said?" As he finished speaking, lights of judgment fell from the sky, and all at once, many cultivators from the Dark Court and Dark World stepped out. They were naturally afraid of Lord Shaman. They were no strangers to his ways and figured that if they disobeyed him, they might not be able to make it out alive. In addition, their death would have been meaningless. "You'll die if you dare move." Xianxia spat out a warning in a chilling voice. As she spoke, a strand of death will enclose the area, and the cultivators who had stepped out sensed a strong aura of death. At that moment, they knew that going against Xianxia meant that they would die on the spot upon activation of her will. They froze mid-step, stuck in limbo. The surrounding cultivators were also stunned by what they had just seen. Who would have thought that the two giants of the Dark Court would end up being on opposing sides? "Kill them," Lord Shaman ordered a second time. A murderous intent enveloped the cultivators from the Dark World. It seemed as if they would be killed immediately if they did not obey his orders. Poor things. The watching cultivators all felt sorry for those from the Dark World. They were stuck having to choose between two impossible choices. One was the Great Shaman and the other the Reaper. Both were people they could not afford to offend. Both were people capable of killing all of them. Die if you do. Die if you don't. The options available to them all led to death with zero chance of surviving. But truthfully, even if the strongest cultivators of the Dark World agreed to help out in the battle, would they be good enough to kill Yifu? Seeing how things stood currently, it was a tall order. The Dark World may have more cultivators, but going by overall prowess, Ziwei Imperial Palace did not lose out at all. The woman in white could take on Lord Shaman by herself and even forced Lord Shaman to summon the help of a deity to keep up with her. Aside from Lord Shaman, who else could take on Yifu? The leader of Infernal Divine Clan had been killed not long ago. Perhaps the other two of the three Dark Sages? But would Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint follow Lord Shaman's orders? Besides, Ziwei Imperial Palace also had Supreme Sword Lord on its side. And if that was not enough, Yusheng from the Devil World was also lying in wait for a prime opportunity. In this battle of the finest, who was stronger? In this setting, just what could the cultivators of the Dark World possibly do to kill Yifu? Yet Lord Shaman had given this order. His objective was not to kill Yifu but to drive those from the Dark World to their graves. The spine-chilling blood-red light was already shining upon the cultivators of the Dark World. Some moved, causing Xianxia to react, but Yifu stopped her. "Allow me, Xianxia." He could see that Lord Shaman and Xianxia were not on good terms, probably because Xianxia had shaken Lord Shaman standing in the Dark Court. Yet, even before he had lifted a finger, the cultivators who stepped out were blanketed from head to toe in the death will. Their rigid bodies dropped straight down to the ground. There was no chance of survival, and they died immediately. What on earth? Many of the cultivators turned to look at Xianxia in shock. The death will was horrifying, able to kill without a trace. They had not even seen Xianxia lift a finger, and those who walked out were already dead. Their lives were taken. Just what kind of ability was this? The Reaper. They recalled Xianxia's other name. She had been given the name of Reaper, and seeing what just happened, she certainly lived up to her name. Yifu was surprised too. He had not thought that Xianxia would have reacted so quickly. These people were not a threat to him at all. The reason Lord Shaman had been so adamant on them going up against him was so that Xianxia would be forced to make a move, and in so doing reveal whose side she was on. She would then be branded as a traitor of the Dark Court. Lord Shaman could then use that against her. Yi Qingyao's actions had undoubtedly given Lord Shaman something to hold over her. As expected, on seeing Yi Qingyao make a move, Lord Shaman's eyes glowed blood-red as he stared at the cultivators below who had been killed. Yi Qingyao, I see you had no qualms betraying the Dark Court for an outsider. Yi Qingyao's expression beneath her cloak was calm as can be, without any perturbation, but she did not defend herself. She definitely could not have made a move, but she did and killed those people. Lord Shaman wanted to force her to pick a side. She could have decided not to pick one, but she did, letting everyone know where she stood. If she had to choose between the Dark Court and Yi Futian, she would have no hesitation at all. This was her volition. She intended to tell this to everyone in the Dark World and the Dark Lord. This was where her bottom line lay. Dark Flame Sage, Hua Yunting, what do you guys think? Lord Shaman looked toward Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint, asking, let's leave things as they are for now. We'll go back and consult Dark Lord. Dark Saint Hua Yunting replied, only the Dark Lord could decide this matter. Although Lord Shaman's intentions were not pure, Yi Qingyao had also behaved poorly. Sure, Lord Shaman agreed. Yi Qingyao has betrayed the Dark Court. From now on, all current privileges will be taken from her. The punishment will be decided on after we report to Master. If it had been another person, Lord Shaman would have dealt with them on the spot and killed them. But as it was Yi Qingyao whom the Dark Lord was extremely protective of, without his orders, no one in the Dark Court dared to lay a finger on her, even Lord Shaman. Retreat, Lord Shaman ordered. At once, the frightening aura dissipated from the area. He turned around and went off, with the others following in suit, bringing the corpses with them. In the sky, Ling Long turned around to look at Yi Futian with a questioning look on her face. Come back here, Yi Futian said. Ling Long headed back toward the ground and landed beside Yi Futian. Elder brother, I'll go back first, Yi Qingyao shouted to Yi Futian. Her clear voice shocked everyone as they realized that the Reaper was a girl, and she was even Yi Futian's younger sister. She did not hesitate to betray the Dark Court for Yi Futian and kill those cultivators of the Dark World. Be careful, Yi Futian nodded. Yi Qingyao left with the cultivators of the Dark World. There were still many strong warriors by her side. Yi Futian naturally understood Yi Qingyao's status after witnessing the events. If Lord Shaman could get rid of her quickly, he would not have gone to such extents. Dark Flame Sage and Dark Saint were on the fence and sided with no one. Yi Qingyao's position in the Dark Court was exceptional. Just that, today's happenings might result in a bit of trouble for Yi Qingyao. The cultivators were still reeling as the battle came to an end. Ziwei Imperial Palace did not lose out at all during today's battle. At the same time, the Dark Court suffered a significant loss with the demise of a giant of the Dark World, the leader of Infernal Divine Clan, and the clan's dissolution. On the other hand, the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace suffered not a single loss. Supreme Swordlord put away his will and came to Yi Futian's side. That lass is thoughtful. She killed them on purpose. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. Obviously, he knew that. This time around, the people who had died were no ordinary people. They included the direct disciple of the Dark Lord and will most likely attract his attention. If you had continued killing, you might incur his rage. She did this so she could protect you. If the Dark Lord wanted to do anything to you, he would have to get past her first, or she would betray the Dark World, Supreme Swordlord reasoned. She isn't scared of Lord Shaman but worried that the Dark Lord would take you on personally. This lass is still as stubborn as when she was young. Yi Futian looked toward the disappearing voices. She probably wanted to let everyone know that if the Dark World desired to have the Reaper, they could not lay a single finger on Yi Futian. After the cultivators from the Dark World left, the other cultivators that were around also left. Many people were awed. Ziwei Imperial Palace currently had a battle prowess just as strong as the Emperor's. At least it was so for the top stratum. Of course, when compared with the whole of the Dark World, the gap was still rather wide. There were still many other powerful figures in the Dark World, and they had made progress in the relics like the ancient god clan from the divine prefecture. If the Dark Lord commanded all the forces in the Dark World to assemble and attack Ziwei Imperial Palace together, Ziwei Imperial Palace might not withstand the battle. But yet again, the cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace had made tremendous progress in a short amount of time. If given a bit more time, how much further would they have improved? Once Yi Futian entered the imperial realm and became an emperor, the world would have gained her 8th superpower. Yet, the path to becoming a great emperor was not easily conquered. Yi Futian would probably require many more years before he reaches that stage. From the beginning, many great cultivators had been chasing this dream, yet how many had succeeded? Of course, with all the changes that had taken place in the world, the chances of achieving emperor level had significantly increased. This world was headed for a revolution. From among Lord Shaman, Yengi Dugu Wuxia, Di Hao, Ji Wudao, Yi Futian, and others more, who would be the first to reach their goal? Or would it be another more senior cultivator? Fang Xiyuan moved beside Yi Futian. He slightly lowered his head. "Master, I was wrong," he admitted. "Do you really think that you are in the wrong?" Yi Futian questioned Fang Xiyuan. Fang Xiyuan raised his head to look at Yi Futian. Upon seeing Yi Futian's expression, he realized that his master knew him too well. Obviously, he still did not think that he was wrong to have killed his opponent. After all, it was the Dark Court who first started killing. They had also wanted to plunder their imperial arms, and if they did not kill them, they would have been killed. Just that, it resulted in an extremely unfortunate consequence and brought trouble unto his master and Ziwei Imperial Palace when he offended the Dark Court. Many years ago, Third Brother taught me that there were many ways of reasoning in this world, but no matter how good the reasoning, it was still no match for a fist. Of course, there was nothing wrong with what you all did. If anything, it would be that we of Ziwei Imperial Palace are not as strong as the Dark Court, Yi Futian counseled. It was commonplace for people in the cultivation world to use their fighting abilities to settle all matters. If they had not displayed their prowess today, Lord Shaman would not have let them off but carried out a massacre instead. What's done is done. Go back and practice more. Yi Futian dismissed him. Yes, master. Fang Xiyuan nodded. Indeed, he would have to get better. If not, master would have to bear the consequences if he got into trouble in the future. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace had all left and returned to Yi Imperial Palace. They had stirred up quite a bit of disturbance. The current Ziwei Imperial Palace was no longer just an ordinary existence, and their confrontation with the Dark Court must have gained quite a bit of attention. If the great emperors were not in the picture, Ziwei Imperial Palace was a force capable of shaking things up within the 7 realms. The following days went by like normal. For the Dark Court, the betrayal of the Reaper was enough to get the attention of the Dark Lord. Unfortunately, this matter would have to be reported to the Dark Sovereign. The days passed one by one as Yi Futian continued training quietly. He wished to break through the shackle soon. It had been years since he had got stuck and had not been able to make progress for a long time. Of course, this was only in Yi Futian's mind. Many cultivators had been stuck on this plane even longer than his combined practicing years. There were even more who had not been able to move past this stage their entire lives. Many of the top cultivators had only been able to succeed after the appearance of the divine relics. That Yi Futian was able to get near this stage so quickly was due to his inborn talents and the gift of fate and luck. The divine ruler he had attained at the shrine of the Karura had helped him along this path. Yi Futian stood on the sky stairwell within Yi Imperial Palace while old Ma told him something. Yi Futian looked toward the distance, and soon a group of figures slowly approached them. They were cultivators from the Dark Court, and at their head was impressively the Dark Saint Hua Yunting. Hua Yunting looked up at the sky stairwell. Standing on the sky stairwell, he was surprised to sense a solemn will. He lifted his foot and started to climb up the stairwell. An aura leaked from his body as if it intended to weaken the pressure imposed by the sky stairwell. As one of the highest-ranking characters in the Dark World, he could not afford to let himself be seen as weak over here. Yi Futian quietly stood at the top and watched Hua Yunting climb up, step by step. He did not move but just watched quietly, although he still exerted an invisible form of pressure. The both of them could be counted as acquaintances, but as the other party was from the Dark Court, Yi Imperial Palace's authority must be exerted. Yi Imperial Palace had imperial in its name, although he had yet to become an emperor. Even so, when cultivators below the emperor level came here, it was imperative to let them be aware of Yi Imperial Palace's might, no matter who they were. Finally, Hua Yunting reached the top of the sky stairwell, but was stopped by Old Ma before he could continue. Hua Yunting frowned and looked at Yi Futian. "Please go ahead, Dark Saint." Yi Futian gestured him to come over. At once, the invisible pressure vanished. Hua Yunting glanced at Yi Futian and made his way over. He stood opposite Yi Futian and said, "Lord Shaman reported to the Dark Lord about what happened that day, and Yi Qingyao was summoned back to the Dark Court. You probably were able to tell that this issue was started by the Dark Court. I could even say that it was to target Qingyao. The Dark Lord most likely would have realized that too," Yi Futian replied. "This does not matter. The fact of the matter is that Yi Qingyao was willing to betray the Dark Court for you. She purposely openly showed her affiliation, which is a threat to the Dark Lord," Hua Yunting countered. "And so?" Yi Futian looked at the other. "What did you come find me for?" "The Dark Sovereign ordered me to invite you over to the Dark Court," Dark Saint answered, causing Yi Futian to be taken aback. Why would the Dark Sovereign invite him to the Dark Court? Old Ma beside him was frowning deeply. He looked at Yi Futian with worry. He obviously felt that Yi Futian should not go with them. "How can I be sure that this was from the Dark Sovereign and not from you guys?" Yi Futian asked. Hua Yunting took out a dark jade slip and handed it over to Yi Futian. Yi Futian infused his consciousness within and was soon able to make out a presence that led to the appearance of an image of the Dark Sovereign. He was standing on the Dark Temple and conveying his order. Hua Yunting definitely would not be able to feign such an authoritative and divine air as that. "This is the order conveyed to me by the Dark Sovereign," Hua Yunting started. "As for whether you wish to follow it or not is up to you. Although we both know each other, if the Dark Sovereign wanted to finish you guys off, there would be no need for him to go to such trouble. We can disregard what happened before, but in the future, we hope that you will not choose to stand on the opposing side of the Dark Court." After he had finished talking, Hua Yunting left. This time, he flew through the sky instead, with the other cultivators from the Dark Court following after him. After Hua Yunting left, Old Ma said to Yi Futian, "You definitely must not go. That was the Dark World. It had no law and order, and once Yi Futian went, his life was no longer in his hands." Yi Futian looked at Hua Yunting's disappearing figure thoughtfully. Why would the Dark Lord invite him over? This was different from the time when he went to the Devil World. That time Yushang was in danger, but the Devil Emperor and Yushang had connections after all. Besides, although it was still dangerous, he had not formed any enmity with the Devil World yet. The Dark World was completely different. He had killed the direct disciple of the Dark Lord and many other cultivators. Yi Qingyao could betray the Dark Court for him. He also wholly lacked knowledge about the Dark Lord. If he decided to proceed, it would be much more dangerous than when he had gone to the Devil World. Furthermore, from what he could see, the Devil World still had a system of law and order and was strict on them. The 100 million inhabitants of the Devil World had great respect for the Devil Emperor. It might not be the case for the Dark World. Just that, if he did not go, what might the Dark Lord do to Yi Qingyao? Why would the Dark Lord invite him over? A few figures came flashing past and landed on the sky stairwell. They said to Yi Futian, "You must not go." Obviously, they all did not wish for Yi Futian to risk his life in the Dark Court. In the past, the Dark World had carried out a massive massacre in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path that had resulted in the cultivators of the original realm forming a very bad impression of the Dark World. It was cruel and murderous, and the ruler of the Dark World, the Dark Lord, was said to be a cold-blooded tyrant as well. He killed without feelings and made it to his current position by stepping over countless bodies to conquer the Dark World. The Dark Lord of the Dark Court had the worst reputation among the 6 emperors. He had no regard for any and all life. "Master, this whole thing was caused by me. If you insist on going, please bring me along. I will bear the responsibility." Fang Xiyuan stood before Yi Futian and bowed. Yifutian replied, "Don't think so much. You just happened to get caught up with this matter. If it weren't you, it would be some other from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Luckily, it was you. If not, our own might have died instead. Although what happened before was caused by Fang Xiyuan, he was not their target. It would have happened with or without him." But Fang Xiyuan wanted to say more, but Yifutian waved his hand to dismiss him. "Go and practice. Don't make so much fuss for nothing. I will consider it carefully and will not go if I am not confident in my chances." Everyone was still somewhat worried after hearing Yifutian's words. They understood him. If no one was involved, they knew that he would take every precaution. But this involved Xianxia, and knowing how much Yifutian cared for the people around him, there was definitely the possibility that he would disregard the risk and go. "Please stay, Sword Lord. I need to discuss some issues about cultivation with you. The rest may go," Yifutian urged as he saw that everyone seemed reluctant to leave. They left at once, constantly turning back to look at Yifutian. After they left, Yifutian guided Sword Lord to the cultivation ground at the back of the palace. He asked, "Sword Lord, do you have to know anything about the Dark World?" "Yes." Supreme Sword Lord nodded slightly. "I don't wish for you to go as well. The Dark World is in anarchy. Of course, I'm not worried that you might be in danger if you go to the Dark World. After all, at your current level, except for the Emperors, very few can pose a threat to you. You should be able to move around the realms without much trouble. But the Dark World is a different story in that its lack of law and order was brought forth by its own ruler. Where you are going, the ruler of the Dark World is the Dark Lord, and he has been called the Dark Tyrant." "Tyrant!" Yifutian murmured to himself. No wonder everyone wanted to stop him from going. However, this tyrant seemed to show favoritism toward Xianxia. "From what I know, Lord Shaman inherited the position of the Great Shaman because he assassinated his senior. He then became the leader of the 3 Dark Sages, but the Dark Lord did not pursue matters," Supreme Sword Lord continued. "If you plan to go, I'll say that there are too many uncertainties. Once you enter the Dark Court, things will not be up to you any longer. But has Sword Lord ever considered that since the Dark Lord is known as a tyrant, he fears nothing? If he wanted me killed, he could just come here and finish me off. He doesn't need to waste so much time to invite me there," Yifutian reasoned. "I don't think it will be too hard for someone like him. What you said makes sense too, but the Dark World is his territory after all. The Dark Lord is somewhat restrained by the other emperors and cannot just come here and incite matters on a whim. Don't forget that when God's continent first appeared, the 6 emperors appeared simultaneously and set the rule that they would not interfere with what happened on this continent. If the Dark Lord came, then the others could follow suit too." Supreme Sword Lord had his own reasoning as well. "That's true." Yifutian nodded. "That makes sense too. I will consider more." "Yes, please do." Supreme Sword Lord nodded and bade him farewell. After Supreme Sword Lord left, Yifutian sat alone, thinking. Hua Jieyu came by and told him, "If you intend to go, you must be vigilant at all times." "I know." Yifutian laughed and nodded his head. It seemed like it was still Hua Jieyu who understood him the most. "Don't worry about matters here. I will maintain contact with Yusheng. If you run into any trouble in the Dark Court, I will let Yi Imperial Palace team up with Yusheng to stage war against the Dark Court," Hua Jieyu continued. "But you must ensure that Ling Long listens to me." Yifutian laughed and nodded again. Ling Long possessed part of his will, so there would be no problems on this end. Obviously, he did not plan to bring Ling Long along on this trip as there was no reason to. As for everything else, he could handle without Ling Long. Yifutian made some arrangements in Yi Imperial Palace and also accepted Hua Jieyu's recommendation that if he ran into any danger in the Dark Court, it would be a good idea to use the cultivators from the Dark Court here as duress. If that really happened, the Devil World and the Dark World would become enemies. This would definitely not be a good thing for the Dark World when they were supposed to have shared a common enemy. After he had finished making arrangements, Yifutian left Yi Imperial Palace by himself. He came to where the Dark World was situated, and there remained a beam of light in the sky. It was the link between both places, linking the dark world to the gods' continent, not only here but the other realms as well. There were still cultivators walking in and out of the passageway, making their way to the world below. Yifutian's figure glowed, and he entered one of the links. However, he was headed up and immediately went into the passage that led to the dark ward. Subsequently, his body vanished from the area. The reality of the dark world was a little different from what Yifutian had imagined. He thought the dark world was like the hell described in legends, shrouded in total darkness. However, the world in front of him was no different from the divine prefecture at this moment. However, that was not what the devil world looked like when he entered the devil world. Terrifying clouds of catastrophe shrouded the entire devil world, which was located under the devil abyss. Nevertheless, Yifutian was only surprised for a second, as he then moved forward, traveled by air, and headed in a certain direction. At this moment he had no idea where he was. Like the divine prefecture, the dark world was extremely expansive and had many domains. Among them, top cultivators were, without exception, gathered in the most important areas of the dark world. For example, Yellow Spring Sea, Hell Realm, Nether Valley, Infernal Mountain, and places such as those were considered the center of the dark world. And the most core area of the dark world was in the center, surrounded by these regions. Once crossing over these areas, one may reach Azura City. The end of Azura City was where the Dark Court was located. The regional composition of the Dark World was vastly different from that of the Divine Prefecture. The strongest forces were concentrated in a larger area surrounding the Dark Court. Of course, there were also many forbidden zones, some extremely dangerous places, and some extraordinary characters in other parts of the Dark World. After Yifutian familiarized himself with the situation inside, he hurried in the direction of Azura City. Although he was inside the Dark World, no one dared to provoke Yifutian along the way. After all, Yifutian's temperament was noticeably exceptional. Although he did not release a strong aura outward, top cultivators would often form an invisible atmosphere around themselves. They deliberately kept it under control. Otherwise, cultivators in higher realms would be able to sense this invisible coercion. When a certain realm of cultivation was reached, the perception of the cultivator was highly elevated as well. As Yifutian kept on his way, he finally came to the core of the dark world and entered the domain of the Yellow Spring Sea. The Yellow Spring Sea was not some ordinary body of water. This watery region was the real yellow spring that could corrode someone's body and spiritual soul. Death was imminent with just one touch. Anyone unfortunate enough to fall into the yellow spring would die with no body left to be retrieved, and their souls lost forever. According to legend, this Yellow Spring Sea formation started when the great Emperor Yellow Spring perished in primordial times. When he fell, the blood that flowed out from his body turned into what was now known as the Yellow Spring Sea. Of course, nowadays, in the dark world, many cultivators regarded the Yellow Spring Sea as a place of cultivation. They cultivated the power of the Yellow Spring here and turned it into a unique power of the Great Path, the strength of which was immensely horrific. Yifutian was rushing into the space above the Yellow Spring Sea. His perception was powerful enough to keenly perceive the terrible power contained within the body of water below. Even he could not help but admire the amazing sights of the world. Ha! At this moment, a flash appeared in Yifutian's eyes, and he looked amid the Yellow Spring Sea and saw a fluctuation of power somewhere in the Yellow Spring. Someone seemed to be inside. Afterward, the Yellow Spring Sea was in an uproar, and a terrifying cyclone manifested and rolled towards Yifutian extremely quickly. This area of the ocean rampaged and seemed to want to engulf Yifutian. Yifutian was surrounded by divine light as he shuttled in the storm that savaged this area of the ocean. His speed was as fast as lightning. But at this moment, the power of the Yellow Spring gathered into a gigantic figure, like some deity from the Yellow Spring. This giant of the Yellow Spring overlooked Yifutian and where he was. Yifutian appeared to be extremely insignificant in front of him. The violent storm in this region tossed and turned as the waves behind him also rushed into the sky, covering this corner of the world, shrouding Yifutian under this Yellow Spring, with nowhere to run. Then the hands of that gigantic figure stretched out to grab Yifutian. Yifutian was surrounded by divine light, and his body suddenly turned into a golden body, just like the golden body of the Buddha. Radiant Buddhist runes shone upon the golden body, so that when the arms reached out from the yellow spring to grab at him, they were smashed directly under the golden Buddhist runes and turned into nothingness. With a turning of Yi Futian's mind, countless golden Buddhist runes flew out instantly, and the force of yellow spring that came at him was smashed immediately, disappearing into ashes and dust. Even that massive figure that emerged from the yellow spring was exploding like crazy and then just vanished. All kinds of commotion suddenly stopped on the surface of the sea as an aura escaped into the distance. Yi Futian's eyes seemed to have turned into a golden color as he glanced over that way. Then, his body was gone in a flash and disappeared as a golden divine light, carrying the golden body and dove into the yellow spring sea. Moments later, when Yi Futian reappeared in the sky above the sea, someone was caught up in the golden arm. It was an old man, a cultivator at the peak Renhuang level. He looked at Yi Futian and said in horror, "Sir, please have mercy." He was indescribably shocked. This cultivator, who had come to the Yellow Spring Sea, was a disciple of Buddhism, and yet he roamed in the center of the dark world. This was undoubtedly the equivalent of committing suicide. The dark world and the Buddhist world had always been at odds with one another, and their powers were on opposite sides. The divine light of Buddhism illuminated the space, directly covering the opponent within its bound. All of a sudden, the old man looked shocked and declared loudly, "I am the disciple of Lord Yellow Spring. If you kill me, there will be consequences later." Boom! The Buddha's divine flame continued to burn, and the man screamed immediately. His body incinerated into nothing under the burning flames. Someone who could not tolerate the slightest disagreement and unleashed deadly attacks simply because of it would naturally be undeserving of his consideration and mercy. He would only pay them back tenfold more. Instantaneously, his opponent's body disappeared, and Yi Futian continued on his way. However, before Yi Futian could get too far, the Yellow Spring Sea raged again, and this time the perimeter of its violence extended even further. Yi Futian stopped and looked at the tumbling and roaring sea. Then, a group of cultivators appeared on the sea's surface, and every one of them was a top Renhuang figure. In the distance, a cultivator of the tribulation plane appeared and stood in the void. It was a young man clad in a yellow garment. He was the eldest disciple of Lord Yellow Spring, cultivator of Buddhism. The young man stared at Yi Futian. The will of Yellow Spring shot out from his eyes. "Get out of the way!" Yi Futian walked forward towards where they were without any intention of stopping. The other could sense that faint aura emitting from Yi Futian and thought that as a merely Renhuang cultivator, what did Yi Futian have that could warrant such display of arrogance? "You asked for it," the other man concluded coldly, the terrifying will of the Yellow Spring blooming from him. Yi Futian continued moving forward, and the young man was about to take action. "Stop!" A great shout was heard, which shook the Yellow Spring. "Get back, all of you!" An indifferent voice came through the void, and everyone's expression changed slightly. They turned their heads to look at Lord Yellow Spring, who has arrived, a little puzzled. Lord Yellow Spring's eyes were fixed upon Yi Futian. He thought to himself, this man has actually come to the dark world. "Get back!" After Lord Yellow Spring chided coldly again, these cultivators finally backed away and did as they were told. Yi Futian continued walking forward and through the crowd. He only stopped when he reached Lord Yellow Spring. He said, "Come with me." Having said that, he continued to walk forward. Lord Yellow Spring was somewhat stunned by this request, but still, he followed Yi Futian as asked. The people under Lord Yellow Spring's command were shocked by what they saw at first, and then they broke out in cold sweat. They realized that they had almost died at Yellow Spring. Their master, Lord Yellow Spring, was treating this man so respectfully. They could only imagine that the other man was definitely someone they couldn't afford to offend. That was a close call. They trembled in their hearts as they stared at the departing figures. Who was this white-haired young man that even their master had to be so humble in front of? Yi Futian continued making his way forward, Lord Yellow Spring trailing behind him. Then Yi Futian, who was in front, suddenly asked, "How much do you know about the Dark Lord?" The surprise on Lord Yellow Spring's face showed that he was caught by surprise. He replied, "I dare not make conjectures regarding my lord." He was silent, with a look of awe and fear in his eyes. Clearly, he didn't dare say anything. This was the dark world. Even if no one was around, it was best not to make unnecessary comments. Or else, the slightest carelessness might attract disaster with fatal consequences. "Speak," Yi Futian spat, and his tone was ice-cold with an undeniable sense of authority. Lord Yellow Spring's expression was not very pleased because he did not dare to speak of the Dark Lord at will. However, at this moment Yi Futian was right next to him. If he continued to hesitate, who knew if Yi Futian would turn on him instead? The Dark Lord rules the Dark World, which was respected and feared by all. Although I cultivate in Yellow Spring, I have no chance to contact my lord at all. Even those who cultivate in the Dark Court proper have few opportunities to be in direct contact with my lord. Lord Yellow Spring continued. The Dark Lord's status is most supreme, and within the court, only those who are in the centermost core may be in touch with him. Does the Dark Lord care about anyone? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yellow Spring looked at Yi Futian and wondered what his purpose in asking this question was. Why would he want to know about the person the Dark Lord cared about? As far as I know, the Dark Lord doesn't care much about anyone or anything. The only thing he cares about is for darkness to descend across all of the world. Lord Yellow Spring added, "My lord is the darkness incarnate." Yi Futian was quiet for a moment and thought that this was similar to what Supreme Sword Lord had told him. Indeed, this lord of the dark world resembled a cold-blooded tyrant who wanted to bring darkness to the world. What he represented was the will of darkness. However, in this area, at the junction of Hell's Yellow Spring and Infernal Mountain, there is an island, and on that island resides a mistress. According to rumors, she may have some connection to the Dark Lord. Perhaps you can go and take a look, said Lord Yellow Spring. Yi Futian turned his head and stared at Lord Yellow Spring. The icy look that was coming from him seemed to pierce into the other man's mind. Nevertheless, Lord Yellow Spring did not avoid his eyes but returned the look directly. Who? Yi Futian asked. What is her relationship with the Dark Lord? You'll know when you get there. It seems to be a totally different world there. Lord Yellow Spring looked at Yi Futian and continued. When you get there, you'll understand that I am not trying to deceive you. Yi Futian saw that the other man pledged in earnest. So he pointed his finger at the other party's brow chakra, and he looked directly into the other man's eyes. Lord Yellow Spring was quite stunned, and yet, his eyes were still trained on Yi Futian. Give me the location, said Yi Futian, and divine light shot out between the brows of Lord Yellow Spring and penetrated Yi Futian's mind. Soon after, Yi Futian put his finger down, and with a turn of his mind, his body disappeared directly from where he was. After Yi Futian left, Lord Yellow Spring let out a long and suppressed sigh as he relaxed his body. He watched Yi Futian's disappearing figure. A cold light flashed across his eyes as if containing a great deal of murderous intent. Since Yi Futian had dared to venture into the dark world, then he should prepare to die here. But just now, Yi Futian reappeared in front of Lord Yellow Spring once again, which took Lord Yellow Spring by total surprise. His expression changed instantly to one of shock. Suddenly, there was much respect and humbleness reflected in his eyes. As I suspected, it seems that not everything you said can be believed. As soon as Yi Futian's voice fell, he raised his hand and pointed at Lord Yellow Spring. The will upon Lord Yellow Spring erupted like mad, but he was unable to escape the prowess of this one finger. His brow chakra was directly penetrated, and his spiritual soul was shattered. There was a strong sense of fear in his eyes as he stared straight ahead. Only then did Yi Futian's figure finally and truly disappear between heaven and earth. In the distance, when the cultivators who lagged behind finally caught up with them, they were there just in time to witness Lord Yellow Spring's body falling haplessly into the Yellow Spring sea below. Their hearts palpitated as their hearts filled with fear. How frightening was that man! He had slain Lord Yellow Spring with just one finger. But in the next moment, they all moved in at the same time, rushing towards Lord Yellow Spring's body frantically. Those who reacted a little slower sensed something as well, so they, too, ran in the same direction quickly. On the Yellow Spring Sea, war had erupted. Yifutian continued to move forward, crossing the vast and endless Yellow Spring Sea, passing the terrifying abyss of the Hell Realm, and saw the black destruction inflicted by Infernal Mountain. Along the way, there were quite a few cultivators who tried to attack him, but the outcome was one and the same. They had all perished by Yifutian's hands without exception. However, Yifutian could also see the chaos that permeated this world. Although he did not blatantly broadcast his aura, it was clear that his cultivation realm was at the peak level of Renhuang, no matter how restrained he was. Powerful cultivators could perceive something of his realm, yet they continued to take lethal action against him, and these were compelling individuals. Yifutian's experience demonstrated how chaotic it currently was in the dark world. However, even in the dark world, few could contend with Yifutian. Therefore, everyone who challenged him was now dead. At this time, Yifutian came to another region, the place where the Yellow Spring Sea and the Hell Realm intersected. The frightening Infernal Mountain could be seen looming in the distance. When standing in the sky above this area and looking at the junction, it was like standing at the entrance to the netherworld. He saw that there were several fights that broke out around him, and some were group fights with people continuing to perish as a result. In the distance, there was an area suspended above the Yellow Spring Sea. Further ahead, there was what appeared to be a continent hanging about at the entrance to the Hell Realm. Many cultivators who were fighting were approaching that direction. It seemed as if that was the place they wanted to escape to. Yifutian approached as well. After observing it for some time, he discovered that when the cultivators fled to the vicinity of that continent, those who gave chase would stop and dared not follow their prey there. It seemed that, on that continent, was something that made them extremely wary. What place is this? Yifutian was somewhat curious. This was the location given to him by Lord Yellow Spring. He had a feeling that Lord Yellow Spring wasn't lying to him, but the man had harbored some horrid thoughts. His figure flickered as he headed towards that continent. The surrounding space was incredibly terrifying, filled with an aura of destruction. Some cultivators watched Yifutian and saw him heading towards that continent, but no one approached him to do anything. Finally, Yifutian landed on the continent. When he fell from the sky towards the space below, the destructive currents between heaven and earth seemed to have disappeared. The horrific atmosphere of Infernal Mountain, Hell Realm, and the Yellow Spring Sea could no longer be felt. In this chaotic world, a place seemed to have been created outside of it. This continent was not huge, but it was located in the most dangerous place in the dark world, in the middle of all these major regions of terror. It was simply incredible that such a continent could even exist here. It was almost a place born out of a dream. After Yifutian came upon this continent, he found that there was no atmosphere of danger on this land. There wasn't even anyone who was engaged in fighting. Outside of the continent, the fighting was fierce and terrible, but inside, all the fighting seemed to have ceased. How was that done? Yifutian moved towards the area below and landed on the continent. He discovered that the cultivational realms among the cultivators on this continent varied greatly. Some were extremely powerful, and then there were some whose cultivation was quite lowly. But everyone was working very hard here. Sir, Yifutian was walking on the road when he encountered an old man with a young boy. The old man stopped when he heard Yifutian's voice. He looked at Yifutian with a smile and said, "How can I help you, little friend? This is my first time here, and I was a little curious. Previously, when I was on the periphery of this continent, I saw constant fighting, like those people from the outside world delight in fighting and killing. Why is it that once I arrived here, I found that this continent is completely different from the outside? It seems as if I have entered into another world," Yifutian asked curiously. The old man smiled and looked at Yifutian. "Judging from your temperament, your cultivation should be considerable, probably at the peak Renhuang. Am I correct?" Yifutian nodded. He could sense the old man's cultivation was very strong as well. "It seems that you are a cultivator from afar," the old man said again. "But it's rather strange. You have come all this way to Illumination Island, yet you do not know what place this is. Indeed, I came from afar, but I was in a hurry, so I hadn't had time to inquire beforehand, Yifutian responded, feeling shocked inside. In the center of the dark world, there was a place called Illumination Island? So it is, the old man nodded. Decades ago, I was just like the cultivators that you have seen on the outside world. After many perils of life and death, I almost died. But at the last moment, I happened upon this island, which saved my life. Since then, I have put aside the disputes and concerns of the outside world, concentrating on cultivating here instead. Illumination Island was named by the people who cultivated on this island. In this chaotic dark world, this island is probably the only source of light. This is indeed an island of miracles. It's an island surrounded by darkness, but somehow all slaughter and disputes are forbidden. Anyone who comes here is forbidden to kill. No matter the nature of the grievances, no revenge is allowed here. For many years, this place became many people's place of refuge. During this process, many ruthless people fled to this island but held on to their true nature. Later, all of them disappeared. Over time, everyone has come to know what kind of place this is. When the old man spoke, a spark of memory flashed through his eyes. Back then, he was someone known for his brutality. But after he escaped here, he began a transformation for the better. This world shouldn't just be about darkness. Indeed, it's an island of miracles, Yifutian said. He could see that the old man had extraordinary cultivation, and his state of mind was exceptionally peaceful. It seemed that he was in a state of returning back to nature, which was rare and precious. Since you are here, you can stay on the island for a few days and experience the difference between this island and the outside world. After I came to the island, I was able to step into a realm that once eluded me. The old man explained patiently to Yifutian. This stemmed from his current state of mind. If it were anyone else, they would probably not even bother to interact with Yifutian, much less explain everything to him so patiently. I really want to experience it for myself, Yifutian nodded. Since it is an island of miracles, there must be miraculous people on the island. Who is the master of this island? There is no master on this island. The old man suddenly became serious as he looked at Yifutian intently. However, I know of whom you speak of. I hope you will not disturb her peaceful cultivation. Remember my advice. Having said that, the old man departed. Yifutian displayed a strange look on his face, sensing the other was unwilling to tell him something. He was treating it as a grave matter. Yifutian knew instinctively that the old man didn't want him to disturb the person he was inquiring about. However, Yifutian had made up his mind that he must go and find out. He now understood who Lord Yellow Spring was referring to. At the core of the dark world was an island of light. All countless cultivators of the darkness aside, the existence of a path of light itself was already violating the will of darkness and went against the will of the Dark Lord. The meaning behind these two contradictory forces was anyone's guess. It was impossible for the Dark Lord not to know that such a place existed, yet he did nothing about it. One could only say that someone was residing on the island, and that person's relationship with the Dark Lord was rather special. Lord Yellow Spring might not have lied to him about this, but still, his intention was suspicious. Lord Yellow Spring likely might have sent him here to his death. Yifutian continued moving forward, gathering information on the island. After quite some effort, he finally got the information he needed. On this miraculous island, there was a holy place known as the Holy Lake. The Holy Lake was surrounded by mountains, constantly veiled by a celestial mist. At this moment, on a small boat in the middle of the lake, a woman was quietly cultivating with her eyes closed. It was as if she was distinct from the rest of the world. The whole scene was akin to a beautiful painting. The little boat drifted slowly with the water in the lake and came to shore. There were several huts right along the shore, and when the woman returned, several little girls ran out of the huts. These little girls were innocent and playful, and their eyes were full of flawless purity. It was as if the world had not touched them. Older sister is back. The girls rushed forward as the woman stepped ashore. She touched the little girls' heads and asked gently, "Did you study very hard?" Mm. The girls nodded emphatically, as if they wanted to show off in front of the women. Some even began reciting the content of the book as their pure and flawless voices reverberated upon the lake. Everything here was so ethereal and unadulterated that one couldn't help but feel calmness from within. Yifutian couldn't bear to disturb and interrupt such a peaceful scene. On the lake, Yifutian stood quietly on a small boat, watching the scene play out quietly in front of the huts in the distance. Over there, the woman said to the girls, "Go inside and study. I have some other business to take care of." The girls didn't ask any question but returned to their huts as were told. After they had gone back, an invisible fluctuation enveloped the huts. The woman then turned around, looking at the middle of the lake, and asked, "Anything else you want?" Yifutian knew that he had been discovered, and it might even be possible that when he first came to this holy lake, the other had already detected his presence. He felt that, in this world, there was probably no way to escape this woman's perception. The reason why the woman was able to make this island a place outside the world, besides the possibility of her having some relationship with the Dark Lord, was her powerful strength. There was no doubt about this. At this time, Yifutian could not feel any aura from the woman as she appeared just like any ordinary person with no cultivation. Yifutian understood very well that such a person could not possibly be ordinary. Yifutian cast a scrutinizing eye at the woman. The woman was wearing a white garment that was clean and simple. Her eyes were as clear and ethereal as the water of the lake. One look into her eyes was like bathing under the moonlight in a moonlit night, and one couldn't help but feel a sense of tranquility. "I'm just taking a stroll around here. I'm sorry if I inadvertently disturbed the goddess." The boat Yifutian was on approached this side of the shore as he made a slight bow to the woman. Facing a woman like this, he couldn't have any bad feelings toward her. Although her beauty was not the type that would topple a kingdom, it was an ethereal beauty out of this world, pure and flawless, like a goddess not of this world, without the sully of earthly influences. "It doesn't matter. Would you like to come up and sit down?" the woman asked politely. Perhaps she was merely being hospitable and courteous, but Yifutian did not demur. He nodded and said, "Then, I will take the goddess's offer." As he spoke, the boat under his feet accelerated forward, followed by his figure falling gently on the shore by the lake. He glanced at the surrounding mountains and greenery. Earnestly, he said, "This is a true paradise, out of this world. The goddess cultivates here because you do not like to be disturbed by outside noise." "I'm sorry to have disturbed you." "Not at all. Other people come around here often," the woman replied calmly as she was making her way back. The fluctuations above the huts had disappeared, and the woman walked into one of them. Yifutian did not follow her inside but sat by the lake instead. The woman didn't seem to mind his presence but returned to the hut to give the girls their lessons and teach them cultivation. Sitting where he was, Yifutian could hear the sound of reading from inside the hut. Seeing this, Yifutian shook his head with a wry smile. He then settled down quietly by the lake, lying down and feeling the tranquility. The sun was slightly intoxicating, and Yifutian immensely enjoyed this moment of rare tranquility. Slowly he closed his eyes. He fell asleep unknowingly but peacefully. At his level of cultivation, he no longer needed to sleep. Just simple meditation could help relax and rejuvenate him. However, in this environment he could fall into a rare state of sleep. After a long time, Yifutian, even in deep sleep, seemed to smell something good. His nose moved slightly. Then he opened his eyes and sat up. "Big brother, older sister asked me to come and tell you it's time to eat." At this time, a little girl came to Yifutian and gave him a smile when she saw Yifutian getting up. Her voice was crystal clear, full of innocence. Yifutian showed a soft smile in his eyes when he saw the little girl's innocent smile and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Chi-Chi. The older sister gave it to me," the girl said with a smile. "Chi-Chi?" Yifutian smiled and asked, "Have you always studied here?" The girl nodded. "I have been here ever since I was a kid, and I have been studying with older sister. Big brother, come quickly, or the fish soup will be cold." As the girl spoke, She stretched out her hand to pull on Yifutian's arm. Yifutian got up with a smile, then took the girl's hand as they walked back and came to the outside of the hut. At the dining table outside the hut, the woman was serving soup to the girls and setting up the bowls and chopsticks. When she saw Yifutian had arrived, she said in a low voice, "Let's eat together." "Thank you." Yifutian nodded and sat down. The two didn't talk much. They had only exchanged a couple of sentences until now. "What's your name, big brother? Why did you come here? Did you encounter danger outside as well?" Chi-Chi asked Yifutian. There was a hint of curiosity in those pure and innocent eyes of hers. "My name is Yifutian, and it is true that I came here after having encountered a few things on the outside." Yifutian smiled lightly and said, "Why do you ask? Did everyone who came here have encountered dangers out there? In the past, many people came here because they had encountered things that could not be resolved. So they came here to ask my sister for help." Chi-Chi giggled and continued, "Older sister is awesome, and she can resolve anything. We have all been sent here by the others, looked after by older sister. I must focus on cultivation, and when I grow up, I will help others like my sister." Yifutian rubbed Chi-Chi's head, displaying a bright smile and said, "Then you have to eat more, so you can grow up faster." "Okay." Chi-Chi giggled. Yifutian also sat there quietly, drinking the soup. The woman would occasionally talk to the girls, but she did not chat with Yifutian. She seemed completely unsurprised by Yifutian's arrival and did not ask him anything except for that initial question. The rest of the time, she did not even seem to be aware of Yifutian's existence. While after Yifutian finished the soup quietly, he returned to the lake alone, watching the calm surface of the lake. He took a deep breath and was ready to leave. It was not possible for him to do anything here, and he couldn't ask any questions, so he could only go. But at this moment, he heard footsteps behind him. Yifutian turned around and saw the woman had walked beside him, and the girls were playing elsewhere. "You are leaving?" the woman asked. Yifutian nodded. "So, you are not going to do what you came here to do?" The woman looked at the lake and asked him calmly. Obviously, she knew the purpose of Yifutian's visit. But now, Yifutian was about to leave without getting what he wanted, which surprised her. "I'm embarrassed to say so," Yifutian said. "This place outside the world shouldn't be disturbed by people from the world, so I am taking my leave." The woman didn't say anything more. Her eyes were still fixed on the lake. She said softly, "Go. You won't be in danger on this trip." After speaking, the woman turned around and walked back to the huts. Yifutian turned his head to look at the woman's departing figure, and there was a look of shock in his eyes. She knew the purpose of his coming here, and she knew where he was going. Only people in Yi Imperial Palace knew that he had traveled to the Dark World, and he did not tell anyone else before he left. If he thought about it, probably only the Dark Sage had some ideas of his visit. So, how could this woman know any of these? Could it be that she also possessed the ability to predict the future? Or rather, she was originally from the Dark Court and had some connection to the Dark Lord? This woman probably had never left this holy lake before. After all, she had those girls to take care of, so it was unlikely that she had gone to the Dark Court to cultivate. Yifutian took a deep breath and thought that there were an infinite number of amazing people and things that existed in the world. This woman that he encountered today was such an amazing person. As he put a stop to his curiosity, Yifutian flickered and disappeared from the shore of the lake. It didn't take long before Yifutian appeared in the sky above this island of miracles. The terrifying air currents were still circulating between the surrounding heaven and earth. It was as if it was a separate world from that sacred and peaceful island. Yifutian lowered his head and gave the island one last look. When he turned around, his figure flashed and rushed into the endless darkness. For some reason, he believed what the woman told him. Her calming voice contained a power that was extremely convincing. On this trip to the Dark Court, nothing would happen to him. Azura City, the absolute center of the Dark World. Azura City was surrounded by Infernal Mountain, Hell Realm, and Yellow Spring Sea. The entire firmament was dark and gloomy, as terrifying destructive air currents flowed about, like a real city of destruction. Inside Azura City, there were countless top cultivators of the dark world and numerous horrific forces. The surrounding area was full of tyrannical dark forces. This city was the absolute holy land of the dark world. This place was governed by terrifying laws of darkness. In Azura City, life and death catastrophe was set upon them as soon as they were born. The will of darkness inside Azura City was everywhere. This aura had integrated into the air they breathed, as it was the spiritual energy between heaven and earth to those who cultivated in the dark world. But, for a newborn, it was a test of life and death. If the baby could not withstand the darkness and adapt to it, it would die prematurely. Only by passing the test of the darkness could its survival be assured. From a human perspective, this kind of test for a newborn was incredibly cruel. However, this was the belief held by countless cultivators inside Azura City. They firmly believed that if they could not adapt to the darkness, they would not escape their fate or live until adulthood. They were qualified to have a place here and continued living in the dark world. Of course, a few people chose to leave Azura City before their babies were born. However, this kind of action was frowned upon by the people of Azura City, and these deserters were not qualified to be called citizens of darkness. So, there was no place for them in Azura City. Conversely, any babies that could adapt to this dark power at birth and coexist with the darkness would at the very least become a Renhuang when they grew up. This was also why there were so many terrifying cultivators in Azura City. They were born into the darkness. The dark world was the cruelest world of all 7 realms. Even the devil world was nowhere near this extent. The devil world existed under the devil abyss with an equally harsh environment for cultivation. However, it had not subjected newborn babies to a test of life and death right at birth. All they did was continue to drill their descendants in cultivation later on. At this time, Yi Futian came to the center of this cold-blooded dark world, Azura City. Standing under the dim and obscure sky, Yi Futian could feel the destructive power hanging above his head. It seemed that Azura City was surrounded by a destructive aura. Cultivators from the other worlds would find this place highly unsuitable. Here and the Island of Miracles were like 2 separate worlds. It wasn't easy to imagine that they existed under the same sky. The fact that the Dark Court did not destroy that Island of Miracles was probably on account of that exceptional woman. Yi Futian looked up into the distance. A towering building could be vaguely seen at the end of the darkness. The Black Temple stabbed into the sky, which could be seen even from a great distance away. No matter where in Azura City, one could look up and behold the place of worship in the dark world. The Dark Court, Yi Futian thought. He had no idea what he would encounter this time on his trip to the Dark Court or how Xianxia was doing right now. Without thinking further, Yi Futian moved in that direction. When he took one more step, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared again, he was already in another place inside Azura City. Now that he had reached his destination, there was no longer a need to delay. He moved forward at full speed with Buddha's celerity, rushing full steam to the Dark Court. From a distance, the Dark Court seemed to be just a temple that towered into the sky, but that was because the distance was too far away. Once in the vicinity of the Dark Court, one realized just what kind of behemoth the Dark Court really was. Precisely because of this, the entire Azura field had the vantage point of seeing the Dark Court. Yi Futian was standing at the outer periphery of the Dark Court at this time. When he looked at the area ahead, he practically saw another country. The Dark Court had many layers, and each layer was boundless and vast, populated with countless buildings. It was like an interface, and there was no end in sight. When he raised his head to look up, he found that the Dark Court was like layers of worlds. Yi Futian was suspended in the air and felt inexplicable coercion shroud his body. Above the firmament, the currents of destruction fell upon him, and there were many cultivators who were looking in his direction. Cultivators from the Dark Court stepped out and moved straight in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was soon stopped. Above him, a group of cultivators in jet-black armor appeared. This group of cultivators was all in the realm of Renhuang, acting as guards. Destructive currents flowed upon them, dangerous aura. "Who are you?" The guard in the lead came forward with the cultivation of peak Renhuang. The black spear in his hand pointed at Yi Futian, and a dark light shot out from his eyes. Yi Futian came to pay a visit to the court, Yi Futian said in a voice that was loud and clear. The guard's eyes sharpened. It was obvious that he had heard of his name before. At this moment, above the sky, a brilliant divine light sprinkled down from the realm above, and then several figures descended from the sky as if coming for the lower worlds, appearing in front of Yi Futian. Immediately, the guards bowed in deference. The person who arrived was a young man. His temperament was more feminine than masculine. He had a fair face, exuding a sense of great danger. When he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian felt incredibly uncomfortable. Come with me," the young man said as if he was already waiting for him, knowing that he would return to the dark court. Yi Futian didn't think too much but followed the other party higher into the sky and entered the interior of the dark court. They passed through the layers of interfaces and continued going upward until they came to the 99th layer. There were not many cultivators here, but everyone's aura was beyond terrifying. Finally, Yi Futian was brought before that temple, and it was the temple that was seen high in the sky from a distance. There was an open space in front of the temple, and Yi Futian was standing there at the moment, quietly watching and waiting. This trip had gone much smoother than expected, without encountering any trouble. He had not even had to fight before he made his way here. At this moment, an extreme pressure descended from the sky, which made even Yi Futian feel a sense of suffocation. He raised his head to look ahead, knowing that this was the will of the Dark Lord. The sky became dim and lightless, and the sky above Yi Futian turned into a gigantic black screen. There seemed to be a black shadow that appeared above the temple. This black shadow seemed to have been embedded inside the temple, majestic and domineering. Just a vague shadow itself was enough to contain such supreme coercion. Yi Futian, a majestic voice came from the dark shadow in the temple, echoing between heaven and earth. Just a voice alone made Yi Futian feel like he was compelled to bow his head to worship the shadow. Yi Futian greets the Dark Lord. Yi Futian bowed to pay his respects. He had not expected the Dark Lord to receive him so readily. The gigantic figure above the temple lorded above Yi Futian and continued, "Yi Futian, your cultivation is extraordinary, and on top of that, you have an unusual relationship with the heir I have chosen. Xianxia is willing to betray the Dark Court for your sake. What do you think should be done?" "Dark Lord, Xianxia has been good to me. I am sure you must know that Xianxia knew me before she joined the Dark Court. She only did what she did because she still remembered our friendship. However, other than that, Xianxia has never had the slightest intention of disobeying the Dark Lord," Yi Futian replied. "People who cultivated in the Dark Court should have no emotions, except to do the will of the darkness." Her action was already an act of betrayal to the darkness. The Dark Lord roared as he released the pressure, giving Yi Futian a feeling of extreme oppression as he was placed under a terrifying coercion. He knew that the Dark Lord oppressed his will to make him emotionally unstable. "Furthermore, you have slaughtered many cultivators of the Dark World. If one day you chose to be at war with the Dark World, wouldn't the heir I have raised by my own hands rebel against her own people?" The Dark Lord continued to press. For a time, Yi Futian was speechless. In some sense, Yi Qingyao's action had indeed violated a major taboo of the Dark World. Yi Futian and the Dark World had never had a harmonious relationship since a long time ago, and battles had broken out between them several times. "I can't predict the future, but I can promise you that I won't put Xianxia in a situation where she is forced to choose between the Dark Court and myself," Yi Futian replied. "The things of the world are unpredictable. If you do fight with the Dark Court in the future, the situation will be beyond your control, let alone the empty promises you are making now," the Dark Lord said with an icy voice. "What's more, I have never believed in promises." "Then, what does the Dark Lord require of me?" Yi Futian asked directly. Since the Dark Lord had received him in person, he must have some ideas of his own, or else he would not have bothered talking this long with him. All the Dark Lord had to do was make one move, and all would be finished. High above the temple, the eyes of the Dark Lord stared at Yi Futian. A voice was heard saying, "If you agree to join the Dark Court, I can bestow you with the position of the great shaman one day. Then, you may fight side by side with Xianxia, sweeping across the divine prefecture together and avenging Emperor Yi Qing at the same time. Yi Futian was a little surprised. The Dark Lord wanted to give him the position of the great shaman of the Dark Court. The great shaman of the Dark Court was the head of the three lords, and the first person under the command of the Dark Lord was now served by Lord Shaman. The Dark Lord had promised Yi Futian this position in the future. However, with Yi Futian's strength today, he would catch up with the Lord Shaman in the future. As long as he was willing to join the Dark Court, then the power held in his hands would also be the power of the Dark Court. This made Yi Futian far more valuable than the Lord Shaman. And I see now, if this was his way of thinking, then everything the Dark Lord said made great sense now. However, when he said this, he had not considered Lord Shaman's feelings. The Dark Lord was known as a tyrant of the dark world. Maybe he didn't really care how the others saw him, and he didn't need anyone to be grateful to him. Even hating him was nothing to him. His will was to let darkness descend onto the world. I thank the Dark Lord for the offer. It's just that I'm now in charge of Ziwei Segmentum, and many friends followed me. If I join the Dark Court, it will undoubtedly be seen as a betrayal to everyone else who followed me. I hope the Dark Lord understands my position. Yi Futian politely refused. He could not join the Dark Court. Xianxia is willing to betray the Dark Court for you, but you can't join the Dark Court for her? The Dark Lords asked him coldly. The Dark Lord was being unreasonable. The two had no connection at all. For Yi Xianxia, he had come to the Dark Court all the same, and in here, his life was out of his control. However, he couldn't refute the Dark Lord outright. So he merely said, if the Dark Lord doesn't trust me, you can let me talk to Xianxia. If one day, the Dark Court and I stand on opposing sides, on the battlefield, Xianxia and I could put our personal relationship aside. Wouldn't it be easier if I just killed either one of you? The Dark Lord asked rhetorically. If the Dark Lord can find the next suitable heir, then it would be understandable to do so, Yi Futian replied. The pitch-black eyes of the Dark Lord stared at him as he said, very well. Think clearly, then tell me your answer. I will give you a chance. When his voice faded, a terrifying dark storm submerged Yi Futian's body in an instant. He felt as if he had been caught up in a shower of darkness. In the next moment, he was swept into a separate space by the dark storm. All around him, there was only endless darkness. Yi Futian's expression was not the best. His eyes were terrifying as he tried his best to see through the darkness. At the same time, he released his divine consciousness but found it useless. He moved with Buddha's celerity but soon discovered that he was still in the darkness, unable to get out at all. The Dark Lord had trapped him. On top of the Dark Court, in the space surrounded by darkness, there was a dark figure sitting on the throne, high above everything and everyone else. Below, a figure was kneeling on the ground. A cape covered her, but it did not cover her face. It was Yi Xianxia. She had seen everything that happened and knew that Yi Futian had come to the Dark Court. If I kill him, what will you do? The Dark Lord asked Yi Xianxia. Then I will ask my lord to kill me as well, Yi Xianxia replied. Or else? The Dark Lord said coldly. I will bring darkness to darkness. Yi Xianxia still knelt on the ground without raising her head, but her icy voice sounded extremely determined. The Dark Lord said, no father, no king, no love, and no morality is the true meaning of darkness. But you still have your weaknesses. If I kill him, you will have fallen completely into darkness, which perhaps will be better for you. No, I will only bring darkness to darkness and make darkness disappear from the world. Yi Xianxia responded. Very well. The Dark Lord looked intently at Yi Xianxia and said, Yi Xianxia, I order you to return to God's continent right now, cooperate with the great shaman, and bring the darkness to the continent of the ruins that belong to the gods. I want darkness to cover every inch of the continent. Today, the cultivators of all the worlds had gathered upon the continent of the ruins that belonged to the gods. This place was undoubtedly a perfect battlefield, suitable for starting a war and preferably a battle of the world. Yes, my lord. Yi Qingyao took the order and left without asking any more questions. After Yi Qingyao left, the Dark Lord stared at her departing figure for a long time. Everyone in the Dark Court knew that he was partial to Yi Qingyao, yet no one knew why. Yi Qingyao's life had been incredibly miserable and full of suffering. Her heart was cold, and her blood was equally cold. She was destined to belong to the darkness and bring misfortunes to the world. He raised his head to look in another direction. Yi Futian was trapped inside that darkness. He was thinking, how could he make Yi Futian be part of this darkness as well? It would be a pity if such a talented person did not become part of the darkness. Yi Futian was trapped in the dark world. It was like a prison. No matter what he did, he couldn't walk out of this dark prison. The dark prison wouldn't affect his descriptions, nor would it affect his divine consciousness. The force of the Great Path and celerity could all be used as normal, but he just couldn't get out. It was as if he'd gotten sealed off by true divine power. This was a prison that Tianxian had made just for him, and the Dark Sovereign had done it personally. No matter how strong Yi Futian was, it was most likely impossible if he wanted to get out. The Dark Sovereign was a true great emperor, the ruler of the dark world. They had only imprisoned him and didn't intend to kill him. After many attempts, Yi Futian also understood that he couldn't escape, so he gave up and just sat down to cultivate. A huge face appeared in the boundless darkness. It seemed to have been formed from the darkness. A terrifying dark storm swept over. Yi Futian opened his eyes and stared up. He felt an impossibly horrifying dark will. He'd never truly felt such a strong will before. He had met the Devil Emperor before, he had met Donghuang the Great before, and he had received inheritances from many great emperors. But this time, the Dark Sovereign's true will was pressing down at him. This kind of situation had never happened before. Sovereign, what are you doing? Yi Futian opened his mouth to ask. To show you the true world. A wispy voice streamed out. The terrifying storm swept directly at Yi Futian and drowned his body. Then the tumultuous will rushed straight into Yi Futian's mind. The next moment his entire body shook violently. Boom! This will was not meant to destroy his willpower. Instead, it brought him to another world. He seemed to have entered a special state. Countless images and memories flooded instantly into the depths of his mind. It was as if these had always belonged to him. After a few moments, the dark will dissipated. Yi Futian's aura rippled violently over his body and his eyes flew open. A beam of cold light shot out of his eyes. Phew! Yi Futian let out a turbid sigh. It had only been a moment, but it was as if he had experienced countless lives. A century in 1 second. It was countless stories, and he was the main character of each story, experiencing it personally. And without exception, each story had been tragic. The evil of humanity was shown fully. You implanted the memories directly. Yi Futian felt his will somewhat being used without his control. He looked up at the dark face in the void. The implanted memories created strong empathy within him. He had experienced it personally, rather than looking on as a bystander, so the impact was huge. He could feel his heart had turned cold after experiencing cycle after cycle, and his mind was filled with negative thoughts. What you saw is the true world. You probably have experienced much in your own life. Think back on it well. The voice came again, trying to influence him. To make someone fall into darkness, you had to first change their mindset and make darkness take over their entirety. Then they would naturally bring darkness to the world. The true world does not only have one side to it. Yi Futian believed that the memories in his mind had all truly happened. But if he was corroded by this will, then he would become cruel, bloodthirsty, and not trust anyone. The light of Buddha shone and enveloped over Yi Futian's body. He closed his eyes as his body shone with golden light. The Buddhist voice circled around. Yi Futian's lips moved, and when he uttered the Buddhist voice, it transformed into symbols that filled the darkness. Humph! There was a cold huff, and it shattered the light of Buddha on Yi Futian's body. Dark power shrouded his body. Destruction, death, and other forces ate away at him, and another horrifying intent rushed into Yi Futian's mind. Once again, Yi Futian experienced everything from the past, feeling all the evils of the human world. But when he woke, he reminded himself again. The light of Buddha wrapped around him, and he chanted the ancient scriptures so his willpower would not be destroyed. After coming to this stalemate many times, the dark will disappeared. It had given up. Yi Futian had extremely strong will naturally and was able to maintain his reason even when suffering intense attacks and influences. He controlled himself to drive away the darkness with the power of the Buddha. Of course, this was not all in vain. Everything that had been implanted into Yi Futian's mind truly existed. The Buddha's power could drive away the negative thoughts that were born, but these memories would still continue to affect him. None of this could be erased. Time passed day by day. Imprisoned by the darkness, Yi Futian received news from the ruins of the gods' continent. There had been conflicts between the various worlds in the ruins of the gods' continent before, but they had not exploded completely. Now, these conflicts had finally exploded fully. And this was all because of the Dark Court. He heard that recently, cultivators of the Dark World kept looting and killing, causing wars to erupt all over. Traces of the Dark Court were behind many of these events. So more and more wars erupted and powers of the Dark World and Divine Prefecture entered a full-out war first. War ravaged everywhere. At the same time, the Dark Court acted upon the forces of the Donghuang Imperial Palace. They even wanted to conquer the Naga ruins. The war between these two parties was like a preamble, causing war to sweep across the entire ruins continent. Other forces were gradually swept into the storm, starting from the random battles to wars that began gradually between the powers of various worlds. Conflicts continued to erupt between the Devil World, Divine Prefecture, World of Buddhism and Human Realm. It was the same for the Empty Divine Realm. This was not even led by the Devil Imperial Palace and Empty Mountain. Before they even decided to get involved in the storm, forces of the Devil World, Empty Divine Realm and other worlds had already started fighting and intensifying. It was not under their control anymore. An intense storm was brewing in the ruins of the gods' continent. Yi Futian also learned that Yi Qingyao had returned to ruins of the gods' continent and was in the war. She would lead the strong fighters of the Dark Court to attack the Divine Prefecture, which was headed by Donghuang Imperial Palace. Sovereign! Yi Futian raised his head and yelled into the void. This was the Dark Court, and the Dark Sovereign was omnipresent. He knew that the Dark Sovereign may have never come here, but it could also be said that he was always here. You have imprisoned me for many days. Since you have already come to a decision, how much longer will you keep me here for? Yi Futian said loudly. I have given them orders before coming to the Dark Court. If I run into danger in the Dark Court, the Ziwei Imperial Palace and Devil World will attack the Dark Court. Are you threatening me? A cold voice said, bringing along a suffocating weight. It is not a threat. It is the truth, Yi Futian said. If I do not return, and even if the Ziwei Imperial Palace does not say anything, Yu Shang will still lead the Devil Imperial Palace to attack the Dark Court. At that time, I will have them persuade Qingyao to rebel. The rules of 6 worlds will be in that battle. It would be difficult for even you, the sovereign, to interfere, right? As Yi Futian finished speaking, an even stronger pressure weighed down. A divine phantom appeared in the air above his head. The horrifying will pressed down on his body, giving him the feeling that the sky was weighing on him. Yi Futian was extremely uncomfortable. His body was drenched with sweat, pushing back against the pressurizing force with his strong intent. He continued to stare up at the sky and said, It is the same even if you kill me. Before coming here, I didn't think that the sovereign would harm a junior, but I still planned for the worst. If something really happened to me, Ziwei Imperial Palace and Yuxing will view the Dark Court as their nemesis. At present, the 6 worlds were at a relatively equal state, but if the Ziwei Imperial Palace and Devil Imperial Palace fought against the Dark Court at the same time, then the tides would be turned instantly. It would be impossible for the Dark Sovereign to make darkness fall over the world. At that time, Yi Qingyao would rebel against the Dark Court too, so Yi Futian's threat was useful in a certain way. Do you think the Divine Prefecture will forgive the Ziwei Imperial Palace? Even without the Donghuang Imperial Palace, the ancient god clans of the Divine Prefecture will not let them survive, the Dark Sovereign said coldly. He clearly was quite familiar with these things. The Divine Prefecture and Ziwei Imperial Palace's rivalry is because of me, Yi Futian continued. If something happens to me, this rivalry will not exist anymore either. The Ziwei Imperial Palace will choose to join the Devil Imperial Palace or even Donghuang Imperial Palace. They will have a mutual enemy. On the other hand, none of this will happen if I return safely. The Dark Sovereign also understood this. Not only would it not happen with the rivalry between him and the Divine Prefecture, but it might be pointed at the Divine Prefecture instead. Back then, neither the Dark World nor the empty Divine Realm had touched Yi Futian. They had even chosen to help him, thus creating an enemy for the Divine Prefecture. An enemy's enemy would be a friend. That was why they had let Yi Futian grow powerful freely. Otherwise, all the conflicts from before would be more than enough for them to attack Yi Futian. What you said is true. In that case, I will give you 1 month. After 1 month, I will let you go. If you let people attack the Dark Court in this month, then I shall kill you. The dark storm rolled violently, and the horrifying will descended upon Yi Futian's body before retreating. The voice was left echoing through the air. Clearly, the Dark Sovereign had been angered by his threat. Yi Futian actually had the guts to threaten the ruler of the Dark World. He was the king of the Dark World. No one could threaten him. He wanted to see if Yi Futian dared to try. The repressive aura disappeared and the dark storm scattered too. Yi Futian watched this all. The Dark Sovereign had not given him the chance to negotiate at all and instead told him directly how he would take care of this, letting him choose. Gamble his life? Yi Futian clearly did not dare to do so. The Dark Sovereign had his own reserves, but he would not dare to gamble with his life either. Now all he could do was continue to wait for a month. The Dark Sovereign had already taken a step back since he could give him an exact time. Otherwise, it would not be enough for Yi Futian to die 100 times to threaten a sovereign like this. Even though his cultivation was already very powerful, he was still nothing different from an ant before a great emperor. He could be squashed to death easily. Yi Futian closed his eyes and continued to cultivate quietly. 1 month's time was not long for him, but in the stormy ruins of the god's mainland, things could change drastically every day. He did not know how this storm would continue to evolve. He told the Ziwei Imperial Palace to stay put for now and not get involved before he returned, lest the unpredictable happened. While Yi Futian was at the Dark Court, news about the ruins of the god's mainland would come every day. The battles continued to expand, involving the entire continent with terrifying speed. Forces and cultivators from every world entered the war, killing and looting wildly. The countless treasures, relics and cultivation resources created had all been stolen and robbed in the recent few years. This was also why the continent had such massive cultivation resources now and an important reason why the war expanded so quickly. Cultivators of many large forces even hoped that the emperor-level forces would declare war directly. It would be best if they could destroy the entire world and both sides would suffer horrible losses. Only then would they have a chance. Otherwise, the best cultivation resources were monopolized by the emperor-level forces. They could only receive very few resources. Even if they had any, they were all leftovers. Some precious cultivation resources were also in the hands of top forces below the emperor-level forces. Under this situation, they wished for the war to be as destructive as possible. Heroes were born from chaos. They could only find the chance to turn the tides and come up top. Otherwise, if peace continued like before, all the cultivation resources would be split up and squeezed dry. It would have nothing to do with them. Personal interest was often the source of all battles and wars. This war was not the same as the previous battles in the Divine Prefecture. It was chaotic and without order. The emperor-level forces did not unify the various forces under them. Instead, it was the various forces that started the battles in the first place and then it spread to sweep the emperor-level forces in two. With a war at such a grand scale, a large number of strong cultivators would die in the ruins of the gods' continent. Some wondered if this was a curse from the gods. In the battle of heavenly laws that took place before, this had been the main battlefield and it had been so destructive that the gods had fallen. Now, countless years later, This ancient battlefield appeared to the world again and ignited an unprecedentedly horrible battle again. It was like a replay of what had happened years ago. Seeing the endless deaths of cultivators, people seemed to witness what the era of the end of the gods had been like. The multitude of gods had whittled, the various gods had fallen, and a split appeared in the cultivation world. At this time in the dark world, Yifutian received news from the battlefield again. It said that Lord Shaman and Yi Qingyao led the Dark Court to a direct battle against the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture. The battle had been horrifying. Yi Qingyao had the divine power that rivaled Donghuang Diyuan, and the two had an intense fight. Yi Qingyao had wanted to kill Donghuang Diyuan. However, the battle had no result. Both parties had retreated, but it was meaningful. This meant that the direct battle between Emperor-level forces had begun now. It was no longer a competition for the relics. It was war. Had the Dark Sovereign ordered Qingyao to kill Donghuang Diyuan? Yifutian thought to himself as he sat there. Even though Donghuang Diyuan was his mortal enemy, he did not seem to carry that much of hatred. Of course, he still worried a bit for Yi Qingyao. Whether she lost or won, it might not be a good thing for her. If she really did kill Donghuang Diyuan, she probably would not be able to live either. But both sides were Emperor-level forces and filled with strong fighters. She would not die so easily. Without realizing, the 1 month was finally up. The Dark Sovereign had promised to let him go at this time. That day, the Dark Sovereign descended once again. The terrible dark storm roared and ravaged, and a dark face appeared in the air above Yifutian. Yifutian knew that the actual Dark Sovereign had never appeared this entire time. This was still just the materialization of the Dark Sovereign's will. Yifutian raised his head and looked at the dark face, waiting for the other to speak. "Do you know how Emperor Yi Qing died back then?" the Dark Sovereign asked Yifutian. Yifutian's pupils constricted. He studied the other closely, seeming to care deeply. Ever since Donghuang the Great had appeared back then, and the master of the Four Corners village had stopped Donghuang the Great from hurting Yifutian, people believed that he was a descendant of Emperor Yi Qing. However, he indeed had an extraordinary relationship with Emperor Yi Qing. "Sovereign, please tell me," Yifutian said. Back then, the twin great emperors presided over the divine prefecture. When another one was added, the world's equilibrium was already ruined. The devil emperor, evil emperor, and I naturally would not let something like this happen. If it were merely this, it still would not be enough to make the twin great emperors turn on each other. Thus, it was not only the wills of the three emperors. The human ancestor and the Buddha would not want this to happen either. It was the mutual will of the world that caused the tragedy to occur. In order to protect himself, Donghuang the Great suddenly killed his brother, that had gone through thick and thin with him. Donghuang the Great abandoned his wife and killed his brother to prove his way. He built his status in the divine prefecture, becoming one of the top figures known by all in the world. Yet all his actions from before would not be forgotten either. The Dark Sovereign said coldly the evilness and ingenuity of humanity were expressed perfectly by Donghuang the Great and the other two. The devil emperor, evil emperor, and I do whatever we want to do, but look at Donghuang, the human ancestor, and the others. See how they do the most shameless things under the name of justice. The human ancestor calls himself the orthodox of the human world and has an air of justice, but he had forced many people to their deaths back then. Now he is still allying with Donghuang. How fake is he? How despicable is he? There was strong disgust in the Dark Sovereign's voice. With such a horrid matter and ruled by such a pathetic group of people, what use is there for them? Yifutian was extremely shaken up inside after hearing this. Was this the truth of what had happened back then? He trained his eyes firmly on the Dark Sovereign's face. Even if this was not the truth, it was probably very close to the truth. Were the beings that ruled the world really as the Dark Sovereign said? He could feel the hatred that the Dark Sovereign had towards the world. Everything he saw was dark. Perhaps it was because he had seen too much that he wanted the darkness to fall upon the world as a whole. He even wanted everyone to fall into darkness. He wanted to change Yifutian's will and make him enter the darkness too. "So, you hate this turbid world," Yifutian said to the dark shadow. "Ev, you are wrong." The Dark Sovereign's face stared at him. All goes in reverse if it becomes too extreme. Nowadays, the world is filled with faux kindness, and thus, it needs darkness. When darkness envelopes the world, that is when true light will appear. And this world will be reshaped. Ifutian looked at the dark face. This was the ruler of the dark world. He had such a radical idea and wanted to shroud the entire world in darkness, but it was actually to reshape the world. So, was he good or bad? In other words, you want to bring darkness to the world because your heart is filled with light. Ifutian's voice carried some hints of irony. This was a practically mad and extreme obsession. The Dark Sovereign's huge face stared at Ifutian and said solemnly, "I am the king of darkness. I should create unparalleled achievements, be worshipped by the world, and make the heavens submit under me." Ifutian looked at that solemn face and felt speechless. It was a radical idea, but the Dark Sovereign was indeed qualified to play this game as the king of darkness. Bringing darkness to the world was not impossible for him. Was this madness what had given him success, letting him become the ruler of the dark world? Your body exists in the darkness, but there is pity in your heart. When you see the true nature of the world clearly one day, you might understand me then, the Dark Sovereign continued to say. Go back now. Feel this turbid world closely. You will turn around. With that, the horrifying dark will transform into a shocking windstorm that swept towards Ifutian's body. He felt himself entering a black hole. Everything before his eyes was changing. When the windstorm scattered, he realized that he had come out already. He was somewhere far from the dark court. He glanced in the direction of the dark court and took a deep breath to calm his heart. This trip had quite an impact on him. The Dark Sovereign's words had touched him as well. Did all those great emperors have such extreme obsessions? The Devil Emperor wanted the demons to ascend upon the world. He was not satisfied with being trapped within the devil abyss of the devil world. That was the humiliation of the devil world. It was a prison. Why should the devil world go through all of this? The Dark Sovereign wanted to bring darkness to the world, but in his eyes, he was transforming the world and letting it be reborn. The King of Darkness wanted to accomplish great things, be worshipped by the world, and make the heavens submit under him. Then what about the human ancestor, the Buddha, the evil emperor, and Donghuang the Great? What were their beliefs? The Dark Sovereign said that Donghuang the Great had abandoned his wife and killed his brother. And yet, many cultivators of the divine prefecture worshipped him greatly. Other than the breakup of the twin great emperors, Donghuang the Great had wanted to make the martial arts flourish so the people could cultivate better. What kind of person was Donghuang the Great exactly? Perhaps Donghuang Diuan's sadness was related to this. In addition, there actually was an island of light within the most terrifying region of the dark world. Did the Dark Sovereign allow this miraculous island to exist to prove that when the world was filled with darkness, there would be true light? Who exactly was the woman in the sacred lake? Ifutian turned around and began walking away from this place. Nothing that the Dark Sovereign had done before had affected him as strongly as the last conversation with Ifutian. He could not help but think of some things. He wanted to explore the truest world. What kinds of people were the Buddha, human ancestor, and Donghuang the Great really? Great emperors were already gods. After becoming gods, what kinds of beliefs did they hold onto? Like the Dark Sovereign said, could they really be a group of ingenuine people? Yuan, or maybe it was because everything the Dark Sovereign saw was dark, so he naturally held some bias. If this world really were, as the Dark Sovereign said, then would he himself change? Ifutian thought that he probably would. The memories that the Dark Sovereign had forcefully planted into his mind had made him experience a lot of darkness, but they could not change him. Ifutian thought that this might be related to his real experiences. It was not that he had not experienced darkness before, but at many of his most important moments, there would always be some dazzling people who helped him feel the light and warmth of the world. His teacher, Hua Fenglu, Grandmaster, third brother Gu Donglu, second sister Zhuge Mingyue, big brother and teacher Mr. Du, Dozhan, Emperor Xia, Dali Imperial Advisor Qi Shengang, brother Yan Yuan, and many, many others. These people had all played important roles in his growth. Lord Taixian and the other seniors he had met later all had their own unique personalities, and these all influenced him. Thus, one could say he was lucky. This entire path was dangerous, but he had met these people, allowing him to never waver from his true nature. Pushing these thoughts away, Yifutian did not overthink. Right now, he was still only a chess piece on the game board. He could not even see clearly who was playing the game. He would only be qualified to fight with the emperors when he reached the imperial realm, the ruins continent. After Yifutian returned to this land through the tunnel from the dark world, he could see that there was war everywhere below him. It was like a completely different world from when he had left. But this was normal. After the war for the relics, they had entered an era of peace. Everyone began cultivating themselves, and countless people had improved, entering new realms. But even more had received nothing. Under this background, war had actually always been brewing now. The Dark Sovereign's order caused the cultivators of the Dark World to ignite this battlefield, causing the pent-up emotions to burst out from countless cultivators' hearts. Yifutian sped up and hurried down the road. He already knew when the wars had erupted and ordered the cultivators of the Yi Imperial Palace not to get involved in the fighting so impulsively. He himself had been trapped in the Dark Court. If they joined the war and an accident happened, it would be very troublesome. Plus, the Yi Imperial Court had no great emperor. They did not have as much confidence. The Dark Sovereign's words actually did have some truth to it. Similarly, what the Lord Shaman had said before did not sound nice, but it was indeed true. The fact that he could live until now was partially true because the Master had interfered with Donghuang the Great. In addition, the Dark Court and Empty Mountain had allowed him to grow more powerful, letting him become the enemy of the Divine Prefecture. Plus, the human realm did not have any conflicts with him at the moment. The Buddha of the Western Heaven Buddhists was quite friendly towards him. He could not find out right now if they were ingenuine as the Dark Sovereign had said, but at least for now, he did not feel it. Under these circumstances, he was actually surviving between the cracks, but he did not know if this situation was because of the person controlling the chess pieces. Yifutian returned to the Yi Imperial Palace and went straight to the tallest palace. The strong figures of the Yi Imperial Palace had all gone up the steps and gathered towards there after they learned that Yifutian was back. Soon, most of the core figures of the Yi Imperial Palace had arrived, gathering outside the palace. Hua Jieyu also came out of the palace and came to Yifutian's side. Meanwhile, Ling Long stood quietly behind him. Shi Qiao walked towards Yifutian and stopped not too far from him. Smiling, she said, "You're quite brave, even daring to go to the Dark Court." They had all heard of the Dark Court before. The ruler of the Dark Court was a tyrant who controlled the darkness. Who knew what he would do? Yifutian's actions had been too risky. "I'm back safely, am I not?" Yifutian joked, not caring too much. He had run into some troubles during this trip, but it was actually quite successful. It was an experience and quite meaningful for him. Whether it was the woman in the sacred lake that he'd met in the Island of Miracles or what the Dark Sovereign had said to him, they all affected him to some point. "Weren't you worried what would happen to the Yi Imperial Palace if that tyrant grew angry and decided to make you stay there forever?" Shi Qiao seemed quite unhappy with this. She thought that Yifutian's trip had been too stubborn and impulsive. Even though she understood that Yifutian cared deeply for friends, Yi Qingyao was still someone cultivated in the Dark Court. He was unable to change Yi Qingyao's fate. In the end, it would be decided by the Dark Sovereign. Even if he could change anything, it was understandable in terms of emotions to make the Yi Imperial Palace fall into a crisis for Yi Qingyao. Still, rationally, it should not have been done. Of course, she was not actually angry. If Yifutian had not gone, he wouldn't be himself. Perhaps this was also why he would have so many excellent people gathered around him, willingly following him. Many of these people had been following him as his seniors since Yifutian was still weak. "I'll be more careful in the future." Hearing Shi Qiao's demand, Yifutian shook his head with a wry smile. On the side, Hua Jieyu watched this scene with a smile. "Ahem." The old palace leader of the West Imperial Palace coughed, and Shi Qiao's expression instantly turned a bit strange. She said, "As your ally and ruler of the West Imperial Palace of the Yi Imperial Palace, I must remind Palace Lord Yi to think more of the big picture in the future." The surrounding people all looked at her. Many secretly smiled and glanced at Xiao and Yifutian. Was she feeling guilty now? They could not help but be impressed by the palace lord. He was truly powerful. They heard that. So impressive. Okay. Yifutian nodded. He looked at everyone and abruptly became serious. How is the outside world now? He asked. This question changed the topic, avoiding the awkward situation from earlier. The group did not focus on the small matter anymore either. After all, the madam of the palace was still there. It wasn't their place to worry about this. Even if the palace lord wanted a mistress, it would be the madam's problem. Xiao was also an extraordinary woman and the descendant of a great emperor, but they did not think anything was wrong with taking a mistress. After all, that was Yifutian, their palace lord? What was wrong with a mistress or concubine? After the palace lord became an emperor, then she would be the empress and be seen by the world. The fire of war burns everywhere, and forces from all 6 worlds are involved, the Supreme Sword Lord said. It's no longer a unified war. The forces of the 6 worlds are fighting independently and there are endless conflicts between imperial palaces. The most intense of it all would be the Dark Court and Donghuang Imperial Palace. A huge battle between them not too long ago and will continue in the future. This battle might ignite all the accumulated conflicts of the 6 worlds and result in a chaotic war that surpasses what happened more than 400 years ago. This storm is growing stronger and stronger. It looks to be going out of control. Plus, no force of the 6 worlds even wanted to control the situation. Or perhaps a juncture had appeared in the Ruins continent, the juncture of war. This place had many opportunities and inheritances left by many great emperors. This independent continent was suitable for a battleground. This change would affect the setup of the 6 worlds and may even create some extraordinary people. No one knew if someone like a great emperor would arrive. Yes, Yifutian nodded. Any news from the Heaven Realm? No, the Supreme Sword Lord shook his head. I have not heard of the Heaven Realm joining the war. They disappeared after leaving the old Heaven Court and are staying low as before. But Yifutian frowned. The Heaven Realm was probably hoping to reap the benefits without doing anything. That Ji Wudao was extremely dangerous. He had felt this in the restricted area. This person had swallowed up many relic inheritances, and his potential was honestly terrifying. There's another news from the outside world, the Supreme Sword Lord continued. What news? Yifutian asked. It's still a small rumor now and can't be confirmed, the Supreme Sword Lord said. It spread from the strong cultivators of the human realm. Apparently, the human ancestor of the human realm wishes for a marriage alliance with the divine prefecture. He might represent his disciple, Di Hao, to propose it to Donghuang the Great. Yifutian's pupils constricted. He was not sure what exactly had happened back then, but if this rumor was true, then the intent behind it could not be so simple, especially after connecting it to what the Dark Sovereign had said. The human ancestor may have taken part in that matter too. Then what was the ulterior motive of this marriage proposal? The timing of the human realm's marriage proposal was also very sensitive. There were conflicts in the 6 realms now, and war could start at any second, possibly causing a super war. It was clearly not so simple for the human realm to propose marriage at this time. But would Donghuang the Great agree? Donghuang Diuan was the only princess of the divine prefecture and the only child of Donghuang the Great. She would inherit the divine prefecture in the future. If Di Hao and Donghuang Diuan married, who would go with whom? Or would the two remain separated, one in the human realm and one in the divine prefecture? Di Hao was also the heir of the human realm. However, the human ancestor had reigned for too long, and it was questionable if Di Hao could inherit the position. Even if he became a great emperor, would the human ancestor give him the emperor position and let Di Hao rule the human realm? The scepter might be passed on, but maybe Di Hao would help the human ancestor manage the human realm while the human ancestor was still the supreme. However, forces no longer could only have one great emperor. Instead, it was like prehistoric times where some supernatural figures existed and had great emperors under them. But no matter how you viewed it, Donghuang Diuan was special. She couldn't become cultivation partners like the ordinary person and cultivate with them. She was not weaker than a man either. Yi Futian did not know if Donghuang the Great would agree with this marriage. Of course, it seemed not to have much to do with him at this point. It was just that if the human realm and divine prefecture went into a marriage alliance, their relationship would be more unusual, and it would affect the future setup of the cultivation world. The human realm wants to marry Donghuang Duan, Yi Futian said in a low voice. Not simple. Indeed, the Supreme Sword Lord said. After the news spread, many people in the divine prefecture started feeling unhappy. They were upset about the actions of the human realm. Donghuang the Great is the supreme ruler of the divine prefecture, and Donghuang Duan, as the heir, belongs to the divine prefecture. Their cultivators believe that the human ancestors' action is disrespecting Donghuang the Great. People of the divine prefecture naturally don't want to see their princess marry an outsider, Yi Futian said. At this time, more cultivators arrived here from the outside. Palace Lord. Fang Huan walked over and bowed slightly in Yi Futian's direction from the bottom of the steps. In addition to cultivating, Fang Huan had been responsible for collecting news about the outer realms during this time. Yi Futian gazed at Fang Huan, only to hear him say, "There are new changes in the outer realms. The Dark Court led the Dark World's army toward the Naga relics in the divine prefecture. It seems that a large-scale war will occur. Fighting has already erupted in their path." Hearing Fang Huan's words, a beam of light shot from Yi Futian's eyes. He had just returned, and the Dark Court had already led their army to attack. Could this be the Dark Sovereign's order? He had calculated the time that Yi Futian would return ideally and ordered the Dark Court to strike the divine prefecture. As did he want to see if Yi Futian would lead the Ziwei Imperial Palace to give aid? Of course, this was only Yi Futian's guess. But with the Dark Sovereign's personality, it was indeed possible. He wanted to bring darkness to the world and wanted Yi Futian to be involved, falling into darkness. But if one had to describe their relationship, Yi Futian was not very friendly with either the divine prefecture or the Dark Court. However, Yi Qingao was in the Dark Court. Forces of the other worlds should have heard the commotion too, Fang Huan continued to say. I'm sure they will have embarked too. This war that the Dark Court has started is even grander in scale than last time. They led all the forces of the Dark World and everywhere that they passed to darkness. Does the Dark Court want to start a war of utter destruction? Hearing Fang Huan's words, Fang Gai showed a shocked expression. Before the two parties already fought, but both retreated without entangling. Now, it seems that the previous battle had only been a test. This time, they're serious. What exactly is their goal? Their goal is to create chaos in the 6 realms, best if the Ziwei Imperial Palace gets involved too, Yi Futian said. After becoming more familiar with the Dark Sovereign, he could understand now that everything he did was only for one goal. He wanted order to collapse, for the 6 realms to be in a chaotic war, and for the world to fall into darkness. Starting this war was imperative. Many years ago, when the Outer Realms and Original Realm were isolated, the Dark World's power had already begun infiltrating the Hidden Land Realm of the 9 realms. The Hidden Land Realm had been turned into the Dark World. Indeed, the Dark Court has always wanted to bring the world to darkness. The Supreme Sword Lord nodded on the side. When darkness shrouded the entire world, wouldn't the Dark Sovereign be unbeatable? Are we going? Fang Gai asked. Yi Futian had just returned from the Dark World, and he claimed that the Dark Court wanted the Ziwei Imperial Palace to get involved in this battle. So, should they go or not? Of course, we will go. Yi Futian nodded and said, "Let's set off." Yes. All the strong figures nodded, accepting the order. Instantly, the mass of strong fighters set off away from the Yi Imperial Palace. Outside of the Yi Imperial Palace was a city that the cultivators of the Ziwei segmentum had established. They built the city surrounding the Yi Imperial Palace to cultivate, and they were not too affected by this storm, other than the ones who purposely went out to fight for relics. However, most of the cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum were careful and kept a low profile. Not many of them had gotten involved in the fighting. Other forces would not come to pick fights voluntarily either. After all, Yi Futian had a threatening reputation nowadays. He was someone who even dared to declare war on the Dark Court. Yi Futian's group continued, going towards the divine prefecture cultivators controlled. When they arrived where the divine prefecture cultivators were, they discovered that war had already spread here. Everywhere the dark army passed, the world was dusky and dim, and fighting erupted everywhere. It was the fighting between the strong figures of the Dark World and Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian's group continued forward, passing through the battlefield. This battlefield stretched along the path. A horrible great path weighed down and swept through the world, but the strong figures of the Dark Court did not participate. It seemed that the two parties had some tacit understanding that the Emperor-level forces would not interfere with the fighting. Otherwise, the deaths would be even more horrible. Along the way, there were piles of corpses. No one knew how many strong figures had died on the battleground. Can't see the end. Old Ma gazed into the distance, but he could not see the end of the battlefield. It was as if the entire world was at war. The Dark Court is too crazy. The Supreme forward, they saw the battlefield stretch forward. The army continued to attack the core areas of the Divine Prefecture as if wanting to invade the Naga relics where the Dongwang Imperial Palace was located. Yi Futian was also shocked when seeing this horrible war. He did not know how many strong figures would die in such a large-scale war. Too many high-level figures from the 6 realms had come to the relics battlefield. However, Yi Futian did not participate. He continued forward. As they approached the Naga relics, he saw the domain leaders of the 18 domains personally leading the war. He also saw the ancient god clans killing madly.